In a world where the strength of pets decides everything, the former body of Su Ping is occupied by a transmigrator. Becoming the owner of the store he left behind, Su unlocks the super pet system, starting his journey to turn cute little pets into big ferocious beasts. Su Ping, an 18-year-old transmigrator, is about to meet his demise along with his pet. Despite being in this situation, he hasn't lost his will to fight and charges at the monsters that surround him. A few days ago, a guy wakes up from a dream and has transmigrated to another world similar to Earth, gaining his new identity in the former body of Su Ping. The technology there is much more advanced than Earth and acts as support for pets. Being tied closely to human society, there are different pets for different types of work. The most important of these is the war pet, handled by a war tamer. Standings of countries in this world are determined by the strength of these war pets. Pets instead of nukes, cute. To gain his standing in this new world, Su Ping vows to become strong. Before doing that though, he has to learn more about the previous owner of the body. He finds out that his sister is a war tamer and that Su Ping doesn't have a good relationship with her at all. Then he heads to the pet store, just as Su thinks that the previous owner of the body isn't a complete bum. He sees the horrendous condition of the store. It's filled with literal shit and piss of the pets. Gross. At the store, he meets with an angry customer, a war tamer who left his pet at the store for 3 days but received poor care. Using his black beast pet, the customer is about to demolish the shop. Suddenly, time freezes as an interface appears before Su, binding a contract with the pet store. The super pet system has been bound to the Shou store and consequently, its owner, Su Ping, becoming immune to damage. Su grabs the beast's mouth and closes it forcefully before it can launch the beam. This scares off the customer, along with his war pet. Just then, the interface from earlier shows that the store crisis is resolved and rewards a refresh for the sorry state of it. Su activates this refresh, and the store looks new as can be. What a hack, WTF. Afterwards, he heads into the pet beast foster area, which is at rank 1. Here, the pet beasts cultivate and heal, not getting hungry, thirsty, or even feeling the need to excrete, much to Su's relief. Upon inquiring about how to take care of pet beasts, Su triggers a main mission. It is to nurture either a chasing moon hound or a lightning rat to rank 3 or above. As he picks the latter, the pet appears and the two are transported to its Nurture Land Lightning Cloud Sea world. As Su arrives in the Nurture Land, he gets attacked by a gigantic 10,000 meters tall, rank king beast, Lighting Abyss Thunder King Kun. Unable to dodge the attack, he dies. Moments later, Su awakens in a revival space, waiting to be revived. Dude is really out here waiting to get rebooted like Fortnite. The system tells him that if he doesn't complete the mission in time, his rating will get lowered, and if it falls below 60, Su will die for good. Unable to even check his current rating, he is angered and forms a temporary contract with the Lightning Rat as suggested by the system. After getting revived, Su and the Lightning Rat come up on a large beast, a young sandworm. The former gives his pet the command to charge at the beast. The latter does so, learning a new skill charge, despite dying in the process by injuring its head. Luckily, the pet receives unlimited revives and only its death isn't a problem at all. Continuously dying and then getting revived trying to kill the worm, Su's lightning rat keeps getting stronger. After a while, it has absorbed some of the lightning from the environment and gained the skill lightning charge. Using it, the pet finishes off the worm. Best rat. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking and erupts, revealing dozens upon dozens of large adult sandworms. Seeing the huge ability gap, Su gives up and thinks that he will just revive. However, Lightning Rat uses Lightning Charge to protect him despite having no stamina, and not having received orders. Inspired by his pet's actions, he stands up and is ready to go down fighting, charging at the monsters that surround him. Back to the beginning. Having died, Su revives at a random location but feels extremely tired. The toll of death on his body and mind will linger, not letting him spam revives for free. Just then, a 10 meters beast, the Rock Cockroach, appears before Su and his Lightning Rat. Going all out, the latter kills the beast. Some time has passed. Su and his pet lay on the ground covered in bruises, totally exhausted. The mission is finally complete. At this moment, Su has used up 69 revives, while Lightning Rat has been revived 847 times. The total kill count being 472 beasts. Dude ended with negative KD. What's the point? Through this, Lightning Rat has learned the skills Lightning After Image and Lightning Flash, couple of the rumored top 10 lightning secret arts, being excellent great abilities, whose learning method has been lost in time. Learning them is a huge feat. Proud of their accomplishments and having learned the analysis technique himself, Su heads back, reaching the end of his temporary contract with the lightning rat. Aw, it was cute though. The Star Pet Tournament is reaching the conclusion of its preliminaries. Yi Hao, Zhang Zuhan and Zhang Shou are 3 favorites to win the entire thing. A war tamer, Su Yanying, faced the first 2 of the 3 in her preliminary matches, resulting in complete losses and having her pets injured. However, Yan's unlucky streak isn't over as she has to face the last of the 3 for her last match. Not giving up without at least participating, she goes to pick up her lightning rat from the Shou Taoqi pet store. Little does she know, her pet just got free upgrades. There, Yan meets Su, who returns to her the improved lightning rat. Afterwards, the latter unlocks a new mission to nurture a pet belonging to himself. The system tells Su that he can become a war tamer by buying an awakening potion, though he doesn't have the required energy to do so. Dude's broke as shit, RIP. The conversion from yuan to energy is 100 to 1. Enraging Su is his last job that killed him 69 times, only paid 108 yuan. Oof, talk about underpaid. At the Star Pet Tournament, Yanying is losing her last match 0 to 1 against Zhang Shou. Her chances at getting a spot in the War Pioneers team look slim. Only having the lightning rat left in her arsenal of pets, she wonders if she should just quit as the audience cheers on her opponent. Just as Yanying is about to surrender, Lightning Rat enters the battlefield. Proclaiming the battle's end, Zhang Shou commands his demon dragon hound to burn his opponent down. The lightning rat begins to charge its attack, but Yan tells it to dodge using lightning charge, almost killing it. No wonder she lost her previous 2 matches so bad. Afterwards, she only tells her pet to attack and dodge without naming attacks, letting it use its full power. Launching the rank 7 skill Thunder Slash, the rank 1 on the pet ranks, Lightning Rat takes out the demon hound in 1 blow. The score is tied 1 to 1. Promising to not underestimate his opponent again, Zhang Shou brings out a rank 4 Earth-type pet, Golem Rhino Beast. The fight begins and the former uses his War Tamer skills to buff his pet, strengthening him to around a rank 5's level. The War Pioneers look on as the Lightning Rat doesn't seem to back down at all. Before Yan is even able to buff her pet, it charges at the golem, suddenly splitting in 2 to dodge its attack. The lightning pet has activated another rank 7 skill, Lightning After Image. Impressed, the War Pioneers are ready to take Yanying even before the conclusion of the fight. W Pet. Ignoring the golem, Lightning Rat charges directly at its War Tamer, Zhang Shou, to finish him off. The fight is over. As judges announce the winners, the audience chant a name, Rat King Su Yanying. Afterwards, Yan thinks of the pet store expert who unlocked these skills for her pet. Meanwhile, Su Ping is thinking about how he will make the money for the awakening potion. He decides on just selling food that he must collect himself and vows to become a war tamer in 3 days. Surely 3 days is enough, right? As the quality of the collected food depends upon the level of the nurture lands it's collected from. These are divided into novice, intermediate, advanced, and peak ranks, requiring 1, 10, 100, and 1000 energy points to enter each respectively. Su has no choice but to go to a novice one. Using the system's recommendation, Su enters Outer Territory Meteorite 1002 area with limited inventory, 1 day time limit, and 30 revives to be used. He exhausts all his revives in collecting only the rarest of items and then leaves the nurture land. Dude died almost 40 times to make some bread, respect. Elsewhere, the Black Wolf War Team's member, Fang Yujing, is feeding their family pet Shou the most expensive pet food. However, he doesn't know his shit and almost kills the bird, much to his sister's and grandfather's dismay. Just then, Fang's grandma walks in with a rock vermilion fruit, healing Shou and fixing its appetite. Suspicious of this food's price and effectiveness, Fang goes to meet the person who gave it to his grandmother, the owner of the Shou Taoqi pet store. Fang arrives at the store and starts cussing out Su Ping for tampering with the food, labeling his pet store to be a black store. This angers the latter, and he asks for evidence for their claims. The former attacks him but is dealt with. A temporary mission is also triggered for Su to prove the store and its food's innocence and protect its reputation. At this point, a crowd has gathered and seeing Su attack Fang, collectively shout at him to close the store. He shuts them up and asks for a low-rank water pet to demonstrate his store's innocence. Fang's sister summons her rank 1 pet. Su Ping feeds it the blue essence fruit, ranking it up to level 2, shocking the spectators. Fang and his sister apologize to Su and are made to pay for the food used in the demonstration. This showcase completely changes the opinions of the onlookers, and they rush to buy the food, earning Su 31,560 yuan or 315 energy points and completing the mission. Rich hours. Finally having the money to buy the awakening potion, he becomes a war tamer. Using 100 more energy points, he upgrades the Chaos Pure Breed Spirit Bond to rank 2, giving him higher chances of obtaining a high rank star pet. To test this out, Su presses the breed button on his interface. What will he get? The Chaos Pawn gives Su a small skeleton, the lowest rank pet among the demon attribute. Bruh, what a scam. However, this completes his breed mission, unlocking him the novice rank War Tamer skill Killing Intention. This enables the War Tamer's pet to enter a berserk state to deal ferocious attacks. Just then, Su unlocks a new mission to level up a pet to high intermediate rank. Despite being so strong, Lightning Rat was only low intermediate rank, making him think that this is going to be a challenge. Moments later, Yan Ying enters the store with her friend and meets Su Ping again. Seeing her Lightning Rat prostrate itself before the latter, even though it wasn't scared of the near rank 5 golem, makes Yan think that Su is rank 6. Dude's only rank 1 though, boom. To prove her sincerity to the terrifying store owner, she transfers up to 100,000 yuan to him. Su desperately wants to accept, but the system auto-rejects it, making Yan think that he is a noble person. He really isn't, dude just wants to make some bank. Afterwards, she requests him to nurture her Lightning Rat for 3 more days and heal her other pets in the foster care that Su has to upgrade. With a total bill of 31,600 yuan, the latter now has total energy points of 291. A mission is unlocked to raise Yan's pet's combat level to 2 times or more. Su gladly accepts as it will let him do 2 missions at the same time. A win-win situation. Redeeming the reward from earlier, Su heads inside the peak rank Chaos Death Spirit world to rank up his baby skeleton. A pungent smell of blood and corpses surrounds him. Suddenly, something shatters the pet skeleton. This mysterious attacker is a large-sized skeleton of level rank 7. He attacks the monster with Lightning Rat and the skeleton, making the former use its limb organization at the same spot with every attack. Having been killed by this monster and revived several times, Su's pets get scared. To overcome this, he activates the War Tamer's Killing Intention skill, giving them a berserker buff. Because of the pet's repeated attacks, the skeleton monster spams its limb skill, getting more unbalanced every time. Su has started to get killed too, but he doesn't care. This dude is too alpha, right? Finally, after an endless barrage, the skeleton monster is defeated. Lightning Rats gets multiple lightning after image and gains experience. Being of the demon class, the baby skeleton possesses a special devour skill that lets him absorb the power of a defeated monster, provided that it's of his own species. The baby skeleton ranks up to novice rank 1 using it. Just then, a mysterious female figure shows up there, having both human and skeleton physical attributes. 10/10 would smash. Never mind. This new foe is so high rank that Su can't even analyze her stats, thinking that she may be the big bad boss of the place and might bear some big rewards on defeat. He charges at her. However, in a single instant, the humanoid skeleton pulls out Su's soul. After several tries of trying to talk to her with his unlimited revives, he gives up as she just keeps munching on him, wasting his free given time. Just like a real woman. Deciding to head someplace else in the meanwhile, Su spawns across the feminine skeleton once again. However, she is panicking. Suddenly, he gets grappled by a strong pressure and asked his purpose for being there. Turns out, Su spawned right on top of the skeleton king's head, alerting the latter at his ability to come near him undetected. Realizing that he is seen as a threat, Su creates leverage for himself. He tells the king and his army that he is the strongest humans clone, sent to annihilate them if their threat is too high. The loyal skeleton knight rushes to protect his king but is instantly killed by the latter. Su mocks him for killing his own subordinates. The king takes the bait, freeing him from his strong restraint and kills Su. The former declares that protection is contempt towards him, as he is the strongest in the world. Why even have underlings then? WTF. Suddenly, Su reappears before the king, standing unfazed. All the skeleton creatures are shocked at this time reversal. Using the gem on his ring, the skeleton king continuously kills Su, but to no avail. As he inquires the latter about his scary presence that defies death itself, Su rushes in. After using his keep ability to steal the king's gem, he uses the random revive to get out of there. The skeleton monster cries out about how someone that can use 2 of the supreme laws, space and time manipulation, even exists. Dude got introduced to plot armor and doesn't know what to do. Having escaped, Sue brings out his baby skeleton and gives him the stolen gem to devour. This dude is too big brain. Having killed countless skeleton creatures, both baby skeleton and lightning rat have gotten to rank 6 combat ability. However, only 14 minutes are left to complete the mission. Suddenly, one of the monsters that Sue thought was dead rises once again. Spawning countless limbs, it restrains him and both his pets, blocking the attacks that come its way. With only 3 minutes left on the clock, Sue can't even gauge the monster's level. He calls out to Lightning Rat to cover its body's surface in lightning, unlocking Lightning Coat that does double damage to the demon attribute. As the monster is caught off guard, the baby skeleton is freed and finishes the kill using its sword ability it gained by absorbing a small chunk of the king's gem. All the missions reach completion, and Sue gets back to reap the rewards. He sees that Lightning Rat has somehow unlocked undead skills and baby skeleton has the king's talent, both being high intermediate in quality now. Sue then pulls out the Chaos Pure Star power map that he got from the quest, unlocking a lost ancient cultivation method for him. Great, dude got even more hacks. Using the newly acquired cultivation method, Sue enters the Astral universe and starts absorbing the stars. After using 3 primary essence pills with it, he soon reaches the first stage of the Chaos Star map, Astral Swirl Realm. Having gained Astral power, he has also unlocked his profile panel. Sue is not yet able to see his score but can see that his power is now level 3, the same as his sister. Later, he has dinner with his foster mother and heads back to his room. On the way back, Sue sees his sister cultivating without spending any effort. Trying to replicate it, he unlocks the spinning technique, gathering the astral power in a big mass and then swirling it around in clockwise, as well as counterclockwise directions. Sue masters the most efficient cultivation method. The cheats just don't stop coming, do they? Meanwhile, his sister wonders how such powerful pressure can be coming from her loser brother's room and thinks that a powerful cultivator must have passed by. Little does the little sister know. As Sue is busy cultivating, Yan Ying comes back to retrieve her pets. However, all of them seem to be attached to the former and are sad to leave. She is surprised by this, as astral pets don't get attached to their owners, even with bonding contracts. Dude got the riz. After buying some food for her pets from Sue's shop after the exceptional service, Yan challenges her friend Lily's strongest pet to a practice duel with Lightning Rat. The latter brings out her hybrid rock-type humanoid astral pet, Earth Monk. With its power level 5 and advantage against lightning types, Yan just hopes that Lightning Rat has gotten strong enough to not get defeated against it instantly. Earth Monks are known for their insight and being better in a fight of strategy. However, using its upgraded lightning after image technique, Lightning Rat manages to trick it, intimidating the monk with its ferociousness. The level 5 Earth Monk is so scared that it traps himself and Lily inside an Earth Dome, just to get away from the rat. What a puss, never mind again. Yan is happy that her little rat is now so powerful. The Fengshan Academy's advanced matches begin. The second year, Yan Yang faces the previous year's top 10 tamer, Clairvoyant Li Ji. With each tamer allowed 3 pets, the fight begins. The latter summons an intermediate rank water stealth beast first. To counter it, Yan brings out her high rank phoenix. Suddenly, Li Ji surrenders the round, much to everyone's shock. He reveals that the first monster was a bait to bring out her most troublesome phoenix. Surely that's her most powerful monster, right? Pulling out his earth spider beast, Li declares Yan's loss. However, she is unfazed and attacks him directly with her phoenix, shutting him up. Angered, Li tells his monster to go all out and blocks all of Phoenix's attacks with an impenetrable shield. Afterwards, the spider beast activates Earth Prison, trapping both Yan and Phoenix in an ever-closing web. Copied da Flamingo's flow, word for word, bar for bar. Cornered, the latter is about to admit defeat. Suddenly, Phoenix charges up an attack, destroying the cage. Spectators are in shock as this attack by the rank 3 Phoenix is the legendary Polar Ray. Getting attacked by this rank 8 skill, the spider beast loses its ability to fight in just one hit. The Phoenix ranks up, and the spectators label Yan Ying a genius for nurturing her pets this exceptionally. Yep, she's the genius, for sure. Li Ji is furious at his loss and brings out a level 5 ferocious 4-winged wind demon beast. As he rented the beast with some method and didn't nurture it himself, Li is too low level to command it and faints from the pressure. Kids, don't bite off more than you can chew. The out-of-control demon beast defeats Yan Ying's phoenix in one blow, and referees rush in to stop the fight. However, the wind beast is too fast even for their wind god bird and continues the rampage. To protect its trainer, Lightning Rat stops the demon beast's attacks and summons an undead skeleton swordsman as her guard. As the onlookers are in shock at a lightning type using a demon type's skills, Lightning Rat rushes in at the high rank 5 demon beast. The two astral beasts clash ferociously, roaring out and shattering the battlefield. The outcome is revealed, as Lightning Rat has heavily wounded the out-of-control winged beast. The referees see that Lightning Rat has a strong killing intent, and that Yan Ying herself is shocked, thinking that it too has went out of control. The referee and its god Wind Bird rushes in to stop it. However, Lightning Rat hits it with a rank 8 Thundershock, stopping the bird in its tracks. This angers the Wind God Bird and it forms a hurricane in the area, with the referee having a hard time controlling it in this state. Just then, Yan Ying comes to from her shocked state and calls back her Lightning Rat, snuggling it for being such a strong little cutie. The referee's bird stops, realizing that the pet is in control after all. Damn, an error was really about to get the whole arena blown up. Useless referee. Yan Ying is officially declared the victor, intriguing all those who saw this amazing performance. Meanwhile, Su sees videos of other nurturers and realizes why Yan Ying was so shocked. Now knowing that increasing a pet's combat ability is extremely hard in this world, he decides to film a video to attract more customers. As he is thinking this, the Black Wolf War Team's member, Fan Yujing, comes to meet him. He has a request for Su. "Are you interested in exploration?" asks Fan. The Blue Star, this world, was a water scare planet in ancient times. One day, stellar rifts appeared in its fabric of space-time, connecting the planet with other unknown places. Humans used the resources from these places to prosper and build strong nations. However, greed for the quality rifts led to years of civil war, decreasing the human population by half. Seeing 70% of the Blue Star's land turn barren, the remaining humans formed a treaty that made no one the owner of the rifts, and moved to stable areas, free of them. There, they spent their resources fostering pet warriors to send them to explore the stellar rifts on their behalf instead. Fan tells Su that last night, a rift appeared near their Longjiang city and his Black Wolf Warriors group went there to explore it. However, they were ambushed, and their blood flame-tailed fox pet went missing. Upon this statement, Su unlocks a side quest to retrieve the lost pet, the reward being a magic body forging scripture. That sounds fancy. Taking Su to his group, Fan introduces him. Upon learning that he is only 18, is self-taught, and that he doesn't have any interest in exploration, and is only there to find the lost pet, the vice captain of the group Li Ying is angered. The leader Fan Gangli talks him down and asks Su to bring out his pet so they can gauge his ability. He then brings out his baby skeleton. The others there think that it's a joke, but Su promises them that he's serious and demonstrates his pet's ability, shattering the ground below. That's one strong baby. After showcasing his strength, Su Ping is allowed to register as a temporary explorer and taken to the Federal Pioneer Warehouse. There, he witnesses extremely valuable treasure and is asked to pick a few for self-defense. However, Su shocks everyone by picking the level 1 treasure for self-cultivation. Basic training method. Heading inside the rift, Fan tells him that it has a danger rank of B and consists of demonic beasts. A silver medal explorer, Lin Mukong, awaits their arrival there. He almost kills the two by scaring their ride and talks with the group leader. Despite Fan's warning of not questioning Lin, Su asks him for an explanation about his earlier actions. Talk that talk. The silver medal explorer doesn't take well to it and belittles him, telling Su to listen to him unquestioningly while inside. Vice leader Li Ying looks at the latter's eyes and gets intimidated, remarking that Su's glare at Lin is as if he's looking at someone dead. He wonders if it's really the former's first time in the wilderness. Oh boy, little does he know. Upon Fan telling him not to take Lin's remarks personally, Su reveals that he doesn't, and actually agrees with his thoughts about the wilderness not being a place for any rando. As the team heads in, they come across a tiger tapir beast. Su warns him to be careful as he doesn't think it's actually one and that something's off. Ignoring his warning, Lin rushes to attack it and realizes that the pet expert was right all along, getting his pet killed. What an absolute buffoon. The tiger tapir reveals itself to be a power level 7 spirit beast that lures its prey by acting weak, and is accompanied by a dangerous blood soul beast of power level 9. Forced to retreat against the monster, the group is presented with two paths to go to. One east that has unknown beasts, and one west that is seemingly clear for now. Lin tells the group to go west, but Su insists on going east. He knows something they don't. All the group's members disagree with Su, but leader Gangli trusts his judgment and goes east. Soon, they realize his wisdom. The monsters in the area all retreat upon seeing the blood demon beast, while the beast itself stops chasing them, as it prefers getting its food delivered by the spirit beast instead of hunting for it. Afterwards, they head to the lost pet's location. The group sees one monster at the end of the valley, and Sue takes Lin's night vision goggles to appraise it. He tells them that it is a death specter with a power level of 5, and to keep going, summoning his baby skeleton. Sue shocks everyone by instantly killing the monster with his pet's intermediate saber play. Lin is jealous as he keeps stealing his thunder. Sounds like a spotlight issue, I guess. The group arrive at the lost pet's location and search the area. They find a black wolf's captain's severed arm, and Sue asks to observe it. Lin lets him have a look, not after giving him problems though. The former sees that the arm belonged to someone who died several days ago, but the wound still has a wisp of rich dark energy. Sue wonders if another high-tier demonic beast is nearby, but doesn't say anything. Lin continues to give him shit for finding nothing. Finally ticked off, Sue punches the crap out of him. Yes, go off. Angered, Lin lunges to kill Sue with his sword. However, he gets stopped by the latter's baby skeleton pointing his saber at him. Li Ying threatens Sue to lower his pet's weapon but is told off. The latter lets out his bloodlust, scaring all of them with his killing intent. Realizing that Sue is prepared to kill all of them, the group leader apologizes to Lin on the former's behalf. Sue then asks him for permission to lead the operation further and is given the go. Take that, he the boss now. Just then, they receive an SOS signal and go to its location. There, the group saves 2 explorers, who warn them of a skeleton devil. Suddenly, the same monster that ambushed the Black Wolf group earlier appears there. As they are trying to retreat with the couple, Lin knocks Sue off the ride, along with the saved woman. WTF, dude almost collated her for his ego. The two get saved by the vice captain, as Lin is disappointed that Sue is still alive. The man they saved reveals himself to be the gold medal explorer, Yi Chen Shan. He asks the group to leave behind their astral pets if they want to live, and offers them extra compensation for their efforts. Suddenly, Sue drops down from the ride with his baby skeleton, making Lin think that he is just trying to be a dumb hero. Just then, the group gets surrounded by an army of skeleton monsters. However, they aren't attacking them. It is revealed that this army is obeying Sue, who has used baby skeleton's dead soul enslavement. Dude's too busted. Activating killing intent, Sue leads the attack on the skeleton devil, chasing the group. Baby skeleton manages to injure the beast, shocking the explorers. All the others join in the fight to help out Sue, forcing Lin to reluctantly do the same. Through their collaborative efforts, the group manages to wear down the skeleton devil. As the battle seems to be reaching its conclusion, the beast's ribs open up. The gold medal explorer Yi Chen Shan suddenly puts up his shield to defend the group, announcing that it's the level 8 attack mental shock. They manage to be okay, but all their astral pets are rendered unconscious and unable to be recalled due to the distance. The skeleton devil uses limb regeneration to recover from all the damage it received. Hopeless, he falls to the ground. Guess he got mentally shocked after all. Just as the devil is about to finish off the group, Sue calls out for his baby skeleton, the only pet standing to defend him. He explains that his pet used Corpse Roar, a sonic boom attack, at the same time to nullify mental shock. As leader Gangly wonders just how skilled Sue really is, the skeleton devil charges up the level 9 death annihilation to evaporate everything within a kilometer. Lin starts to run away instantly, not willing to die yet. However, Sue stands his ground and calls out for his pet, shouting now. Just then, the baby skeleton brims with a demonic energy and charges at the devil's weak point, blowing it up. The battle is finally over. Su Ping and his baby skeleton stand victorious, with the latter leveling up and gaining advanced saber play. This fight, combined with his countless death experiences, has confirmed Su's theory that every demonic type has a core that needs to be destroyed to kill them off. As the group is still in shock at this accomplishment, the baby skeleton uses puppet magic and turns the defeated skeleton monster into its slave, Boss Baby. Afterwards, the captain announces to continue the search for the blood flame-tailed fox. Just then, Su tells them to hold on as he has to do something. He approaches Lin and cuts his arm off, sending him packing, and threatening to kill him for good if he ever shows up again. You get what you deserve. While everyone else wonders what came over him, the woman they saved earlier thinks that Su made the right decision as Lin is an evil and hateful man that will get everyone killed. Afterwards, they arrive at the cave where the missing pet is. The task complete, the captain calls to head back, but Su tells him he senses something hidden in the cave. The group doesn't seem to be interested in the mysterious crystal they find, as that's the government's job, and head back. However, Su Ping takes it with him as baby skeleton seems to love it. The quest is finally complete, and Su gets a Golden Crow Divine Demon scripture. After getting back, the woman they saved is revealed to be Lu Guksu, senior instructor at Fengshan Academy. She invites him to the academy to meet the principal, but he isn't interested in going to school and politely refuses. Lu regrets not telling Su clearly that she was going to invite him to be an instructor. Open with that woman. Later, he inspects the scripture and sees that it's the body-forming cultivation method of the ancient divine demons golden crows that were strong enough to even crush stars. As Su is about to accept, the system warns him that the gruesome process will reshape his body and requires great astral power, as well as extensive materials. So needy. However, only the inside of his body will change and he doesn't need to worry about his appearance to continue his normal life. Wondering if he even has a normal life in this world, Su accepts. Su Ping receives all the mission rewards from the federal warehouse. He gets a new armor, as well as enough materials to get the first layer of the Golden Crow Divine Demon body. Wondering what to do with the mysterious ore he collected from the rift, Su asks the system if he can modify the foster care tanks, using it to waive off the energy cost. This unlocks new permissions, giving Su the ability to form the Shadow Foster Tank, having effects especially tuned for demon-type pets. Oh no, dude is about to get even more OP. Despite all this, Su's shop hasn't quite been popping off lately. To fix this, he calls Yan Ying and asks her to film a short video with her for fame. Her mind thinks it's another type of video entirely, but she accepts it still as she wants to get closer to him. Now, why is that the first thing she thought of? Wait, she accepted. She for the streets. Yan Ying arrives at Su's store, dressed for the occasion. He tells her to summon the lightning rat before the filming can begin, making her have extremely outrageous thoughts. Sis needs to get her mind of the gutter, WTF. After Su reveals that it's for a promotional video for his store, she feels like an idiot. Afterwards, Yan invites him to come with her for the final match against champion Yi Hao, with his 9th Order bloodline Silver Snake Thunder Dragon Beast, who defeated her lightning rat last time. What the hell is wrong with these names, man? Thinking that it's going to be a great opportunity to show off, Su accepts her invitation. Su and Yan arrive at the Phoenix Mountain Academy. There, Yi Hao meets the latter, and tells her not to use Lightning Rat in their upcoming match, as his dragon beast could get carried away. Su tells him not to worry as the Lightning Rat won't be scared of even a king beast anymore, let alone a dragon beast that isn't even an adult yet. Yi Hao asks about his identity and gets to know that he nurtured the Lightning Rat. Yan tells Su that he is a big spender on his star pets, making him come up with a plan. Scam time. He makes Yi Hao think that his shop is popular and asks for 500k to let him skip the line. Su attacks his ego, convincing him to seal the deal for this absurd amount, provided that the Lightning Rat wins against his dragon beast. Dude fell for it hook, line and sinker. Meanwhile, Su's sister, Lingyu, has beaten her opponent in the performance, finally setting the stage for the final fight. The two competitors enter the arena and bring out their pets. Lingyu is shocked to see her loser brother on the stage. Why so mean? Su scares the Lightning Rat with his presence, while everyone thinks that Yi Hao's lightning serpent is the cause. Finally, the battle commences, and Yan uses her phoenix to attack. However, even its strongest attack is useless and does no damage. The silver serpent then begins its counterattack, letting out fire, wind, and ice at the same time. This blow is too powerful for the phoenix to bear, and it is defeated. Just then, Su activates Killing Intent for the Lightning Rat. Using Thunder Flash and Necro Claw, it closes the distance between itself and the dragon, injuring the latter. Yi Hao makes his serpent use its freeze breath, turning the entire battlefield into ice. Su tells Lightning Rat to use the combo he taught it to strike the beast's weak point, its mouth. The rat uses lightning to break out of the ice, and follows up with 3 clones. The serpent kills all 3, as one of them must be a fake. However, there was a 4th that it missed. The original rat strikes the serpent's mouth, shocking everyone at its moves, moving like Michael Jackson in his prime. Frustrated, Yi Hao commands the serpent to attack Yan and Su directly. Hey, they are frozen. Unfair. However, the attack is stopped by Lightning Rat. Never mind. It uses Thunder Break to attack the serpent, defeating it with a mighty beam of lightning. After defeating Yi Hao's Silver Snake Thunder Dragon, still can't believe that's the actual name, Yan and Su are congratulated on winning the annual match. While Yan is simply in shock at their win, Su Ping decides to be a dumbest of a winner. He turns to Yi Hao and asks when he can expect the 500,000 they'd wagered. Hao tells him he'll get it soon enough and then asks a question. Can his Silver Snake Thunder Dragon Beast be trained to be as strong as the Lightning Rat? Well, sure, just make sure to wait your turn. Saying that, Su walks away, smug son of a gun. After seeing Su's performance in the match, several recruiters have taken an interest in him and wish to gain his loyalty. To this end, Yan and Su are made to wait in the vice principal's office while the recruiters come to speak to them. Su Ping does what he wants though. If he's gotta wait, he's gonna do it as comfortably as possible. He proceeds to hijack a VIP seat and drink the tea in the office. As Yan loses her metaphorical shite over Su's disrespectful attitude, 3 core captains enter the office and meet Su. Along with them come Lu and the vice principal. The principal starts sucking up to him, thinking Su's a student at the academy. Lu, however, explains who he really is, and that he's the one who saved her in the recent frontier expansion. After hearing this, all the core captains are quick to make ridiculous offers in hopes of recruiting him. Like people work their whole lives for these opportunities, levels of ridiculous. So naturally, Su turns them all down. Wait, what? All he's interested in is his shop and his cultivation. Talk about being a simple man. With this in mind, Lu makes her own offer. Su can be an instructor at their academy with just 1 class to teach per week. As an added benefit, he'll have unrestricted access to all the academy's resources. The exact thing he needs to cultivate the Golden Crow Divine Demon Body. Count him in. And it'll get his shop a better reputation, so that's cool too. For his appointment as an instructor at the academy, Su must first face a great enemy, possibly the most hated being by young people in any educational institution. Tests? Yeah, apparently there's a lot of them if he wants to get the job. Luckily, the suck-up of a vice principal is there to save him from Lu. He says that Su's achievements speak for themselves and he'll be able to teach just fine with some experience. All he needs to do is pass their physical fitness test. Great deal, right? Well, yeah, but Su sees through the older man. This is an attempt to dock his benefits if his level isn't high enough in the test. The 3 head over to the academy's advanced test field and Su is shown his test. He has to fight White Marsh, a huge robotic deer, goat, whatever it is. It looks creepy as hell thanks to the robotic face under its neck. Anyways, Su's test is to last in a fight for a minimum of 1 minute against the robot without the use of a pet. Once the test starts, Su is forced to dodge around a ton of energy attacks from White Marsh. When he can't dodge, he uses Star Shield to block. Unfortunately, his shield isn't strong enough and soon shatters under the attacks. Following this, Su proceeds to get his world rocked by the robot. As the vice principal notes that 20 seconds have passed, Su is caught in White Marsh's bindings. As Lu watches, the robot engulfs him in a wave of fire, so intense they can't even see him. She tells the VP to stop the test, but the old git just says Su hasn't called out for help yet. He's probably fine. Ain't like he's getting barbecued. No sir. However, even he gets worried when a full 10 seconds have passed, and White Marsh hasn't stopped its flames. They're supposed to get stronger with each passing second. Surely Su can't still be conscious in there. Looks like someone doesn't know who the main character is here. A golden glow surrounds Su's body, and he escapes White Marsh's bindings. With a single supercharged punch, he smashes the robot into scrap and clears the test. Then, the system pop-up appears to tell him his level 1 Golden Crow Divine Beast battle body is still unstable. Yeah, kinda like this ridiculous names. As such, he's only able to use a small portion of its power in specific situations. So that was a small portion of its power. Yep, definitely OP as hell. While Su marvels at his power, the wrecked robot announces his combat level assessment. He's an upper level 7. After seeing Su's overwhelming victory, the vice principal instantly offers him a senior instructor position, and tells him he'll send him an electronic instructor certificate. As Su leaves, Lu and the VP discuss the details of the ranking White Marsh gave him. While his attack and defense are of the 8th order, he only has 3-star power. The VP believes this must be because he's learned a secret martial art, but hasn't been practicing it for too long. He tells Lu she has to find the person who's teaching him since he must have a master. Also, she should find his shop. However, Su hasn't left yet. Waity what oh. Su pokes his head around the door and tells them they don't need to act so suspicious. He'll just send his shop's location to them. Back at home, Su's mom frets over his roughed up state from the test. Also, because his clothes are gone. Being roasted like a turkey will do that. Su goes to his room for a change of clothes when his sister barges in. Oh boy, I've seen enough anime to know where this is going. After embarrassing his sister into getting out and getting his nuts crushed, Su learns that his physical strength is currently only upper 3rd level. Later, at the table, Su talks about his bloodline awakening and baby skeleton pet to his mom and sister. Su learns even more to confirm that the host of this body before him was totally worthless. Apparently, he borrowed money from loan sharks in the past. The next day, Su greets a customer at his pet shop. This woman is interested in breeding thunderlight mice, or as Su calls them, lightning rats. When Su tells her he can't breed multiple thunderlight mice of the same level as Yan's, she gets annoyed. The woman believes Su is a scammer and turns to leave the store. Just then, Su gets a system pop-up. Since the woman's doubts about the store have hurt its status, Su has been granted permission to conduct professional training. The professional training shows a reward of a medium-grade original force pill, as well as a random book of divine and demon battle techniques. That sounds great to Su Ping, at least until he realizes the catch. The fee for this training is 100 times that of normal training. So yeah, that's not great. However, he has every intention of making use of this opportunity. Turning to the woman who started walking out of the store, he tells her he can do what she wants. He just wasn't sure if she could afford it is all. Real smooth. After all, the Thunderlight Mouse cultivation she's asking about costs 1 million. Wow, someone's greedy. The woman doubts the legitimacy of Su's store at hearing this. Luckily, he's got just the thing to convince her. His status as an instructor at Fengshan Academy, the place where she's actually a student. While that's certainly convenient, as the woman apologizes constantly for offending him, Su just tells her to get the money ready so he can train her pet. To his surprise, she actually has the money. Super rich kid apparently. Life just ain't fair, is it? Anywho, Su takes the pet she wants him to train, a scorpig, and tells her to collect it in a month. The woman at this point has been convinced Su is a highly generous and gracious teacher. Yes, sure, let's go with that. After she leaves, Su worries over what to do with his points. The 1 million she transferred to him has been converted to 10,000 energy units. With these, he can either upgrade the spirit pool or spirit shop, or he can train her Scorpig. Tough decision. Luckily, he's the main character. The system tells him that an upgraded spirit shop will give him the clone ability. With this, he'll be able to send clones into cultivation sites, for the cost of half of whatever he gets from the site. Like any decent protagonist who's just discovered an OP ability, Su decides to abuse the shite out of it. In just 20 days, he's going to train so many pets with this ability that he'll be richer than ever. After accepting an absolute boatload of customers, Su Ping heads into a flaming hellscape of a training area with a bunch of fire-type pets. Due to their affinity, this place will give them the most benefits. Along with a clone he makes by using 200 energy, Su leads the animals to a pool of lava, and then he proceeds to take a dip in it. What the okay, so the golden crow body thing came out last time he was being burned as well. Apparently he's just not affected by extreme heat. Nice. While soaking in the lava, Su has the pets with him jump in, and they die, and he makes them do it again, and they die again. You get the idea. He makes them die over and over again and revives them every time to keep going. Sounds an awful lot more like torture than training. Oh well, with his store getting more customers than ever now, due to its reputation, Su's managed to recover his full energy investment in the store. In just a few days too, rather than 20. With his pet slots filled up, Su decides to upgrade his Chaos Spirit breeding pool. After the 10,000 points for this have been deducted, he's left with 1,650. Now, his breeding pool has a 1 in a million chance to breed a pet of the King Beast lineage. Great odds, for sure. Also, it costs 1,000 energy per breeding. So this is basically a gacha game with extra bad rates. And like any gacha addict, Su decides to go for it. If not a King Beast, he has to at least get a 6th grade pet. Unlike the average gacha addict though, Su has crazy good luck. With his first breeding, he receives a 9th rank Purgatory Dragon. Once the contract has been signed, he rushes to his first day of teaching at Fengshan. He's almost late. Over at the academy, he arrives just in time atop his newly bred dragon pet. Here, the director of the university's operation department seems to have something against Su. He and Lu escort Su to the class he'll be teaching, the class where his little sister is a student. Yeah, that'll go over well. Once they enter the class and introduce Su as the new teacher, she immediately loses her shite before collecting herself. Called it. Meanwhile, the rest of the students insist on seeing proof of Su's rumored power. The director is more than ready to go along with this, since he has his own doubts about Su. He tells him to go ahead and demonstrate his pet's power without any worries. Su summons his baby skeleton, the first pet he trained of his own. The students, of course, start laughing at what seems to be a super weak pet. At Su's command though, the baby skeleton activates advanced swordsmanship and slices a gap right through the middle of the classroom. That'll shut them up. With his skeleton's show of power, the whole class shuts up out of fear and submits to Su. They don't learn much in the class though, since they're all focused on the huge crack in the ground. Yeah, that'll do that. After class, the vice principal himself drives Su to his store. Here, they run into Chen Shan and the three sit down for tea. While talking, the VP makes a request of Su. He wants him to participate in the Global Elite League starting soon, a tournament held once every 3 years. The fame and benefits from the tournament are immense, and he could even be trained by a legendary pet fighting master. Yeah, not interested. Su couldn't care less about getting that much fame. It'd just make him a target to a bunch of people after all. Chen Shan has another card up his sleeve though, the temptation to join him in traveling to hidden grounds if he participates. These are 3 secret realms with incredible artifacts and beasts within. Most things recovered from inside are said to be priceless. Su, always the opportunist, decides to go for it. Screw being a target, resources are where it's at. He'll join them. After the meeting with Chen Shan, Su tries to find the secret realms with the system's help. Unfortunately, even it cannot help him with this. Instead, he chooses another realm, the Dragon King Inheritance Land, for his latest training. Su initiates a contract with a First Order Oigetsu dog pet in his care. Its master died unexpectedly, so the dog is his now. With the dog, his baby skeleton, dragon, and the Scorpic, he enters the Dragon King Inheritance Land. The training has a duration of 7 days. Around them, they see the skeleton of an enormous dragon and a tower with 9 sections. Suddenly, a voice speaks from the skeleton. The Yuan inheritance test has been initiated. The dragon once shed 109 scalars that spread to different parts of the continent. Due to pollution, they've caused monsters to be created. Su's task is to purify all 109 of these scales so the dragon can reclaim the king's soul. To do this, he must advance up the sections of the tower and reach the top. There he will get the final inheritance exam. Sounds easy enough, doesn't it? Once he steps inside the tower, Su instantly feels an incredible pressure pushing down on him. To make matters worse, his dog is gone and he's hearing a strange voice. Could it be a ghost? Lol, no way, those aren't real. Mom, come pick me up, I'm scared. Okay, yeah, they're not real. Thank God. It was just a trick of the darkness. The only thing on the floor is a bunch of statues. They try to kill him. Baby skeleton defends him and he dies anyways. Good times. After reviving, Su realizes the true purpose of the first floor's test. Balls. That is to say, respect, confidence, and guts. Yeah, that. By showing his resolve, he's allowed to carry on. Near the end of the floor, a dragon comes flying at him, but Su sees right through it. It's all just an illusion. And so, without much more trouble, Su manages to clear the whole tower. Not really interesting enough to show the whole thing, so just know he's a badass. The next day, he arrives to his store to see a crowd of people waiting for him to open it. From a distance, Su's sister watches on, confused as to why these people are showing so much respect. Then, surprisingly, Yihao arrives on the scene. As the crowd parts to let him through, he walks up to Su Ping, who doesn't recognize him at first. Lol. Insulted and deciding to jog his memory, Yihao summons forth his Silver Snake Thunder Dragon Beast. Stupid ass name. As he tries to intimidate Su, everyone else in the area is awed by the power they can feel pouring off of the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon Beast. His true goal here, however, is to have his beast trained by Su. Su knows this, but he currently can't handle a high-star pet like Yihao's. He first needs to complete a professional training and upgrade his store to level 3. And upgrading it requires expanding the store to an area of 3,000 square feet. Well, that's a bummer. He can't admit this either, since that'll just hurt his store's reputation. Yeah, not the best spot to find yourself in. As the crowd begins gossiping about the power of a Silver Snake Thunder Dragon Beast, doubts start rising about Su's ability to handle it. Thinking fast, Su comes up with a way to wash away these doubts. He summons forth Purgatory Dragon, and brings everyone present down to their knees. This even includes Yihao's pet itself. To prove his pet is better, Su points out the difference in their powers. Silver Snake Thunder Dragon has had to work hard to become the incredible beast it is today. His Purgatory Dragon, on the other hand, is still just a baby. It was born with this power. Talk about humiliating your ops, man. Sheesh. Su just tells Yihao that his pet's turn will come, so he should just wait for now. Oh, the power of bullshitting your way out of a tight spot. Meanwhile, Su's sister is shocked by how powerful her brother seems to have gotten. That night, Su Ping finds himself with a huge problem: getting the money to expand his store to 3,000 square feet. Realistically, it'll probably cost no less than 10 million. How the hell is he supposed to make that much money? As he tries to think of a solution, Su finds himself blanking out. The only way he can think of that might work is through his status of a senior instructor. In the Shengcheng district of Longjiang City, Kuang, the third-year pet expert of War God Academy, receives a message. Su Ping arrives in Shengcheng at Kuang's residence. Though the guards are rude to him at first, they instantly let him in when he mentions that he's Kuang's guest. Inside, he's led to a huge battleground where Kuang is battling a training robot. As the robot flies at him, Kuang gathers up his star power and punches a hole straight through the machine. Aren't those things like expensive? Who am I kidding? This guy's clearly too loaded to care. Once he's done, the man finally turns to meet Su Ping, and instantly he's disappointed. He asked for the best instructor in all of Fengshan Academy. This guy's just a kid. Oh boy, he's in for a shock. Su Ping assures him that he's indeed the best instructor available, and he can teach Su a thing or two. Su, however, is offended by this. Based on what he's sensing, Su doesn't have anywhere near the level of star power he himself does. To prove his own power, Su baits Su into having a mock battle with him. He goads Su into attacking him with the strongest punch he's got. When Su tries to load up star power into his fist though, he finds that it's too hard to grasp properly. The star power in the area has been disrupted. Su quickly realizes the disruption was caused by Su Ping. With this, he begins to realize that things aren't quite what they seem. You think? Curious as to who exactly Su is, he asks the boy's title. Su simply tells him he's not qualified enough to ask such a thing. Accepting this since he has a strong instructor now either way, Su decides to continue the mock battle. He summons forth two pets, a swamp chaser and a soul eater. Those don't sound ominous at all. As they try to trick and attack him, Su shows the fruits of his training. Through his time in the Dragon Realm, he can now access a full 70% of the Golden Crow body's power. Using this, he takes hold of the giant Swamp Chaser and throws it away with his bare hands. While Swamp Chaser recovers, Soul Eater waits for Su to make the first move. Damn camper. After absolutely demolishing Kuang's pets, Su proceeds to give him a breakdown of the reasons they lost. Between their lack of teamwork and overdependence on their high power, they won't last long against any opponent who has more experience than Kuang. Harsh. Fair though. To help him fix these problems, Su presents an item. The legendary Hades Bone Lotus. This item is the best way to improve Su's undead pet perception. For 1.2 million, Su will sell him this item as well as pet food. While this sounds expensive, Su notes it's actually a much better price than he'd get in the market for the same stuff. Plus, Su's going to sell him pet food as well. Since his pets are of the rare and disliked undead class, it's normally really hard to find stuff for them. Su couldn't be more grateful if he tried. Sure changed his tune quick. After finishing with Su returns home to find a feast cooked by his mother. It's the first time in forever that his sisters actually left some of the food for him. I guess she hates him a little less now. Afterwards in his room, Su worries about how to raise his power as fast as possible. Since a strength pill would help, he opens the system store. Due to their rarity, strength pills aren't in the store very often though. Using 100 energy, he refreshes the store. Suddenly, an item called the mid-grade capturing ring appears. With the cost of 10,000 energy, this ring has a 25% chance of instantly capturing a 9th order beast. Deciding it's worth it, Su buys it at once. Then, he refreshes the store again. This time, a spiritual control beginner's skill book appears. Sounds useful enough. How much does it cost? 50,000 energy. It's so expensive. But then it must be super useful too, right? But what if it's not even that good? Su only has enough energy to buy this book if he does decide to. Should he get it? He gets it. No hesitation. And as it turns out, it's pretty useful. It allows him to use his stellar power to manipulate objects around him. It's almost like a form of telekinesis. Pretty damn cool. With the way it works, he might even be able to create solid objects by condensing his stellar power tightly enough. Unfortunately, that's off the table for now. Despite what an overpowered ability it is, he can only produce about 100 kilograms of strength at the moment. Not exactly the most battle-ready of moves. At this point, he's regretting getting that damn book, instead of continuing his attempts to find a strengthening pill in the store. Hey man, you made the choice, gotta leave with it now. The next day, Su Ping can be seen speeding towards Fengshan Academy on his bicycle. As he often is, he's almost late for something important. When he reaches the academy though, he finds something that requires his attention. A couple of first years being bullied by students from Jianlin Academy. Just as they're about to lay the hurt on the kids, Su steps in and grabs one of the bullies by the wrist. Staring down at the bullies, he simply orders to release the kids. As the bullies start getting disrespectful, Su crushes the wrist of the boy he's grabbed. Once more, he orders to release them. Oh, y'all done messed up now. The Fengshan students are shocked and relieved by Su's appearance. They're about to mention who he is, but Su tells them to keep quiet. These bullies can think whatever they want of him. It'll just make it more satisfying to deal with them. Oh, he's planning to go in. Kick their asses, big man. The bullies try to make fun of Su for coming in on a bicycle, and comment that he should really work out his legs more. That's literally what a bicycle does, you morons. Exerting some of his stellar power, Su Ping drives the lead bully, Dai, into the ground. While the rest of them think he just tripped, Dai and a couple of others can tell it was Su Ping's work. As Su continues to talk shite to the bullies, Dai loses his temper and decides to get serious. Stepping forward, he summons his pet, a golden-haired saw-claw bear. God, I hate these names. Unlike what they expected though, Su remains unfazed. Since he's almost late for his class, he tells the guys to just come at him all at once. Over in the vice principal's office, Lu and the VP are seen speaking to the principal and VP of Jianling Academy. The two schools have quite the rivalry between them, and this is just as strong between its leaders as its students. As they're discussing their upcoming tournament, the Jianling students enter the office, with their asses beat to a pulp. When their principal demands to know who did this, Dai steps forth with a bold claim. He says that a Fengshan student ambushed them for no reason, when all they wanted to do was make friends. Out of fear of Dai, the other students back him up and agree with his lie. With the Jianling principal and VP pissed off, Lu and Fengshan's VP are quick to try and find the identity of their attacker. Dai's next words, however, give the VP considerable pause. The attacker's name was Su. While training at his shop, Su receives a video call from Fengshan's VP. After talking about the incident with the Jianling students, he tells Su that he understands that he must have had his reasons for what he did. But the students he injured were participants in the upcoming tournament between Jianling and Fengshan. For now, he shouldn't come anywhere near the academy. Even the VP won't be able to protect him from Jianling if he does. The Fengshan students he saved are in no condition to back up his side of the story in any way. Well, at least he's kinda nice about it. Su believes there's more to the situation though. After ending the call, he shoots a message to Zhu Kuang. Before long, the day of the tournament arrives. While Fengshan has a full 5 pet masters from the 3rd grade as participants, including Yi Hao and Yan Yong, Jianling has only one. This causes a great uproar in the audience about why the other Jianling participants aren't present. Because they're dumbasses, that's why. The crowd roars out their disapproval at Fengshan's supposedly dirty tactics in ambushing their other participants. Yi Hao decides it's true that this would be unfair and asks their opponent, Lu, to postpone the tournament, at least till his teammates are recovered. However, Lu simply says that this is no longer a game. The 5 of them can come right at him, it won't make any difference. Damn alright bro, talk your shite. After saying his piece, Lu summons forth a 9th order beast, the underworld's black dragon. Well crap. The Fengshan participants all bring out their best star pets, but in a single move, Lu's dragon wipes them all out. As Lu proceeds to beat the crap out of the students themselves, Fenchang's VP, Fengshan, demands the match be ended. Unfortunately, the referee is from Jianling, so yeah, no luck there. Wait, that has to be illegal or something, doesn't it? Right as Lu is about to finish off Yi Hao, Su Ping finally arrives in the principal's viewing area. Facing off against the Jianling VP, he asks what the man wants. Fengshan turns to Su in a panic, asking him why he's come here. He told him he won't be able to protect him here. When the Jianling principal, Fei, tries to capture him though, Fengshan instantly stands by Su and stops him. Aw, he does care. As Fei demands Su be handed over for his actions, Su Ping starts boasting about beating the Jianling students. Even as Fengshan pleads with him to back off, Su Ping provokes Fei repeatedly. Meanwhile, the Jianling vice principal has been sensing Su's power. He notes that even in an ambush, he couldn't have taken out Dai and the others if he wasn't actually strong. Moreover, if he's an instructor like Fengshan has told him rather than a student, his skills must be better than Dai's, right? Su simply tells him it's none of his business and he's only here to resolve the current issue. Fei only looks down on him further, but Su stops him. He tells him to make a bet. He will make both him and his principal bow down and ask for forgiveness. Oh snap. Enraged, Fei demands a battle immediately. Fengshan tries to talk Su Ping out of it, but he brushes him off and accepts Fei's challenge. With their battle agreed to, the announcer makes the announcement of what's happening. The match has been changed to one between instructors rather than students. As Fei makes his entrance into the arena, the Jianling students start boasting about how he'll completely crush any opponent from Fengshan. Yeah, keep talking, it won't last long. Before everyone's eyes, Su Ping enters the arena. While floating, the Fengshan instructor is literally walking on the air. Does this mean he's not even a 9th grade, but a Jingxuan grade master? With this reveal, everyone in the arena is left in a state of shock and awe. As they face each other, Fei convinces himself that Su can only fly due to putting all his focus on cultivation. He's probably just a weakness exploiter. The copium is strong with this one. Fei summons his battle pet, the purple shadow fox demon. A being of the 8th order, this fox is the wildest beast of the Thunder Realm. The Giantling students are all caught up in their own excitement at what they believe to be a sure win now. Boy, are they in for a massive disappointment. Down in the arena, Su simply smiles at his opponent's pet and summons his own, the 8th order Purgatory Dragon, which has grown to an adult. Holy crap, that looks so cool. Seeing the battle for the pot of destruction it's going to become, Fengshen orders the protective barriers around the arena to be raised to max level. Good move, old man. With their fight finally begins, Fei once again claims that Su's is a lesser 8th order beast than his own. Okay grandpa, let's get you to bed. After buffing his fox up to 9th order, Fei has it shoot an octuple thunder rend at Su. This will take him out in a single move. Not. Purgatory Dragon just yells it out of existence. Refusing to back down, Fei has his fox create multiple clones. Each of these shoot forward and attack with several rat bites. Surely these will take him out. Yeah, no, he just tanks it all head on. Based as hell. Even further, his dragon has caught the real fox in its jaws. In a last-ditch effort, Fei has his fox shoot thunder cannon at Purgatory Dragon from point-blank range. Surely this will take him out. Nope, still doesn't. The cannon barely scratched Su's dragon. On the other hand, the demonic fox itself has been greatly damaged by its own attack. With a brutal finisher, Su's Purgatory Dragon finishes off Fei's fox. Thanks to the defensive skills it had to learn back in the Dragon Realm, it's practically unbeatable. Though he's infuriated, Fei announces he's far from beaten. His main pet hasn't even come out yet. For their second match, he summons the demonic serpent of the abyss, a 9th grade beast. While everyone in the crowd boasts about how it's definitely over for Su now, he says that Purgatory Dragon was hardly his main pet either. With a smile on his face, he summons forth his most fearsome beast, Baby Skeleton. Tiny skeleton, not really a baby anymore. Everyone in the area can only laugh and make fun of Su's pet. Even Fei talks down to him, however, he can feel something strange. For the first time in his life, he's sensing fear from the demonic serpent. Before anyone can make a single move, Su's tiny skeleton has moved across the arena with his sword drawn. Behind him, the demonic serpent lays slashed apart and defeated. Despite his victory, Dai and the other Giantling students try to have Su captured for an apology. This is when he reveals his plan. He connects his watch to the stadium's big screen and calls Kuang. With his help, Su has gotten the Fengshen students that were attacked by Dai advanced medical treatment. Now, they can testify the truth about what happened the day Dai and his minions were hurt by Su Ping. Busted. Dai tries to escape the arena, but his VP is the first to catch him. He will be expelled, his bloodline taken and his connection to stellar pets removed forever. He's finished. Turning to Fengshen, he asks forgiveness for his students' actions and asks for their academies to be allies moving forwards. Right then, Su Ping arrives in their viewing area and tells him he's forgetting something. He still has to kneel and ask forgiveness. Holy shite, that's such a gigachad move. After forcing the Giantling VP into submission, Su lays out the terms of their new arrangement. Their schools will not be allies, rather, Giantling will be their underling. All resources between the two will be given to Fengshen with first priority going forward. With his actions against Giantling Academy, Su Ping's store gains more fame than ever before. People come from all over the place for his services. One of these people happens to be Su's little sister. She asks him to nurture her 4th order pet, Snowball. Well, at least it's a simple name for once. While this would normally cost 100,000, Su tells her that he'll handle what she can pay. The system tries to forbid him from giving a discount, but Su manages to sweet talk it into letting him pay the difference. Su mentions that he learned a training technique some time ago, but his sister is confused. He never left home, so how did he manage that? A flashback shows the events of the Dragon Realm Tower's top floor. With the help of all the pets he had back then, Su Ping took down a 9th order Gilded Scales bearded dragon. With the victory back then, the 1st order Oigetsu dog he was training evolved into a 7th order Black Dragon Hound. Son of a gun has way too many hacks. Back in the Dragon Realm, Su trains all the pets with him to extremely powerful levels. Back in the real world, he returns Snowball to his sister and the Scorpig to the woman who came to him several days ago. While they're both shocked at how quickly their pets have been upgraded, the other customers force them out so they can have their turn with Su Ping. Someone sure is popular, isn't he? Later, Su Ping receives the rewards for completing the Dragon Realm professional training. One of these is a random technique from the Gods and Demons War. When Su Ping accepts this, he's transported to a whole new realm full of terrifying demonic beings. Here, a massive being made of golden light appears and destroys the demons with one punch. He reveals the skill available to Su as the demonic suppressor punch. It has 5 movements that must be mastered, after which he can destroy enemies even of the 9th order with ease. However, there's a major recoil to the attack, so this should only be a trump card. Su Ping ain't no fool. Without a second thought, he accepts the training to learn this technique. Su has to get stronger. Once he enters the secret realms soon, he'll have to be powerful enough to not depend solely on tiny skeleton. With this in mind, he spends the next few days training. 2 days later in the real world, or a month and a half for Su, he's completed the Tower of King Dragon's inheritance. Also, he holy guacamole on a pickle stick, he got jacked. Daddy, sorry dad, Anyways, though he hasn't mastered the demonic suppressor punch just yet, his golden crow body has greatly improved. You don't say. Hoping it'll be enough, Su returns to the real world. In the base of the North Star team, preparations are being made to enter the secret kingdom. The leader, Nai Chenkong, has a particular treasure he wishes to find. For this, he has recruited 2 extra members, Chen Long and Mo Lao. Both are 8th order pet masters. With them, Nai, Lu, Chen Shan, and none other than Su Ping. They have a 6-man party ready for their mission. Though the 2 newcomers are skeptical of Su, they quickly accept him having first pick of the mission rewards when Nai introduces him as the one who saved Chensen. At the entrance to the secret kingdom of the Dragon Mountain, Su's group are stuck climbing the mountain stairs. This is due to all fighting and summoning being banned on the mountain. Except if you're from a big family apparently. The masters of the Chen and Tang family are fighting all over the place to enter the realm first. Their actions cause a rock avalanche that Su has to destroy with the help of his comrades. Freaking spoiled rich kids. At the top of the mountain where the entrance to the secret kingdom lays, the Tang family has created a line. Under the leadership of Tang Ryuan, they've announced that none outside their family may cross into the Dragon Realm. While Chen Xiaoshan, leader of Qi family, fights Ryuan, the Tang family enforces the line. Floating up in the air is wait, is that Gildarts? No, it's Shanks. No, it's Dao Zun. Yeah, that's just a lawsuit waiting to happen. The 9th Order Master, Dao Zun, demands to know why no one has entered the realm. The people below try to cross the line in an attempt to follow Dao Zun. Unfortunately, they're stopped by the Tang family's enforcers. Well, most of them. Su Ping shows up and crosses it. He ain't nobody's dog. Enraged at Su's arrogance, the Tang family attacks. Luckily, Dao Zun stops the attack and allows Su Ping to enter the Dragon Realm with ease. Angered even further, the Tang family follow after him. Inside the Dragon Realm, Su decides to go see how different the tower here is from the one in the Dragon Realm created by the system. Back on the ground, Ryuan is met by her family members who apologize for letting Su through. Their family was supposed to be the first to clear the tower. After all, they're the only ones who have reached the 6th floor so far. Ryuan assures them it doesn't matter. Even if he did enter first, it's not like he'll make it further than them. Right? Wrong. Su completes the whole thing in minutes. He's just built different. Since the tower is identical to the one made by the system, Su Ping speeds through the whole thing with his newly acquired demonic suppressor punch. After finishing the tower, he returns to his team and tells them he just went off to warm up somewhere. While the 2 outsiders with them believe he's being reckless, the others realize he's the one who cleared the tower just now. Together, they head to the 92 Kingdom in the Long Lang continent. The treasure they want is here. While Mo Lao and Lu use their own pets to scout out for enemies, Su summons his own dark dragon dog. Using its superior sense of smell, Su knows there's a wave of enemies coming. Mo Lao believes he's just lying for attention though, since his pet doesn't sense anything. Yeah, alright buddy, get ready then. Moments later, the team are set upon by a massive swarm of flying pythons. Each of them is sure to be a 9th Order beast. They have to prepare to fight. As the swarm closes in, the team all summon their own pets. While most of them hold a line to fight against the pythons, the masters take shelter inside the quadruped guardian Kesidigarbha. Inside the guardian, Luo and Chen worry about Dark Dragon God. As a 7th Order beast, they're worried it won't survive the swarm. Mo Lao and Chen Long don't believe it's worth risking their shelter to save it, but the others insist. Before the disagreement can go further, Su steps in and tells them his pet will be just fine. Besides, once the leader green python is killed, the rest will flee anyways. Sounds good. The outsiders think he's just being a smug and stubborn kid though. Of course they do. What is it with these skeptic-ass side characters? Using a special skill, Qianlong makes the walls of their shelter invisible so they can watch the battle outside. To their shock, Dark Dragon Dog is actually doing pretty well. With its incredibly high stack defense, it's taking no damage and absolutely demolishing the pythons in its path. When the green python leader appears, the dog even tanks that thing's attacks like they're nothing. With a quick rush, it swipes at the leader with its claw. Mo Lao and Qianlong see how little damage it did and assume it's a purely defense pet. That must be why it's survived. Huffing more copium than an addict in a crack house. The dog's claws are poison geniuses. Once the leader collapses, the swarm disperses as well. The dog returns to Su with a whole sack of eggs from the python leader, an extremely rare and powerful resource. To their shock, Su tells them they can keep it. He'll just take the python's scales. Shocked and humbled, Mo Lao and Qianlong bow their heads to Su. If he ever needs anything in the future, they'll be there for him. As the group continue on to the site of the treasure they need, Su starts to be a little suspicious about the whole situation. Once they reach the cave, he tells the team about a 9th order beast waiting inside. While the others set a trap for it, he and the captain will head inside to flush it out. Inside the cave, Su confronts him about the reasons for his strange actions recently. Not wanting to lie, he tells Su that the only thing he wants from here is the fabled fruit of the spiritual tree, something that's supposedly in this cave. Though he can't tell Su why, the reason he needs this is to cure the illness of someone he loves. Seeing that Nai's intentions aren't negative, Su decides to help him. Because main character shites, he reveals that the beast inside is a 9th order sub-dragon that specializes in mental attacks. He won't tell Nai, but he knows all this is due to the dragon realm of the system that he spent so long inside. To fight this beast more effectively, Su leads Nai to a secret chamber which holds the Lamp of the Soul, a special item that will protect them against mental attacks. After securing this item, they're preparing to go further in and face the beast when the cave starts quaking around them. As far as Su can tell, the source of this is outside the cave. Outside, their team can be seen struggling against an enormous pink dragon with a huge crystal in its forehead. That can't be good. At the entrance to the cave, Su and Nai see a terrible sight. The dragon beast has used its mental attacks to trap their team and their pets in an illusion. While they think they've beaten the dragon, their pets are killing each other. That's dark, bro. Before the pets can kill them as well, Nai and Su make it to their position and save them. They pour their stellar power into the soul lamp to expand its field of protection. With this, their team is freed from the illusion and can see clearly again. Together, they pour enough stellar power into the lamp to greatly expand the protective field. Then, right as things seem to be under control, they're attacked by a third party. Dozens of spikes come flying towards them. Qianlong jumps in front of Su with a star shield to protect him, while the others struggle to defend the soul lamp. They'd better. At Su's enraged demand, the attackers reveal themselves. The Fang team and their vice captain are responsible for this. Nai asks why they would try to murder them when they aren't even enemies. Pretty sure y'all definitely are now. The vice captain simply laughs at them. Turns out he's the one who gave the treasure map that lead them here to Nai in the first place. Their plan from the very beginning was to use his team as a distraction for the dragon, while they steal the treasures inside the cave. Having heard all he needs, Su Ping makes his move. After summoning Little Skeleton, he finally brings out the item he got from the system shop, the mid-range hunting ring. Without a second thought, he throws it right at the blood dragon, causing it to be trapped in a web of golden chains. As the chains from the rings pull the blood dragon in, it disappears without so much as a whimper. Up on the cliff where they were watching from, the Fang team are shocked by what they've just seen. As though the dragon's disappearance wasn't enough, Su Ping is floating in the sky right behind them. The Fang team members are quick to realize just how outmatched they are. They already know they don't stand a chance. But of course, their vice captain has to be a cocky dumbass. It's like all these bad guys have to pass the same course or something. He insists that Su only has a Little Skeleton summon. They can totally beat him. Not. Little Skeleton slices them all up like a bunch of vegetables in just seconds. Returning back to his own team, Su finds that Mo Lao and Qianlong have both succumbed to their injuries. Both men have passed away and their captain isn't far behind. With the final breaths left in his dying body, Nai begs Su to complete his mission, to obtain the spirit tree's fruit and take it to his daughter. If she eats it, she might be able to fight off the terminal illness she's suffering from. Seeing a good man in such a state, Su Ping turns around and stomps towards the cave. He'll grant Nai this wish, no matter what. Deep inside the cave, the Fang team's captain is plundering all the treasures available. Among these is the spiritual tree. He orders his men to destroy the tree after plucking every fruit on it, so no one else can get any. Before this can happen, the team members start dropping like flies. One after another, their bodies are all stabbed through by a golden light. At the end, only the captain himself remains. Realizing he has no option but to fight, he starts summoning his dual 9th order battle pets. Before they can even be fully summoned though, little skeleton slices them dead in a flash. Defeated and on his knees, the captain begs Su to spare his life. When he realizes that won't happen, he asks to at least know the name of his killer. Before he can so much as finish his sentence, Su pierces his head with his condensed stellar power. No enemy of his will ever get a second chance. That's cold, man, ice cold. After gathering the Fang team's bodies in a pile, Su has his purgatory dragon burn them to little more than ashes. He returns to the nearest pioneer base along with Luo, Chengshan, and all the treasure from the cave. Here, he tells them this is where they part ways. He can't keep doing this, and without their captain, they'll have to disband their team as well. Before he leaves, Su tells them to get the spirit tree's fruit to Captain Nai's daughter. This surprises them since they didn't know he had a daughter, not to mention the fact that Su doesn't want the fruit for himself. He simply says to grant their captain's final wish and divide the treasures they got to the families of the deceased. Before this though, their treasures must be taken to the inspection office and registered. There, some government officials try to force them to hand over the spirit tree. When Su declines, they blow him through a wall and declare that he's broken the law. As he faces off against them, a voice from above calls out to Su. From up in the rafters, Dao Zun has been watching. He tells Su to make his own path with his own strength. Taking this advice to heart, Su uses star power condensation and smashes both his enemies into the ground. After beating the officers, Su takes the spirit tree himself so he can protect it for the time being. Afterwards, he receives 60 million star coins as compensation for the trouble from a more senior officer. Glad some people have some sense about them. Also, Cha-Ching baby. Su tells Lu and Chen Shang to reach the peak of 8th order and then come to him for a free star fruit each. That should help them ascend to 9th order with ease. Later, Su finds himself in the continent of dragon scales. Here, he instructs his dark dragon dog to keep watch while he goes underwater in search of a secret treasure. Deep underwater, he finds a dojo of sorts. Inside, the skeleton of a monk sights with a glowing box in its lap. That's not creepy at all. Su Ping retrieves the box and brings out the treasure inside. The Chinkan parchment. With this scroll, he can create a pocket dimension of his own. With his current star power, it should be about 4 times the size of a basketball court. The perfect place to plant the spirit tree. Up on the surface, Dark Dragon Dog has seen a spy pet in the air. Seeing this, Su remembers another treasure in the area. The undead demonic fruit. With this, any undead pet can gain immunity to fatal wounds 1 time. The perfect item for his little skeleton since all his stats are offensive. Deciding to find this fruit, Su follows after the spy pet. Over in the wooden forest death of the 7 peaches. Yes, ridiculous name, I know, it's just a thing. The Tang family is seen abusing and killing a pair of battle pet masters to steal a treasure they've found. After getting the treasure away from them, they're about to secure it when it disappears. Su has used capture to steal it. Karma's bad, ain't it? Seeing their stolen treasure being stolen in turn, the Tang family turn in the direction it went. Desperate to get it back, they send the 9th order shadow beast, Shura, forth. And in mere moments it gets demolished by Dragon Dog and Purgatory Dragon. What else is new? Deciding to use a different tactic, one of their masters, Feng Lao, uses spirit condensation to send a huge fist through the forest. Su has one more pet though. Well, he has a lot more technically, but you get the idea. Little skeleton steps forward and slashes clean through the palm. This opens a path straight from the Tang family to Su, revealing his identity to them. They're enraged to see this is the same boy who went into the Dragon Tower before them. Shira's master sends forth 2 more of his pets. However, they're killed by a little skeleton in an instant as well. And so is the forest for that matter. Little guy's attack took out every single tree in its path. Talk about overkill. Furious at their constant failure to hurt him, Feng Lao shoots swords made of his stellar power. These are rendered useless when Su pulls out the demonic suppressor punch. Feng Lao puts up a 9-layered shield to block, but even the first stance of Su's attack is enough to completely shatter such a defense. He uses another pet, Worm Dragon, to get Ruin away from the battle. With her gone, he activates his final trump card, Dementor. Wait, we're in Harry Potter now. Quick Su, use a Patronus. Oh wait, no, my bad. Dementor is a technique that turns the user's body into a spiritual being that can kill the person it touches. In this form, Feng Lao flies towards Su Ping. Unfortunately for him, Su Ping still has the spirit lamp. Whipping it out, he pumps his stellar energy into it and makes a barrier Feng can't cross. After defeating Feng, Su is faced with Tang Ruin herself. Riding atop her pet, the fallen Wing King, she's returned to the battlefield. After a short philosophical argument, the two prepare to cut each other down. When Little Skeleton prepares to attack though, she's shocked to find even her own pet frightened. Realizing that a fight might not be the best option, she tries to negotiate with Su. Wow, someone with actual brains, how about that? Su tells her she has to break her contract with her pet if she wants him to let her go. Walking towards him, Ryuan agrees to do this. However, once she's close, she tries to surprise attack him with two pets. I take it back, she's just as dumb as the rest. Little Skeleton instantly cuts down her pets, and Su decides to use his newest tool. He brings out the Chinkan parchment and throws Ruin into his personal pocket dimension. Once she's in there, Su tries to question her. After a lot of back and forth, he manages to get an important piece of info from her. The legendary battle pet master, Yuan Tianchen, is going to come for him. The noble families had an agreement to never clear the final floor of the Dragon Tower as it was for him alone. This was all part of a scheme for him to monopolize the secret realms. But now that Su has cleared it, it's only a matter of time till Yuan finds out and comes for him. Su is confident in his abilities, but he accepts that he's never really fought a truly powerful opponent without info on them before. Right now, his first priority is to expand his store and have his family move in so they can't be used against him. Su returns to his pet store and finds his business thriving more than ever. At his current rate, he should be able to afford the pet store's upgrade within 10 days. In the meantime, he decides to secure the land needed to expand its area. For this, he logs into the Pioneer Network, a one-stop shop for all the needs of a pioneer. As long as you've got the money, they'll get what you need. Eesh, I feel like a telemarketer. Anyways, Su gets in touch with a support member and explains his need. Unfortunately, it seems the price of land has doubled due to the Elite Worldwide League starting soon. Su doesn't really have the funds to afford it if that's the case. Luckily, he remembers he still has the captured blood dragon and the capture ring. He asks the woman how much he can sell it for, and is happy to learn he'll be able to cover the cost of the land he needs after all. With that settled, he goes to begin his training for the day. After finding a training realm even harder than the dragon realm, he spends 1,000 energy points to enter it. This is the fallen demigod's realm, the perfect realm for him, since it has the item he needs to cultivate his Demon King body further. Once he does that, his defense will reach 9th order and he'll be much tougher. Inside, he receives a pop-up asking if he wishes to buy a God language translator. Confused but not wanting to be caught off guard, he buys it. There goes another 500 energy points. As he walks around the realm, Su comes across a naked demigod singing. Yeah, this isn't going to go well for him, is it? As soon as she sees him, she attacks with a wave of golden energy. To Su's surprise, this kills Purgatory Dragon in a single hit. While he revives him, Little Skeleton is left to defend his master. Su calls out to the woman to let him explain, but she says he doesn't need to. She already knows he came here from another world. I'm sorry, why the hell did you attack him then, you crazy woman? The woman reveals that she can tell he's a human just from how he looks. However, there's something in his aura that's strangely frightening, even to her. Deciding she's given him enough of an explanation, the woman tells Su to explain exactly what he's doing in the Midland of the Gods in 5 seconds, or she'll kill him. Confused, Su asks if this isn't the fallen demigod's realm. For some reason, that really pisses her off and she kills him. Short temper on that lady isn't there. Su decides to go for a random revival and try his luck elsewhere in this world. That doesn't go too well either. After spawning in a desert, he's attacked by a massive worm beast, essentially just an insect, except it's a 9th order beast. That's a divine realm for you, I guess. Even the bugs are super strong. Though Dragon Dog ends up being killed, Su manages to stun the creature with Little Skeleton's help. This is fully thanks to the demonic fruit, giving it immunity to the first fatal blow so it can stab the insect's eye. Su combines his demon suppressor punch with flames from Purgatory Dragon and kills the insect in a huge blast. The revived Dragon Dog comes up to Su with a crystal from the insect's corpse. This is a divine crystal. With its help, a pet can be transformed into a divine beast. This gives them access to skills several times stronger than their normal versions as well as boosted stats. Su uses it on Dragon Dog and nothing happens. Just an extra section shows up in his status window. Scam, I call for compensation. Oh, never mind. He just needs a ton more divine crystals to level his divine status up. Time to kill more insects then. Right as he decides this, Su hears a cry for help from nearby. 2 gods are under attack by a horde of insects. Swooping in on a Purgatory Dragon, Su rescues the 2 gods and flies away from the area. While flying, the two discuss their situation with Su. They were sent to exterminate the insects here. Unlike the rare pureblood gods in their kingdom, they're demigods, so they don't even have wings. This means the woman Su met before must have been one of those pure gods. She had wings as well when she attacked him. Talk about some rotten luck. As they talk further, Su learns of the existence of a legendary realm, where a year of training is a single day outside. The kingdom of the supreme god. To Su's surprise, this is actually a training realm he's seen in the system before. As they're speaking, Purgatory Dragon is suddenly ripped to shreds by a sneak attack. The insects from before have chased after them. To make matters worse, they're led by a Centurion bug. Deciding to take the lead, Su begins unleashing his power and steps forward. He'll face these bugs while the others escape. Alongside his 3 pets, he begins a fierce battle with the bugs, and he dies several times. Rough times. Luckily, he already got a ton of divine crystals, so it's not a total loss. With the last of his energy, Su Ping activates his final random revive. And of all places, he spawns in the bedroom of the god who first killed him. Forget rotten, this is some straight up cursed luck. After being spawned into the goddess's bedroom, Su is forced to think fast if he wants to keep his life. Before she can kill him once more, he tells her he knows the way to reach the kingdom of the supreme god. In exchange for this information, he tells the goddess he wants power. To fulfill this deal, she offers him a secret training manual that'll basically allow his learning speed to permanently increase. Goddess ain't nobody's fool either though. She places a lock on it that will only allow him to use the manual after traveling to the kingdom of the supreme god. Su decides to try tricking her and to some extent succeeds. He gets her to agree to let him draw a marking that will allow him to transport her with him. In reality though, he's trying to draw the master pet contract seal. Yet again though, goddess ain't nobody's fool. She allows him to draw it, and then reverses the seal so he'll become her pet. Not like that, get your minds out of the gutter. Luckily, the laws of gods and the system, they clash and stuff, so her plan doesn't really work. Her powers end up being suppressed, and she gets dropped to the ground, while Su Ping recovers without any trouble. He just goes with the flow and pretends this was his plan all along. Since the master pet contract can't work with the goddess, Su asks the system to give him something else instead. For this, he receives the staff contract, in exchange for the goddess working as an employee of his store and always striving to benefit from it. She will get various perks. One of these is 7 days travel to any realm. Though she's hesitant, the goddess can't deny the heavenly aura coming from the contract, nor the great benefit. Reluctantly, she signs the contract and becomes Su Ping's employee. Her name is Anna. Back at his pet store after the whole incident in the demigod realm, Su Ping receives a video call from an unknown person. When he answers the call, the man on the other side starts listing everything there is to know about Su. His age, his name, his job, his store, his family, their jobs, their residence. The guy knows everything. Worst of all, much like Su suspected, he's in his family's house. Su's mother and sister are tied up and unconscious in a corner. As expected, this is the work of none other than Yuan Tianchen. Thinking fast, Su puts forth his demand. He will face Yuan Tianchen, but it must be at his store, at his location, and his mother and sister must be brought with him. Good thinking. Dude's invincible in the store and all that. Very smart. Later, several master rankers descend from the sky above outside Su Ping's pet store. These people are from each of the 4 great families, including the Tangs and Chens. Surprisingly, Dao Zun is among these people as well. One of the masters attempts to forcefully raise the shutters of Su's store. The lot of them are stunned when his full force is unable to even make it budge a little bit. Su steps up to the store entrance himself and tells them all to shut up. Dao Zun is shocked at who the young man is, since he had actually hoped to mentor him after the events of the Dragon Realm. Another of the masters uses spirit condensation to grab Su. He simply breaks the attack apart however and drops that guy. Before anyone else can make a move, Yuan himself appears. Along with him are Su's unconscious mother and sister. Instantly, he uses his own spirit condensation to grab them, bring them into his store, and bind the guards holding them all at once. Bro really isn't messing around today. As the animosity between both groups builds up, Yuan enters Su's store. The two stand face to face, just inches apart. Staring Su in the eyes, Yuan asks how it's possible for 2 legendaries to be stood in this tiny room. I don't know man, on your feet I guess. Yuan tells Su that he's willing to present an offer to him. If he submits like the 4 great families behind him, Yuan will not only spare Su but even become his mentor. Su doesn't really like the guy, though on account of, kidnapping his mom and sister. He rejects the offer without a second thought, and says some stuff that really pisses off the old-timer. After giving him one last chance, Yuan fires a massive energy sword at Su, only for it to be cracked to pieces by a one-handed strike from Anna. All the masters are shocked by the level of power she just displayed. Anna herself, however, simply starts bickering with Su Ping. Enraged, Yuan yells out that he'll kill them, and he gets owned. Yeah, probably shouldn't be annoying a goddess. She hits him with an attack that blows him into the side of a building. Next thing you know, he's summoning his strongest beast, the Beast King of Shadows. After summoning it, he merges with the pet and declares that he'll crush Anna and Su, only to get owned again. Yeah, literal goddess man, just stop. Anna crushes his weapon, destroys his beast, and burns away all his power. In his current state, it'll take about 3 to 5 years for him to regain his full strength. All this in just one movement. As the other masters watch on in horror, Su Ping turns to them and tells them to come at him. Later, Su's sister wakes up at their home's dining table to find her mom asleep next to her and her brother on the other side of the table. Also, there's a bunch of weird old men in the corner. Wait, what? Flashback to a few hours ago, Su Ping had Anna use one of her abilities to create a sort of mind control on the master rankers. It's not really mind control though, as much as just shifting their loyalties. In their state of shock, she used a spell to write an absolute truth into their hearts. The Su family is sacred and undefeated. As such, they're now present to act as instructors for Su's sister in a variety of 9th order fields from healing to combat. Dao Zun is the sole master ranker who was left out of this because, well, he's just cool, ain't he? Su Ping just asks him to give him some swordsmanship lessons and tells him he'll contact him in a few days' time. On top of everything else, the land needed to expand the pet store has finally been acquired. With the store being upgraded, he can now breed pets of 7th to 9th order. That means more profit than ever as well. Things are looking better than ever for the Su family. With all his plans finally being realized, Su Ping's store has been expanded to take up more than 3,000 square meters of space. Rather than a store, you could call it a whole company in itself now. Inside this area, he uses the system to assign 300 meters of this space as the new home for his family. Additionally, he can even use it to create furniture, utilities, and anything else needed for the place. Damn systems an architect's dream. After getting everything set up, he brings his mom and sister to the store the next morning. While they're shocked by how big the store has gotten, they're even more stunned by the extremely luxurious living area Su has made for them. Also the super pretty girl who is in the store's lobby. When they ask him about her, Su Ping can only shudder at her being called nice. That woman killed him pretty painfully, you know. At his family's insistence, he has Anna join them for lunch. There, his mom instantly starts trying to set her up with Su, but Anna makes it clear she's not interested in a relationship at the moment. Also, she's renamed herself Joanna for some reason. As they discuss the workload, for just her being pretty large with the store's expansion, Su Ping has an idea. The Tang family is under his thumb now, so he doesn't really have anything to fear. If he frees a certain someone from his pocket dimension, does he? And since he needs an extra employee, this might be a perfect opportunity. That's just wicked. Smart though. After releasing Ruin from the pocket dimension, Su Ping tells her he's not done making use of her just yet. Naturally, she tries to escape by jumping out the nearest window. Unnaturally, the window refuses to break since, you know, it's Su Ping's domain. After giving her some dumplings to restore her strength, Su Ping has her sign the same employee contract that Anna did. With this, his store will be able to run more smoothly than ever. The next day, Ruin can be found at the storefront along with Anna, both of them in maid outfits. That can't be regulation, can it? Ruin tries to defy the contract, and also tries to escape through the front doors, and once again, she's forced back into the store because of Su Ping's control. While Anna gives her some pointers on the job she's now stuck with, Su heads outside. At his request, some people from Pioneer's website are here to shoot a promotional video for the store. After that, Su's sister shows up and demands his help. 2 of the master rankers have been following her around everywhere, and it's messing with her school life. Yeah, I can see that. Su tells her there's nothing to worry about. He's actually the one who assigned them, as her protection detail of sorts. While they discuss this, Ruin sees one of the men in question, Snake Heart, the 3rd ranked member of the Tang family. Instantly, she sees a way to escape. She's sure the Snake Heart is stronger than Su Ping. She contacts him and asks about escaping Su Ping's control. However, he just displays shock that she too has been captured by him. Wait, too. Turning to Su Ping with horror, Ruin simply sees a terrifyingly smug smile.
After being reborn into the body of Su Ping, the hero of our story has been quite busy. Between unlocking the Super Pet system, being recruited as an instructor at Fengshan Academy, completely humiliating some bullies and a teacher at Jianlan Academy, and somehow recruiting a goddess as an employee for his now much larger pet store. His accomplishments are nothing to sneeze at. Oh, and he's forced the Tang family's heiress into being an employee at his store too. Good times, good times. Quickly ducking into cover, Tang Ruyan finds herself terrified by the implications of what her senior snakeheart just said. If his also means what she thinks it does, Su Ping is truly someone of unimaginable power. Outside the main entrance of Su Ping's store, he's busy scolding the two men he'd assigned to watch over his sister Su Lingyu as guardians. Thanks to them taking their duties a tad too literally, she's been having a terrible time at school. Yeah, couple of old dudes following you around will do that, I suppose. Su tells them to only watch over her from outside the school and that his family now has a personal field dedicated for training. The two of them can take turns tutoring Lingyu there every night. From her spot, Ruyan is still watching on. She's equal parts terrified and awed by the fact Su Ping is casually ordering around not just her, Tang family's Snakeheart, but also the Poison King of the Liu family. Both of them are some of the top experts in the whole city, and they're straight up bowing down before Su Ping. How is any of this even possible? It's called plot armor, lady. Returning to his own personal room after scolding his sister's bodyguards, Su Ping brings up the system to start working on some things. For starters, he sees that Jonah's staff points have increased by over 100 points. Considering what a large amount that is, he's reassured that she really has been working diligently like they agreed upon without even thinking of betraying him. Considering how he came to get her to be an employee, this is turning out to be a great benefit for him. Using the system, he travels to another plane and raises a giant golden leaf tree. Surprisingly enough, it starts drilling its roots straight into the ground on its own to find nutrients for growing. According to the system, this is a star-entwining spirit tree. It has the instinct to feed that's evolved through the process of enlightenment. Surprisingly enough, it reveals that the tree has been alive for tens of thousands of years, yet it has only achieved about 20% enlightenment. With such little enlightenment, it hasn't even gained a consciousness or sentience yet. Even so, it's impressive for it to reach any level of enlightenment since plants usually aren't capable of such things. Taking all this info in, Su Ping notes that if the tree were to reach complete enlightenment, it may as well be able to serve as a star pet itself. Hell, based on what he's seeing compared to a usual Xingyun spiritual tree, this thing should be able to produce a new wave of vegetables every single year. Next, the system informs Su Ping that he hasn't met the conditions to learn the spirit opening ability. To do so, he must first become a breeder, I think. It says cultivator, but in the next scene he says breeder. Damn translations are wacky y'all. Seeing this, a grim expression comes onto Su Ping's face. Though he runs a now quite large pet store and has even gained plenty of knowledge on pets through the internet, he's honestly pretty much a total novice at breeding. That's a wild sentence. Up until now, the system has managed to push him through whatever trials he's faced and raised his breeding skill accordingly. Now though, he has to work hard and improve it himself to make true progress. Even so, he doesn't have time for that just yet. Turning back to the system, Su Ping commands it to open the panel showing the cultivation grounds he can access. Though the last incident with his family and the whole Yuan Shanshan matter has been resolved, there's no guarantee other things of the same nature won't happen again. If that's going to be the case, he needs to get as strong and formidable as possible. Personally, he'd prefer to keep a low profile, but his mom and sister need to live full normal lives. They can't do that if he keeps them cooped up in the store or has them constantly under surveillance for protection. Right now, the best way to give them the life they deserve is to become so powerful that nobody will dare to even think of crossing him. Down in the central area of the store, Joanna senses the opening of a portal and realizes Su Ping has gone to another realm again. I'm sure that'll go over well. Later, after training for most of the day and managing to kill a Centurion commander, Su Ping returns to his room. After taking a short breather, he starts undressing to take a shower and, holy crap, he's jacked as hell. With the first form of the demon-suppressing fist completed, Su Ping's physique has reached an enviable level. Before he can get to the shower though, Joanna walks in with a tray of food sent by his mother. Unable to turn it down, Su Ping lets her in and has the soup while she starts talking. He's rather surprised by her sensory ability being so strong that she actually picked up on the moment he left the realm. Considering her own divine status though, it's probably to be expected. Though Joanna claims to simply want to join him next time and that she can help improve his cultivation, Su Ping has his suspicions. She definitely has some ulterior motive for this request. After all, she's been testing the boundaries of both the store and their contract. Regardless, that contract and the system will make sure she can't do anything that actually harm him, so he doesn't have anything to lose by accepting her proposal. Not wanting to seem too soft, he asks her a few questions about how things will run if she isn't here. But Joanna reassures him that she's already taken care of it. For one thing, she spelled Ruyan to sleep till morning so she won't cause a scene. With everything addressed, Suping grabs Joanna by the arm and suddenly pulls her through a portal to the Divine Realm. Once they enter, Joanna is instantly floored by the sight of the World Tree. With this, Suping's ability to travel across realms is proven, and Joanna is more hopeful than ever that she'll be able to see the Supreme God Realm again. As they wait to be picked up by someone Joanna is sent for, she explains the framework her god domain's realms are structured under. In simple terms, pure-blooded gods grow to adulthood and become true gods, who are as strong as the 10th Order bloodline pets she defeated a while back. Apart from that, they have 6 levels, or rather 5 at present, since the Supreme God Realm is sealed off and hidden. Hearing that this is the case while enemies continue invading their domain, Suping can see for himself now why she was so willing to sign his employment contract. Right at that moment, the divine being Joanna called arrives and flies the two of them to a large palace. As they enter, the servants bow before Joanna and instantly go to prepare the divine spring at her command. Hearing this, Suping almost scoffs at how spoiled she must be. But it's not what he thought at all. The divine spring is actually a bath filled with the golden blood of several titan-like beings. According to Joanna, this spring cleanses impurities and improves enlightenment, qualifications, and more. The effect on cultivation alone is 100 times better than what's found in foster tanks back on Earth. Considering its incredible features, the bath is normally only drawn for the best of the gods once a year. However, she has a deal for Suping. Every time he brings her to this realm, she'll arrange for him to soak once in the spring. In return, she'd like to ask that he not hunt the space Zerg in the future. The space Zerg, bugs that are invading the divine realm, are an enemy of the gods as well. Suping is understandably confused as to why Joanna would want him to stop attacking them. Before she explains that, she tells Ping about the World Tree and its history. The World Tree is the mother of the gods in a way. When they die, their physical experience turns into divine power and is returned to the tree. Then, the World Tree fuses all the absorbed power, refines it, and births new gods independent of the ones that have passed. However, when the space Zerg devour gods, their divine power is turned into a crystallized state and stays within them. These are the god crystals Suping acquires when he defeats the Zerg. Normally, more and more divine power would be returned to the World Tree with every cycle, raising the total divine power of the entire domain and increasing the number of gods. But between the invasion of the Zerg and the disappearance of the Supreme God, their divine power has started declining instead. What a sad story. I'm totally sure Suping is utterly moved by how sad it. Never mind. He just grabs her hands and dumps a whole load of god crystals in them. Smiling at her, Suping says he's barely hunted today, so these are all he's collected. From now on, though, he'll keep his hands off the bugs. After all, he'd be no different than them if he kept hoarding the crystals after knowing what he's been told here. So he says at least, Bro's a little too chill about this. Something's up. Turning to the divine spring, Suping tells Joanna that it'll do just fine for raising his combat power, so she should take his pets to the arena and have them train in the meanwhile. With her own smile in place and gratitude for his understanding, Joanna is about to leave the room when Suping makes one more request. He needs one more material to level up his battle body, but he hasn't been able to find it on Earth. It's the Shenyan Lai Hujing. Geez, it's a mouthful. Joanna tells him that stuff is the core of the god Yan Ji and beast in the god realm. She'll send someone to fetch it for him as soon as possible. With that settled, Suping sinks deeper into the divine spring while Joanna leaves with his pets. Outside, she can't help but be happy at the arrangement that's been made with Suping. The amount of crystals he just gave her is more than god fighters could have gotten in 2 to 3 days. Meanwhile, back in the spring, Suping brings up the system and opens his inventory to view it. Apparently, he has a literal mountain's worth of god crystals stashed away. No, seriously, they make the stuff he gave Joanna look like scraps. Later, Ping and Joanna return to Earth where he admires his now upgraded Golden Crow Divine Devil body. With this, his physical strength is all but upper 9th rank. Paired with his level 1 demon suppressing God Fist and his flight ability, he can easily present himself to the world as a title level. At this point, even his base strength has risen above Yuan Shanchen. Walking towards his room's door, Suping tells Joanna to wake up Ruyan. With the amount of money he spent on promotion and publicity recently, there's bound to be practically an army of customers lined up. Or not, the place does look like an army showed up, robbed the place, and left it barren. Walking up to Ping, his little sister asks him just why the place looks so deserted. With school letting out early, she came to see him, but this is a pretty strange sight. To answer her question, Ping shows her an ad that was recently posted. Posted by the store known as the Extraordinary Pet Shop. It mentions a challenge where the top 3 highest consumers in the city will be eligible for guaranteed delivery with no compensation. Seeing his little sister's rage at the cheap promotion tactic, Su Ping can't help but laugh and tease her a bit. At her demands for justice, he speaks of how they've gotten the previous champion to endorse them, the key factor that's attracting customers to them. Plus, most people tend to blindly follow what the majority are doing, so it's estimated that more or less everyone in the city will be swept away by the Extraordinary Pet Shop. Even so, his little sister is determined to come up with a way for them to compete. Seeing this, Su Ping decides if they're going to do it, they're going to do it right and go all out. True to his words, Su Ping has posted ads claiming outrageous things about what his pet store can do for its customers. For one thing, he's guaranteed a champion spot for whoever gets the highest consumption rate. That person will then go on to participate in the 50-second Global Elite League, where monster trainers from all over come to duke it out. As news of Su Ping's pet store and its claims breaks out, it spreads through the city like wildfire. While some doubt how legitimate it really is, others are eager to give it a try over even the Extraordinary Pet Shop. Considering how many people are lined up there, it's hard for people to have any confidence in being among the top 3 that will win their challenge. Over in the meeting room of the Extraordinary Pet Shop's higher-ups, the lot of them are throwing a whole tantrum over Su Ping's store. They feel outraged that another store would have the audacity to challenge them so openly. Yes, how dare they try to make their business run well? From the end of the table, the owner of Extraordinary Pet Shop, President Liu Yuan, speaks up after hearing all their complaints and suggestions, calming them down with a simple raise of his hand. He tells them they don't need to bother with interfering directly. In order to bring this pet store crashing down, they can use a simple tactic. They'll use PR to force out info on their sponsors and promote them even further. They'll exaggerate the store's strength, abilities, and everything else possible. They'll make the store become known for such incredible feats that it'll come crashing down on itself when it can't meet the demands of its customers. Essentially, they'll make the store so famous that it comes under attack from a storm of criticism and negativity. In the Zhao family mansion, news of Su Ping's store has reached the family elders as well. They too are floored by the wild claims about the new pet store and its inhabitants. However, their priorities are different. Having been fighting with the Liu family for many years, they see this as their opportunity to weaken their rival. Meanwhile, in the Liu family mansion, their elders are having a similar meeting. Having heard the rumors about the new pet store, they've secured information about the owner of the place. All they know is that said owner, surnamed Su, is a senior tutor at Fengshan College and is of common birth. Quietly, one of the men speaks to the patriarch and informs him of the most concerning rumor of all, that the legendary Hara Yuan Shanchen entered the store only to be carried out and not be seen outside his mansion ever since. Since it's a matter regarding the honor of the legendary level, any and all witnesses to the incident have been silenced, so no one is fully aware of just how dangerous this Su person potentially is. Deciding to be cautious, the patriarch tells his man to keep the rumor to himself, but steer clear of Su. For now, they'll wait and see how he develops. Well, stalking's better than attacking him, I guess. Over at Su Ping's pet store, he's in the middle of a meeting with his little sister and Shu Kuang, the God of War Academy's third-year battle pet teacher. Here, he reveals to the other two that the claims made in their ads are just to attract customers. In truth, he just has to recommend someone, and as long as they invest in nurturing and getting stronger, there'll be enough for them to stay at the top of the list. Surprising him, his sister actually rises up and demands to be the first one he trains. Su Ping insists that she change her mind on the matter. To begin with, the guaranteed championship is a pretty tough challenge. It's not something she has any need to go for. With the tutoring of the elders he's secured for her and his own guidance, all she has to do is take things one step at a time, and she can easily break into the top 10 eventually. Ling Yu feels differently though, saying that the top 10 isn't enough for her. She wants to become as strong as she can, as fast as she can, and follow in his footsteps. After all, she's certain he put himself through inhuman levels of training to reach the strength he has today. Knowing that, how can she just sit back and wait to get stronger with time? Su Ping's nothing if not stubborn though, much like his sister at the moment. Must run in the family. Once more, he asks why she's so insistent on doing this. She's only a freshman at Battle Pet Academy. Why does she want a title that'll turn everyone in the city against her? Not just the normal people, but even those from the 4 major families and the rival pet shops on top of that. All that in mind, he's about to warn Ling Yu that this is a matter of life and death, but she beats him to it. She tells him she already knows not only that, but also that he was the one to protect her and their mom when they were in a coma recently. That's why she has to take this opportunity. She has to get stronger. That way, she too can protect those close to her. Hearing her reasons brings a smile to Su Ping's face. He's just about to go ahead and accept her request when they hear yelling from outside. Before Ping's eyes, the system appears with a notice. Someone is slandering the store and physically trying to harm it. Su Ping must kill the culprit and restore the store's reputation within 24 hours, or he'll have his host score reduced by 5 points. Seeing this surprises Su Ping, since he's never seen the system issue orders as drastic as to kill someone. Whatever's happening outside must be pretty major. True enough, a man outside is screaming his lungs out about how Ping's store has weakened his pet instead of upgrading it. While most people present don't buy his story since the store is known personally by many of them for being honest and successful, there are some outliers. People who believe rumors about the store using hormones to boost pets and other such things. Haters is what I call them. Standing at the entrance with a smirk, the guy making a scene continues yelling out, now with others rallying behind him. Before they can really organize though, they're all shaken by the earth-moving stomp of a pissed-off goddess. Joanna is on the scene, stepping outside to greet the troublemaker. Su Ping brings out a paper with his details on it. This man is Sun Chiyu. He brought his pet to be nurtured the day before yesterday and collected it yesterday without any issues. His signature is clearly displayed on the paper for acceptance of the star pet. Despite seeing this, Sun Chiyu continues making a scene, claiming that Su Ping is trying to fool him. He insists that his pet, an Aurora fox, got sick only after returning home from this store. Seeing a simple way to resolve this, Su Ping tells Chiyu to let him check the pet right here and now. With a smug air about him, Chiyu tells him to go ahead. Coming up to the whimpering canine, Su Ping activates his identification technique. The system window that pops up shows the fox's stats in detail. True to Sun Chiyu's claims, the fox's combat power has indeed dropped quite noticeably. However, the dark markings all over the fox don't have the appearance of something caused by sickness. Rather, they are clearly the result of poisoning. Ain't that just 7 different kinds of fishy? Turning his head towards Anna, Su Ping asks her if she knows how to heal. The maid goddess replies that she's not the best, but she does know a thing or two. Watching the interaction between the two, Sun Chiyu tries to take control of the situation again by saying that the two are pretending. He already took the fox to the Star Pet Hospital in Shangchen. The doctor there said this is a mutation caused directly by the random breeding and drug usage of Ping's pet store. Forget being cured. Even living through this is unlikely for the poor fox that they bam. Anna smacks the silly out of him and knocks Sun Chiyu to the ground kneeling before the Aurora fox. Without a single wasted moment, she activated her healing abilities, engulfing the pet in golden light. Slowly, the dark purple poison ebbs away from the fox. In almost no time at all, the Aurora fox has been fully restored to a healthy state with no traces of the poison from moments ago. While Anna gives the excited furball some head pats, the gathered crowd find themselves amazed by how easily the fox was cured from its pitiful state. Not only that, but according to the status window Su Ping is reviewing, the fox's aptitude has gone up in level as well. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Turning towards its master, the fox licks Sun Chiyu's face, happy to be back in good health. Poor thing's so innocent. Su Ping seems to have similar thoughts as he coolly stares at the abusive pet master taking in the fox's affection. Said pet master then turns to Su Ping and tries to brush the whole thing off. He claims that Su Ping is lucky he won't press the matter any further since his pet was cured, and turns to leave. The ball's on this guy, am I right? That or he's a moron. Before he can get away from the scene, Su Ping gets a firm grasp on his shoulder. Mentioning extra follow-up services that the store offers, he drags Sun Chiyu to a dungeon-like inner room and throws him inside. He reveals how he knew something wasn't right. When the fox was healed by Anna, Sun's first reaction wasn't relief, but nervousness. That alone was enough to show that his reasons aren't what he claims. With a stare cold enough to freeze a volcano, he asks Sun who exactly sent him. With his Aurora fox now at his side, Sun feels a little bolder and claims he has no idea what he's talking about. On top of that, he demands to be released or he'll call the police. Su Ping takes a hold of both Sun Chiyu and his fox with telekinesis and raises them into the air. Seeing this horrifies Sun, as it must mean that Ping is of the title level. Not wanting to die here, he all but instantly gives in and melts like an ice cube in the Sahara. Without a second thought, he reveals that the ones to send him here to do this were the Liu family. Wanting to be sure he has all the facts right, Su Ping tells him to elaborate on what he's just said. Sun Chiyu goes on to tell him about how his fox was seriously injured while competing with other pets. Normally, it would take insane amounts of money to treat such injuries, That day, though, the Liu family saw him and promised free treatment for his fox if Sun just came here to slander Ping's store. Finally, Su Ping asks him the name of the specific man who spoke to him. Sun answers that he can't say for sure though, since they always hid their face. Just to be sure, Ping asks Anna if she has the ability to read minds. At her hesitation to use such a power and her confusion as to why he wants her to, Ping explains. The explanation Sun just gave was indeed good. As a matter of fact, it was too good. Like it was rehearsed over and over again till he could repeat it without thinking. Convinced, Anna turns her hand on Sun, ready to work her magic. Well, that was easy. Definitely doesn't have anything to do with Ping bribing her with points. Sun's Aurora Fox tries to defend him at his command, but Anna isn't one to be kept from her target. Deflecting the beast blast with one hand, she uses Soul Search on Sun with the other. Seeing his memories in the form of a movie of sorts, she learns that he was in debt to the Zhou family. To repay that debt, they had him inject a lethal poison into his fox so he could slander Ping's store. Seeing what he's done to his own pet, Ping is infuriated and grabs him by the collar. Even as it feels the sting of betrayal though, the Aurora Fox comes to its master's defense and chomps down on Ping's arm, which he ignores, cause he's built different like that. After having Joanna sever the bond between Sun and his pet, the fox moves away from him and takes a docile stance. With nothing to protect him, Sun begs Ping for mercy, only to meet a pair of rageful eyes. Firmly holding on to Sun, he flies out and into the distance. Over at the Zhao family mansion, Ping arrives in the air above with his pets in tow. Talking down the family members present at the scene, he demands to meet the clan's patriarchs. Standing atop the head of his purgatory dragon beast, Su Ping's presence is greatly unnerving the members of the Zhou family as they wait for the patriarchs to arrive. Suddenly, Ping and his pets are shoved backwards and out of the mansion grounds by a crackling blue barrier. Rather than the patriarchs, the Zhou Wangjin have arrived. A secret elite force of the Zhou family consisting of fighters with 8th level combat power and above. At the front, their leader stands with a smug expression. Unintimidated by this obvious showing of power, Su Ping asks once more to meet the patriarchs. Hearing this, the Wangjin leader finds him to be extremely disrespectful, telling him the patriarchs can't be seen without an appointment even if one is a title level. At this point, Su Ping is thoroughly annoyed and losing what little patience he had reserved for these fools. Drawing his fist back and channeling energy through it, he activates his demon fist. With a powerful thrust of his arm, a giant golden fist appears, followed by the form of the very demon it belongs to. In one single move, the Zhou Wangjin's barrier has been brought to its knees. Even as the rest stand in shock of this feat, their leader stands strong and orders them to resist with all their strength. Anyone who flees now will be killed no matter what. The Wangjin leader insists that there is no way for their Xuan Wu subduing tiger formation can be beaten, let alone with a single move. Unfortunately for him, even as he says this, many of his men collapse with blood spewing from their mouths. Despite their efforts, the demon fist above hasn't even tired in the slightest. The strength behind it refuses to waver even a little. Sensing this for himself, the leader finally breaks into a nervous sweat. With the strength this man seems to have, is it possible he's come to wipe out the Zhou family? Yeah, probably. That, or he'll make him work for him, I'm guessing. Right at that moment, with most of the Zhou Wangjin defeated and laying on the floor, the clan's protectors finally arrive on the scene. Together, they use what's known as the basaltic blast style to shatter their own barrier and push Su Ping back by a few inches. Who the hell taught them battle tactics? The Zhou Wangjin leader takes a knee in both respect and exhaustion, kneeling before the family's protectors. However, said protectors only express disappointment in how far the standard of Zhou Wangjin members must have fallen to be bested by one man. Hearing his words, the Wangjin leader falls to his hands and knees, begging the protector/patriarch for a second chance. He was the one who failed to catch Su Ping, so he'll go repel him to make up for his mistake. Yeah, sure, that'll happen. From behind him, a voice calls out as the Purgatory Dragon. Dragon Dog and little skeleton of Su Ping make their landing. Still standing atop Purgatory Dragon's head, Su Ping tells the patriarchs that he's here for the ones responsible for trying to frame his store. They can hand them over now or suffer the consequences. One of the protectors speaks out in protest at Su Ping's disrespectful attitude. He demands to know how dare he trespass on the patriarch's house and then even act like this towards him. This is Zhou Chen, joined by Zhou Ji. These two are the guardians/protectors of Patriarch Zhou Jiazuo, summoning forth the dark spirit of a pet and the large bulk of the Zhou Wangjin force that are still available. He begins an incantation. With the combined might of the Zhou Wangjin and his own power, as well as their pets, a green energy is drawn out. Before their eyes, it all comes together with lines of script flowing throughout it. After gathering into one spot, the energy solidifies in the form of the Qinglong Jiaoxian formation, a large green spectral dragon with a sword held within its maw. Of course, even this is no true challenge for one of Su Ping's power. With a small smirk on his face, he locks eyes with Patriarch Zhou and asks if he's really sure about continuing to protect the ones who framed him. Seeing his bravery as foolish arrogance, Patriarch Zhou simply tells him it's too late to beg for mercy now. With the power gap between the ends of the 9th level being as wide as that between level 1 and level 9, he stands no chance. For while Ping is estimated to be around 9th rank at most, the green dragon before him is at the very peak of the 9th level. With this, they're even comparable to the great Dao Zun. There's no chance in hell that a mere child like him could even hope to survive what's about to descend upon him. He's doomed. Wait, what the hell? Zhou's monologue is cut short when Ping's Purgatory Dragon and Dark Dragon Dog rush forward, wreathed in a rainbow-colored energy. Together, they clash with the dragon and come to a standstill where the green dragon can no longer push back even with its full strength. Seeing this, Ping decides it's time to get to the point and leave. After all, he didn't come here for a chat. With his approval given, Little Skeleton rushes forward to appear above the green dragon with a weapon held in hand. Even as Patriarch Zhou watches the scene in shock and confusion, a skeleton bears down with the weapon, producing a terrifying aura all around him that threatens to overtake the green dragon itself. As those who are enemies of Su Ping watch the scene, the entirety of their minds are overwhelmed with one single thought, one all-encompassing feeling that makes them lose all hope and fall into the pits of despair: death. Sensing the impending doom of the green dragon at the last moment, Patriarch Zhou makes a desperate move. The move being used by the little skeleton right now is a rare one that's highly effective against dragon types, so this is necessary. Bringing forth the wellspring of his energy and channeling it through his body, Patriarch Zhou activates a support skill and sends forth the Molten Suzaku armor to shield the green dragon. The golden plates of the armor are quick to take their place on top of the dragon. From his position on the ground, Su Ping simply has a smile on his face. He comments about how Zhou only just now finally realized that it would be a good idea to do this. Either way, it's too late at this point. As Little Skeleton brings down his sword in a wide arc, black and red energy flowing off of it in waves, the green dragon and the Molten Suzaku armor alike are reduced to shreds. In just one swing of his sword, the skeleton has cut clean through the strongest defense of the Zhou family. Overpowered much? Down on the ground, both Patriarch Zhou and his protectors have devolved into coughing fits, hacking up blood from the damage that move did to their spirits. From his position, Zhouji is practically having a panic attack, and somehow, he's still angry throughout it. Dude's dedicated at least, even if it's to being a hater. Zhouji is infuriated by everything that's happened. In the first place, how is any of this even possible? All he wanted was to mess with Ping by having his store framed. He is the true culprit. However, he was sure to erase the memories of all those who were given orders by him, and he disposed of any security camera footage of their meetings. So just how the hell did this boy manage to find his way here? And why is he so powerful? Calm down, Gramps. You might have an aneurysm. Not even moving from his spot, Su Ping once more asks Patriarch Zhou if he wishes to continue this farce. Would he really continue hiding the ones who framed him when it's costing him such a large portion of his forces and home? Naturally, even the Patriarch can see by now that he's lost, so he gives in to Su Ping's demands. Calling out to his men, he sends for the ones responsible for making Sun Qi frame Ping's pet store. While that's being done, the Patriarch silently stews over just what has happened here today. One man alone has laid waste to more than half of the Zhou army, destroyed their ancestral home, injured 4 title levels, and struck terror into the hearts of all those present. The losses they suffered in less than an hour far exceed any gain they could have gotten from messing with Su Ping. At this point, all they can do is satisfy his demands and hope he'll show mercy. Yeah, he clearly doesn't know his own enemy too well. A Wangjin soldier arrives with the men Patriarch Zhou called for. Presenting the 3 delinquents to Su Ping, he tells the pet store owner that they're his to punish as he sees fit. For his part, Su Ping is nothing if not thorough. Tossing Sun Qiyu forward, he tells the man to identify these 3. As Su Ping suspected, neither he nor the 3 delinquents recognize each other. Despite these 3 very clearly being the ones who were seen in Sun Qiyu's memories, none of them have any recollection of each other. Putting 2 and 2 together, Su Ping comes to the conclusion that their memories have been tampered with by another party. From a distance, Zhouji is watching with a smug smile, thinking he succeeded in getting away with everything. To make sure he wouldn't be found out, he assigned the tasks that led to the store being framed through various levels. He ordered someone who then ordered someone else, and they in turn ordered someone, and so on and so forth. After doing that, and then erasing the memory of each superior who gave the task to them from the underling's mind, it should be impossible for anything to be traced back to him. Bro really thinks he's that guy. Hell, the requirements for searching someone's soul or mind are so demanding that he shouldn't even be able to do it all that often. This method as a whole is impossible for him to find Joji with. Su-ping figures out those three aren't the top of the situation instantly. Suck it, old man. Speaking to Patriarch Joe, Su-ping demands that he stop trying to protect the true perpetrators before he washes their reputation in their own blood. Internally terrified, the Patriarch instantly assures him that another group is actually on their way. Meanwhile, Joji is confused as to how Su-ping can be so sure of his words. As the next group of people are brought to kneel before him, Su-ping finally feels some pity. Most of these people are just ordinary office workers and the like who must have just been following orders. Compared to the original culprit who started all of this, they haven't really done something that would deserve a death sentence. Even so, the purpose of this visit, apart from killing the true culprit, is to show his dominance and make sure no one thinks of messing with him going forward. If he's to make that happen, he can't afford to show any kind of softness here. With a series of pops, Su-ping ends the lives of each and every one of the Zhou family members who were part of the scheme against him. For his part, Joji thinks this is the end of it all and he really has gotten away with it. Unknown to him, the system is open before Su-ping's eyes, and it clearly states the main culprit is still alive. He's gonna kill them all, isn't he? With one word from Ping, little skeleton takes to the air and fires a massive energy wave from his blade. Yup, called it. With one swing, a large portion of the Zhou family forces is killed and their home is split clean down the middle. At the outrage of Zhao Shenchen, Su-ping tells him it's only natural for him to take things into his own hands when they still haven't even handed over the true culprit. With his hands crossed behind his back, Su-ping calmly turns towards Patriarch Joe and says he'll start with him. With no other choice left except to put the whole family at risk, Patriarch Joe finally gives up completely. Opening his mouth, he commands Zhou Ji to come forward and accept his punishment. Shocked by this betrayal, Zhao Ji enters a manic state as he laughs at what's happening here. While ranting about how hard he's worked for the family, he turns to Sun Qiyu and accuses him of exposing the protector. The only thought in his mind being that of vengeance, he vows to take Sun Qiyu with him if he's to die here. Rushing forward, he strikes Sun Qiyu with a fist to the chest, making him cough up blood. Before he can follow up, though, Joji himself is slashed from behind by Little Skeleton. Now that he can't escape, Su-ping orders his purgatory dragon to burn away the filth. The dragon spews forth a blazing red flame that consumes Joji and doesn't even leave any ash behind. From the sidelines, every member of the Zhou family who's watching decides there and then to never mess with Su-ping or his store for as long as they live. Meanwhile, Su-ping is relieved to see the system's latest notification. The culprit has been successfully eliminated. With only a scorch mark left in the place of Zhao Ji and Sun Qiyu, Patriarch Joe is eager to end the violence Su-ping is inflicting. Turning to the devil in human skin, he tells Su-ping that all the conspirators against him have now been handed over. With that, can he please calm down? To his shock, Su-ping says that it's not over yet at all. Sure, he's dealt with the wrongdoers, but the effect of their accusations and such is still far too noticeable around his store. In order for them to truly atone for what happened, they must do two things. For starters, they must issue an announcement throughout the city about how the accusations against the shop were completely made up and never had any basis in reality. With that, the innocence and honesty of the store will be reconfirmed. Second, once that's done, they must compensate Su-ping for the lost wages for this morning that he's had to spend straightening them out. As far as the apology goes, Patriarch Joe admits that it's only natural for them to respect him with that gesture and take responsibility for the actions of their members. Hell, he'll handle the matter of the public apology personally. On the inside, though, a complete 180 is seen within Patriarch Joe. He has now become what we in the real world refer to as a complete fanboy. Just thinking of the internet trolls who called Su-ping's power a rumor upsets him. After all, his power is no rumor but a fact. Next, for the compensation that they owe him, Patriarch Joe asks what exactly Su-ping would like. They've got star money, property, treasures, pretty much anything he could desire. However, Ping tells him he's not interested in any of those things. What he wants is a set of natural talents and earthly treasures that are used for cultivating war pet masters. Not just any set, but the one they use to train the successor of the Zhou family himself. Hearing this, Patriarch Joe feels hesitation and doubts creeping into him. The materials Su Ping is talking about are necessary for raising the qualifications of the young master to a level that surpasses the previous patriarch. With how rare they become, they'll never be able to advance their family in this lifetime if they hand over those materials. At that point, Ping will practically be making them live as pigs. In response, Su Ping simply smiles and tells him that he can even turn a pig into a patriarch with his abilities. While the protectors in Wangjin are enraged by this comment, Patriarch Zhou understands what it means. After silencing them, he reminds them of how Su Ping's little skeleton shows feats befitting a king beast. All that when he himself is a simple first-order monster. If Su Ping can make that happen, then who knows how powerful he can make them. Glad that he understands beforehand, Ping continues on with his proposal. If they are to cooperate with him, he can breed super powerful pets for them and even provide rare pet food at ridiculously cheap prices. With all the assistance he can offer, they'll finally be able to secure the power and numbers they need to go to war against the 4 major families and raise their own status. Hearing his promises, Patriarch Zhou was utterly floored. He can't help but ask if Su Ping's own target is also the 4 great families. To this, the store owner simply pats his shoulder and tells him to think bigger. Su Ping's goal is to expand his store till it swallows this entire city. The next day, the Zhou family's apology has made its rounds of social media and the reputation of Ping's store has been restored. Perhaps even more so than before, as even the doubters are now forced to accept its legitimacy and benefits. For his part, Su Ping is busy in his bedroom. Having cleared the emergency quest to kill Zhou Ji, he's received a legendary star pet skill book as a reward from the system. This is an item far beyond anything even Ping could have hoped for. With this skill book, he can teach any of his pets the ability to fuse with him. Together, they'll be transformed into a being with all the combat power of the pet and more, and the consciousness of the owner. Considering just how much potential such an ability has, it's a bit tough to decide which of his pets to give it to. On the one hand, a dragon form would be really cool, but other than breathing fire, the only other special skill would be flying, and he can already do that. As for the dark dragon dog, well, he's not too keen on gaining the instincts of a dog. Taking all that into consideration, there's really only one other option. Making his decision, Su Ping summons forth none other than his first companion, Little Skeleton. After handing the little guy the skill book and making him blush with happiness, Ping tells him to go ahead and consume it. As soon as he does, Little Skeleton's combat power rises by a full half point. While that doesn't sound like much, it's far more than he's been able to gain from even the most difficult tasks lately. With that done, Su Ping opens his communicator to take a look at his messages. With the issues regarding the store being resolved, he should be getting some requests by now. Sure enough, there's already one asking for a suitable training ground for 2 newcomers in the 5th rank. Going through the request, Su Ping decides it's finally time to deal with the issue of the championship he guaranteed. Later, Su Lingyu and Shu Kuang walk into the store to a shocking sight. Su Ping is currently speaking with none other than the man with such superb knife skills he can kill countless beasts with his own sheer strength. It's the legendary Dao Zun, the one who stands at the peak of the title. Personally, I prefer the knockoff guild arts, or Shanks, whatever floats your boat. While leading Dao Zun to a different part of the store, the swordsman comments on just how much the store has changed in the short time since he last saw it. That aside, he gets right to the point and asks if Su Ping has contacted him for the purpose of learning mech skills. Sure enough, Su Ping confirms that is indeed the case and asks Dao Zun what kind of training area he'd like. The swordsman tells him his battle style is pretty free-flowing and close-ranged, so he'd like something to do with mountains and the sea. Not even delaying for a second, Su Ping instantly summons forth a training area that fits his requirements perfectly. Stepping through a portal into the area, Dao Zun can't help but note how realistic it feels for a hologram. Hell, he can smell the sea as if it were actually there. But that's not possible, right? To be as oblivious as the non-MC in a manhwa. Su Ping simply brushes it off as minor tricks and changes the topic. He tells Dao Zun that he doesn't need to worry about holding back in this training area. Any damage that he might do to it will be restored pretty much immediately, so it's no trouble at all. Happy to hear this, Dao Zun draws one of the many blades held inside the large sheath on his back. While talking about how all his previous potential disciples weren't strong or experienced enough, he asks Su Ping to draw his own blade. Grinning wildly at the swordsman, Su Ping says he'll do just that and summons Little Skeleton. At Dao Zun's confusion, Su Ping confirms that the swordsmanship tutoring he wants is actually for Little Skeleton and not himself. Well, that's kind of disappointing, but also OP Skeleton's about to get more OP. Su Ping tells Dao Zun that since he's going out for a while, he needs the swordsman to train Little Skeleton in his absence. Of course, he'll receive more than fair compensation. After saying that, Su Ping tosses him a glowing golden fruit. This is the Starry Spirit Fruit, an item that can directly increase the star power of anyone under 9th level by a full level. Though it won't make Dao Zun break through the legendary level beyond the 9th, it will greatly shorten the time he needs to do so. That alone is a massive boon. Not to mention, the monetary value of the fruit alone is of such a ridiculous level that selling one could set someone up for life. That Su Ping would offer one up just for some training is certainly worrying. Just what else does he have up his sleeve? More importantly than the payment though, Dao Zun tells his ally that he can't teach his skills to someone who doesn't have the basic knowledge of the 9th rank. Hearing this, Su Ping decides to offer a little demonstration of just what Dao Zun will be working with. At his command, Little Skeleton shoots up into the sky with a powerful jump. Up there, he activates an advanced knife technique that brings about a massive undead skeleton over his tiny body. As the knife technique comes down to strike at the water below them, the ocean itself is parted into two and the seabed scorched. So I'm guessing he qualifies then. Sure enough, Dao Zun is utterly stunned by what he's just seen. The advanced technique Little Skeleton just used was only a 7th level pet skill, one that adds 60% of one's strength to basic attack. It's practically the most basic skill of any swordsman. And yet, with just that, he was able to split apart the whole damn ocean. If he learns Dao Zun's unique skill, Chaosing Star Reincarnation Knife, which adds 120% strength to basic attack, well, it'll be pretty damn insane. He can't even imagine the devastation that level of attack could do in the hands of this being. And yet, the thought only serves to excite him, making his blood boil for a good challenge. Drawing forth every single blade in his sheath, Dao Zun vows to teach his ultimate sword skills to Little Skeleton starting right here and now. Instantly, the legendary swordsman and Little Skeleton meet in the middle of the training field to clash blades. The training has begun. From the sidelines, Su Ping tells Ruyan Tang to take some good pictures of the scene so they can hang them in the shop as posters. They'll be sure to attract even more customers. Truly a businessman first and foremost, ain't he? Later on, Su Ping meets with Lingyu and Shu Kuang. Having handled the family affairs that needed to be taken care of, he's now going to take them to explore the wilderness. Riding inside a fully decked-out battle vehicle, the trio are making their way to said wilderness just a little bit later. Shu Kuang can't help but gush over just how rare it is for pioneers to get such vehicles and how incredible Su Ping is. Su Ping tells them he had a friend arrange a suitable barren area for them, and he went as far as arranging a car and their pioneer licenses. Later, he'll take them to the pioneer base warehouse to pick some battle armor for themselves. While Shu Kuang is stuck on that little bit of info, Lingyu is interested in something else. Just where was Ping yesterday? She heard he got in a fight, so she wants to make sure he's okay. When Su Ping explains what happened yesterday, both his passengers are shocked to hear his exploits. Lingyu is worried that he had to do these things because of her. Ping is quick to assure her that isn't the case though. Quite frankly, he'd have to face the greater family sooner or later either way as they grow stronger. All he did was get ahead of the situation and prevent her from getting involved. Call them selfish, but he doesn't want her to have to face such things. Double you big bro man. Later, in the Grade B barren area, Lingyu and Shu Kuang are successfully dispatching a wide variety of monsters one after the other. After saving each other's lives on multiple occasions, Lingyu even demonstrates the fruits of her training with the Poison King. With just some star power, she's able to purge even the most toxic poisons from her body. Also, the writer knew what he was doing with that panel. Watching from the skies above, Su Ping is both impressed and proud of Lingyu's dedication and ability. Originally, he'd been hoping she'd give up after a while, but after what he's seen, he has to admit it. He may have underestimated his sister. Going down to them, he tells them it's time to rest. However, the two are still plenty fired up and rearing to go. Amused by their enthusiasm, Su Ping tells them they'll go at their own pace then. In the hunting clearance office in the pioneering base, a young man is having his merit points tally for the several beasts he has defeated. The wind's taken out of his sails pretty fast though when he learns that the total points he's earned are just a little over 1,000. As it turns out, the points earned for beating a beast are assigned according to the beast's tier. From tier 1 till 3, the amount is 100 and less. Tier 4 gives 1,000. Tier 5 gives 10,000. Tier 6 gives 100,000. And finally, Tier 7 gives 500,000 points. The guards can only laugh at the poor kid's misfortune as a fresh pioneer. After the kid, a large team of 64 pioneers steps up. Once their points are tallied up, they come out to more than a whopping 1.5 million merit points. For the point split, the three leaders each take 100,000. The team below them takes 20,000 each and the interns get 5,000 each. Though it might seem low, it's still more than the other kid made on his own after working as hard as he could. The next team to arrive is one with just 3 members. 3 members with a combined merit point value over 2 million. When asked about the distribution, Su Ping says he's not even participating, so they're all Shu Quan and Ling Yu's. Those two decide to split the points evenly, and the matter is settled there. On the other side of the office, though, the 64-person team has descended into chaos. Having seen the large amount of points made by Su Ping's team, the lower-level members are overtaken with greed and start demanding more points. Rather than averaging everything out and splitting it evenly in groups, they're now demanding to receive the points for every beast they killed, regardless if it was with help from others. I mean, there's unreasonable greed, and then there's whatever this is. To none of them have any shame. As the interns continue to complain, the 3 team leaders finally speak up. After silencing them, they tell the interns straight up that they're little more than a drag to carry with them. Quite frankly, all the heavy lifting was done by the higher ranks. They were just there as a convenient extra team of foot soldiers. Every single one of the higher ranks can do everything the interns did and more. Hell, the only reason they're even back here alive is thanks to them. The way they do things in a team is to benefit everyone to an equalized level based on the average contribution of their group. If they don't like it, they're more than welcome to get lost and go solo. Yikes, that's harsh, but fair, I'd say. Over with Su Ping's group, he watches as Ling Yu stares at the argument with a saddened look. Su Ping can't help but smile at her honest nature. Ever since she was a kid, she's hated seeing acts of evil and unfairness. Wait, is he calling the team leaders unfair? But I was rooting for them. Turning away from the scene, Su Ping tells Ling Yu not to dwell on it too much. The path she's going to walk is going to be 100 times harder than whatever they're facing anyways, so it'd be best to focus on herself for now. With just 1 month left before the big game, he's going to be bringing them to the Barrens every week to earn money. With that, they have to cultivate their pets as much as possible and reach the top of the consumption list. Only then can they be chosen as champion. True to his words, Su Ping puts his sister and Shu Quan through the absolute grinder over the next few weeks whenever they're free. Though it's a grueling month, their hard work is only bolstered by the determination to reach the top of the consumption list and even to make Su Ping proud. Little by little, they climb the ranks until they're overtaking everyone even in the top 10. When the day for the champion announcement finally arrives, Su Ping arrives at the storefront to see a large crowd of people gathered for the results. As he prepares to announce the recommended champion, the Liu family's extraordinary shop owner is watching from his own computer as well. As soon as the champion is announced, he'll spread their name across all of Longjiang City so they can't have a moment of peace. In another facility, a pair of kneeling individuals are watching the results as well. Speaking to a seated figure in front of them, they ask him, their patriarch, if they can do a certain something if they meet this person in a match. Yeah, that's not ominous at all. The much-anticipated 52nd Global Elite League has finally arrived. With the day of the competition beginning, the announcer declares the primary rounds officially open. As the crowd goes wild with excitement over the spectacle they're about to watch, the announcer speaks up once more, silencing them as they hang off his every word. He should be a school teacher. The announcer calls out for the contestants to step into the arena. As gates all over the place open to reveal said contestants, many of them are recognized at once. Stu Ling Yu, the battle pet master of Fengshan College. Lu Fengshan of the Jianlan Academy. The Shepherd's children. The Tang family's children. They're all here. And the last two don't get individual intros cuz screw 'em. While they're stepping onto the field to the cheers of the crowd, the announcer explains how this stage will be working. Because of the number of contestants this year being quite large, the primaries will be split up between 30 different arenas at the same time. In this particular field, there are 1,000 contestants at once. As they enter the field, the gates behind them are closed and a double-layered energy shield and force field are both activated to protect the spectator stands from any stray attacks. With that out of the way, the challenge for the primary is finally announced. A giant container up above opens its gates as a massive swarm buzzes out. It's a swarm knockout. The monsters that have been released from the container are phantom butterfly bees. Known for being unpredictable and vicious, they're some of the most dangerous monsters of the 5th rank. The rules for this swarm knockout are simple. The contestants must survive a swarm of these phantom butterflies which can paralyze with a single sting. Sounds simple enough? Well, it's not. They must survive the swarm for 6 hours without any breaks or other benefits. Many of the contestants instantly despair upon hearing this and start running around while one calls for his mommy. Jesus, man, have some dignity. That one dude's just embarrassing. The announcer tells the players to bring out their own battle pets if they wish to get through this. Meanwhile, Su Ping finds himself in a less than comfortable situation, and that's describing it generously. He's stuck sitting in between the seats of Fengshan College's VP, Dong Mingsong, and Jianlan College's VP, Zhou Yunchen, and the two are determined to fight over him like a pair of schoolgirls who just got their first crush. Zhou Yunchen is particularly determined to suck up to Su Ping after the complete and utter humiliation he dished out to Jianlan's troublemakers last time he was there. Watch the last part if you haven't. While the two VPs are arguing over Zhou Yunchen's blatant attempts to recruit Su Ping away from Fengshan, Ping suddenly realizes something. Turning to Dong Mingsong, he asked a question that's been plaguing him recently. Despite his status as a teacher at Fengshan, Su Ping hasn't actually come in to give a lecture for quite some time due to his personal responsibilities. Between that and him still using his status to get training materials, Ping suspects his instructor rating is pretty bad by now. Mingsong, however, tells him this is not the case at all. Even if he doesn't come in for lectures, Su Ping's reputation and feats alone bring a heightened level of prestige to the academy. On top of that, many of their students are customers of his store and their star pets have greatly improved. That alone has made things much easier for the other teachers, since the students are more competent too. Taking that into consideration, Dong Ming reveals he's been planning to assign Su Ping as the director of a new department they'll be opening. The Cultivation Department, if Su Ping so requires, it can dedicate half the school's resources to just his department at a moment's notice. On top of not needing to take classes, Su Ping will only need to cultivate star pets for the school, something he already does at his store anyways. As the two share a gleeful cackle over this plan, Zhou Yunchen watches on, furious that he didn't think of such an offer first. Ain't he thirsty for our boy man? Down in the field, the announcer has just explained that contestants who fail to participate or are unable to move will be taken out of the field by their medical staff. Anything that harms the staff will also result in the responsible contestant's disqualification. Said staff consists of, wait, are those a couple of goddamn bellsprouts? With all the rules explained, the game now officially begins. Several contestants are taken out almost instantly, unable to keep up with the swarm's natural speed. On the other hand, one particular player is gracefully dodging and weaving through the swarm's attacks with nothing more than her own agility. This is, of course, Su Lingyu. As she evades the bees, Lingyu notices that the swarm is actively avoiding the grass flowers of the medical staff. Yeah, grass flowers, sure. On the opposite end of the spectrum from Lingyu's tactic, another contestant is using his own strength and fire abilities to knock the swarm away from him whenever they get close. Unfortunately, that's the wrong move. The sheer number of bees quickly overwhelms him and he's carted away by the medical staff. Lingyu has been observing all of this and has come to a conclusion. The odds for this game are heavily stacked against the contestants, so much so that it's quite obvious the true goal isn't actually to display combat power but something else. Yeah, you sure displayed something else with that last panel. Good lord. Dashing towards the grass flowers that are carting away the last guy to fall, she confirms her theory. The swarm automatically ignores the grass flowers and leaves them alone. For identification on such an accurate level, Lingyu is certain there are only two possibilities, and she's already ruled one of them out earlier with her sensing capabilities, so there's only one left. The grass flowers must have some sort of secret treasure that repels the bees. If that's the case, her best bet is to retrieve said treasure and just sit the rest of the test out using it. Right as she's closing in on them, a sudden attack comes at her from behind. The children of the Tang family have shot her with unique family weapons that have deadly poisonous properties. From their spots in the stands, Zhou Yunchen and Mingsong are both panicking at the threat to Su Ping's sister. This proves unnecessary though, using a secret technique of the Tang family itself taught to her by Snake Heart. Lingyu dodges the weapons and launches such a vicious kick that it blows apart a chunk of the swarm and continues to strike down the Tang children. Yeesh, Snake Heart taught her some serious stuff. With that taken care of, Lingyu turns to see the grass flowers have left. Even so, she's certain there are more repelling treasures hidden somewhere in the field. Now that she knows that, it's just a matter of finding them. As the minutes tick by, people are finding more and more ways to protect themselves from the phantom bee swarm. One contestant in particular is using his flame frog cultivated by Su Ping's store to create a firewall around him. Thanks to this wall, the bees are unable to get through to attack him. As other contestants beg to be led into his circle, the boy simply turns them down, saying he can't trust that they won't turn on him later. Such is the vicious dog-eat-dog reality of the Global Elite League. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu has gone on to search the entire arena, but has yet to find any other insect-repellent treasures. Suddenly, she has a suspicion and turns to confirm it. Could the treasure be hidden among the swarm itself? If that's the case, she should be able to sense it with star power. True to her suspicion, the insect-repellent treasure is indeed hidden on one of the phantom bees themselves. Leaping off the ground with a burst of speed and power, she flies at the particular bee with the treasure and catches it by the wings. Moving swiftly now that she's in the middle of the swarm, Lin Yu plucks the creature's wings clean off and reveals the prize beneath, a ring with the properties of an insect-repelling secret treasure. Now that it's in her possession, Lin Yu grabs the thing and puts it on. With this, the competition's announcer speaks out for all to hear. He declares that after just 1 hour, someone has figured out the correct way to clear this primary. After hearing this and looking over to see just what exactly Lin Yu has done, many of the contestants feel an intense bout of frustration. This whole time they've been avoiding and killing bees. There may have been such rings inside the ones they defeated, so many of them might have already had the chance to pass and missed it. Stay salty, losers. She's just better. From their spots in the stands, Zhou Yunchen and Ming Song are both amazed by Lin Yu's achievements. Not only did she display a technique taught by Snake Heart, she was also the first to pass the primary. And that's not even to mention the generally impressive capabilities she's been displaying the whole time. Sometime later, several players have followed in Lin Yu's footsteps and secured rings that protect them from the swarm. At the announcer's instruction, all such contestants begin moving out of the field so they can go prepare for the group arena in 3 days' time. For her part, Lin Yu's just happy that things got wrapped up early on. If the rings were discovered much later, everyone would have already been disqualified from the swarm's paralysis. Now she's excited to get home and tell her mom about everything that's happened and that she's safe. Unfortunately, she's not going to be able to leave just yet. From behind her, another contestant appears and declares that it's his turn now with the Tang family out of the way. Summoning his pet, a demon claw beast, he activates its special ability, Hack Blood Extraction. All around the two contestants, the phantom bee swarm gathers and takes on a sinister red hue. Despite Lin Yu having the insect repellent ring, the swarm viciously starts attacking her. So much for it being a fair contest. What the hell? Facing the guy responsible for this attack, Lin Yu starts explaining the ability that's been used, the secret of Mujia, which makes star pets with low willpower go into a bloodthirsty frenzy. On top of that, she's been marked as the target of their attacks. Though the other guy is surprised that she knows all that, he's certain it won't make a difference. After all, what can she even do in this situation? Oh boy, something tells me you do not want the answer to that question. Noticing what's happening with them, the announcer and the crowd alike condemn this contestant for blatantly targeting another competitor when it's not a battle trial. Despite the condemnation, though, there's technically no rule that forbids players from attacking each other. As such, they can't really stop him in an official capacity. Seeing no other way to end this effectively, Lin Yu finally brings out the star pet she's been keeping hidden up until now and have a secret ace. As her pet comes forward, a giant pillar of fire shoots up and blows back the incoming swarm. Her pet, the Phantom Flame, has just launched a Fire Dragon Scroll explosion. Despite being a bit shaken by the appearance of this pet, Lin Yu's opponent is confident he can still overwhelm her with the Phantom Bee Swarm. That is until he loses his absolute marbles as several snakes coil around him and restrict his movement. As he screams for his pet to help him, Lin Yu calmly walks up to the man who's flailing against nothing in the eyes of everyone else. Her pet's technique, Dreamcast Casting Voyage, is responsible for the illusion he's currently seeing. Lin Yu plucks his insect repellent ring right off his fingers and walks away as the swarm sets upon his paralyzed form. This, fighting fire with fire, is one of the most important lessons taught to her by her brother. After subjugating some of the strongest members of the 4 great clans, Su Ping has continued to absolutely wreck everyone and everything in the way of his goal, to expand his pet store as much as possible and give his family a perfect life. On this quest, he just recently decimated the Lesser Zhou clan for a plot against his store and killed a significant amount of their members. Since then, he's trained his sister to be as strong as possible so she can participate in the 52nd Annual Global Elite League. And much like her brother, Su Lingyu has absolutely dominated the competition right off the bat. With the first stage of the contest cleared, she's just now heading home after crushing a particularly sore loser. With the end of the first stage of the Elite League, the crowd and contestants alike are left in a state of awe. The disciple of the Pastoral family, the guy who tried to take down Su Lingyu, lies in a crumpled heap in the field. The young woman has utterly crushed him in both spirit and body. As the swarm they've been avoiding floats over his body, people begin to understand the true terror of facing the little sister of Su Ping. Even Lu Fengshan of Jianlan Academy is clearly unnerved, despite his usual cool and aloof attitude. He'd imagined the rumors of how incredible Su Ping's pet store is to be just that, mere rumors. But with the champion recommended by said store being this powerful, he has to accept it. There may well be a great deal of truth in them after all. In the background, The conversation between others further pushes this belief into his mind. They keep going on about how Su Ping's pet store is the only true god of pet stores and Ping himself is incredible at what he does. Kinda vague, I know, but you try deciphering these translations, man. Anyway, Su Lingyu just tunes out all the chatter and calmly walks out of the field, hands resting in her pockets. Up in the stands, both the Jianlan and Fengshan VPs, Yunshin and Dong Mingsong are clapping their souls out. After all, they've got to suck up to Su Ping as much as humanly possible if they want to get their ways. Of course, that'd work a lot better if said pet store owner was actually there. When the old suck-ups turn to look at him, they find his seat empty without any trace of the man. Down in the halls of the tournament building, Su Lingyu is walking through an empty corridor on her way to the exit. Worn out as she is from the challenge, she just faced an ace at the same time. All she really cares about is getting home. As such, when a bright red light suddenly flashes out from one side of the corridor, she writes it off as probably some old wiring or circuitry that's aged too much. Unknown to her, though, the security room has been taken over. Oh wait, no. It's been undertaken. Get it? Because of the dead bodies and the hooded dudes they're undertaker? No, screw you guys. A mysterious hooded individual stands in the bloodied and messed up room dressed in a tank top. Man's has zero drip. Standing there menacingly, he wipes the blood of the security guards off of a short blade in his hand. Monologuing like your typical dollar store villain, he reveals he's here for Su Lingyu. The reason being her audacity in competing against the 4 major families in this championship. Good lord, why is everyone so pretentious in these series? Staring at a photo of the girl, he reveals his client's instructions are to remove her hands and feet from her body. Jesus Christ. Going even further, he notes that she's pretty cute, so he'll probably have some fun with her before doing that. As the image zooms out from the pedo's hand, it's revealed he's here with a large gang of his, all wearing the same hoods and tank tops. These fellas are in fact the Black Dog Team, a criminal mercenary group who take on jobs from the 4 great families on the regular, so they're protected from the law. Back with Su Lingyu, she suddenly feels a hand grab onto her from behind. Startled, she instantly reacts violently and attempts to bash in her attacker's face. Luckily for both of them, the so-called attack is just Su Ping testing her reflexes and he catches her punch with ease. As she whines about his methods, Ping just tells her he's here to pick her up since she's been good. Turning around, he starts walking in the opposite direction. Confused, Lingyu asks him why they're not taking the shorter route to the parking lot. In response, Ping tells her he checked that path and it's really dirty. He's called someone to clean it, but for now they're better off taking the other path. A quick cut to the shorter route shows a scene of absolute carnage. Little Skeleton is decapitating the black dogs and leaving behind a river of blood in their place. That's not terrifying at all. Once they make their way out of the building, Lingyu and Ping are greeted by Master Swordsman Dao Zun. Slightly embarrassed, Dao Zun admits he's here to ask if Little Skeleton's free to train with him. For his part, Su Ping is shocked at the bond these two must have forged in the month he left them together. More than happy to have his pet get stronger, he chucks Little Skeleton over to Dao Zun and leaves. Back at the pet store, Su Ping arrives to the sight of 3 enormous crates sitting outside the entrance. His divine maid, Anna, is quick to inform him they're supposedly a gift from the Zhou family who have also sworn allegiance to him and placed an order for more than 100 star pets to be nurtured. And all you have to do is crush them in their own territory. Neat. Though Anna looks down on the materials in the crates as garbage, they're actually some insanely valuable stuff by human standards. More importantly, they're key materials for one to get stronger. At Lingyu's question, Ping turns to her and tells her the items are actually for her. With the 3-day gap before the next event of the Elite League, she must absorb all the secret treasures there. Hearing this, another person speaks up from behind them. Ruyan Tang has finally decided to step into the conversation. As she starts going on about how the sacred treasures are too high level for a commoner like Lingyu, Su Ping has an idea. As the heiress of one of the 4 great families, she must have a pretty good idea of how they work. Suddenly, a sinister gleam enters Ping's eyes as his lips turn up in a menacing grin. Turning to Ruyan, he asks her to come over to him so they can have a little chat. The very next scene we see displayed before us is of Su Lingyu in a super revealing swimsuit, with her hands bound above her head with some rope, and she's being whipped by an equally semi-nude Ruyan Tang with a glowing leaf, don't even ask. As Ruyan continuously whips Lingyu's exposed back with the leaf, the younger girl keeps crying out and moaning in discomfort, crying out that the action itches. Good God, this has turned into an entirely different kind of manhwa. For her part, Ruyan simply tells Lingyu to bear with her. After all, she's the one who was moving around too much. Of course, Ruyan had to tie her up in such a provocative manner. If she didn't, Lingyu would lose her mind in the cultivation process they're currently employing. And that's all they're doing. This is just the cultivation process. Definitely not tons of fan service. Author knew exactly what he was doing, goddammit. As the cultivation process goes on, Su Lingyu can only scream out one question. Just what the hell is going on? We're in the same boat here. Thankfully, it's flashback time. An hour ago, we can see Su Ping, his sister, and Ruyan Tang standing together next to the gift crates delivered by the Zhou clan. Eager to get started on working towards his goal of strengthening Lingyu, Su Ping asks Ruyan how the secret treasures are used to their full effect. Of course, petulant and stubborn as she is, the Tang family heiress refuses to tell him. She states that there's no good in telling him the answer to that question and asks if he'll let her go in return. That is to say, completely free her of the contract binding her to his store and by extension, him. Surprisingly enough, Su Ping answers that he will free her, after he's completely dominated and subjugated the entirety of the Tang family to bring them under his heel. There it is, standing off to the side. Su Lingyu can only watch with a nervous stare, thinking that her big brother's starting to be more and more villain-like by the day. You're just noticing this now. But of course, Su Ping's words only feed into Ruyan Tang's inherent need to boast about her heritage. While talking down to him for his status as a commoner and his title-level power, she starts rambling on about how he could never actually take down the Tang family. She goes on and on and on, revealing things like the Tang family's large size and domain, just how much territory they span, how their base here in Longjiang City is simply a single branch and it rivals the other 3 great families. The woman seriously just won't shut up about her family. It'd be wholesome if it wasn't so arrogant and stuck up. Hell, at one point she just starts reciting the history and background of the family all the way from their inception centuries ago. It's at this point that Su Ping fully loses any interest and slash or patience he has left. With a single bead of sweat dripping down his exasperated face, he speaks to the system in his mind. He asks it if the contract he used to capture Joanna before can work on humans as well, since it's clearly not limited to just star pets. Luckily for him, the system informs Su Ping that this is indeed the case, seeing as how technically all living beings are animals of some sort or the other. He can form the contract with a human, but their thinking capability will be reduced. That is to say, they'll retain all their knowledge and power, but their ability to think for themselves will be decreased, and they'll be made to be much more submissive towards their master, so to speak. I can think of at least one person that would be really useful on. Evidently, the pet store owner feels the same way. Great minds think alike. While Ruyan is still busy with her speech about the Tang family, Su Ping suddenly takes a step towards her and says he wants to make a deal with her. Naturally, Ruyan is startled by the sudden switch in attitude and asks what he wants to do. In response, Su Ping steps into her personal space, grabs her wrists to hold them above her head and proceeds to place a single finger on her forehead. As he's doing this, he tells her it's a pity he has to resort to such tricks since they can't come to an agreement on their own. As Su Ping's finger leaves her forehead, a red symbol appears where it was placed. With this, a temporary contract between them has been signed. Confused by the lack of physical reaction, Ruyan demands to know just what he's done to her. Rather than answering her question, Su Ping responds with one of his own. How does she feel about him now? The sudden question surprises Ruyan and confuses her further. Even more concerning, as soon as she goes to reply to him normally, something takes over her senses completely. Even though she can see Su Ping in front of her, even though she can clearly feel her desire to kill him. For some reason, everything about him suddenly feels majestic to her. Irresistible even. When he calls out her name next, she instantly falls to her hands and knees and asks what his orders for her are. Yep, contract's definitely working then. Maybe a little too well, actually. Su Ping smirks down at her while his sister displays shock at the sudden switch in personality. Looking down at the now subservient woman, Ping tells Ruyan to get up and act as normal. He actually kind of likes her usual rebellious self. Almost as quickly as she fell to her knees, Ruyan is right back up and telling him to hurry up with his instructions. Su Ping tells her to explain how the secret treasures are used so he can train Lingyu with them over the next 3 days. Unfortunately, Ruyan reveals such a thing is simply impossible. Secret treasures can be divided roughly into 3 aspects. Each aspect takes a considerable amount of time. Just the first one, a medicinal bath exercise, takes about 3 months to complete. If the stages aren't all properly completed, Lingyu stands at risk of her internal organs blowing up on her. Luckily, Su Ping has a way around this challenge, as he so often does in such situations. If he forms a contract with Lingyu as well, she and Ruyan can both enter his breeding/training realms with him. And in the cultivation field, a full day is equal to just 1 hour outside. If they take advantage of that time dilation field, They can get 72 days of training in just 3 days in the real world. After convincing Ling Yu to trust him since he'd never bring her harm, he forms the contract with her and they head into the training realm. Back to the present, that promise ain't holding up too well. Ling Yu is thrashing around in agony as Ru Yan continues whipping her. Meanwhile, Su Ping just floats above them lost in meditation. By his calculations, if they use this field to train during every 3-day gap between events, Ling Yu's training should be finalized by the time of the final event of the championship. Even as Ling Yu calls up to him for help, he tells her to just tough it out since there are worse places she could be and this training is a great privilege. Out in the real world, word of the Black Dog Group's destruction has reached the house of Shepherd who hired them. With the news of how brutally the group was cut down, the elders decide on a different approach. Deciding to have her taken out during the Elite League stages themselves, the Patriarch orders his men to eliminate her before the finals. As a reward, the one to get her will receive an Inferno Dragon pet and 2 secret treasures. With how sought after both those things are, the men are instantly at the ready to destroy Ling Yu. Between them and the Tang family who want her beheaded, Ling Yu's future appears to be shrouded in darkness. The 3-day gap period has gone by before anyone knows it, and the next stage of the Elite League is set to begin. The announcer from the primaries is on the scene and hyping up the crowd as things fall into place. All those who got through the primaries have now advanced to the preliminary rounds. Here, they've got massive 5-player melee arenas set up for mini battle royal-style fights. During these battles, the contestants will be observed and ranked based on their speed and adaptability. That is, their ability to take in their surroundings and fully understand whatever situation they may find themselves in. Additionally, it will also be testing their combat power, as one would naturally expect of a battle stage. The 5-player melees will be held on one arena each, and each of the assigned combatants will be allowed to bring up to 2 secret treasures with them for assistance. Anyone who surrenders loses. Anyone who falls unconscious loses. Anyone who is otherwise unable to continue fighting loses. Anyone who falls out of the arena loses. These battles are a true last man standing wins free for all between the 5 who will be duking it out amongst each other. On top of that, they're not even allowed to use any overly destructive moves as any damage to the ring is an illegal action. Sounds kinda cheap, but alright. Who am I to question the bigwigs? Now with the stages set and the lists of competitors released, it's time for everyone to line up and wait their turn. As the 5-player melees officially start and all hell breaks loose on the stages, Su Ling Yu hangs back and observes everything that's happening from a safe distance. Up in the stands, Su Ping once more finds himself sat in the middle of the 2 VPs of Jianlan and Fengshan, Yunshin and Mingsong respectively. As they speak to each other, Su Ping absently listens in while sitting in a meditation pose. The elders are talking about a group of people who have come to their city from the starry sky. When Yunshin mentions their arrival, Mingsong seems startled. He asks if Yunshin is speaking of Star Organization, the strongest organization in their entire subcontinent, which was founded by a legendary battle pet master. Yunshin says he's not sure about any of that, but he does know nothing good comes out of being near Starry Sky. According to something he heard, a large family in another city was completely wiped out last month because they possess a secret treasure that Starry Sky wanted. Their rampage even went as far as damaging the city's wall and almost triggered a wave of beasts. Mingsong can only be shocked that they caused such chaos over a simple secret treasure. All the while, Su Ping just quietly takes in all this info without any outward reaction. Down on the field, Su Ling Yu's turn to fight has finally arrived. Stepping up to her assigned battle arena, she locks eyes one by one with each of her opponents. A snake-like man named Jiang Shu, a bulky brute named Ma Zhang, and a hooded woman named Ji Shui. Each of the 3 start boasting about how she's unlucky to be facing them today, and she'd be better off simply surrendering now rather than getting hurt too badly. Of course, with the tutelage and faith of her brother entrusted to her. Ling Yu has no intention of backing down from anyone. Wait, isn't there supposed to be one more fighter? Suddenly, Ling Yu is met by a young boy cowering in fear of her opponents. Said young man is Yu Zhejiang, the 5th and final competitor assigned to this particular melee arena. Ling Yu shows open distrust even towards the child, telling him not to act too friendly since they're enemies here as well. However, the boy simply wipes his tears and tells her he's just as much at risk of losing as she is if the others decide to team up. Taking that into consideration, they should team up as well, if only for their own survival. Smiling down at the kid for his sound reasoning, Ling Yu tells him she's alright with that. He clearly has a pretty sharp mind, so she doesn't mind partnering up for now. The boy goes to shake her hand with a radiant smile on his face, overjoyed that she's accepted his proposal. However, as their hands come closer to each other's, an ominous gleam enters the boy's eyes and his expression shifts. This person is far from some harmless child. Using his innocent appearance, he's tricked more than his fair share of girls into bad situations. And now, he intends to do the same to Lingyu. Held in his other hand behind his back is a secret treasure of a shepherd family, the star-devouring lock. Once it makes contact with a target, it seals off all their star power as long as they're under 6th level, without any way to unseal it. As soon as their hands meet, he reveals his true nature and brings the item out to slam Lingyu's arm with it. Unfortunately for him, he just got rickrolled. Lingyu saw through the deception from the very start and got one step ahead. Thanks to a paralytic toxin on a needle in her palm, Yuzi Jiang was done the second he shook her hand. Moments before he can hit her with his secret treasure, he collapses, pricked with the toxin on her needle. As the secret treasure tumbles out his grasp and onto the floor in front of her, Lingyu picks it up. The other contestants can only look on in shock at her actions. What if she was wrong and he'd actually been an ally? To this, Lingyu has a simple answer. How could she be wrong? Ji Shui is of the Chen family. Jiang Shu is from the Tang. From the way they walk to how they breathe and their body language towards her, everything already identified them as enemies to her, especially with her brother's advice taken into consideration. That being that anyone from the 4 major families is to be shown no mercy. Infuriated at being made to look like fools, Ji and Jiang both summon their battle pets and send them at Lingyu. While that happens, Ji starts bickering with a brute from the shepherd family. Ma Zhang has summoned his as well. However, in the few moments that pass with said bickering, their 2 battle pets have already been defeated by Lingyu's snowball. Desperately clinging to some hope of beating the girl, Ji and Jiang both pull out their family's secret treasures and attack alongside their battle pets. Seeing the increased number of enemies, Lingyu decides it's time to get serious. With a 4-on-1 battle, even Snowball might have a rough time. Pulling on a cord around her neck, Lingyu suddenly undergoes a shocking transformation. Taking on features from her battle pet, Su Lingyu now stands armed with feline eyes, claws and horns to match Snowball's own. Hang on, isn't that just the 9 tails chakra? Okay, wrong franchise. Never mind. Finally, some decent translation. Gods be giving today. On with the story. As one. Ji and Jiang both leap at Lingyu and Snowball with attacks at the ready. When they make contact though, all they hit is a whole lot of nothing. The snowball they were seeing was just an illusion. From above, their targets suddenly fall upon them, ready to tear them to shreds. Sensing the two with just moments to spare, Ji shouts out a command to both Jiang and their battle pets. They shouldn't even bother attacking Shablaze. They should go for Shirley directly. A little context. Shablaze is Snowball and Shirley is Lingyu. New translators be tripping. I'll just use the original names. Unfortunately for her opponents, Lingyu is simply too fast for their attacks to hit. Weaving through every single one of their attacks, she activates a special move, Hellfire Claws, and slashes the enemy battle pets clean through. Ji and Jiang are all but paralyzed with shock at what they're seeing. Despite being a mere human, Lingyu is displaying feats of agility and power that are on par, hell even beyond. Grade 6 battle pets. While they may not have any explanation for what they're seeing, someone else does. Watching the battle unfold from a distance, Ma Zhang recognizes the ability that Lingyu is using. It is a secret pet taming art taught only to the highest-ranking disciples of the Mu family. The usual relationship between a battle tamer and their astral pet is one where the tamer gives out commands orally. In such cases, the pet and master have a synchronization rate ranging from 40 to 60%. More experienced tamers who have spent years with their pets and can communicate with a simple stare can reach up to 90%. Theoretically, the ideal synchronization rate is, of course, 100%. However, such a feat is only possible using the secret pet taming art of the Mu family, which allows battle tamer and pet to have a mutual consciousness. The action is much like telepathy, allowing them to understand each other on a mental level. In that state, the pair can go as far as reaching not 1, but 200% synchronization rate. True to how overpowered that sounds, Lingyu is just about to finish off a weakened and groveling Jiang Shu. Before she can deliver the final blow, she's grabbed by a massive shadow that appears out of nowhere. A dragon has appeared. This is the battle pet of Ma Zhang, the Abyss Crystal Dragon, ranked 15th in the entire dragon race and boasting a solid lower 8th grade combat power. This is the reason Ma Zhang refused to participate in the battle up until now. His plan from the start was to let Ji and Jiang tire her out while putting themselves at risk. Now that that's done, he plans to finish the girl off with the overwhelming power of his top-ranked dragon. Finally stepping into the fight, Ma Zhang tells Lingyu her speed isn't too bad, but she's not quite fast enough. At his command, Abyss Crystal Dragon roars out, using the special skill Dragon Might. With this, Ling Yu is brought to her knees even though Snowball is able to stay up. Ma Zhang acknowledges the pet's strength and admits that the pet store that trained it is quite commendable. However, such a thing is irrelevant now. Since Ling Yu's concentration has been broken, she can no longer maintain the resonance with Snowball and has returned to her normal state. Up in the stands, Yunchen and Ming Song are greatly disappointed by the current state of affairs. If Ma Zhang hadn't stepped in, they're certain Ling Yu would have wiped the floor with her other opponents by now and won. Ming Song is particularly concerned by the fact that a mere contestant is in possession of the 15th ranked dragon. Back in the arena, Ji and Zhang are both feeling their smug attitudes returning. With Ling Yu brought to her knees, it's easy for them to start talking crap and claim her dominance was only because of the beast resonance she performed with Snowball. As the two inch closer to attack her, Ling Yu thinks up a plan on the fly to keep things from tipping too far out of her favor. With just a few well-placed words, she manages to convince Ji and Zhang that Mu Zhang is trying to take all the glory of beating her, despite them doing all the work of softening her up. I guess flattery does get you everywhere. Though Ling Yu's plan is to try and get them to team up with her to take out Mu Zhang, she is smart enough not to be completely fooled. Just barely, but she is. Holding Zhang back, she says that Ling Yu seems to have a card or two left up her own sleeve. That being the case, it's best for them to let her and Mu Zhang fight it out amongst each other. Then they can see what to do with the winner. Hearing this, Mu Zhang is enraged and yells out that he won't hesitate to kill him first. However, he just smirks at him and tells him they'll team up with Ling Yu to mess him up if he tries that. Getting him to position, she and Zhang start recovering with basic healing arts, leaving the battle between Ling Yu and Mu Zhang to continue. For his part, the Dragon Tamer is fuming at the unexpected turn of events. If it weren't for the rule against damaging the arena, he would have already pulled out his move, Meteoric Shower, and crush all three of the other competitors. As things stand though, he'll just have to play along. As he dashes towards Ling Yu with his dragon at his side, she prepares for the battle. Though her plan to turn them all against each other failed, at least now she only has one opponent to deal with. Quickly, she commands Snowball to use Nightmare Beam. However, the Abyss Dragon has a small barrier surrounding it that blocks the beam entirely. Taking advantage of the enemy's short moment of vulnerability, the dragon bats Snowball aside with crushing claws. The pet goes flying, leaving Ling Yu alone to defend against the physical attacks from Mu Zhang. As a particularly nasty kick sends her skidding towards the edge of the arena, Snowball jumps in and blocks her from falling off. Doubly pet. Standing up, Ling Yu collects herself and weighs her options as Mu Zhang approaches. While driving might slows her down, Snowball is largely unaffected due to her extensive training. If she can just figure out why Nightmare Beam didn't connect earlier, she might still have a shot at winning this whole thing. While Ji and Zhang focus on healing themselves in the background, Ling Yu faces down an angered Mu Zhang. The brute tells her he'll offer one chance for her to give up willingly, and he'll leave her in somewhat decent shape if she does. Of course, Su Ling Yu has no intention of doing any such thing. Standing in place, she quickly goes over everything she knows about the situation in her head. Despite her Snowball being a 7th Order battle pet, his actual capabilities are well within the 8th Order. That being the case, it's very much possible that Ma Zhang is using some kind of secret treasure that allows him and his pet to block out mental and illusionary attacks. Coming up with a plan on the fly, Ling Yu splits from Snowball and the two race towards opposite sides of the melee arena. Responding as expected, Ma Zhang races after Ling Yu while he orders his Abyss Dragon to go for Snowball. As the dragon races towards Snowball, Ling Yu commands her pet to use an illusionary attack again. However, just as before, a move has no effect and Ma Zhang says as much. Smut is all hell about that fact. What he doesn't realize is he just gave away his biggest secret here to Ling Yu with his latest action. When Abyss Dragon blocks Snowball's attack, a faint blue glow appeared on the giant bone necklace thingy that Ma Zhang has placed around his neck. Ling Yu figures out what's happening pretty much instantly and calls out that it's Zhang's secret treasure that's causing her attacks to be ineffective. The 7th ranked secret treasure of the Mu family, Dragon Sleeping Bone. When this thing is injected with star power from someone, it makes one dragon in their party completely immune to all negative status effects. Damn, that's kind of broken. Despite Ling Yu having figured out his secret, Ma Zhang isn't too concerned. He suddenly blurs out of place in a burst of speed and dashes past Ling Yu, slashing her midsection with the claw-like equipment on his forearm. Surprised by his sheer speed, Ling Yu is left on the back foot as Ma Zhang decides to get on the offensive side of things. While calling her an idiot for leaving her battle pet's side in her weakened state, he activates another move, a 6th-ranking battle technique of the Mu family, Butterfly Shadow Step. Copied from the 8th-ranking battle pet, It's a technique created by Heaven's ruined snow butterfly. Don't ask. With this technique, one can move at such high speeds that they appear as little more than a blur, their body shape appearing and disappearing without a trace. Using this move and uninterrupted by any of the battle pets, Mahjong blitzes Lingyu in a brutal fashion, swiping at her over and over again from all possible directions. As Lingyu falls to the ground from the damage she's just sustained, the announcer starts calling out that she can't continue, and that Mahjong really is the disciple of the previous champion, Mujia. Geez, suck him off, why don't you? In the arena, Zhang simply wipes the sweat off his face with a smug grin. The butterfly step is a pretty heavily taxing and stamina-draining technique, but it was clearly worth using. With the amount of blood Lingyu is losing, he's pretty sure she's all but beaten already. Psych, she's completely fine actually. That is to say, she jumps back up and onto her feet after using advanced healing to completely recover from all her injuries and stand tall against Zhang. Back from their spot, Ji and Zhang are both shocked by how large the girl's arsenal is. On top of being a fighter with decent defense, she can even heal. That's gotta be some kind of hacks. Lingyu herself though is fully focused on her opponent and what she must do next. Staring at him with eyes cold as ice, she tells Mahjong to come at her again. Smug as ever, the guy tells her that her healing won't make a difference. He'll just have to dig her heart out to finish this for real. Dude, you. Activating Butterfly Shadow Step once more, he dashes towards Lingyu. Quickly, he surrounds her with several after images created by the insane speeds he's moving at. As the after images multiply, Lingyu closes her eyes and senses her surroundings to get a grasp on which is the real one. Suddenly, one of them leaps out of the group and goes to attack her from behind. Quickly dodging the attack, Lingyu fires off a high kick in the man's face. Unfortunately, Mahjong's got an Uno reverse card up his sleeve, while Lingyu's kicking what she thinks is the real him. Her kick goes through an afterimage and the true Zhang appears right behind her. Calling her an idiot, he thrusts his hand straight through her back, eager to make good on his earlier threat of digging out her heart. Unfortunately, for him, he's not the only one with a reverse card. With a smirk on her face, Lingyu reveals she moved just in time to catch his arm between her own arm and body. Now that he's stuck, she can carry out her own plan. She brings out the star-eating locked secret treasure the kid from earlier tried to use on her and slams it on Mahjong's fist. Everything she did just now was nothing more than a ruse to get Mahjong in position to be hit with this thing. That's gotta be the sickest troll in this story so far. With all but his base human strength sealed away, Lingyu easily body slams Zhang with an over-the-shoulder toss. Zhang yells out for his Abyss Dragon to save him, but Lingyu is prepared. At her command, Snowball hits the dragon with Nightmare Beam. Without any star power, Zhang can't activate the secret treasure that was nullifying mental attacks, so the dragon is fully caught in the move and left incapacitated. With this, things seem to be pretty much over as Zhang goes flying off the arena from Lingyu's toss. And she would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for the meddling kids. That is to say, Ji and Zhang, who have just rejoined the battle and saved Mahjong from falling out the arena. With just how powerful they've seen her to be, the two have decided to stay allied with Mahjong and take her down. She crushes the secret treasure on his arm, granting him access to his star power once more. At his command, the now recovered Abyss Dragon uses Dragon Might once more and pushes Lingyu close to kneeling. With 3 opponents now rather than just 1, things are looking pretty rough for Su Lingyu. That is until she hears a voice speaking into her mind. A very familiar one at that. Her brother is speaking to her telepathically. Sat between the two VPs as usual, he's forced to listen to them thinking his sister is just finished now. But he knows better. Staring down at her, he tells her to use it. That there's no need to hide anymore and she can use her trump card. Obeying her brother, Su Lingyu moves to do just that. On the other side of the arena, Zhang, Ji, Mahjong and their battle pets are staring down at her with smug expressions as she releases Snowball's summoning. They believe she's finally lost her will to fight and realize she has no chance. That's far from what's really going on though, and they'll soon find out. With just 4 silently uttered words, Lingyu seals the fate of her opponents. She orders, "Come out, little white." With that, a giant white dragon is summoned out of nowhere. As soon as it materializes, the beast uses the 9th level pet skill, Frozen Thousands of Miles. Even as her opponents stand in shock at the sight of the beast ranked 8th in the entire dragon race, the skill shoots at them. In just a moment, they're all frozen rock solid and Lingyu is declared the victor of her bout, Cold. With the crowd left in awe of Lingyu's latest summoned battle pet, The announcer/commentator scrambles to explain what just happened. Lingyu's pet, a silver frost Xingyu dragon, is one of the strongest of its race. It is said there is such a dragon which used the same move as what they've just seen to continuously freeze everything around it for a radius of thousands of miles. Today, they've seen this very move for themselves, albeit a weaker version for obvious reasons. Hell, it even managed to leave the arena itself unharmed. As such, Lingyu is the undisputed winner of this bout. As Lingyu leaves the area, the audience breaks into murmurs amongst themselves about how impressive her dragon is. Many are simply envious of her for possessing such a powerful pet at such a young age. Up in the stands where Su Ping is sat, the VPs on either side of him are, as usual, sucking up to him like nobody's business. The man himself seems to have no reaction though, simply looking forward with a blank expression on his face. Later that night, Su Lingyu visits Ru Yantang in her room at the pet store. When the older woman acts annoyed by her presence, Lingyu quickly gets to the point. Bringing up her hands, she presents a box of delicious-looking cupcakes to Ru Yan. Rivalry, that's dope. She tells Ru Yan that she's eager to train more in the future. Ru Yan, of course, as is the norm with her, instantly gets a smug and haughty expression, looking down on Lingyu. While reminding her of their last training, she asks Lingyu why she's suddenly so willing to undergo something like that again. Could it be she now has feelings for her teacher? Man, this woman is on some freaky stuff. What the hell even? Lingyu is quick to tell her that's not the case. It's just that after her battle in the latest stage of the Elite League, she's realized just how wide the gap between her and the strongest pet tamers is. In just a month, she became so much more powerful than before thanks to Su Ping's methods, and yet she fell into one tough situation after another in the arena battle. If she's going to make her brother proud and walk beside him, she has to get stronger. Infuriatingly pompous as ever, Ru Yan just chomps down on one of the cupcakes, while telling Lingyu to be more specific. What exactly does she want to learn? Aren't you supposed to be the teacher here? Figure it out, woman. Luckily, Lingyu does in fact have an idea of what precisely she wants to work on. Having been struck with the power of Ma Zhong's dragon and forced to let go of her connection with Snowball, she wants to increase her mental power first. Surprisingly, Ru Yan actually compliments her approach, telling her it's a great idea. According to her, mental power is the single most difficult attribute for any battle pet master to improve. The difficulty of such is the main reason why even 8th level pet masters can only form contracts with 4 or 5 pets at a time. The mental power required for more than that simply exceeds their capabilities. Luckily for her, the Tang family has a secret technique she can use. Ru Yan tells Lingyu to try calling out her dragon pet here and now. Ma'am, you're indoors. Do you want to become homeless? Lingyu voices the concern about the dragon's size, but Ru Yan just assures her such a thing is not an issue. She just needs to use a specific summoning method to keep from calling out the full dragon. After guiding her through the process, Ru Yan is pleased to find Lingyu able to summon forth her dragon's upper body with ease. For some reason though, as soon as it's summoned, the Silver Frost Star Moon Dragon unleashes an attack on Ru Yan. Can't blame it, she's just that annoying. I'd attack her if I could. Though Lingyu is on the verge of freaking out at her teacher being attacked, Ru Yan reveals a technique that blocks the dragon's attack with surprising ease. Lingyu is completely floored by what she's just seen. Ru Yan tells her student that the technique she just used is not only great for providing physical defense, but also for boosting mental defense. With this, she should be able to fight off any attacks that might break her connection with Snowball. It's not perfect, but for now it should be a pretty solid method of doing what she wants. In order to teach her the move though, Ru Yan first demands something in return. More bribes, nice. Unknown to Lingyu, Ru Yan has a much more selfish motive behind teaching her this technique. Why am I not surprised? Once Lingyu learns this technique, the immovable crystal body, the Tang family will recognize and try to recruit her. When that happens, she herself will finally be able to escape Su Ping's store and return to her family. Yeah, something tells me that won't happen, but we'll see, I guess. Outside Ru Yan's room, Su Ping can be seen listening in from under a soundproof barrier of star power. I freaking called it, man. Before him are the elders of the 4 families who are now all but his personal servants. Each of them reports on the activities of their respective families. The Shepherd and Chen families see Su Lingyu as a threat and rival respectively, so there'll likely be trouble further down the road. On the other hand, the Tang family are still busy searching for Ru Yan Tang, so it's quite possible they'll become an enemy too once they learn Su Ping is the one holding her captive. Surprisingly enough, it's the Liu family alone whose patriarch has decided to remain neutral and refrain from drawing the anger of Su Ping and his sister. Before leaving them, Su Ping tells the elders to take care of Kuang during this next 3-day gap period. He himself is going to be busy, with Starry Sky, or rather, Kong, the strongest organization in the continent, closing in. You must get as strong as possible. To this end, Ping meets with Joanna for their weekly trip to the godly realm so he can soak in the divine spring. Joanna attempts to trick him into taking her to the realm of the supreme god, but Ping sees right through her and realizes she was eavesdropping on his prior conversation. When Joanna realizes she's been caught, she tells Ping of a different way to get stronger fast. It's quite simple, really. All he has to do is rob the heavens. What the hell? The method Joanna speaks of is known as the Heavenly Tribulation, and it's much less apocalypse-inducing than she made it sound. Rather than literally having to rob the heavens, one has to complete a trial of sorts. The heavens themselves, who maintain the balance of the universe itself, bring down a catastrophe upon a cultivator whose level keeps progressing. This catastrophe is what the Heavenly Tribulation is. If a cultivator is able to survive the Heavenly Tribulation that is brought down on them, they have the chance to ascend to the legendary tier. Right now, as Joanna and Ping arrive at the site of the tribulation, one such cultivator is already trying his hand at it. Standing atop the mountain where the tribulation occurs, this man has only one goal today: to survive the tribulation and become a formal member of the Nirvana 7th Major Squad, which is like one of the army factions of the Divine Realm, I'm guessing. They don't really explain this stuff very well, do they? Anywho, Mr. Nirvana wannabe activates his special move, the Divine Bull Physique, as a tribulation strikes down upon him. Thunderclouds with a radius of 10 miles crack down upon his body with unrestrained bolts of lightning. From a good distance away, Ping finds himself shaking with apprehension at the devastating feeling given off by the tribulation. Joanna, on the other hand, gives no visible reaction and just says it's a pity they've arrived late. She suggests that Ping just hijacked Bold Eye's tribulation, but he tells her to hang on. He might as well get used to the feeling of it first since he's got time. Offhandedly, he mentions hiring someone to create a webpage for the store. Need to take online orders if he's going to lighten his mom's workload after all. She's the only one working there right now since Ruyan and Lingyu are busy with the younger girls training too. A little way away from them, Ping hears some members of the Nirvana squad commentating on Bold Dude's tribulation. Listening in on their conversation, Ping learns that they refer to the potential mentioned by his system as talent. The more a person's talent, the larger the radius of the thunderclouds they can cause as part of their tribulation. Considering his own pets only have average potential, Ping can't help but be curious just how large the thunderclouds for their tribulations may be. Suddenly, Bold Eye folds, like literally folds in two almost, hunched over on the mountain top. The tribulations prove to be too much for him and he's been overwhelmed by it. Laying there, fried like an egg and barely alive, his powers have been fully stripped from him, leaving him all but useless. The Nirvana quad below despair for the man and comment on how even the C-tier treasure he was using couldn't block the effects of the tribulation completely. The man himself loses himself in anguish over his failure and proceeds to kill himself. Don't try that at home, kids. There's always tomorrow. Over with our main man, Ping can't help but feel concerned by the viciousness of the tribulation. If not for the protection granted to him by the system, that would have reduced him to nothing more than ashes. Joanna explains that an individual's talent affects the strength of the heavenly tribulation and also signifies the limits of one's growth. However, if one's combat power isn't up to par, they won't pass the tribulation. It's as simple as that. Retreating to his own thoughts, Ping thinks of his pets and realizes that even little Skeleton, his strongest pet by far, only has a C-tier combat level, same as the guy that just got electrocuted. So that's not really ideal. On the other hand though, the earnings from his store these days are pretty damn crazy. At worst, he can just abuse the system's revive mechanic over and over again if he fails. How responsible of him. Suddenly, a giant divine being appears before Ping and Joanna. Bowing down to the goddess, he tells her it's his turn to cross the tribulation. This is exactly what they've been waiting for. Joanna hands him a large shield with the face of Achilles carved upon it. This is, well, the Achilles shield. Apparently, the gods aren't very creative. Who knew? A celestial tier treasure forged from the body of a god. 3 guesses which one, it has impenetrable defenses and protects its user from all damage. As the giant starts rambling about how honored he is to wield such a treasure, the face on the shield starts talking. Yeah, why not? Joanna tells the giant that Ping will be borrowing his heavenly tribulation, so it's her responsibility to keep him alive. With tears in his eyes, the giant vows to protect Ping at all costs as they fly up to the mountain peak. Once they're at the peak, the giant tells Ping to stay behind him so he'll be protected. With a treasure like the Achilles shield, they can easily withstand even a 50-mile thundercloud. The face decides to get offended by that and claims even a 100-mile cloud wouldn't be a problem. Down below the mountain, as the thunderclouds start amassing, the gathered divine beings ask Joanna if she's sure about letting a human face the tribulations. After all, a mortal being will be incinerated by just the first strike, let alone the whole catastrophe. Just as they voice their doubts, Joanna says to look up. The color of the tribulation has changed. As the onlookers watch on, the thundercloud of the red-colored tribulation grows further and further in size. First 3, then 5, and 7 miles, being thrice as strong as a regular tribulation. This makes it equal to a normal 21-mile heavenly tribulation. And it isn't even done growing yet. Up on the peak, the reactions are considerably different from the shock and awe down below. Achilles is simply boasting about how this is nothing more than a minor tribulation to one of his power. They must be pretty damn weak if they need him for this. Just you wait, old man. You'll be eating those words soon enough. The giant sent with Su Ping eats up the shield's words, though, believing it to be their great savior in this terrible situation. With a relieved smile on his face, he tells Su Ping to hurry up and get under the shield with him. The first strike of the tribulation is about to hit. Taking in his words, Su Ping decides to summon forth his dark dragon dog, Umbrageddon. Yeah, they've got actual names now. God bless the new translator. At Su Ping's command, Umbrageddon unleashes his power, causing the thunder cloud above them to grow even further. Slowly but surely, it expands to 8 miles, then 9, then 10, then a whopping 11. Finally, it settles at 27 miles. Speaking out from his place on the face of the shield, Achilles claims that this is only now just starting to get interesting. They better keep going, though, or he's just going to fall asleep from boredom. Cocky old coot. Surprised but pleasantly so, Su Ping continues summoning his pets. The next to come out is Lunar Dragon, the beast Ling Yu used at the end of her 5-person release stage. God, these new names are so much nicer than before. With the summoning of Lunar Dragon, the thunder cloud expands even faster. Blowing past the 30-mile mark, then even the 40-mile mark, it finally settles on 50 miles. Su Ping is rather surprised. Despite having a combat power lower than that of Umbrageddon, Lunar Dragon's talent has expanded the thunder cloud even further than the dog did. Guess he really does deserve his spot in the top 10 ranked dragons. Next, he summons Blazicon, his purgatory dragon. With Blazicon's emergence, the thunder cloud straight up doubles in radius this time. In just moments, it reaches a full 100-mile radius. Even the giant sent with him is terrified by the power on display before him. Just how many pets does Su Ping have? Clearly a lot. With the greatly increased size of the heavenly tribulation, even the onlookers a good distance away are at risk. The sheer destruction soon to be brought on is of such a massive scale that even they aren't safe. When they ask Joanna to move further away, the goddess simply tells them to go ahead. But she's staying. After all, she's seen plenty of heavenly tribulations of this level before. She's old. Despite her seemingly carefree attitude, Joanna is rather concerned about Su Ping and her servant who's with him. At this rate, she'll need to give them one more boon to get through what's about to happen. As she raises her hands to the sky, the golden light shines forth and deposits an item in her hands. This is the personal true godly treasure of the goddess. As soon as it's fully in her grasp, she shoots it straight at the mountain peak for the giant to catch. When the giant reveals what it is, Su Ping is happy to see he was right about her. She still had more hidden cards up her sleeves. Now that it's been revealed, though, it looks like he can really let loose. In one final portal, Su Ping summons forth his oldest and strongest pet. Little Skeleton has made his way onto the scene, or as this incredible new translator calls him, Skelly. Naturally, with the addition of yet another pet of such insane power, the thundercloud grows larger than ever. The divine beings with Joanna are practically tumbling over each other in their attempts to flee the scene. Before anyone knows it, the heavenly tribulation has become a 200-mile thundercloud. Finally, even Achilles himself displays the beginnings of fear in his expression. At this point, he has to admit even he hasn't seen anything like this in the past. From the looks of it, he's going to have to sacrifice himself to save them. Suddenly, the first strike of the tribulation comes down upon them in the form of massive lightning bolts. Quickly, Su Ping and his pets get behind the giant and the Achilles shield in his grasp. Luckily, the shield is more than capable of defending them from that. Never mind. Su Ping's pets leap headfirst into the lightning, dying all at once. That's rough, buddy. Joanna's servant is just about to freak out over what's just happened when Su Ping reveals that it doesn't matter either way. Even if they are killed, he can simply do this. With just 2 words, Su Ping resurrects all of his fallen pets, raising them back up to their full power in but a moment. As they all get into their own menacing positions, Su Ping tells the giant that they're all experts at getting beaten up, so he should just defend himself. That's kind of masochistic, not going to lie. Very sus. Although he's marveling at the life-restoring ability Su Ping just displayed, the giant tells him they still can't let their guards down. What they just experienced was only the first strike of the tribulation. In total, they're going to have to face 9 of them, with each one being stronger than the last. Well, that doesn't sound fair at all, does it? Oh well, Su Ping's gonna crush this either way. Sure enough, strike after strike rains down from the thundercloud above, each one greater in power than the last. And just as sure, Su Ping and his pets firm their way through all of it. If you can count literally dying and getting revived as firming it. When the third strike comes down, Su Ping doesn't even wait for his pets and leaps at it himself. With a full-powered demonic fist, he crushes the strike, allowing them to move on to the next. Over and over, they die, resurrect, and then repeat the process as the strikes pass. By the time they've reached the 9th and final strike, Su Ping has exhausted his mental energy. He can no longer resurrect himself or his pets, so close to clearing the tribulation. Su Ping can only despair at the thought that this will be his end. Luckily, they've still got one last bit of plot armor to rely on, one that he seems to have forgotten. With a cry to not give up, the giant throws something to Su Ping. Catching it, he realizes it's Joanna's treasure. This is the Prism Star Core, a godly tier treasure forged from the core of a mythical beast. Using this allows the wielder to access an all but limitless supply of energy. As he activates it, a golden aura flares to life all around Su Ping. Standing stronger than ever, he yells out that his reserves are overflowing. As the power of the Prism Star Core flows into his body, Su Ping realizes it's providing benefits beyond just the near-infinite wellspring of energy. Thanks to its blessing, both his Golden Crow God Demon Physique and Demon Suppressing God Fist have temporarily gone up by a level each. On top of that, he then pulls out a technique that was unlocked some time ago. Through the special bond he shares with Little Skeleton, Su Ping is able to take on a whole new form by fusing with him. Before the transformation can be finalized though, the system brings him to his internal world. Here, he must choose which of Little Skeleton's skills he wishes to wield in their combined form. Thinking on the way things have been going so far, Su Ping has to admit that he's just been too limited overall when it comes to his ability to last against the tribulation. But right now, he has access to near limitless power thanks to the Prism Star Core. Using that power, he should be able to combine his Golden Crow flesh with Little Skeleton's ability to restructure broken and severed limbs. A combination like that will allow him to keep fighting damn near no matter what happens. With his mind made up, Su Ping chooses the regenerative ability. With this, he should be able to take the absolute maximum advantage of the tribulation's power boost. Out in the real world, Su Ping is transformed into his Beast Soul Overlay form. In this, he appears as a demonic tyrant of terrifying power. And to be fair, that's pretty much what he is as well, as we'll soon get to see. A massive red hand suddenly descends from the thunderclouds and comes straight at Su Ping. Before it can hit, Umbrageddon and Blaziken both apply practically a laundry list of defensive buffs to Su Ping. From rock armor to wind shield and lightning coat, he's pretty much coated in every elemental defense possible. With said buffs applied, Su Ping makes what is perhaps the boldest move since he was reincarnated into this life. He steps forward and grabs the massive fist. No, really, he literally plants his feet into the ground and shoves his hands right into the oncoming fist to stop it. And with a considerable amount of effort, he even manages to bring it to a standstill. Though it's causing a terrible pain within his very soul, Su Ping just smiles maniacally at what he's achieved. From some distance back, the giant who accompanied him is now cowering behind the Achilles shield, absolutely shell-shocked by the sheer nerve of this human. To go up directly against the heavenly tribulation, such a thing is unheard of. Unfortunately for him, his cover's about to disappear. Achilles finds himself excited beyond anything he's been in a while at what he's seeing. Eager to be part of it, he tells the giant to stay where he is and flies off towards the titanic clash taking place up ahead. Su Ping is fairly surprised as well when suddenly, the Achilles shield straps itself to his chest and tells him to go all out with confidence. It'll lend its defensive capabilities to him with pleasure. With Achilles' power added to his own, even the pain Su Ping previously felt is no more. With nothing left to hinder him, he bellows at the heavenly tribulation to be destroyed by him. Summoning the full spectral avatar of his Golden Crow body and demonic suppression fist, Su Ping and the catastrophe have a realm-shattering grapple for dominance. As the two cosmic entities grapple, the fists on Su Ping's avatar are shattered. But this right here is exactly where Little Skeleton's skill comes into play. If one punch won't do it, he'll just keep restoring his fists and hit with 100 punches. True to his claim, Su Ping absolutely batters the catastrophe with blow after blow after blow until cracks start appearing in its visage. Over from where they're observing, even the divine beings have to acknowledge Su Ping's power and show a newfound respect for him. On the other hand, Joanna is focused only on Su Ping's fists. Recognizing them, she wonders how he's related to the Golden Crow clan of the ancient chaotic period. Back at the heart of the clash, Su Ping cracks his fist against the catastrophes in one final, full power clash. And well enough, his monstrous power boosted by Joanna's treasure is the victor. The catastrophe is shattered into pieces and the sky clears up in a massive swirl energy. The heavenly tribulation has been completed. As he descends to the ground, Su Ping and Little Skeleton separate back into their individual forms. When Joanna arrives to ask how he feels, he reveals that the countless destruction and reconstruction of his body have made it stronger and lighter than ever before. Even his star power level has risen from lower 6th order to 6th order peak. There is one thing that Su Ping hadn't expected though. He can now see a golden progress bar above his companion, the giant's head. The system explains this is an enlightenment bar that allows the acquirement of the skill every time it fills up. Su Ping can only now see it as he accidentally touched the Thunder Dao in his battle with the catastrophe of the heavenly tribulation. He can now grant Thunder Dao skills to anyone with a full enlightenment bar. Sure enough, the second Su Ping thinks about it, he feels the knowledge of countless lightning skills running through his mind despite never learning them. According to the system, there are a total of 999 skills, most of which he will learn to grant with time and experience. Sometime later, Su Ping has summoned Lunar Dragon and Umbrageddon in his store. Since both of them have filled out enlightenment bars displayed above their heads, he plans to grant some nifty new skills to them. Since Umbrageddon is lacking defense, he grants it the 773rd Thunder Dao skill, Thunder and Murder Domain. With this, all enemies who step into a 10-meter radius of Umbrageddon will be strangled with the power of the Thunder God. For Lunar Dragon, it needs a precision attack, something it can use to deal massive damage to a single target quickly rather than AoE attacks. With this in mind, he grants it the 689th Thunder Dao skill, Wind God's Thundering Arrow. His highly powerful precision attack is capable of completely ignoring all defensive skills between itself and its target. With this, both pets have been raised to a whole new level of combat usefulness. Since the next stage of the Elite League is soon, he'll probably be lending Umbrageddon to Kuang. The day of the final event for the Global Elite League's qualifying rounds has arrived. A full 1,000 contestants have made their way through the arena battle stage and to this one. In the upper city's Longjing Central Arena, these 1,000 contestants must now duke it out to find the finest among them. As the spectators take their seats and the contestants assemble, the announcer explains how exactly this will be working. All 1,000 candidates will be participating in what is known as the Nightmare Hunting Competition. What exactly is this? Well, it's quite simple really. Imagine Sword Art Online meets PUBG or COD or Fortnite. Honestly, pretty much any battle royale game works, because that's what this is. The contestants will be sent into a virtual, or rather, a dream world of sorts. To do this, the league will be making use of a modified version of the Abyss Nightmare Beast, a higher 9th grade combat power possessing creature with some insane abilities. This beast will lead their consciousnesses into a dream realm where they can battle it out without any limitations. The system for determining winners will be a point-based one. If you kill another contestant who has no points, you get 1 point. If you kill one who does have points, well, you get all of their points. Any contestants who die in the dream realm will automatically be eliminated and will be woken up from their slumber. Finally, when the battle ends, the 5 contestants who have the highest number of points will be the ones who move on to the finals. The time limit for this stage is 5 hours, and all contestants are allowed to use a single secret treasure. It does have to be one that's of a lower rank than their own combat power though. Can't have them being carried by their equipment now, can they? Oh, and one more thing. Screw campers. That is to say, in order to ensure no one's able to make use of that rather cheap tactic, the players with more than 100 points will be displayed on the map at all times for everyone to see. With all the rules and conditions explained, it's time for the Battle Royale to begin. All at once, the contestants laying in their individual pods are dosed with sleeping gas, sending them quite firmly into unconsciousness. As soon as they leave the waking world, they're transported into the dream world by Abyss Nightmare Beast. Out in the real world, Su Ping's watching from a seat in the stands when VP Dong Mingsong makes his appearance. Walking up to Su Ping, he tells the man that he needs a specific pair of VR goggles to spectate the battle. Handing one to him, Mingsong takes the seat next to Su Ping. Sure is a coincidence that they're both here. Yeah, Dong definitely didn't spend $1 million just to get this specific seat. Definitely didn't do that. Anywho, using the VR goggles created with a specific brand of biotechnology, Suping busies himself with surveying the dream world and what's happening within it. Inside said dream world, Su Lingyu has just landed and has similar plans. Removing her hairpins, she reveals them to be a secret treasure of the 6th grade mechanical bird. Unable to be detected by star power, the bird can move around swiftly and scout an area of roughly 20 miles around the user. Pretty neat. Almost no time has passed before Su Lingyu already hears a massive commotion from a clearing not far from her. Over in the clearing, 2 contestants can be seen battling it out against each other with their star pets out. More interesting, however, is the 3rd contestant, one who's laying hidden in the grass a pretty decent distance away from them. Laying in a prone position, he's using a grade 6 biotechnology treasure, Beast Sniper. Oh my lord, he's one of those. Someone kill him, please. As he looks down the scope of his sniper to take out the 2, the man sees something terrifying. The upside-down face of Su Lingyu in her transformed state, the one where she bonds with Snowball, and she has horns and whiskers and claws. Yeah, that has to be pretty terrifying to see just inches away from you. Staying true to her demonic visage, Lingyu snaps the sniper's neck in a brutal fashion and flips onto a nearby tree, all with a rather disturbing grin on her face. Really going all out with the whole demon cosplay thing, isn't she? Taking a seat on the tree branch, Lingyu sees she's gained 5 points from killing that guy. Realizing how effective this could be, she comes up with a simple strategy. The battle between the 2 guys nearby is pretty much a stalemate. Since it won't be ending anytime soon, it'll attract plenty of other contestants here as well. Lingyu plans to stay hidden in her spot and kill all the people that show up quietly. Then, once she has more than 100 points and can't camp anymore, she'll use the lunar dragon trained by her brother to fight anyone else she comes across head-on. Later, 5 golden beams of light shoot up into the sky from various spots in the dream realm. In just 1 hour since the beginning of the battle, 5 contestants have crossed the 100-point threshold. And funny enough, all 5 are the heirs of the prestigious families, including the 4 great ones. Out in the real world, a spectating Suping learns the reason for this from Dong Mingsong. This is an old practice in the Elite League's Battle Royale stage. The heirs of major families have an agreement to meet up at the very center of the map they're sent to. From there, they all split off into different directions. By doing this, they can ensure none of them have to face each other during the Battle Royale and can save their face-offs for the finals. Suping comments that it's rather unfair since they're manipulating the rules to make sure the finalists are only from the great families. Dong is quick to assure him, though, that there aren't really many people who even could rival those guys anyways. Speaking of which, where's Lady Ruyan of the Tang family this year? Yup, that one's a real mystery. Suping sure doesn't know what you're talking about. Back in the dream world, one of the top 5 contestants is seen absolutely smoking the competition. With a couple of weaker guys in tow, he can be seen cutting down opposing players with incredible skill. This is the young master of the Liu family, now boasting a shocking 148 points. The 2 with him, children of rich men who bought the Liu family's protection, waste no time in sucking up to him despite his distaste for it. Meanwhile, Lingyu has still only reached a total of 42 points, far behind those in the lead. As she continues hunting players and the heirs of the great families do the same, a 6th golden beam suddenly appears. Another contestant has reached 100 points. The announcer gets excited by this revelation and starts taking guesses as to who it could be. One of those guesses being Ruyan Tang. Yeah, fat chance of that one, Chief. As everyone wonders just who it is, this 6th contestant is suddenly revealed in a violent display of wild power, barreling through tens of players at once, with a total of 137 points, riding atop the back of none other than Umbrageddon, is Kuang. In the latest series of events, Suping's younger sister has cleared all the qualifying stages of the Global Elite League and is now participating in the final stage before the finals. Alongside her, his student Kuang is also making quick work of his opponents on the field, brightening the name of Suping's pet store as intended and carving a path to the top for himself as well. In the background of all this, Suping has been spending his time strengthening both their pets and his own, putting them through some intense training exercises. After blitzing her latest 2 victims, Su Lingyu is at a solid 44 points, pink wisps of light trailing after her extended claws. Suddenly, as a trio of bright golden pillars of energy rise into the sky, Lingyu's attention is diverted to them. Looking in their direction, she wonders why the young masters of the Qin and Liu families are heading towards Kuang, her brother's disciple. At once, she makes up her mind to rush over there and help him out however she can. Over at the location of the light pillars, the Liu family's heir, Qing Feng slices through a bunch of trees with his blade before stepping through where they stood. Behind him, his two lackeys follow like a pair of lost puppies, constantly praising him like the suck-ups they are. As they enter the clearing they just opened a path to, Liu Qing Feng speaks out with his eyes closed and a smug smile in place. Su Kuang knew he was heading towards him, and yet he didn't try to run away. In fact, he's actually been waiting for them here. He really does have guts at the very least. Sitting atop his Umbra-geddon's back, Su Kuang keeps a confident smile on his face, but on the inside, he has concerns of his own. Qing Feng just chopped down those tall trees with a diameter easily as wide as 2 to 3 arm lengths. His sword must be insanely sharp. Outwardly, though, he maintains a cool demeanor and states that he intends to get into the top 5. Since he would have had to face the Liu family's young master to get there anyways, he might as well stand his ground now and stay to fight, right? Instantly, Qing Feng's brown-nosing toadies start spouting praises about him and belittle Su Kuang for thinking he can compete with someone like their master. They even tell him he should just surrender or else their master will show him the real difference between their powers. Su Kuang is unaffected by their nonsense. Smile still in place, he sits with his arms crossed and eyes closed. Su Kuang asks if they consider the possibility that he will be the one showing them the difference in their power. The toadies are instantly offended by the claim, gasping like a couple of high school girls in an HNMA. Liu Qing Feng, on the other hand, responds much more physically, that is to say, with a slash of his sword. As he swings the blade, he fires a wave of energy from it called Ahun Fall. As it makes contact with Su Kuang, a massive boom occurs, suggesting that some damage has been done. That suggestion couldn't possibly be more wrong, though, as Su Kuang and Umbra-geddon emerge from the dust cloud completely unharmed. Inside, Qing Feng is starting to feel a little nervous since that last attack didn't even give Su Kuang so much as a scratch. Regardless, he continues playing it cool and tells Su Kuang that it wasn't bad. After introducing himself, he asks for Kuang's name. Seeing a chance to show off, Su Kuang points a thumb to himself and tells them to listen up. Before he can say anything further, he gets hit with a massive thunderstorm sword skill from Qing Feng. Makes sense. Bro did do the pre-butt whooping Vegeta pose. Unlike Vegeta after doing that pose though, Su Kuang comes out of it completely unscathed, shocking Qing Feng's bootlickers into silence from their bragging. As the smoke from the attack fades away, he speaks out to tell them his name is Su Kuang. Also, can they seriously stop attacking while he's trying to talk? Is that really all they're capable of? Cheap shots and sneak attacks. Over with Qing Feng, he's experiencing nothing short of absolute and utter confusion as he stares at his blade. That attack didn't work. Out in the real world, people in the spectator seats are losing their collective crap as well. After all, Qing Feng killed 100 people consecutively using his sword. And that's not even to mention that the average Umbra-geddon is meant to be about 2 to 3 meters in size. Over in his seat, Feng Shan's vice principal, Dong Ming-song, is surprised for different reasons. That Su Kuang looks oddly familiar for some reason. Suddenly, it hits him. That's the kid he once heard calling Su Ping his master. Could it be that he's Su Ping's student? Thanks, Captain. Obvious. Welcome to the party. Back with the contestants, Qing Feng has decided to step things up a notch. With the appearance of a large blue portal, he calls forth his own pet, a giant, dark dragon with a blue hue to it. Even the two idiots on Qing Feng's own side are overwhelmed by the sheer suppressive aura of this dragon. Ranked 5th among all dragon pets, it's the mighty dark dragon, Episakan. Outside in his seat, VP Ming-song mentions that the dragon is the same kind as what Lu Fengshan summoned at a previous college tournament to kill 5 of Feng Shan's brightest, yet this one is even bigger. In the battle world, Su Kuang instantly feels the effects of Ebisakan's passive ability, Dragon Might. It's a struggle to even stay on his feet under the oppressive aura, as Qing Feng is quick to point out while he positions his blade. Sword in place, he's ready to skewer Su Kuang but never gets the chance. The very next moment, a foot flies into his view and slams Qing Feng away from the other boy. Using his sword, he bats away his assailant and her pet before getting right to the point. Is she Su Ling Yue? Not one for games. Ling Yue confirms his suspicion as she lands firmly on her feet and tells him she's his next opponent. Off to the side, Qing Feng's lackeys deduce that she's the one that's been bragging about being the champion. Even they have to question though, how is she unaffected by Dragon Might? From a new challenger, a question is put forward. Did she just use the stillness of Vajra technique? Su Ling Yue narrows her eyes and suspiciously asks how this newcomer knew that. In response, said newcomer just says he's fought against the young mistress of the Tang family before, so of course he does. This is none other than the Qin family's young master, Qin Shao. Meanwhile, Qing Feng's mind is moving a mile a minute. From what he knows, the stillness of the Vajra is a move only taught to the Tang family's young mistress. Between Ling Yue knowing it and Ryu and Tang being suspiciously absent this year, he quickly comes to the sort of correct conclusion. Ryu and Tang is with the little rascal pet store run by Ling Yue's brother. No wonder his father has been so careful regarding that pet store. This is all just crazy. It's so ridiculous he can't help but let out a laugh, confusing Shao Tian. When he asked about it, Qing Feng just tells him he can go ahead and fight Ling Yue since he wants to. His motivation for this is simple. If the Qin family defends Little Rascal Pet Store, they'll be sure to suffer in some way. For now, though, he has another opponent to face. Kuang is still on the scene and he's raring to go, while he faces Qing Feng. Ling Yue is left to stand against Shao Tian. Twirling his spear, he asks just how strong she is to claim she's the champion. Raising his spear parallel to the ground, Shao Tian calls forth his two pets, the Dragon of Earth and the Dragon of Thunder and Fire. Two majestic monstrosities of the highest caliber step out of a pair of portals behind him. Outside, the crowd goes crazy at what they're seeing. The Dragon of Earth alone is formidable enough to have earned the nickname Iron Wall. But on top of that, the number 7 from the Dragon rankings, the Dragon of Thunder and Fire as well. Owning a dragon is to a pet tamer what owning a private jet is to the ordinary Joe. There's no doubt the Qin family's young master is disgustingly loaded to have 2 dragons. Shao Tian, however, is more focused on his opponent. Addressing Ling Yue, he tells her he knows she has a dragon too, so she should summon it. Ling Yue knows that her snowball can't handle 2 dragons of such might alone. As such, she calls forth her own trump card. Stepping out of a tier in reality itself, her lunar dragon reveals itself and lets out a guttural roar towards Shao Tian's beasts. On a side note, Qing Feng's toadies are all but crapping themselves both from how overwhelmed they are and how emasculated they feel at being the most inferior ones here. Over with the other fight going on at the same time, Qing Feng has his Ebisakan prepare a grade 8 pet skill, Hellfire Breath. As it charges up, he boldly asks Kuang if he really dares to block this attack head-on like before. Confident in his abilities and his pets, Kuang simply tells Qing Feng to come at him and tells Umbrageddon to go all out. With a roar, the Dark Dog leaps forward at the Hellfire Breath that Abisikan has just fired. As the two collide, Qing Feng is certain this is already over. The Hellfire Breath is a skill that boasts great enough power to erode bones and penetrate intestines after all. There's no way Kuang will survive taking this head-on. Unfortunately for Qing Feng, that line of thinking goes right out the window when Kuang casually comments that an attack of this degree won't be enough to even calm out Umbrageddon's fur. Enraged, Qing Feng tells Ebisakan to keep Umbrageddon busy, and he himself leaps at Kuang with his sword drawn. The key to winning a battle is to attack the battle tamer after all, and with Kuang being suppressed by Dragon Might, he's a goner for sure. However, as he draws closer and closer, Kuang simply continues to stand in place with an infuriatingly cocky smirk on his face. Hell, he even bets that he'll change his name if he so much as flinches from what's coming. Alright, you know a guy's cooking something fierce when he's this confident and isn't even bragging with details. Sure enough, Qing Feng's sword snaps like a twig as soon as it makes contact with Kuang. Or rather, the barrier of defensive magic coating him. Umbrageddon has applied a myriad of defensive buffs to Kuang, ranging from Gale Protection, Gaia's Protection, Hardshell, Storm Armor, and even Draco Scales. While Qing Feng is still off balance and off guard from the shock of his sword shattering, Kuang punches him right in the pie hole hard enough to send him flying back like a miniature tornado. That craps straight out of Looney Tunes. As Qing Feng screeches to a stop with his face digging through the ground, Kuang starts mocking him. He asks him what other skills he's got and tells him to use them all with a grin on his face. Sitting there, utterly humiliated, Qing Feng comes to a decision. The competition limited him to only bringing a grade 6 treasure at most, still he couldn't bring his Zhanlu sword, which would have sliced his head right off. However, there's one thing he can still do. Calling out to Ebisakan, he summons the dragon back to him, ending its clash with Umbrageddon. As he mounts the dragon, Kuang mockingly asks if he's planning to run away. Once the dragon takes to the skies, though, Qing Feng's bluster returns and he tells Kuang not to celebrate too early. With a quick rustle, Ebisakan begins charging up his ultimate move, Annihilation. Over with Ling Yue and Shao Tian, the girl recognizes Annihilation for the grade 9 pet skill that it is. Seeing her concern, Xiao Tian asks if she's afraid and offers to let his earth dragon block it for her, all while pelting her with spear thrusts that she deftly dodges. Ling Yue simply tells him his dragons should worry about themselves while trying and failing to leg sweep him. After that, the two enter a clash lot between his spear and her claws, while Xiao Tian says her pet will become his dragon's toy. Outside, the audience is equal parts stunned and impressed at the promise being shown by Su Ling Yue. To fight on equal grounds with the Qin family's young master despite her underdog status is nothing short of amazing. More noticeably though, Annihilation is about to finish charging. Once that move goes off, it'll vaporize a full third of the island they're fighting on. Qing Feng yells out for everyone to die as he has Abisekan hurl the massive energy sphere down. Even as Death Incarnate approaches though, Su Kuang shows no fear at all. He simply mounts Umbrageddon and tells him to use that skill as a counter. The next moment sees Umbrageddon leaping into the air and right into the face of Annihilation. Once they're close enough, Su Kuang orders Umbrageddon to activate the domain. A fraction of a moment later, the Dark Dog and its tamer are engulfed in the spectral avatar of the murderous Thunder domain. The next thing anyone knows is said avatar clashing with the sphere of Annihilation, cracking its surface, piercing through it, and bam. Just like that, Annihilation is annihilated and Su Kuang is no worse for wear. Outside, everybody loses their collective metaphorical shit at what just happened. For Annihilation itself to be completely destroyed like that is nothing short of insane. Su Kuang, for his part, takes this opportunity to brag about the man he idolizes. Speaking out loud, he says Umbrageddon is a pet trained by his teacher. Of course he's special. Shocked and furious, Qing Feng demands to know who this teacher actually is. In response, while his domain batters Abisekan, Su Kuang declares that his master is none other than the infamous owner of Little Rascal Pet Store, Su Ping. Following Su Kuang and Umbrageddon's fierce attack, Qing Feng has been defeated and is slowly fading from the battle world. Before he's taken out though, he makes an observation. If even Su Kuang, who's this strong, is a part of the Little Rascal Pet Store's forces, then it won't be long before the Tang family take action, especially once they see the stillness of the Vajra being used by an outsider in Ling Yue. This year's Elite League Championship is shaping up to be quite an interesting one. With Qing Feng beaten, Su Kuang gets a whopping 148 points added on to his existing 137. Sitting on Umbrageddon's back, he turns to Qing Feng's lackeys who are still in the area and tells them they're next. Like the spineless losers they are though, they instantly put their hands together and beg to be spared. One even offers to have his father compensate Kuang after the competition. Uninterested in their silly pleas, Su Kuang steers Umbrageddon forward and the brown nosers find themselves wiped out in half an instant. Frustratingly enough, each of them only gives Kuang 1 point, so that's pretty disappointing. Are those really the kind of losers that Extraordinary Pet Store is guaranteeing as top 10 material? Su Kuang's doubts are shared by the audience out in the real world as well, albeit in a different manner. People are quickly switching up on Extraordinary Pet Store and deciding to take their business to Little Rascal Pet Store instead. After seeing the incredible feats of the pets trained there, no one can pretend that they aren't the best. Among the spectating audience are also Su Ping himself and Fengshan VP Ming Song. Said VP turns to Su Ping to ask him if this isn't a tad problematic. After all, killing the young master of the Liu family is equivalent to tarnishing the reputation of the 4 major families themselves. Su Ping, however, just says that that's exactly what he wanted. Flashback time, boys and gals. Back before the current day, Su Ping tells Su Kuang that he'll hand over Umbrageddon for the Elite League's next event. Su Kuang is more than a little hesitant, asking if he's really able to use his teacher's favorite battle pet. Hell, he's not entirely sure this isn't a dream. Su Ping assures him though that this is no dream. Pet leasing is one of the services of their pet store after all, so he'll be charged for the temporary contract anyways. Su Kuang is quick to tell him though that the money isn't an issue. The thing he's concerned about is if he can really control such a powerful pet himself. Once more, Su Ping reassures him that it'll be fine by telling him that the limit of forming a temporary contract is only related to one's combat levels. Despite Umbrageddon having a pinnacle grade 9 battle power, Su Kuang's recently achieved grade 7 is more than enough for the contract to work. Hell, it probably would have even if he was just upper grade 6. After hearing Umbrageddon's level, Su Kuang can do little else but bow his head and thank his teacher with every bit of sincerity possible. When he goes to address Umbrageddon respectfully, Su Ping tells him that he shouldn't be so formal. Rather, he should treat Umbrageddon as his very own battle pet. Moreover, he's allowed to use all his powers during the competition. No holds barred. After all, the Global Elite League is quite possibly the best opportunity there is for advertisement, Once their pets show what they're capable of, any doubts about their pet store will instantly be cleared. Back to the present, folks. Su Ping proudly declares his intentions to Ming Song. It's time for the 4 major families to step down from their position as the leaders of Long Jiang City, as though she's a herald for her brother's vision. Ling Yue chooses that moment to call forth the greatest power of the lunar dragon. Above the majestic beast, an ethereal 6-winged angelic being full with glowing crown manifests. With a quick crackle of lightning, the angelic being calls forth a bow and notches an arrow. This is the wind god Thunderbolt arrow. Highly impressed, the commentator for the event wonders out loud if they're about to see another brand new lightning attribute skill. Xiao Tian himself is nearly overwhelmed by the sheer pressure from the move, but his battle thirst balances it out enough for him to make a move. To try and keep the upper hand, he summons 2 more of his pets, both of the 9th grade in combat power. The Guardian of Nature and the Bloody Demon Samurai. Both creatures of undeniably awesome power. Shocked by this development, even the commentator loses his cool for a bit before explaining that the Bloody Demon Samurai is rumored to be the most violent and hardest to tame of all grade 9 beasts. Despite its immense power, there are several cases of it turning on its own masters, nearly landing at the classification of enraged beast. On the battlefield, the angelic being's arrow is shot from its bow with a seamless grace befitting its divine appearance. Below on the ground, Xiao Tian takes measures to defend against the ridiculous move. Dragon of Thunder and Fire, Guardian of Nature, and Dragon of Earth all activate Draco scales at his command. That is then followed up with the Plant Goddess's Protection and Gaia's Protection. With 3 whole 9th grade defense skills applied in just an instant, Xiao Tian is ready to tank Ling Yue's godly arrow. However, as she says before it makes contact, this is all useless. Damn, that was cold. Without slowing for so much as a moment, the arrow pierces straight through all the defenses that have been put up and kills Xiao Tian's pets in one fell swoop. As he balks at the failure of his defensive skills, he's left with just Bloody Demon Samurai at his side. He too is forced on the defensive as the arrow continues its course until it makes contact with him. The force carries the demonic pet a good distance across the battlefield before he's finally able to dig his feet in and redirect the arrow into the forest to the side. In the aftermath of that arrow's explosion, Ling Yue actually ends up gaining points for the 36 players that were beaten as collateral damage. Su Kuang is even impressed by what he's seeing, his competitive spirit to the side for the moment. The commentator's voice blares out as he talks about how Ling Yue's terrifying lightning skill fully penetrated several grade 9 defense skills like nothing. That thing was all but unstoppable. The only reason Xiao Tian's still in the battle is because the Bloody Demon Samurai has outstanding physical toughness, even by the standards of a 9th grade. Geez, really hammering in his inadequacy, aren't we? Now, thinking that Ling Yue has exhausted herself by using her trump card, Xiao Tian has Blood Demon Samurai flash behind her in a flicker of insane speed. With this, he'll be able to finish off Ling Yue while she's still too spent to react. Oh, never mind. It was bait. The second Blood Demon Samurai's claws close and around Ling Yue. She shields herself with the grade 9 Ice Attribute defense skill, Ice Goddess's Protection. Ling Yue comments that the samurai is indeed quite fast, but not quite as fast as her lunar dragon. The same way Blood Demon appeared behind her, so too does Lunar Dragon behind him. With a mighty roar, the dragon bites into the samurai's shoulder. Xiao Tian yells out for his pet, but Ling Yue tells him something that has his blood freezing in his veins. That arrow just now, it was nothing more than a warm-up. Looking up, one can see not 1, not 2, not even 3, but 5 more of the wind god thunderbolts notched and ready to fire. That stupidly overpowered arrow from earlier can be fired in rapid succession. After thoroughly destroying Xiao Tian, Su Ling Yue now stands proudly as the owner of 200 points. Outside of Su Kuang himself, she is the first contestant to gather over 200 points. In the distance, in various locations across the islands, 2 men hear news about Qingfeng and Xiao Tian's defeat. Each of them can only question how either of those 2 could have lost before deciding to finish the job themselves. Back with Su Ling Yue, she is now riding atop Lunar Dragon as it flies through the forest, burning all the competition to embers on the spot. Right next to them, Su Kuang atop Umbrageddon is experiencing his own battle high as the Dark Dog plows through enemies similarly. Together, the 2 contestants take out dozens of enemies and cement themselves as the top scorers for this evening. Nerds. While in the middle of this, Su Ling Yue tells Su Kuang to continue harvesting points on the land while she heads up higher and provides aerial support. Su Kuang just whoops in joy, ready to let loose on all the unsuspecting victims that are to come. Outside, the commentator announces Ling Yue and Su Kuang's movements is taking them closer in the direction of the contestants Muchen and Drag, the young masters of the Mu and Yi families respectively. Both said young masters are on guard after hearing this, surprised that those two have gotten close to them from all the way on the other end of the island so fast. Full of bluster, both of them bluff about how it's too bad the competition rules prevented them from bringing their high-grades treasures. That's the only reason they're not more openly facing off against these intimidating newcomers. Yeah, totally, man. Not like you're a couple of wet farts. Not at all. Luckily for them, Ling Yue and Su Kuang don't run into them, mainly because the young masters purposely decided to run and avoid confrontation. Before long, everyone on the island has been wiped out except the top 5. As the final man before that is encased in a solid layer of ice, the commentator makes the announcement. The nightmare hunting competition has ended. The top 5 contestants from this round will now move on to the finals of Longjiang City's International Elite League Championship. Over with said contestants, Mu Shen and Drag are thanking their lucky stars as well as any other deity up there that they were able to avoid any full-on confrontations. Between Drag's final score of 112 and Mu Chen's of 118, neither of them are exactly the most impressive. On the other hand, a super buff dude named Wen with the strange draconic summon has scored 149 points. Even this pales, however, in comparison. The contestant in first place is Su Kuang himself. Right behind him, and not by too much, is Su Ling Yue with her own score at 289. With the stage over, the contestants are released from their pods all at once and instructed to contact the staff if they experience any discomfort. Su Kuang, however, is as fired up as ever, extra excited that he and Ling Yue have moved up to the finals. On the other hand, the younger sister of Rascal Pet Shop's owner is still quite cautious and calculating. With another round of finals waiting for them, they need to stay on their toes. In response, Su Kuang just confidently says that she's worrying too much. The other 3 obviously have no chance against them. Once the finals roll around, she can just take care of one guy while he takes another. Then, he'll surrender to her and let her become the champion. Ling Yue just annoyedly tells him not to jinx their chances of victory. In response to her annoyed statement, Su Kuang just acts even more ridiculous and carefree, telling her he's going to treat everyone to the casino tonight. Ling Yue just curls up on the ground while muttering about staying home and training for the next stage. Right at that moment, Qing Feng and Xiao Tian pass by the two and tell them they didn't expect to lose because of them this year. When they instantly go on guard, Xiao Tian tells them he's not here for trouble, but rather to congratulate them and maybe even get to know them. Ling Yue's Wind God Thunderbolt was an amazing technique after all, so there's no shame in admitting he lost fair and square. He only hopes they can duel each other again sometime in the future, still weary of him. Ling Yue asks if he plans to take revenge for his loss after the competition. Xiao Tian just laughs lightly and tells her she doesn't need to worry since his goal was never to get first place here to begin with. His real goal is to enter Zhenwu Academy. While Ling Yue freaks out at hearing he wants in on the best academy in the entire subcontinent, Su Kuang takes the opportunity to tease Qing Feng about his loss. Unlike Xiao Tian, he's far more salty about the loss, fully believing it's only because of the defense buff's Umbrageddon placed on Kuang. Growing annoyed, he tells the rest that he's busy, so he's leaving first and walks off. Before he can even exit the area, a guy from his family shows up and tries to tell him there's still a chance to mess with Little Rascal Pet Store. In response, Qing Feng bitch slaps the man hard enough to stagger him. Angrily, Qing Feng tells him Little Rascal Pet Store is not to be trifled with. Up in the stands, members of the Tang family have caught on to Ling Yue's usage of the stillness of the Vajra and are connecting the dots. Over in another section of the stands, Ming Song congratulates Su Ping on his sister's ranking and tries to extend an invitation for something later. Su Ping doesn't even wait to hear what it is before turning him down, citing that he's busy. Strangely enough, it appears Snakeheart has sent him a message, so he quickly opens it to see what's up. Inside, he finds a report on how news about Ling Yue's usage of the stillness of Vajra has already spread throughout the Tang family and worse, the internet. For now, he's blocked it, but that's not a permanent fix. Seeing that he'll have to face the Tang family after all, Su Ping quickly shoots off a reply message. He tells Snakeheart to go ahead and release the news officially after a few days since there's no way to completely keep it from spreading now anyways. He has his own plans either way. Later, Su Ping walks through the Zhou family residence where he's greeted by their armed forces doing a training exercise. Spotting Su Ping, the commander tells his men to take a short break and greet Su Ping, since those are the family head's orders. Their reluctant greeting makes it clear, though, that the family's average folk aren't satisfied or loyal to him. Just the family head's pledge of loyalty may not be enough here after all. Su Ping quickly decides he needs to fix this. He tells them not to greet him if they don't feel like it and to just lead him to the family head so he can have their meeting. After being led to the family head, Su Ping sits with him for a while as they share some tea, while inquiring about the 100+ pets they sent to his store for training. Su Ping learns that the training was extremely satisfactory to them. More importantly, though, the pets were only those of the higher-ups in the Zhou family army. The subordinates didn't actually benefit at all. This explains a lot in Su Ping's mind, as the low-level soldiers are the ones he beat up during his last visit. After talking a bit about his sister's performance today, Su Ping asks the head to gather the Zhao family army and have them summon their main pets. Confused, the family head asks what he wants to do with their pets right now. Smiling at him confidently, Su Ping tells him he intends to give them a little bonus. At the Zhao family training grounds, the majority of their soldiers are present to test their abilities. The first of them moves forward and has his pet spew some flame breath at the middle-grade battle power detector placed in the area. As the flames make contact with the statue, its tail turns 7 layers of green, indicating the soldier's Inferno Bat has reached the mid-grade 7 battle power. Seeing this, one particular young man decides to show off and summons his pet, a Thundercloud Bull. At the young man's command, the bull uses the move Volcanic Smite. A purple beam of energy shoots out of the detector, which instantly lights up 8 waves. Many are shocked by the power and speed of the Grade 8 attack. The young man who is in question here is the son of a high-ranking member in the Zhou family. Because why not? Not only does he already own a Grade 8 battle pet at such a young age, the speed of his growth is stupid fast as well. At his current rate, he could become the right guardian for the family in just a few years. The kid starts rather unsubtly bragging about how he's younger than everyone here, including his own team leader. As he desires, the man sings praise of the younger fellow and says he'll surpass them all in no time. Even Toast can't get this buttered up. The young man simply praises his own tactics in his mind. If he just keeps training his pets at Little Rascal Pet Store once in a while like he did recently, he can just kick back, relax, and not even have to work hard for anything. He begins mocking the older soldier and tells him to just go ahead and retire since he can recognize his own flaw and is so old. It's at this point that Su Ping finally steps into the fray and speaks up. The young man only came to his store a few times in a whole month and only increased his pet by 2 minor grades. Does he really think that's impressive? Next to him, the family head walks in and orders everyone to summon their battle pets so Su Ping can examine them. As he's taking a look, Su Ping finds that while many of the beasts are indeed powerful, not one of them has enough points to ascend here and now. That is, except for one simple creature known as an ancient vine beast, sitting at a lower grade 8 combat power. Calling out to its master, Su Ping singles out the vine beast, a plant attribute grade 7 beast that excels in healing. It greatly lacks fire power. When its master claims to want to train it to be a multi-purpose pet that can deal damage as well, Su Ping makes his decision. The rich kid simply smirks at the claim smugly and says that the vine beast is a complete waste of time in every way and should be dropped by someone like Su Ping. If he should be treating anyone, it should be his Thundercloud Bull. Smug little daddy's boy is so entitled it hurts. Su Ping simply ignores him completely and focuses on his own task. Taking the vine beast's master's wishes into consideration, he uses his own abilities to engrave the lightning skill into the vine beast. A pillar of light erupts from the beast as it suddenly gains access to the ability, Heavenly Soaring Dragon Wave. Even the family head is left in awe at the fact Su Ping can directly engrave a pet skill with such ease, an act even grade 9 beast instructors can't perform. Su Ping tells the Vine Beast Master that he's granted a new pet skill to fit his wishes and advises that he test out its new healing and damage-dealing capabilities. Confused, the soldier asks how he should test the healing skill when there's nobody injured nearby. In response, Su Ping just nonchalantly raises his fist, points it in the rich kid's direction, and bam. With a quick application of the divine demonic fist's first form, he blows the guy's arm clean off at the shoulder, leaving a bloody mess behind. While he collapses to his knees in pain, Su Ping tells the soldier to go ahead and use the opportunity. Sure enough, he activates his Vine Beast's new skill, Heavenly Soaring Dragon Wave, and fires a large ethereal beast of energy at the now one-armed rich kid. Seeing the attack coming his way, he screams out in terror, but the pain never comes. Rather, as the attack passes right through him, its energy enters his wound and in mere seconds, his entire arm is reground from the shoulder down to fingernails. Everyone present is gobsmacked at the results of Su Ping's skill engraving. Limb regeneration is a level of healing that should only be achievable with grade 8 healing arts, and even then, it isn't necessarily this effective. Perhaps even more impressive is when the Vine Beast attacks the measuring statue and ends up overloading it enough to shatter the whole thing. That means its previously non-existent destructive power is now exceeding even the pinnacle of grade 8. As everyone sees the ridiculously stupid benefits of Su Ping's abilities, they instantly regret their previous rude behavior towards him. They can only hope he can still forgive them and find it in himself to help them grow stronger as well. To this end, the entirety of the Zhou family army bows down to Su Ping as one and pledges its allegiance to him. Su Ping simply responds that he's fine with that, so for now they should all go to his store and train their pets in the following days. Seeing what he's doing, the family head wonders why Su Ping is in such a hurry to amass military forces for himself. In response, Su Ping just tells him that Longjiyang City won't be as peaceful as they're used to for much longer. On his communicator, a message from Snake Heart lights up the screen. The Starry Sky organization is planning to support Moon in becoming the champion of the International Elite League Championship. From the looks of it, the Mu and Tang families are planning to team up to eliminate them during the finals. The day of the Longjiyang City Finals has finally arrived. Standing in the A2 arena, the top 5 contestants from the previous stage are waiting for things to kick off as the announcer goes through the formalities. He explains that the winner of the finals today will go on to represent all of Longjiyang City in the International Championship. Up on a raised platform, a group of prominent figures are seated separately from everyone else. These are none other than the heads of the major families. Tang Longzhan of the Tang family, who is rather annoyed with the recent actions of Little Rascal Pet Store. Mu Beihai of the Mu family, who seems more amused than anything. Qin Duhuang of the Qin family, who wants to see the girl that beat his son in the last stage. Liu Tianzong of the Liu family, who just wants to witness Little Rascal Pet Store's true power. Yi Wuming of the Yi family, who is excited with anticipation over today's events. And finally, Zhou Tianlin of the Zhou family, who already knows the victor of today's tournament. One lone seat in the middle of them all remains empty though. The occupant shows up right as the announcer is beginning to introduce her. The Starry Skies organization's representative, Miss Moon. She is here to participate directly on behalf of Starry Skies. This announcement is met with mostly negative responses from the crowd, though the majority of them have the sense to keep it quiet. Nobody really thinks it's fair for an outsider to barge in on their city's finals and potentially take away their chance to be represented internationally. Oblivious to their dissatisfaction, the announcer continues to explain the format of today's contest. Since there will be a total of 6 contestants, the rules of the finals have been tweaked to accommodate the new number. All 6 contestants will randomly be assigned to one of 2 groups, A or B. The contestants who defeat the other 2 beast tamers in their own groups will then advance to a final match between them to determine the winner. Su Lingyue and Su Kuang look up to see that the grouping is heavily out of their favor. Both of them are in the same group along with Zhou Wen, which means only one of them will be able to advance to the true final. Once the actual fights begin, the Mu family instantly forfeit their first match, which sees Mu pitted against Mu Chen. Though the crowd is highly confused at first, it doesn't take people long to come to the correct conclusion. The major families plan to allow Starry Skies to walk all over them as usual. The champion of their city will end up being robbed by an outsider like Moon, leaving them with no representation on the world stage. Now I all know what it feels like to live in a third world country. Kind of. Su Ping, on the other hand, is confused by the audience's negative response. Seeing this, Ming Song explains to him why they're reacting like that. Though the government has never officially admitted to it, there is an unspoken rule that most are aware of. Competitions like the International Elite League and the King's League are meant to distinguish talented individuals. For those individuals, it's an opportunity to gain recognition, status, fame, wealth, and power. But from the perspective of a whole city, having a champion stand out in such competitions is leverage to obtain resources from the Blue Star Federation. Cities that can't produce powerful individuals don't get that benefit. If the champion of the International Elite League for Longjiyang ends up being an outsider, their city will be deemed one such incapable place and be written off in the allocation of resources. Their development may well be halted or even deteriorate altogether. The major families tend to act high and mighty, but they bend the knee to Starry Skies quite easily. Longjiyang City's only hope now is for Su Ping and his store's disciples to obtain first place themselves. Down in the arena, the second match between Moon and Drag concludes in the same manner as the previous one. The Yu family's head forfeits on Drag's behalf as soon as the match begins, as he's realized this is a ploy to eradicate Little Rascal as well. With both her opponents having forfeited, Miss Moon automatically advances to the finals. With that taken care of, it's now time for Group B's matches. The first match between Su Ling Yue and Jiao Wen was announced. Up on the raised platform, the Yi Wuming advises Zhou Tianlin to have his son injure Ling Yue at all costs and appease the Starry Skies. However, Tianlin simply tells him that this time around, even Starry Skies will be in danger. He knows which side to stand with, and he plans to stick with that. Raising his voice, he announces that the Zhou family forfeits as well, allowing Ling Yue to move forward without any trouble. The crowd instantly catches on that the Zhou family is supporting Little Rascal, and quietly start cheering at their odds of winning increasing. The other family heads berate Tianlin for his decision and threaten him, but he remains firm in his choice. The next battle is between Ling Yue and Su Kuang, as per their agreement right from the very beginning. Su Kuang forfeits at this point so Ling Yue can go on, but not before giving her some advice. According to Su Ping, Moon has never actually shown her true powers before, so it would be best to go into this as cautious as possible. With Su Ling Yue getting the same express ticket to the final match as Moon, the true battle has arrived. Ling Yue leaps onto the battle stage to cheers from all across the crowd, expressing their support for her at the top of their voices, up from her position on her throne-like seat. Moon's reaction is far more ominous though. She simply looks down at Ling Yue with a small smile and calls her display cute. Woof woof. No? Well, can't blame me. She's hot. A flashback of the past shows how messed up Moon has been from a very young age. As a child, she brutally killed a little kitten, simply justifying it by saying that she hates cute things. Isn't that just the most ominous thing ever? In the present, Moon exerts a powerful crimson aura around herself as she levitates down to the arena where Ling Yue is waiting. With both contestants in place, the organizers activate a grade 9 barrier to prevent any collateral damage. After that, they explain the format of this final. For starters, it's going to be a best out of 3 style fight with the loser being determined by either tap out or knockout. Furthermore, only treasures of grade 7 or lower are permitted to be used in the fight. With both fighters facing off, some folks in the crowd start cheering loudly for Ling Yue and very lightly speak in a way that could be interpreted as offensive towards Starry Skies. That's all Moon's Imperial Guard needs though. The next thing anyone knows, a purple blast is sent right at the person who is talking and his existence is erased in a bloody explosion. Everyone surrounding that guy instantly freaks out, understandably so. Even Su Ping's attention is drawn to the commotion and he narrows his eyes in anger at what he sees. Jia Wuji, a 3-star member of Starry Skies who also goes by the title Spear Demon, a beast tamer of the higher 9th grade in terms of combat power. Beside him is a 4-star member by the name of Yi Feng Xiao. With the title of Dragon Rider, he's also a higher 9th grade combat power. Together, the two display a completely callous approach to the lives of others, seeing what they've just done as a re-education of sorts rather than the cold-blooded murder it was. With the crowd sufficiently scared into silence, attention is brought back to the fight down in the arena. The announcer continues explaining the rules and tells the contestants that officials will not provide any form of healing throughout the battles, so they should make sure to summon their pets at the right times. Angrily, Ling Yue asks Moon why she has to come here to compete rather than leaving the people of Longjiang alone. Does she not have the confidence to become a champion from her own region? Moon simply smirks at her and grunts out a non-answer. The next second, Moon dashes forward in a sudden leap to punch Ling Yue with enough force to send her flying away. As Ling Yue impacts the floor of the arena a little way away and creates a miniature crater, the crowd is amazed by what they've just seen. That punch exceeded even the 6th grade in terms of pure strength. Will Ling Yue really be able to defend against this kind of power? Yup, she can. Ling Yue emerges from the dust completely unharmed from Moon's attack and stands proudly. She snarks at Moon, asking her if her words really hurt the woman's pride that badly. Up in his seat, Tang Longzhan recognizes the defensive move Ling Yue just used as the stillness of the Vajra and has the rumors confirmed to him firsthand. His brows furrowed in rage, Longzhan glances towards Su Ping and swears that he'll execute him publicly after the competition concludes. Over with said pet store owner. He listens as VP Ming Song complains about Moon attacking before the judges officially started the match. Su Ping has a different concern though. As far as he can see, the astral patterns on Moon's body are a lot more complex than what they're disguised as. Based on how far back Ling Yue got thrown from the punch despite using the stillness of the Vajra, her astral patterns are easily providing additional power in excess of grade 7. VP Ming Song instantly shows immense concern upon hearing this as such things are highly illegal. You'd only wonder why in the world the judges aren't saying anything about this clear violation. This prompts Su Ping to tell him about the suspicions he's had ever since he saw the groupings of Group A and B, The officials here, the judges, the referees, and anyone else of note is clearly in Starry Sky's pocket. The most they're doing is giving Moon a warning for attacking early for all the good that it'll do. Even if Starry Skies were to blatantly break rules here, it's highly unlikely the judges would take any serious action against them. With that being the case, VP Mingsong can only ask what in the world is even the point of fighting to begin with. To this, Suping replies that of course there's a point. The fact that they're cheating like this is exactly why they must win against them here and now. In the arena, Ling Yue wastes no time in summoning her lunar dragon. As it comes through the dimensional tier as usual, everyone is stunned by the altered appearance of the majestic creature from the last stage. The dragon now sports several golden highlights across its body as well as a pair of menacing gold-tipped horns atop its head. As the crowd tries to figure it out, some comment that the golden light coming off the dragon almost feels like holy energy. Even Moon is floored by this unexpected change in Ling Yue's pet. As it dashes forward, Moon is forced on the defensive this time, overwhelmed by the sheer power behind the dragon. I mean, it's a dragon. What do you expect? Up in the stands, Moon's Imperial Guards are both floored by the fact that this lunar dragon is actually able to push her back. Quickly acting in response to the turn in events, one of Moon's aides rushes to the side of the arena and chucks a sword towards her. The second it's unsheathed, the blade all but blinds the audience from the intense shine coming from it. Even more impressive though is what it does next. With all but zero effort, the sword pierces straight through the grade 9 barrier and lands cleanly in Moon's raised hand, bringing the sword down in a mighty slash. Moon expels enough energy to not only push Lunar Dragon back, but even cut its skin. Up in the stands, Mingsong is shocked at the sight of the sword, becoming a bit of a norm for him, isn't that? Mingsong reveals this is the grade 9 sword treasure Yi Tian, rumored to be able to slice through anything as easily as mud. It's slaying countless beasts of high grade. More concerning though is that the sword is an inherited treasure of a family in another city. Why in the world does Moon have it? Finally having enough of the open unfairness, the audience begins speaking up against Starry Sky's disregard for the rules. Once more, Zhao Wuji prepares to attack said audience members with lethal force. This time, however, his attack is batted away by a golden ethereal fist. Suping has finally stepped in. If they want to compete, they can do so fairly, but now they've just crossed a line. When Suping speaks those words, the judges overseeing the match suddenly become worried that he's warning them. As someone who just batted away a 9th grade expert's attack like nothing, they can't afford to go against him. Not knowing what to do, they decide to ask their superiors from Starry Skies for instructions. Typical pitiful PM behavior. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji is infuriated that these people he sees as mere instincts have the audacity to question their actions. His older partner is quick to remind him to stay his hand and calm down though. Right now, their main priority is to help their young lady become the champion. After that, he can do as he pleases. Swallowing his pride, Zhao Wuji complies and orders the sword maiden Xiaoju to explain this situation to the audience. She explains that since the Yi Tian sword has gained intelligence and sentience of its own, Moon formed a pet contract with it. As such, the sword is counted as her astral pet and is more than legal to use in a match. Hearing this, the judges who were confused see a way to weasel their way out of their tough spot and just tell everyone that ETN is valid. Despite the commentator trying to spin it as something acceptable, the audience are still simmering with anger internally at this clear unfairness. In the arena, Moon reveals her special technique, Sword Spirit Possession. With this, she becomes one with Yi Tian and her astral power skyrockets. In her current state, she's able to summon 3 different battle pets at once. The mid-9th grade Sadistic Worm, mid-9th grade Sinister Evil God, and higher 9th grade Azura Dragon. Yeah, sensing something of a theme here. Emo Ass Lady, most concerning is the Azura Dragon, which is ranked 2nd in the Dragon rankings. The commentator states that it seems Moon has gone all out and decided to not hide her cards at all. Ling Yue, however, seems to still be calm and collected. She can't lose her cool now after all. Using Beast Blood Resonance, she transforms into a draconic state herself and tells Lunar Dragon it's time to go. On the other side of the arena, Azura Dragon loads up a ball of Azura flames in its mouth and prepares to shoot it. Right as it does so, Lunar Dragon responds in kind with a 1,000-mile blizzard of its own. The 2 breath attacks clash in the middle of the arena in a spectacular display of power. Despite her opponent having the numbers advantage, Ling Yue comments that their stance is full of flaws. Alongside Lunar Dragon, she fires off a massive Lunar Claw / attack. Flying forward, it hits the other 2 enemy battle pets head-on. The commentator explains Ling Yue's current state to the audience as the Mu family's secret technique, which allows a pet and master to share the same consciousness. Next, Ling Yue calls forth 4 of her wind god thunderbolt arrows. The commentator is quick to call this Ling Yue's ultimate attack and speculates that she's decided to not hold anything back. The arrows are right on track to hit the enemy battle pets, but the last second, a pillar of crimson energy strikes them down. Shocked, Ling Yue turns to the source with her eyes wide. Moon stands there, her hair floating above her like a blood-red candle flame. She comments that since her arrows have the trait of ignoring all defenses, all she has to do is not defend against them. Rather, the best option is to attack them in turn and destroy them. If Ling Yue hadn't shown them in her previous battle, Moon frankly would have been stumped on how to deal with them. But now, after having had time to study them, this was a fairly easy fix to come up with. All at once, Moon dashes at Ling Yue with all her summoned battle pets at her side. Ling Yue refuses to back down though and responds in kind. She enters a close-range exchange of blows with Moon, blocking her attacks with her own clawed hands. Meanwhile, Lunar and Azure Dragon's breath attacks clash once more while the wind god Thunderbolt arrow entities hold off the other 2. Unfortunately for Ling Yue, it appears Moon's close combat skills are superior to her own. Before she knows it, she's been slashed in several places all over her body. Even the commentator picks up on the fact that Ling Yue is being driven back more and more the longer the battle keeps going. Soon enough, the beast's blood resonance skill will wear off too. While Ling Yue is forced on the defensive, so too is Lunar Dragon. Outnumbered as it is, the beast is beginning to struggle as well. The situation has become truly dire. Beyond all odds though, it seems this is what Ling Yue was waiting for. Turning her eyes to Lunar Dragon, she tells him mentally that it's time to get all of them in one go. Right on cue, Lunar Dragon unleashes a new skill, Divine Wing Slash. Its wings light up with a blinding golden glow and beams of energy shoot all over the field like a spider web. In a single instant, all of Moon's battle pets are severely injured and left unable to fight. Jiao Wuji's unbothered expression betrays the deception in this though. Moon's battle pets are far different from the average beasts. Using a heavy dose of killing intent, Moon literally scares her pets into rising back up to fight. At this rate, they may very well die, but she doesn't seem to care when faced with a path to victory. Man, it's colder than any ice move Ling Yue can use. Sensing that Moon is getting desperate, Ling Yue decides to go all out too and calls Snowball forth to join the battle. With Moon's battle pets on the verge of dying, she's certain she can stabilize the situation if she and Snowball can take them out. Unfortunately for her, Moon is more than prepared for the tactic she uses next. With her hair flaring with crimson energy, she reveals that she already knows the Snowball attacking her is an illusion. On the spot, she turns to the real one that's about to attack her from behind and unleashes a brutal flurry of cuts that leaves Snowball on death's door. Moon revels in the despair on Ling Yue's face after seeing Snowball cut down so viciously. Luring forward with incredible speed, she slashes at Ling Yue's throat. The commentator recognizes this as Flicker, a movement skill that utilizes insane levels of speed. This guy's pretty useful for exposition, I've gotta say. To everyone's relief, Ling Yue survives the attack. However, she doesn't do this by dodging, rather by activating her Ice Goddess protection move and covering herself in frozen armor. Despite her narrow escape from defeat, Ling Yue finds no relief in her current situation. Lunar Dragon and she are in a severely disadvantageous position right now while they're separated from each other, especially with just how much stronger Moon is than her in seemingly every single way that matters. Only with Lunar Dragon at her side can she hold any chance at beating her, but the dragon is busy dealing with her own battle pets. Deciding to make a play that might flip the tables, Ling Yue waits for the perfect opportunity where Moon's pets have just backed away from an attack from Lunar Dragon. While they're still mid-movement, she unleashes a barrage of Wind God Thunderbolt arrows and flashes to behind Moon in an attempt to position herself for what's next. Unfortunately, Moon still has the upper hand as far as physical capabilities go. In less than an instant, she's behind Ling Yue instead using Flicker. She comments that while Ling Yue's Ice Goddess protection is indeed unbreakable, the Wind God Thunderbolt arrows can ignore defense. If those arrows fire her right now, just what will Ling Yue be able to do while caught in the middle? Meanwhile, Lunar Dragon suddenly hesitates in his own battle, and Moon's pets don't waste a second in taking advantage of this. They press forward and start counterattacking against the Lunar Dragon. Pushed back and with little to do, Lunar Dragon prepares yet another blast of 1,000-mile blizzard, Before it can fire, though, Moon closes in on the dragon with a special skill called Divine Cliff Slashing Sword. As the name implies, she hits Lunar Dragon with a superpowered sword slash that bats it right into the ground. With a roar that's closer to a whimper, the beast falls to the ground and the summoned entities for the Thunderbolt arrows fade away. Ling Yue's own draconic features fade away as well while she races to his side in concern for his health. Desperate to save her pet's life, Ling Yue starts calling out that she's surrendering and ending the battle. However, she's stopped from doing so when a trio of tentacles come in from out of nowhere and ensnare her. Oh boy, I hope this isn't going where my ruined mind thinks it is. Even the commentator is concerned with the viciousness on display and wonders why the winner hasn't been announced already. After all, Ling Yue is unable to move and her pets are already severely injured. In response to this, Zhao Wuji simply wags a finger at the judges, telling them to do no such thing just yet. Said judges announced that Ling Yue hasn't verbally admitted defeat yet, so she must believe she's capable of fighting back still. As such, the battle will continue. The audience sees right through this and calls out that she was clearly about to admit defeat before being restrained. Zhao Wuji simply smirks down at them and all and asks what difference it makes even if they are bullying them. The strong rule the weak after all, and properly humiliating them is just part of that. If they don't fulfill that role, there will be idiots who won't know their place. Turning to Ling Yue, he asks if they should start her education now. Hanging there, restrained by her wrists, Ling Yue's eyes enlarge in horror as she imagines just what that could entail. The audience are of a similar mind, and several of them cover their eyes in disgust at what they believe is about to happen. Even the major family's heads admit that the starry skies are highly merciless. Throughout this all, one man is silent. Su Ping stands in place, rooted to his spot, as Moon gets closer to Ling Yue and raises her blade to impale her. A series of things happen so fast they appear to have happened in the same instant. A golden light flies at the arena barrier. Said light shatters the barrier with a deaf-tuning boom. Finally, Moon's sword is caught in the fist of Su Ping, who is now standing between her and Ling Yue. With freezing wrath in his eyes, he tells Moon that his sister admitted defeat. This round is over. From Moon to her Imperial Guards, the audience, and the commentator himself, everyone is rendered speechless by this sudden development. Well, almost. The commentator still finds it necessary to point out the Grade 9 barrier has a massive hole in it now, because people couldn't just see that apparently. Turning his sights up to the judges, Su Ping angrily asks them what the hell they're waiting for. Startled into submission, the judges announce that Ling Yue has lost and the first of the 3 rounds is over. Moon simply stares at Su Ping and wonders what the hell is up with him. He doesn't look any different from the most average of battle tamers, yet he gives her a feeling of inhumane fear. Up in the stands, the Imperial Guards realize Su Ping's identity and call down to him that he's in violation of the rules by entering the arena. On top of that, he had harmed Moon's battle pet, her sword to be more specific. Floating down to the arena, the older of the 2 guards asks Su Ping if he's looking down on him right now. In his anger, the man unleashes his astral power, exerting a pressure that renders everyone in the A2 immobile. Everyone, that is, except for Su Ping, who has an easygoing smile on his face even while the arena trembles. Grinning at the guard, he says that he's just a simple pet shop owner who's come here to deliver Ling Yue her battle pet. Turning to the side, his eyes light up with a crimson wrath as he reveals said pet. One Skelly, his personal and most powerful pet, under the guise of a mere little skeleton. Zhao Wuji openly expresses his anger at Su Ping's actions, both in interfering with the judges and proposing that his own battle pet should be allowed to participate. Turning to Zhao Wuji, he explains that his pet store has always provided a pet leasing service, and while Skelly may be his personal battle pet, Ling Yue borrowed him before the competition. As he puts forth this claim, Su Ping silently slips his sister a golden slit behind his back. He tells them his only task here is to deliver the pet she already borrowed to her. Besides, didn't they have a person who was designated to deliver Yi Tian to Moon as well? They can't stop Su Ping in this regard. However, they still remain adamant about how he plans to compensate for injuring Moon's battle pet. Su Ping responds that that's a simple matter. Since most of Moon's pets are already injured in some form or other anyways, she should just have them retreat. Instead, he'll allow them to provide her with their own battle pets for the next round. For all he cares, the guards can send in all of their pets. The only condition is that they acknowledge their defeat later without complaints. Up on the platform where the family heads are, a couple of them are infuriated by the apparent arrogance and audacity of Su Ping's claims, but now they have a means to kill him off. Sure enough, both the Imperial Guards have sinister smiles on their faces as they think Su Ping has made his biggest mistake. Together, They call forth 5 battle pets, each of such immense power that the people outside the arena are scared away by the aura being exuded. The 5 beasts shatter the arena's barrier with 0 effort as they leap onto the battlefield. Every single one of them is a beast of pinnacle 9th grade power. It's clear at this point that the battle has devolved into a pure flex of power on Starry Sky's side. Moon herself stands with a renewed resolve at the assistance of her 2 uncles. She vows not to disappoint them and crush Ling Yue in the most brutal ways possible. Over on Su Ping's side, Ling Yue is concerned by the fact that all 5 of these beasts are even stronger than the Azure dragon she faced earlier. Su Ping doesn't even bat an eye at this fact though, and tells Ling Yue to go ahead and sign the contract. Though she appreciates the gesture, Ling Yue says that the sheer power gap between her and Skelly will cause any forced contract to fall apart. Su Ping tells her to just trust him though, and Skelly goes down on one knee before her. There's nothing forced about this contract. Sure enough, as Ling Yue takes Skelly's outstretched hand, she doesn't feel a hint of warmth, but nor does she feel any cold. Rather, it's just a sense of contentment reaching out from the little guy to her. As the contract formation begins, Ling Yue is sent to her internal world. Here, she finds that Lunar Dragon and Snowball's spirits are both still alive, albeit weakened. As soon as this whole championship matter is over, she resolves to find a way to cure them. For now, though, she has something else to worry about. Why can't she see Skelly's spirit in here? When she turns her head, she sees the reason. While he appears tiny in the real world, the spirit inhabiting Skelly is that of a massive, overwhelmingly powerful, apex predator of an undead king. He was straight up too big for her to see without looking up. As soon as the shock wears off, Ling Yue follows through forming the contract and returns to the real world. As soon as the second round is announced to begin, everything starts falling apart for Starry Sky's side. The moment Ling Yue tells Skelly she's counting on him, he dashes forward at the incoming battle pets. With a simple undead teleportation, he's right in the face of one of them and crushes the thing's skull. Next, he beheads the dragon in front of him with a single swing of his sword. Before anyone from Starry Skies can even fully process the shock they're feeling, Skelly goes on to unleash a flurry of slashes so powerful, they culminate in the special move, Astral Incarnation Blade. One of the beasts attempts to use an illusion technique, but Skelly just nullifies that with such an insanely powerful wail that the sound waves alone strip the flesh off the beast and end its life. Finally, with all the battle pets beaten, Skelly turns his sights to the last enemy, Moon herself. The Imperial Guards let out a terrified scream as they see what's about to happen, but there's nothing they can do to stop it in time. With a single downward swing of his blade, Skelly cleaves through Moon's blade, as well as her chest. The battle is over. The end, for now. Seeing Su Lingyao being overwhelmed by the deceitful heiress of the Starry Skies group, Moon, my boy Su Ping waltzed into their match, trashed the chick, gave Skelly to his sister on a temporary contract, refused to elaborate, and left. Cool. After which Skelly tore the Starry Skies, Astral pets a new one and stabbed the crap out of Moon. Yeah, stuff's been escalating fast. As Moon is left with her eyes wide in shock, Su Ping has a short internal monologue. He thinks about how in this world, there are 2 different kinds of predators. Those who have bright and vibrant appearances to warn off their prey, and those who completely hide their presence, preferring stealth. As Zhao Wuji and Yi rush down, Su Ping states that this little skeleton before them is neither of those. No, Skelly is more akin to pure darkness, a creature of the abyss, so disharmonious that his existence is comparable to nothingness. Down on the arena stage, Skelly slashes Moon across the torso, releasing her transformation and dropping her to the ground. Meanwhile, Su Lingyao focuses on healing Snowball and marvels at how her opponent, someone who even drove Lunar Dragon into a corner, has been so thoroughly beaten. Up in the stands, the family heads that have been watching are stunned by what's just happened. The defeat of the Starry Skies pets has been so one-sided that it's like watching sheep walking to their slaughter. While the Tan family head wonders just how Su Ping's power it is, the older folks are scared crapless. Though that's not saying much at their age. Probably use adult diapers anyways. Old Man Joe is the only one who seems calm. Something which is only thanks to him already knowing about Su Ping's power and having allied with him. Back on the stage, Skelly stands in place, holding up Moon's collapsed body by the hair. Zhao Wuji and Yi fly onto the stage in a cold sweat, screaming that they concede and begging Skelly to show mercy. They plead with him to talk this out, declaring that they admit defeat. Up in his ox, they announce their comments on how 5 higher grade 9 pets have been dispatched by Skelly within moments of each other. He's quite literally built different. As Moon's protectors stand before Skelly, Su Ping slowly levitates down to the stage behind them, asking where all that arrogance of theirs went. Takeo Sheep Boy, with a golden glow surrounding him, he looks down on them with half-lidded eyes and asks if they give up on being the champion now. Up in the stands, the clan heads are all gobsmacked that he's still talking about the championship. After all, in their eyes, this situation eclipses the importance of the tournament. If Moon dies, the starry skies will raise them all to the ground. On the stage, Zhao and Yi don't even need to think for a moment before yelling out that they give up and don't want to be champions anymore. They even claim that they won't hold Su Ping accountable for anything that's happened today if he spares their lady. Jesus, the entitlement on these douchebags. Just then, Moon's wound radiates a sickly purple aura that oozes darkness. They recognize it as rotting corpse poison and turn to Su Ping, who stares with a smirk. What they just said is the same as claiming that he's in the wrong here, and they're being gracious enough to forgive him. Dropping the act, Zhao and Yi demand that he cure the poison. They even threaten to bury the whole city along with Su Ping if he doesn't. Y'all, and what army? Skelly just body your best pets without breaking a sweat. Hearing their constant yapping, Su Ping is angered and clenches his fist with golden energy. He speaks of how they dare ask for mercy when granting none to their victims. If he lets them, they'll only bring more suffering. With that, he gives Skelly the signal to slash off Zhao's left arm, leaving him screaming in rage. When Skelly attacks Yi, though, a golden spear appears and blocks his blade. Up in the sky above the arena, an army of cloaked individuals has arrived. Their leader looks at Su Ping and asks if he's the killing decree's target. Yi shouts that he is, bringing Zhao's bravado back in a second. For his part, Su Ping is just confused, not knowing what a killing decree is or who these people are. Luckily, the clan heads upstairs are always useful for some exposition. They reveal that a decree is issued when a city is threatened by a beast king. The Starry Skies then deploy 20 higher grade 9 experts and 10 pinnacle grade 9 experts to defeat the beast king. This military might is the greatest factor in the Starry Skies' dominance. Their leader, the Soldier King Jackson, removes his hood and calls out for all civilians to evacuate the area. Instead, the people simply break down in panic and fear. As it turns out, the killing decree always leaves the city of interest as little more than a crater. Everyone here will die no matter how far they run. Lingya panics when she remembers her mom, but Su Ping tells her not to worry. Right now, she's in the safest place in the world. That aside, if these people want to kill a true king, they're far from qualified to do it. Zhao Wuji is infuriated at his lack of fear and makes a declaration. All the major families of Longjiang are to assist in defeating Su Ping. Any who refuse will be branded traitors and executed. The leader of the Tang family, Rio Antong's father, instantly jumps on the opportunity since he just needed an excuse to go after his daughter's kidnapper. With a single sentence, his family's aerial army, consisting of 1,000 pinnacle grade 9 Thunderbirds, comes out of hiding to join in. Jabbing his finger in Su Ping's direction, the clan head orders them to subjugate the boy. At the command of the Tang family head, the aerial army lets loose a barrage of golden arrows at Su Ping. The golden rain comes down on the arena with the fury of 1,000 Olympian spears, shredding the stadium's roof like wet paper. Inside, the civilians panic and scream for help as the debris falls around them. Leaping into action, the heir of the Qin family quickly deploys his pet, the guardian of nature, and saves some people. Among them is Dong Mingsong. The boy quickly tells them to get out of the place before moving towards the main conflict. Over with the big players, the Tang family head yells at Su Ping in anger and demands that he surrender. Below him, Zhao Wuji and Yi stare at the remaining clan heads and ask what they'll do. They must pick a side now or be deemed traitors to the Starry Skies regardless. The choice is theirs. Yeesh, talk about a rock and a hard place. They're mostly douches though, so whatever. Without even thinking for a single second, the Zhou family head steps away from the others and states that he's on Su Ping's side to the end. Shocked and worried about their families, the remaining 4 clan heads wonder what to do. The Starry Skies and Su Ping are both immensely powerful. If they pick the losing side here, their families will be doomed. Despite the insane power Su Ping has shown though, the reputation of the Starry Skies prevents them from having any real faith in him. Not to mention they're on pretty bad terms with him anyways, so it's not like they can expect much from him in terms of benefits. With that, the 4 stand together, ready to join the Starry Skies. However, just then, one of them is stopped by a call from down below. The Qin family heir calls up to Qin Du Huang, his father. Du Huang telepathically tells his son, Sky, to get away from this place. Instead, Sky stands his ground and asks his father to reconsider his allegiance. When Du Huang decides to hear him out, Sky lays all the facts out on the table. The starry skies don't give a damn about them, and their so-called protection fees are only rising with each passing year. At this rate, they'll be extinct before long no matter what. Du Huang can see where his son's coming from, but insists that the starry skies are not a force that can be trifled with. Regardless, Sky is set in his decision and tells his father that Su Ping is not to be underestimated. He can do this. With his piece said, Sky asks Du Huang to believe in his son's judgment. Su Ping can overthrow the starry skies. Upon hearing this, something sparks within Du Huang. A few steps ahead, the other three clan heads suddenly realize Du Huang isn't walking with them. Down below on the stage, Zhao Wuji stares angrily at the man. He says that he can overlook a child's babbling, but the clan head must take responsibility. Regardless, Du Huang steps over to Su Ping alongside his son. Finally, a dude who doesn't need to get his tushy kicked to make the right choice. Over from his spot, the Tong family head comments that he's only gotten more hot-headed with age. Without a second thought, he orders his army to shoot at them all. Standing tall, Du Huang admits that he may have gotten old and lost his passion. But regardless of all else, he is still the bearer of the title, Raging God. Gritting his teeth, Du Huang lets loose his power and releases a roar so powerful it shatters all the arrows coming their way. Many of the archers themselves are even blown away, their helmets cracking from the impact. The other clan heads can only marvel at the realization that Du Huang has actually gotten stronger over the years. Of course the bad guy's got a bad guy like a brainless bad guy though. So the Tong head just yells that nobody's ever beaten the Tong family elite and screams at Du Huang to die. The Raging God is ready to throw hands then and there, but Su Ping stops him. He tells the man that there's no need to waste his energy on the small fry. With a single order from Su Ping, a hail of blue lightning races through the aerial army, frying and defeating a large number of them. The Zhou army has arrived. At their helm is none other than Su Kuang, riding atop his Umbregeddon. The Tong head is shocked that the Zhou army could do what they just did, considering the mediocrity of their trainers. That's when Su Ping reminds him just what exactly his store provides as a service. He has single-handedly turned them into a formidable fighting force. He commands Su Kuang to spare no one. With that, the Zhou army unleashed their raging thunderbolt combo. In mere moments, the aerial army of the Tong family shows the signs of defeat, shocking the remaining clan heads. The Tong family head, whose name I cannot for the life of me remember, orders his army to spread out and stop crowding together. This order is as pointless as it is late though. Under Su Kuang's leadership, the Zhou army's tactics are easily holding off the aerial army's attacks, while simultaneously devastating said army in turn. The Tong head is infuriated by this turn of events. Yeah, that vein be throbbing, maybe zoom in on his forehead. As he wonders how in the hell his army has been so perfectly countered, it hits him. Turning to Su Ping, he sees the man's smirk and he realizes it. Su Ping knew that this ambush was going to happen from the start and he planned for it. If things go on, the aerial army will be totally wiped out. Without wasting another moment, he calls out for his army to retreat. Su Kuang isn't having any of that though. Battle-hungry grin in place, he commands the Zhou army to annihilate their enemy and leave no one standing. Unnoticed by any of them, the Starry Skies Soldier King, Jackson, is muttering something. Coordinates to be precise. Up in the planet's orbit, the Starry Skies space station connects to Jackson. Moments later, an all-encompassing beam of flaming death shoots down from space right at the location of the Zhou army. In just a few seconds, many of their pets are devastated and incinerated. Luckily, Su Kuang is protected by Umbregeddon's force field. As everyone raises their eyes to the sky above, Qin Du Huang recognizes the ultimate weapon of the Starry Skies and yells at his side to run. That thing up there is the 10,000-pound space atomic cannon. Hunter. I'd say it's a mouthful, but is pretty cool. The clan heads who sided with the enemy take this as an omen of their victory and laugh about how they made the right decision. Just then, another beam is fired down from the space station, ready to decimate the rest of the Zhou army. Just as it's nearing the world's crust though, a massive dragon emerges and shields them from the blast. Blaziken has come to the rescue with his grade 9 divine skill, Holy Iron Wall. I'll be real with y'all, I don't remember what he was called in the old translation. It's just Su Ping's Giga Charizard. Grin still in place, Su Ping says it's impressive that they managed to make Blaziken use his trump card. Meanwhile, everyone else is emotionally and mentally devastated by the whiplash of the greatest weapon in the world being seen as such a trivial matter by this man. No battle pet has ever taken on the cannon and continued to exist before. Jackson, unlike the rest, is on his guard now. As he mentally accepts that Su Ping truly is immensely powerful, he claims that this was all his test and he's satisfied. Stop the cap, letting loose his own power. Jackson orders his men to summon their battle pets all together. Sure enough, not only his own soldiers, but the clan heads who sided with them all summon their pets at once. Sky and Lingyao are overwhelmed by the pressure being exerted as over 100 battle pets emerge, all belonging to grade 9 experts. A veritable army of truly demonic beings stares them in the face, terrifying most of the Zhou army. As this army of their enemies advances towards them, Suping stays calm and simply says he has to take Skelly back now, walking forward without a care in the world. Suping asks Du Huang and his son to keep Lingyao safe. This won't take too long. Du Huang yells out behind him, worried that Suping is biting off more than he can chew. Who's gonna tell him? Suping, however, simply raises his arm over Skelly and activates his skill, Astral Reincarnation Blade. As everyone stares in shock at the legendary tier fusion skill, Suping stands as a new being. He is neither Suping nor Skelly. He is the one who will defeat. Okay, yeah? No, couldn't say that with a straight face. Either way, dude's a demon now. As the beasts descend upon him, Skelly Ping summons forth a ghastly blade of purple and waits for them to close in. The second they're in range, Suping flashes past them. In a single slash, he slashed the entire front line of battle pets into the next life. Jackson's army is heavily unnerved by this, and those in the back are ordered to take the front line spot immediately. Unfortunately, they're ripped apart and cut into ribbons by Suping before they can even begin to fill the gap in their forces. And as per Suping's plan, the loss of the battle tamers leaves their pets in a berserk state. In mere moments, they're on each other, wreaking havoc and ruining the formation. One of the tamers calls out for them to focus their efforts on killing the rogue beasts, but Suping swipes his blade across their throats like a knife through butter. Jackson's forces quickly realize what he's doing and try to stop him, but his sheer speed keeps him 10 steps ahead. All they can do is know what's happening as their forces get wiped to oblivion. On the other side of the battlefield, if it can even still be called that, Du Huang pumps his fist in satisfaction. In his mind, he praises Suping's ability and points out the difference between a legendary tier battle tamer like him and a beast king. Where the former would lose to the Starry Skies in a battle of attrition, that's mainly due to its lack of higher mental function. Suping, on the other hand, can take all that power and apply it to a strategy that's even now tearing his enemy apart from the inside. Turning to his son, Du Huang flashes him a thumbs up for getting them to pick the right side. Kid really did call it. The Starry Skies tamers decide to take a different approach since they can't get their hands on Suping himself. Instead, they send a wave of beasts at his sister, planning to use her as leverage. Unfortunately for them, the Raging God and his son are no slouches. Between Du Huang, Sky, and the Zhou clan head, the wave is pushed back just long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Well, one reinforcement, but it's one hell of a thing. Blaziken has decided to join the battle and crushes some beasts getting close to Sky under a single foot. The boy is awed by just how versatile and powerful Blaziken's skill set is. Meanwhile, Stu Kuang has rallied the Zhou army from their momentary lapse and gets into position. As they charge into battle, Umbregeddon activates his murderous Thunder Domain and tears through several beasts. On the sidelines, the clan heads who sided with Starry Skies are finally realizing how thoroughly they've messed up. This fight is completely one-sided in favor of Suping's forces. Hindsight's a hell of a thing, ain't it? They're so screwed. Finally, Jackson himself makes a move, having been silent for the absolute chaos that's engulfed his forces. With one hand raised, he summons forth the blood-sucking demon and offers up the blood spilled on this battlefield as its fuel. Absorbing the energy of all the fallen beasts and tamers, the demon grows to a size that dwarfs even Blaziken. Those allies are unnerved. Suping shows no sign of worry, simply commenting that this is what Jackson's been waiting for all along. The man in question smugly has the demon bring down its blade, claiming that there's nothing Suping can do now. Unfortunately for him, Suping doesn't give a damn about how big his enemy is. Size doesn't matter, confirmed. Let's go, boys. Rising up in the air in front of the demon, Suping activates his divine demonic fist's second form. A massive golden specter forms around him and not only matches the demon's blow, but blows it apart at the shoulder. Down on the stadium floor, Mood is being tended to by her servant while observing Suping's power. She asks her servant, Ju, to get her the hell out of here so they can seek revenge at a later date. Unfortunately for them, Blaziken's shield against the space beam is still in effect and traps them inside. Right as they realize this, Suping decapitates the blood-sucking demon. Moon turns around to see why her guards are yelling for her, only to see the demon's corpse en route to crush her. Up at a space station of the Starry Skies, a meeting takes place between their High Chancellor and several council members. The Chancellor shares the information of the battle that just took place and the end result of Jackson's defeat. However, due to Blazicon's shield, they were unable to see everything that happened. Because of this, the Chancellor believes that Suping is just a supreme tier and the legendary tier that defeated the blood-sucking demon and tanked Hunter is someone else backing him. Oh boy, I see where this is going. Head's gonna roll up in here. Down at the remains of the destroyed stadium, Kuang is looking for survivors and calls to Suping that there are none. Somehow, he completely misses the 3 giant hunks of metal coming down from space right behind him. Rather than answering, Suping just tells him that they've got new guests coming in and to welcome them. Following his command, the Geo army tamers in the area gather around the shuttle that has just descended from the sky. As the door opens, the Chancellor floats out and angrily tells them to step down. Realizing that this man is a supreme tier, they do so. The bearded old Pope wannabe steps out and tells Suping he's here to negotiate. Down below, the captured and defeated Jackson and friends yell out in joy at seeing their superior here to save them. Suping just sends a discouraging look their way. Getting the message, Du Huang and Old Joe use a mute spell on Jackson and Old Tom. The Starry Skies Council members behind the Chancellor are angered by this and speak out, but the fake Pope ignores them. He addresses Suping and asks him what his conditions are, requesting that he spare them. In the distance, Kuang shrieks at the Chancellor for speaking to his master like he's above him. The council members bristle again when he threatens their leader, but the old man lets it slide. Never change Kuang. Since the Chancellor can't sense any legendary tiers in the area, he assumes they've already left and decides that Suping won't be any real trouble now. He asks the man how he's going to make up for killing a whole team of grade 9 experts. Pretending to be generous, he offers to spare Suping's life if he hands over Jackson. Suping simply chuckles and asks what happens if he refuses. Instantly, the council members start yapping about how he's arrogant and nothing before their leader. Standard bad guy bullcrap. It really gets old after a while, knowing how much they're underestimating him. Suping asks them if they want to make a bet. From his position on the ground, Jackson hears this and realizes his leader is about to be bent over and screwed. The Chancellor mistakes his muted yells for encouragement though and asks Suping what his bet is. The young man tells the Chancellor that if he can withstand Suping's attacks for just 3 seconds, he can take his people and leave. If not, he must accept Suping as his master and serve under him. Well, guess we know what happens now. The Chancellor believes Suping is just an overconfident idiot and gladly accepts the bet. He's convinced that he'll crush the boy's spirit with ease. Meanwhile, Jackson desperately fights against his gag, mentally screaming at the Chancellor not to take the bet. Ready to put Suping in his place, the Chancellor starts summoning his battle pets. As he repeats the conditions of Ping's bet, he fully calls forth 5 dragons and asks what he'll do against a defense using his full power. With his dragon summoned, Suping takes a disinterested look and simply asks if that's it. Shocked and more than a little frustrated, the Chancellor wonders how the hell this kid isn't afraid of him when his pets are so ridiculously powerful. As Suping opens up a dimensional tier for his own pet to emerge from, the Chancellor even sees a small smirk on his face, angering the false Pope even more. The Chancellor unleashes his true power, streams of blue energy flowing off his body. As his clothes tear from the expansion of muscles, the old man crashes into the ground with the power of his beasts. His hair is turned into a flowing river of blue flame and he tells Suping that it'll show him the strength he had 70 years ago. Alright, Grandpa, time for your daily meds. Facing down Suping, he tells the boy that if he pulls any cheap tricks, that he'll face the fiery temper of the Starry Skies Master. Blah blah blah, how long is Gramps gonna keep yapping? Behind him, the council members recognize the Chancellor's move as a forbidden art that strengthens the body at the cost of the user's lifespan. Though they're excited by this, Jackson and Old Tong only increase their efforts to get warning out. Suping raises one arm parallel to the ground before activating Beast Possession. With fear and apprehension entering the Chancellor's eyes, Ping remembers when he entered his inner plane. There, he sees the options window asking which skill he wishes to use, based on the description of the BP skill. Suping decides to pick it out and use it. There's quite a bit of stuff he wants to test. Normally he wouldn't be able to since he literally destroyed anyone he tested his moves on. But this old guy, he's come all the way from space just to be a nice little punching bag for Suping, so why not use him accordingly? Now, in the present, Suping uses his skill to call forth Blazakon and Fuse. Scales cover his arms and body little by little until eventually, he stands as a dark knight with draconic features and wings. The council members are in shock upon seeing the power of a legendary tier tamer. On the other side, Du Huang realizes that Ping has likely reached the second stage of the legendary tier known as the Void Realm. In his new form, Su Ping dashes forward so fast he parts the clouds themselves. As soon as he tells his enemy to start the timer, he throws up a 9-layered shield using the power of his dragons. What happens next causes the Chancellor to realize that there is no extra person in the background. The legendary tier is Su Ping. You don't say Sherlock. For his part, Su combines his demon subjugation with the dragon's fist to unleash a devastating attack. Said attack shatters all 9 shields and hits the Chancellor with such force he's convinced he'll die. Instantly, the old man yields and screams that he admits defeat. Su Ping lets up when he hears the pleas to be spared. As the Chancellor lays defeated and slowly recovers, Su Ping goes up to him and says he only lasted 1.83 seconds. Sounding almost genuine, he asks if the Chancellor would like to try again. After what just happened though, the old man knows his place fully well. With sweat flowing down his face, he declares Su Ping as the new master of the Starry Skies, the greatest organization of the subcontinent. Later on at Su Ping's Astral Pet Store, a massive spike in customers can be seen. Thanks to the headlines from the tournament, everyone knows Ling Yao won and is a member of this store. Between that and the pre-existing reputation of having incredible success rates, the work's busier than ever for Ryo-an, Tong, and Anna. It's while they're manning the main counter that Ryo-an spots Su Ping entering with a massive procession of people behind him. Among them, Ryo-an spots her father and stares at him with shock. When he completely ignores her and turns away though, she gets suspicious. Quickly putting the puzzle pieces together, Ryo-an realizes that her father and the other clan heads must be here to launch a surprise attack on Su Ping. With this, he'll stand no chance and she can show him the might of the Tong family's aerial army. This chick's further behind on the story than Internet Explorer. After seeing her father and coming to her own misguided conclusion, Ryo-an Tong is unusually nice to customers at the counter. Anna notices this and asks her what's gotten into the woman. She replies that her father has united the major families to negotiate with Su Ping and get her freed. Didn't she think they were going to fight? Wonan's thoughts are all over the place. Turning to Anna, she tells the angel that if she gets out of here, she'll help her escape as well. Yeah, that'll totally happen. As she's saying this though, Ryo-an realizes that it's been a strangely long amount of time since they all went into the back room. Losing out to her curiosity, Ryo-an Tong sneaks over to the room and cracks open the door just a little bit to eavesdrop. Instead of any equal-footed negotiations, she sees something that shocks her to the core. Su Ping is standing in front of all the clan heads donning the black ink armor, a treasured family heirloom of the Tong family which protects the wearer from all astral and mental attacks up to grade 9. Not only has her family casually given that away to Su Ping, the table behind them is loaded with similar treasures from all the great families. Before she can draw any conclusions, the now former Chancellor of Starry Skies senses her presence. Using a small portion of his power, he yanks Ryo-an into the room while demanding that she show herself. Kinda redundant, but he's old. Can't blame him for the dementia. Ryo-an falls to her knees in front of the Chancellor and other clan heads, wondering what the hell just happened. The Chancellor asks her how she dares to eavesdrop on a classified conversation, causing her to tremble in fear and wonder why Su Ping isn't being treated like an enemy. The man in question recognizes her and asks her to bring him some tea without a moment's pause. Before she leaves to get some and get out of this situation, he tells her to bring tea for all his guests as well. As Ryo-an starts serving the tea, the former Chancellor thinks about how Su Ping didn't even care about her eavesdropping. Either he doesn't care about the treasures at all or he values her far more than them. Either way, he believes that bringing any kind of harm to Ryo-an will call on Su Ping's wrath. After breaking into a cold sweat at that idea, he quietly apologizes to Ryo-an for his outburst and asks her not to tell Su Ping about it. My brother in Christ, it literally happened in front of him. He just doesn't give a damn. For her part, Ryo-an Tong is at a loss. This man emits the power of a pinnacle grade 9 even passively and seems to have been hired by her dad to handle Su Ping. So what's going on exactly? Meanwhile, the clan heads are having a little telepathic spat of their own. All the others are upset with old Tong after coming to the conclusion that he planted his daughter here beforehand to curry favor with Su Ping. Tong insists that Su Ping kidnapped her himself, but the others don't buy it for a second. After all, they can sense how much more powerful she's gotten in her time under Su Ping. Why the hell would he help a prisoner get stronger? Just standard MC behavior, man. Not much else to it. As the clan heads continue their bickering, none of them believing Tong, Ryo-an makes her way to her father with the tea. While pouring his cup, she asks him if the aerial army has arrived and when they'll take action. Confused, the man asks what she means. Upon hearing what she thinks is going on, old Tong grabs his face in exasperation. Instead of any comforting lies, he tells Ryo-an that she must stay with Su-ping and remain obedient to him. When his daughter deadpans at him, he explains that something happened to their clan and it's being merged with the Sin and Su families. More importantly, they are now all subjects of Su-ping. Her ability to gain his favor will decide their clan's future. Seeing his plan, the other clan heads clamor to offer up their own children as servants for Su-ping. Unfortunately for them, he tells them to stop and states that he already has enough workers here. Keyword being here. He tells them his plans going forward. Since they all have such vast amounts of land to their clan's names, they are each to open a branch of the Astral pet store in their territory. Their heirs will be assigned to managing those branches and their performance will decide their future. If they do well enough, they'll be granted the same role as Ryo-an, that of temporary employee. However, if they're mediocre or use the store to their own personal advantage, well, let's just say their clan won't be left very happy. And so, after getting some forced applause, Su-ping has the system upgrade his store to level 4. With this, he can now teleport to any branch of his store at the cost of 10,000 chi points. Using that ability, he shouldn't even have that much trouble setting up a branch on Mars. After the system informs him that the store upgrade will begin tonight, Su-ping receives a message from Dao Zun. It simply says that there's progress in the Dragon Platform's secret realm. After dismissing everyone else, Su-ping stands in front of a massive holographic map which he uses to mark off new store locations. He plans out how to manage the resources for the new branches from incubators to foster slots. Once he's done, the system finalizes the plans for the branch stores and tells him as much. Next, there's just a couple more things he has to do before heading out for the secret world. Outside the room, Su-ping is met by Ling Yat and Su Kuang, who Anna has brought at his request. Since he's going on a trip, he asks them if they still want to go to the wasteland like they previously discussed. Su Kuang is nothing but fired up, eager for the chance to get more experience and battle power under his belt. On the other hand, Ling Yat is determined to go as well but more to prove herself. After losing in the finals, she can't help but feel like a failure. Luckily, her brother comes in and reassures her that it wasn't her shortcomings that caused it. The match between her and Moon may have seemed to be legitimate, but the fact is there were a lot of outside influences. If she'd been up against literally anyone else, he knows she would have won. With that said, he brings out 2 secret treasures for his students. The first, Defense of the Water Armor, is a dynamic treasure that will strengthen along with her own power. The other treasure, a soul calming lamp, is for Su Kuang, due to his weakness in spiritual defense. He then gives Anna instructions on dealing with the new branches and inspecting their work since he'll be gone for a few days. Before heading out, he takes Su Kuang and Ling Yat to Pioneer Base number 7. There, he meets Yo Jisa, the current leader of the North Star Battle Group and old friend to Ping. The pet store trio walk up to him as he instructs his team on how best to harvest their catch. Su-ping introduces his sister and student to Yo Jisa and tells them that they'll be practicing with him for the foreseeable future. With the North Star Warriors being known as the best, both tamers are honored to train with them. As they step towards the rest of the team, Ping asks Yo Jisa about the condition of Captain Mia's daughter. Though she's recovered physically thanks to Ping, her mental health will take longer due to the loss of her lover. That's rough, buddy. Mood slightly dampened. Su-ping tells Yo Jisa that he has business to attend to and leaves with a rain check on dinner when they ask him to stay. As he walks away, Ping frustratedly thinks that he could have prevented that tragedy if he'd been stronger. He must have tamed the Dragon King's legacy, sounding an awful lot like a future anime villain man. Later, a shooting star plummets to a crash landing at the Dragon Platform, the entrance to the secret realm of the dragon. Except this is no space rock. It's a man of immense power wreathed in a cloak of black and golden energy. Su-ping has arrived, and he's more than a little annoyed to see the people trying to block entrance into the dragon realm. The gathered crowd erupts in murmurs and whispers about him as even the most out-of-touch people are aware of the man who broke into the secret realm alone in front of the Tang family. As Su-ping comes closer, the men blocking it off tell him to back off or get blown up. Not the best options, if I'm being honest. Su-ping instantly works out that someone is trying to steal the secret realm's legacy. Infuriated by his claim, the guarding men yell at him about how Lord Hara has the Chancellor's blessing and a commoner like him must back off. They ain't seen the tourney footage, have they? Upon hearing the men speak of the will of the heavens, Su-ping instantly whips out his communicator and sends a set of coordinates to the hunter in space. Moments later, a laser sight appears on the location of the men, showing them that Su-ping is in control of the Starry Sky's ultimate weapon. And if he has that, it means he is the one in control of everything. The men don't waste a second in falling to their knees and begging his help. They explain that the Chancellor's closest relatives are attacking the Tower of Dragon Bones and beg him not to harm them. Walking to the entrance with clenched fists and a calm demeanor, Su Ping says that as long as nobody offends him, he too shall leave them alone. As soon as Su Ping enters the Dragon Realm, the men keeping watch over it contact their leader, Lord Yatakin. They inform him that Su Ping has entered, waking him from his recovery in an onsen. Strange but ain't like we haven't seen stranger. Moving on. When Yatakin learns that Su Ping has invaded the Dragon Realm, he asks about their other teams and what they're doing. The men inform him that they're all on duty. As soon as their heiress, Yuan Linglu, passes the 9th floor of the Dragon Bone Tower, they'll swoop in and clear the final area. Bunch of cheesers. Yatakin is infuriated by Su Ping's arrival at such a terrible time. If he didn't know better, he'd say the boy plans to use Yuan as a free ride. Does he know better? Well, we'll see, I guess. Wanting to take out Su Ping, the group start hatching a plan to deal with him for good. Over with the man of the hour, he's just made it to the Dragon Bone Tower and steps in the main entrance. A voice informs him that he's passed the 9th floor test, so no time needs to be wasted on the previous trials. And so, Su Ping makes his way to the top of the tower using the elevator. As it's going up, Su Ping thinks of the clear conditions for the top floor. During his turn, it was to withstand 10 minutes of constant attacks from the Golden Scalarkin. As such, only an individual at the level of a prestigious clan leader can pass this stage. Right as he's wondering what tactics Yuan Linglu used, the elevator stops and he sees a shocking scene. Linglu has passed the test on her own physical strength and equipment alone, without even summoning any battle pets. Su Ping can sense that her cultivation itself is on the same level as his own, but since he came at the end of the trial, he doesn't know how exactly she fights. He wonders if he should test her out a bit, but suddenly has a deliciously savage idea. Unleashing his power in a shroud around him, Su Ping obscures his features and steps towards Linglu. The girl stands off against him, demanding to know who he is since her grandfather Yatakin has had this realm sealed off. Rather than answering her question, Su Ping asks one of his own. Is she a challenger looking to inherit his legacy? The man is cosplaying as the old Dragon King's true form to mislead Linglu. She suspects as much at first since her grandfather has told her of Su Ping before, but Su Ping is nothing if not persuasive. He calls forth his energy in the shape of a dragon head and has the visage roar out. Once more, he calls out to Linglu and claims that he has been waiting for a successor for tens of thousands of years. Reviewing her knowledge after the massive roar, Linglu decides that it's not out of the question for some legendary creatures to disguise themselves as human due to their intelligence. It does help that she straight up can't sense Su Ping's cultivation. Su Ping can see that she needs just one more push over the edge and does so by pretending to play hard to get. Instantly, Linglu makes the choice to believe him and begs him to grant her the inheritance. Meanwhile, Su Ping is barely suppressing his laughter and decides to mess with her just for fun. He tells Linglu that this tower is not his true burial ground but rather a decoy tomb. His true tomb is located 72 miles south of this tower. Linglu thanks him and prepares to move out when Su Ping stops her. He tells her that since the dragon tomb is protected by an anti-weapon barrier, she'll need to leave all of her equipment here in his safekeeping before leaving. Having fully fallen for his lies, Linglu gladly does as he says and hands over her stuff. Outside the Dragon Realm entrance, Yatakin arrives and is ready to go in and support his granddaughter fully alongside all their soldiers. Inside the realm, an ethereal dragon erupts from the tower and coils around it like a snake. It says that its king's soul has recovered and speaks to its successor. It has been waiting for them all for tens of thousands off. Hang on. Why is she stripping? Quickly catching on to what has happened, Linglu pulls her armor back on with a blush and a furious glare at Su Ping. Said man just scoffs, leaving her even more upset. As the two bicker, the great dragon watches and wonders just what the hell he's woken up to. One of the candidates here is a sheltered girl who's never experienced true competition and setbacks. The other, well, he's a scheming, deceitful, plundering liar. No matter who receives his inheritance, the dragon can't help but feel it won't be used properly or the way he wants it to be. Are there really no other candidates? Nope, just gotta suck it up. Deciding to get serious, Su Ping turns to the dragon and tells him to get started. Since the trial is already locked off to others by Linglu's clansmen and grandpa, there won't be any other candidates coming in. Even if it doesn't want to, the dragon only has two choices now. Said dragon is taken aback by the casual attitude this young man has towards him, but it's not new to him, only irritating to the extreme. Regardless, he's unfortunately not wrong either. Besides, maybe a little confidence will be a good thing for him. With that decided, the dragon tears a rip into the walls of reality itself and opens a portal. He tells Ling Lu and Su Ping that they passed the initial test and may enter the final through this hole. Without a second thought, the two enter, only to find themselves standing in the middle of a never-ending void. In front of them is the gargantuan ribcage and spine of some long-forgotten beast, because that's not ominous at all. While Ling Lu wonders if this is the final trial, Su Ping tries to use his astral power and learns that it's suppressed in this dimension due to the highly strong and unknown force pressing down on them. Said force is making it harder to condense his power on a larger scale. As such, he can't use spiritual flight, open a rift, or even summon Blazikon. While he's been making these discoveries, Ling Lu has realized she needs to climb higher on the giant spine than Su Ping to win this. Instantly, she races at the thing and starts leaping across ribs to get higher. Su Ping himself decides to use a simpler approach and propels himself up with his astral power, leaping multiple ribs at once. Right as he lands, a horde of skeletons start clawing at him from within the bone. Su Ping is quick to blow them away and realize something vital. These things aren't real. After all, his cloak's auto-dodge ability isn't triggering even in the slightest from their attacks. These things are merely an illusion. Quickly, Su Ping focuses his energy and releases a massive roar that blows the whole illusion apart and scatters it away. He realizes that the things in here may be an illusion, but they're so realistic feelings that they force the body's natural defense system into overdrive. Now that he knows this, though, the tactic has nothing on him. The goal here is to test the very limits of both one's mental and physical strength. So that's exactly what he'll go ahead and do. At the same time, Ling Lu faces her own challenges, slashing apart an illusory dragon and then a fake version of her grandpa who spouts profanity at her. Compared to her grandfather's training, this is nothing to her. After beating her opponents, Ling Lu advances all the way to the 17th floor of the spine and wonders how far Su Ping has gotten. Right as she thinks that, he appears behind her and blazes past, leaping onto the next rib. Frustrated at his speed in passing her, Ling Lu gives chase even as Su Ping rips apart all the illusions in his path. For Su Ping, this is little more than a walk in the park after getting used to it, especially compared to the death cycle in the nurturing grounds. Now, his only concern is how many floors he'll be able to climb before giving out. 30 pass by, then 50, then 90, and it all becomes a blur. Eventually, the dragon calls out to tell Su Ping that the trial is over. At his confusion, the dragon explains that his competitor, Ling Lu, already lost consciousness way back on the 33rd floor. As for Su Ping himself, he has reached no less than the 143rd floor. The great dragon heals all of Ling Lu's wounds so she can stand alongside Su Ping to hear whatever is next. The dragon explains to her that Su Ping won the first trial, but the one to inherit his will must win 2 trials. Sounds like a cop-out to me, but whatever. When Ling Lu grits her teeth and displays anger at losing to that despicable man, the great dragon tells her it's far too early to speak of winners or losers. Then, he offers some exposition on the first challenge. The weight of gravity acting on them increases once every 10 levels that they rise up. As a simple human, just climbing the first 10 is enough to prove oneself worthy. As such, Ling Lu's 33 levels are enough that he will grant her a gift no matter what. Su Ping asks why he's not getting anything like that, and the dragon just says he doesn't need it. I mean, he's not wrong, but what the hell? That's some major favoritism. Ling Lu is stunned upon hearing that the dragon will grant her a gift exclusively. She wonders if it thinks she can actually win the inheritance, raising her spirits greatly, smile plastered on. She asks the dragon to start the next trial. Internally, said dragon sighs at how her talent is being wasted. That's why he's giving her a gift, so she doesn't die too early. Meanwhile, talents like Su Ping are a once-in-a-millennia kind of deal. If the heavens decide to wipe him out, there needs to be a backup. Putting that aside, the dragon declares the second trial to be combat-based. The 2 contenders must simply defeat each other to win. At once, Ling Lu calls forth 3 different battle pets and orders them to show how strong they are. The beasts that emerge are an oversized chicken, with antennae and a couple of equally oversized parrots. I think. The chicken fires a beam of, well, fire straight at Su Ping, causing a massive explosion. Once it clears through, she sees that the blast was completely tanked by Su Ping's Umbrageddon. Ling Lu is shocked that a mere grade 9 beast could tank a hit from the purple-collared phoenix and be completely unharmed. The only answer she can think of is that the beast is an illusion, and so she charges forward to go through it, only for that theory to fall as flat as Umbrageddon's paw in her face. After being tossed away like a ragdoll, Ling Lu scrambles to form a new strategy. Meanwhile, Su Ping looks at her with a disinterested expression and asks if this is all she can do. Infuriated by his attitude, Ling Lu has her chicken activate its inherited skill. Brilliant Supreme Flame, man, the creativity on these names is just awe-inspiring. No, really. The chicken, which is now fully covered in a layer of flames, rises up and shoots a gout of flame towards Suping. Once more, both he and Umbra-geddon just stand in place, totally unaffected by the girl and her pet's attack. Seeing this, Linglu is pushed to her last resort, a move which she has yet to perfect but finds herself forced to use. Drawing her sword, she pulls a vortex of flame from her chicken into its blade, creating a massive pillar of light and heat where the edge was before. As she brings it down and fires the attack, Linglu calls out its name. The brilliant Phoenix Supreme Flame Slice. God, these names hurt me. They're so crap. As the attack closes in on him, Suping's expression finally changes and a grin forms on his face. He compliments the attack and tells her that out of respect for it, he'll have Umbra-geddon withstand this move with his full power. To do so, the beast activates a laundry list of buffs: Murderous Thunder Domain, Draco Scales, Yale Protection, Hard Shell, and Electro Coat formed layers over Umbra-geddon, amassing in a bubble-shaped shield around him. The flaming slash makes contact with the sphere and the two are locked in a battle for dominance. Linglu puts every ounce of strength she has into driving the attack forward, and the offshoots of energy from the clash can be felt as far as out in the real world itself. Yadakin's men sing praises of his granddaughter upon sensing her energy, but the old man only frowns. Back inside, Linglu finally breaks through Umbra-geddon's shield. Unfortunately, that's where she stops. Her attack is enough to break through, but not enough to reach Umbra-geddon himself. As the girl collapses, the dragon announces the winner of the second trial to be Suping. In the aftermath of the heavily one-sided battle, the great dragon heals Linglu and announces that Suping has achieved 2 victories, and thus become the inheritor of the ancient dragon legacy. Then, as if to pour salt on the wound, he asks Linglu if she accepts this. Sitting there, tears drip down the girl's face as she cries over her loss. She didn't even manage to touch him. She brings her sword to her throat, apologizes to her grandfather for bringing shame on him, and prepares to end it all. As he watches this, Suping internally asks why she can't just accept it. It's clear as day that she's plenty capable regardless of what happened here. Unable to just watch her waste her life, Suping leaps forward with a flying kick to Linglu's stomach, throwing her into a barrel roll across the void. Once she gets up from the cartoonish flight she just experienced, she asks Suping what the hell he's doing. Even the dragon looks sheepish, doubly so since he had just finished healing her. Rather than being honest, Suping simply says that he swore to use his power for good, and that means preventing the fallout from her chicken Phoenix going berserk if she offs herself while contracted to it. And that's not to mention how terrible it is to abandon your pets in the first place. He'll never say it, but really, he just didn't want her to throw away her life when she deserves to live. Rose a whole tsundere and a half. Irritated by his reasoning, Linglu demands that he say that again. Instead, Suping plugs his store and tells her she's welcome to come get her pets upgraded anytime. Meanwhile, the great dragon just watches with an increasingly sheepish expression at their ridiculous conversation. He's had enough for now and tells them that that's enough chatter. He brings out 3 glowing red Magatama beads and reveals that they are true dragon blood crystals. He bestows these upon Linglu as per his promise to give her a gift. The crystals can serve 3 purposes: deterring king beasts and saving you from a fatal situation, improving your physique via consuming it, and even acting as a replacement for some rare cultivation materials. These crystals can do any of those things. As Linglu thanks him and promises to live up to his expectations, the dragon tells her to step aside as the real inheritance begins now. Yikes, pretty cold for a fire dragon. As she fades away from the void back into the real world, Linglu calls out to Suping and makes a vow. In 3 years' time, she will surpass him. Yeah, that'll totally happen. Suping just casually tells her to challenge him whenever she wants and watches her leave. Now alone with the dragon, Suping wonders how incredible the true inheritance must be if even the consolation prize for Linglu was so amazing. Suddenly, he's transported to the dragon's soul's origin world. Here, a single gold coffin dangles above a lake, suspended by several chains. All around them are heaps upon heaps of 9th level and even king beast level secret treasures for all manner of purposes. The dragon tells him he can take as many of them as he wants since they'll disappear from this realm if left here anyways. Hearing this, Suping goes on the equivalent of a rabid shopping spree and scoops up every single treasure he can see into his storage scrolls. The only thing he's unable to collect is the central coffin. Leaving that alone, Suping even goes to take the very water from the lake into one of his scrolls. The dragon asks him to hold off on that for a moment and lets him take the water after setting the coffin's chains ablaze with the water as a catalyst, because that makes total sense, right? From inside the coffin, a husk of a draconic body is revealed. This is the resting place of the great dragon's actual soul. He declares himself the great Yan True Dragon King, and his soul rushes towards Suping, planning to make him a descendant of the True Dragon bloodline. Unfortunately for old Yan, Suping has no interest in switching up on his ancestors. His golden spectral avatar appears above him and grabs the dragon's soul like a bug. The dragon is stunned to see the avatar and learn that Suping is a descendant of the mystical Jinwu beast. Said beast tosses the dragon's soul away from Suping, with no anchor left in his existence fading fast. The dragon's soul makes a desperate move and launches itself at Umbrageddon instead, since he has a trace of dragon lineage. This should work. It has to. As the soul launches itself inside Umbrageddon's body, he becomes engulfed in a shell of golden threads. Suping can only look at it incredulously and ask one question. The inheritance got passed on to his dog. Outside in the real world, Linglu returns to her grandfather and their forces with a downcast expression. When he sees how defeated she looks, he instantly puts up a soundproof barrier around the two of them so they can speak in privacy. He asks her again if something has happened. She just says sorry and tells him the inheritance has been taken by Suping. Falling to her knees, she begs him to punish her. However, the old man simply sighs and helps her up. He asks her if Suping harmed her and is relieved to learn he did no such thing. Internally, he thinks about the true events that took place at the end of the Elite League. Unlike the story fed to the media, he knows the truth of what Suping did there. He can't possibly fault his granddaughter for losing to such a man. Demty Gramps at least. Just then, Linglu remembers the gift given to her by the great dragon and brings the crystals out of her bed anchors. Almost instantly her mood improves and she tells her grandpa that she'll be sure to beat the villain next time using these. Yadikin is quite pleased to see that she's matured from the girl who would cry whenever things didn't go her way. Yup, sounds like her alright. Hasn't changed a bit. With that taken care of, Yadikin tells Linglu to go home. He must stop Suping from accepting the inheritance or he will become an even greater threat than he already is. Inside the tower, Suping silently observes the shell Umbrageddon is inside. He's been in there for about half a day now and shows no signs of consciousness inside. Regardless, Suping refuses to abandon a pet and decides to stay by his side until he can emerge. He doesn't care what comes out or how long it takes. He won't leave without his pet. While sitting there, he notices weeds growing around the shell. Suping realizes the dragon essence from the shell is so dense it's feeding its surroundings with astral power. Suping instantly realizes the immense benefits this can have for cultivation and gets to it while sitting next to the shell. In the outside world, it has now been 7 days since Linglu came out and Yadikin's men are still unable to break through to the tower. One of the men suggests that Suping may have already escaped, but Yadikin shoots down that idea since the tower is still radiating power. Right as he's giving further orders, the top of the tower erupts in a pillar of golden light. Before their eyes, Suping emerges from the pillar, but he's not alone. Coiled around his body is an absolute behemoth of a golden dragon. The sheer oppressiveness from the beast's roar brings them all to their knees. Suping floats down to face Yadikin in his extra drippy new fit and asks him what he was saying just now. Unable to comprehend this dragon's power, Yadikin can only plead with Suping to spare his life. All he can tell for sure is that this dragon's power is no less than that of a king beast. Suping takes a few more moments to enjoy the terrified expression on Yadikin and his forces, but he soon lets up and asks what they want. From their stance, it's clear they wanted to take Suping out before he could absorb the dragon inheritance. Yadikin insists that it's a misunderstanding, afraid for his life at this point. Suping decides to be merciful. He tells Yadikin that since he had the decency to keep from harming his family, he too didn't hurt Linglu. But now, Longjiang City is his, and he is alone. So as long as they stay away from him, he'll stay away from them. That's so hard. Kinda like me right now who said that. On their way home through the skies, Umbrageddon releases the technique he's been using known as the dragon form art. With this, his draconic appearance subsides and reveals his original body now clad in golden fur, horns, and armor. He is now the great Yan Celestial Dragon Hound. A quick flashback to Suping's conversation with the dragon spirit a few days ago reveals that Umbrageddon is now so powerful he can't be allowed to access his full strength. Right now, he only has about 10% of his power unsealed, and even that has him above the 9th tier limit. When all the seals on his power are eventually broken, Umbrageddon will be in a class even above the legendary tier, the Starry Sky Realm. With his last moments, the great dragon wished Suping luck on his quest to get stronger and told him to take care. Now, finally back home at his store, Ping receives a letter from Rioan. According to her, it came from another continent addressed to him. It's a letter sent from the Holy Light Base City's Beast Instructor Association. God, that is a mouthful. After taking the letter from Rioan, Suping thinks about how he doesn't really know anything about Holy Light City other than having a huge beast training industry. Information being as important as it is, he decides to call up the most experienced person he knows for a crash course. Said person is the Starry Skies Chancellor, who takes crash course a bit too literally, with his space shuttle landing right outside the store. After getting seated in the meeting room, Suping asks the Chancellor to explain everything he can about Holy Light City in detail. The old man gives him a quick rundown on the city system used in their world. C-tier base cities are mostly used as outposts and are only capable of handling 9th-tier beast waves. B-tier cities are the most common and can hold off several beast waves with several king beasts within them. Their own Longjiang city is actually classified as one of these. And finally, there are A-tier cities. They excel in all aspects and are difficult for king beasts to even breach at all. There are only 7 of these in each continental area, and Holy Light City is one of them. Simple enough. The star walls are pretty on the nose though. He goes on to explain how, much like blacksmiths in the past, beast tamers are now the masters creating weapons for the people to slay their enemies with. Holy Light City is said to be where the first beast instructors were born. Because of that and the diversity it brought to the city, it's something of a holy land for beast tamers. Back in its glory days, the city produced tons of spirit tier beast tamers and in turn, tons of legendary tier battle pet masters. Things aren't quite the same these days. Far from it, in fact. But the reputation of the city remains intact. They've most likely sent Suping a letter in hopes of recruiting him for their city. Suping is content where he is, but he knows most of his pet cultivation is dependent on the system. If ever stops working one day, he'll be done for. With that in mind, he decides to accept the invitation so he can go learn some things. The Chancellor tries to have him take a teleporter there, but Suping isn't into the attention they'll draw. Instead, the Chancellor offers to get him a ticket for a deep track underground train to be more low-key. Not long after that, Suping learns that the Chancellor has no damn clue what low-key means. After stepping onto the ridiculously expensive train, Suping pretty much instantly gets dragged into a mess. Some rich dude's Scarlet Shadow Dragon Hound is going berserk because it managed to consume some form of sugar. When the hound moves to attack an innocent passenger, Suping leaps into action and grabs the beast in a chokehold. He quietly whispers to it, hoping to put it to sleep, when another voice breaks onto the scene. This one a woman's. She quickly tells Suping to ease up, as Scarlet Dragon Hounds can't actually be choked. Instead, they start losing their life from the lack of air. She tells him she's a beast instructor and can calm it down, so Suping lets the dog down, allowing her to work her magic. In just a second, she manages to hypnotize the canine and put it straight to sleep. Seeing Suping's impressed look, she explains that she's using specialized gloves which can control astral power accurately enough to enhance hypnotic effects. Or to put it simply, magic gloves make you go night-night. This woman is Zhang Lingtong. Unfortunately, the dog's owner finally decides to show his face, only to start whining about how they put their hands on his dog and will pay for it. Suping doesn't have the patience for this right now and forces the guy onto his knees with one hand. He looks down at him with dead eyes and orders him to apologize and leave. Sure enough, the dude's terrified and does just that. Shortly after that, Suping is returning to his personal compartment when an attendant brings him a little strawberry cake. When Suping tells her he didn't order that, she tells him it's from Miss Zhang, over on the other side of the car. The girl waves from her compartment and thanks Suping for what he did earlier. With a smile and thank you, Suping moves to accept the cake. Just then, a deafening bang sounds out across the car, causing the attendant to drop the cake. Luckily, Suping catches it before looking up to see what just happened. The ceiling is completely distorted. Something is outside the train, and it's not friendly. Passengers all over the train are losing the proverbial crap at the news that enraged beasts are attacking the vessel. The attendant from before tries to calm them down and tell them about their 8th tier battle pet master guards, but she's so terrified herself that it doesn't do much. Suping simply slips into his compartment quietly and sets down his cake. Even on a simple train journey, he can't get some peace and quiet. He uses astral power detection and quickly spots the 7th tier rock armored beasts attacking the roof of the train. At the same time, there's also a 9th tier black venom 100 claw dragon attacking another part of the roof. The train's armed guards are just about to engage them when Suping leaps out of his window and onto the roof. Before the lead guard can finish yelling a warning to him, Suping has already destroyed the venom claw dragon with his bare fists. Seeing their superior beaten so easily, the rock beasts run away in an instant, terrified of Suping. As they should be, dude's more of a beast than any one of them. The guard sincerely thanks Suping for his help, and the two have a short talk about why those monsters just showed up. From what the guard explains, there's only one reason a beast as high as 9th tier would come up to this level from its habitat deeper underground. Something even more terrifying is down there and it's scaring the other beasts. Yeah, that is not a comforting thought at all, dude. Later in his private room, Suping meditates and thinks about how he can improve Long Jiang's transportation security. With the revelation of a possible new beast, Suping decides that his city needs to be developed into an A-tier base. The next day, the train arrives in Holy Light City and Suping disembarks the vessel at the same time as Miss Zhang. When Suping asks if she knows where he can find the Beast Instructor Association, she just laughs and tells him to follow her. Not long after that, the two arrive at Heavenly Dragon Academy. Zhang shows the guards at the entrance her Beast Tamer ID to get in. Since he doesn't actually have one, Suping shows them the invitation letter that he was sent instead. Instantly, the guards take on an even more respectful tone and usher him inside. Next to him, Zhang is practically hopping in place with excitement and asks if he's some kind of secret beastmaster in disguise. Suping just tells her she's been reading too many novels and he doesn't even have an ID. But she's not actually wrong though. What's up with that man? Once they're inside, Zhang invites Suping to watch a performance match at the arena with her. There, Suping learns about how exactly Beast Instructor matches work. Rather than just sending in their pre-trained beasts, both contestants have to tame a wild beast without a contract, show them that they can control it to some level, and then temporarily enhance any part of their body with a set selection of training materials provided on the field. Then the battle begins. Suping watches on as the current two contestants Grey Gale Sparrow and Forest Ape clash. While the Sparrow has the upper hand at first with its enhanced wings, the Forest Ape waits for the perfect moment and launches a counterattack, which shreds the Sparrow on some spikes that emerge from its back. That's a little brutal, is it not? Do they not have PTA in this universe? Suping is quite impressed with the idea behind these matches. They don't just battle with creatures. They're being tested on their ability to unlock any given pet's potential, analyze the situation, and make the appropriate enhancements to secure their win. Just then, a group of guys walk onto the viewing platform and their leader addresses Zhang. Though he seems friendly at first, it quickly becomes apparent that these people are only interested in bullying and belittling her. Unwilling to watch any more of the disgusting display, Suping steps in and defends Zhang, stating that her taming ability is perfectly fine and they're the ones making a nuisance of themselves. One of the minion bullies gets offended when Suping seems to look down on him and demands that they have a match with Beast Instructor rules. Without even pausing to think about it, Suping accepts, but with the condition of adding some stakes to their match. After all, who doesn't like an honest bet? The end? For now. Previously, Suping entered the Dragon Realm Tower where he fulfilled the Great Dragon King's trials and received the inheritance of the Dragon bloodline for Umbrageddon. Now Suping has made his way to Holy Light City to broaden his horizons. Trouble seems to follow him everywhere though, and he finds himself about to fight some rando to defend a newly made friend's honor. Confused by Suping's request to place some stakes on their battle, douche number 1 asks what he wants to bet. With a sinister glow shining from his eye and the aura of an all-devouring monstrosity, Suping says they should bet their lives. Douche number 1 breaks into a cold sweat and yells out, asking if he's crazy. In response, Suping lets out an amused chuckle and tells Ponytail he was just kidding. As Ponytail stares at him in shock, Suping says the loser just has to apologize. Ponytail's friend calls him by his real name, Feng Yiliang, and makes fun of him for getting scared so easily. I'm sticking to Ponytail. Dude's too lame to get a name. Ponytail's anger rises with each word until he tells his friend to get lost and then turns on Suping. He asks how he could dare disrespect him like that and says the loser of their match will have to apologize and slap themselves silly. Well, hope his cheeks are ready then, cause we all know how this'll end. Suping's new friend, Zhang, tries to ask her mentor to smooth things out. Unfortunately, he's fully on board with letting the match happen. He even offers to be the referee, bamboozling Zhang. Throwing a sideways glance at her, he asks how beast instructors can fear taming others. Yeah, alright bro, cool it with the posing. You're not Aizen. The group moves to the arena where the two contestants are told to select any pet from the available ones. Suping studies them via the system and sees that all the pets are below 3rd tier and typically only have one skill. He does note though that their distribution is similar to the 5 elements. A few moments later, Ponytail and Suping have both selected their pets and step into place. Suping has gone with a thunderstorm beetle, possessing the skill, Metallic Shell. On the other side of the arena, Ponytail stands alongside a blazing hound with the skill Flame Devourer. From the sidelines, Zhang notes that the Thunder Beetle's shell can't withstand the Flame Devourer skill. Ponytail pulls on a glove with a cocky smirk, fully believing that he's won already. As he talks smack to Suping, the ref calls for the first phase, beast taming, to begin. In this phase, they're both given the favorite food of their pets. The winner will be whoever can get their pet to hold it in their mouth without eating it for 5 minutes faster. Zhang ponders on the two taming methods. One is the classic positive and negative reinforcement method. The other, which Ponytail is using, is to directly implant a command into the pet's mind with astral power. Turning her eyes to Suping, she notes that he hasn't done anything yet. Ponytail sees this too and figures that he doesn't know what to do. Before his gloating can go on, though, the ref announces that the Thunder Beetle has been tamed and its countdown has begun. Shocked, Ponytail looks up to see a terrifying aura surrounding Suping and the Thunder Beetle obeying him out of pure fear. Turning to the ref, Ponytail demands to know how this isn't cheating. Talk about a sore loser. Someone call the ambulance for him. The ref is quick to tell him, though, that intimidation isn't ruled out as a taming method. Most people just wouldn't dare to attempt it. With that, Suping is awarded the first victory and Ponytail is just one loss away from total defeat. Ponytail decides to win no matter what in the battle phase, as he can't tolerate losing to a supposed nobody. For the battle phase, both contestants are first given 3 hours to strengthen their pets using the provided materials. By the time his period runs out, Zhang is on the edge of her seat, wondering how Suping will deal with the attribute disadvantage. The referee calls for the battle to begin, and both sides' pets lunge at each other to attack. The blazing hound instantly catches Thunder Beetle's leg in its jaw and uses Flame Devourer to light it ablaze. Ponytail's pal comments on how he gave the hound's paws a flame effect in record time, while Zhang just looks on in concern. On the field, Ponytail smirks smugly and claims that he's not a loser like Suping. Just then, the referee tells him he needs to train more. To his shock, the ref's statement is followed by a reversal of roles in the fight. The Thunder Beetle's metallic shell has been transformed into Ice Frost Shell and is weakening the hound's flames immensely. As a result, the beetle completely dominates the hound and ends the match in moments. Meanwhile, everyone is shocked at how fast Suping managed to perform an attribute transformation with standard resources. Suping grins under his mask at Ponytail and tells him to fulfill the bet's condition. Terrified by what he's seeing, Ponytail decides to make a run for it like a total wuss. Discreetly, Suping uses his own power to make the loser trip and faceplant. As he tries to get up and run, the dude trips all the way off the field, his head getting more and more bruised. Behind Suping, Zhang just barely holds in her laughter at the sight. With things wrapped up, Zhang takes the chance to get a closer look at the modified Thunder Beetle. She takes notes on the attribute transformation and asks Suping how he did it so fast. He answers that he just chucked the right crystal at it and it transformed on its own. Yeah, that's not total bullcrap at all. Completely fair and balanced. Hearing this, Zhang realizes that the fear of death triggered the beetle's full potential and caused it to transform. The top researchers in the field, Hu Lao and Bai Lao, have theorized about such a method, but it's been too hard to quantify the required conditions. She marvels at meeting someone who can just straight up perform it. When asked about the name of the technique, Suping says to call it the Death Training Method. How creative. As they're discussing this, Zhang's mentor approaches and asks her to introduce him to her amazing new friend. Dude's glazing harder than a Krispy Kreme donut. Zhang bashfully introduces herself to Ping properly. Realizing she never actually did that, she's a third-year student at Heavenly Dragon Academy and a 6th-tier beast instructor about to graduate. The Aizen wannabe is Ding, the mentor for Class 8 of Heavenly Dragon Academy. When he asks for Ping's name, he introduces himself as Kuang, throwing his student under the bus without a second thought. Ding continues to suck up to Suping, to which he just claims to be a small-time shop owner from a B-grade town in the subcontinent. He states that he came here for the upcoming Beast Instructor Association. Ding latches onto that info and tells him that the conference won't be for a few days yet. He extends an offer to Suping to join him for dinner as an apology for his students. Suping tells him not to bother though, as he'd rather wander around the city. Still not backing off completely, Ding gives him his mentor ID card and tells him to use it freely for accommodation, meals, and other privileges. Suping instantly suspects Ding for the generous offer and wonders what he's up to, but takes the card anyway. After Suping leaves, Ding reveals the card has a tracking function he can access. Then, he tells Zhang to abandon her thesis, which she's worked on all year, and start researching the death training theory, which he mentioned earlier. So he's a thief on top of being a general douchebag. Good to know, though she's crushed to drop her research. Zhang agrees when Ding basically threatens to have her fail until she does as he says. After that, Ding calls up a woman named Xiao Yu and offers her a research project that's nearly complete in exchange for investigating a specific outsider. Meanwhile, Su Ping has made his way to the Heavenly Dragon Library. Here, he uses a large chunk of Ding's funds to borrow a whopping 86 training manuals from 7th to 9th tier. He takes the manuals and moves to a private room he's rented, all the while ignoring the staff gossiping about his wealth and possible skill. In the private room, Su Ping spends his day going through the books. He's amazed by how rare they are and what incredible information they hold. Having stuck to practical work until now, he's able to grasp most of the concepts easily and doesn't have to face the boredom an average student would. Later on, when Su Ping is going to return the books, he bumps into a young woman. She helps him gather up his dropped books and carries them to the counter with him. There, she learns that he's a beast instructor who hasn't passed the certification exam. Upon hearing this, she tells him she's taking the 7th tier qualification exam and asks if he wants to join her. As Su Ping and the purple-haired chick make their way to the qualification exam site, they see a young man in an academy uniform running from what looks to be one of Thanos' minions. From behind him, a stern man with the look of a drill sergeant yells at him for running from a beast pet. He smacks the kid with his baton and sends him on his way, failing him. All around the examination area, other students can be heard speaking about the man, Instructor Yan. Evidently, he's the strictest of their instructors and regularly fails students in the qualification exam. When a couple of students turn to leave and mention the danger of being demoted, Su Ping's interest is piqued. He asks the girl about it, and she explains that unlike beast tamers, instructors are assigned ranks according to the assessment mechanism. You go from level 1 to 6 by passing the exam 6 consecutive times, and if you fail thrice, you get demoted 1 level. Then to reach 7th level and graduate, you have to pass the assessment for it and submit a qualified thesis. The levels beyond that are professor and veteran levels. Unbothered and calm as ever, Su Ping asks her how many times the assessment can be taken in a day. When she tells him it's up to the examinee's discretion, he doesn't even hesitate to step forward. Instructor Yan spots him and angrily calls him over. Since he's starting from the first level, Su Ping steps forward with no fear of demotion. Not that the dude would fail anyways. He's him after all. Encouraged by his action, 2 more level 1 rookies follow Su Ping's lead and step forward. Instructor Yan sizes them up and sends them to register their information at a panel. While the other students make fun of them, the purple chick uses an ability to try and spy on Su Ping's info. To her surprise though, everything around him looks jumbled to her, causing her to wonder if she's hallucinating. In reality, Su Ping is constantly projecting an astral turbulence barrier around himself that distorts light and conceals whatever he wants. With their registration complete, Su Ping and the other 2 students move into the examination room. There, they're each given the task of using astral power to change the color of an experimental mouse's fur. While the other 2 pump themselves up to do it within the 30-minute time limit, Su Ping just casually examines the mouse. That is one chunky boy. The hell they feeding these things? As the other students struggle to change their mice, Instructor Yan comes over and intimidates the living hell out of them. After brutally failing the first, he's just about to move on to the second kid when something else draws everyone's attention. Su Ping is crackling with astral power as it shoots all over the place from his palm. The instructors watching from the side are quick to mock him, as this is a method that normally causes more problems than anything. One of them recalls something from a more advanced book though and notes that this can actually work. It's just got a highly differing time and difficulty level. Just then, Su Ping's power sizzles down to a close and smoke wafts up from his mouse. Once it clears, everyone is shocked to see the results. His mouse has turned into a gay Elvis Presley. Wait, no. It's just rainbow-colored with a pompadour. My bad. Instructor Yan examines the mouse and explains that he hasn't just dyed the surface. He's used elemental fixation to alter the very nature of the mouse and make it a multi-elemental beast. As everyone balks at the ridiculous achievement, Yan stares at Su Ping and wonders just what kind of hidden gem this kid is. Suddenly, a grin appears on his face and he tells Su Ping that he's decided to let him be an exception. He's jumping straight to the 7th level assessment. A large cage slowly rises up from the middle of the examination area and reveals what the 7th level assessment is. Su Ping must tame and strengthen a 7th tier blood mist wraith within 12 hours. All around the place, everyone is shocked and horrified by this. The blood mist wraith is a demonic psychic beast that causes brain damage at best and permanent insanity at worst if not handled properly. This only cements their image of Yan as a ruthless maniac. Su Ping, however, remains unbothered. If anything, he seems amused as he tells Yan that there's no need for 12 hours. He'll have this done in 5. As soon as the cage is fully raised to ground level, the blood mist wraith launches itself at the bars, unleashing a wave of bloody energy across the room. The instructors present are all blown back by the overpowering stench of blood. Even Purple Chick is thrown off kilter as she recalls everything she knows of this beast. From its psychic attack power to its possession skill that eats people out from the inside, the thing is terrifying. Hang on, its possession skill does what now? Might need to get me one of those. Unbothered and aloof, Su Ping walks up to the cage, confusing even Yan. Su Ping maintains a bored expression, and as the wraith lunges for him with a possession skill, he dodges every last one of its swipes. Then, he leaps up to the beast's head, asks if it wants to taste the power of thunder, and plants his palm on its skin. The terrifying visage of some kind of god of thunder appears behind Su Ping, completely horrifying the wraith. Just like that, the creature has been cowed and tamed, also traumatized if that insane look in its eye is anything to go by. With the taming part of his task complete, Su Ping moves on to strengthening the wraith. Thinking back, he remembers a method he read about to level up pets below 9th tier. Deciding to test it out, he grabs a soul bind herb and thunder orchid from the available resources. With these, he'll reinforce the wraith's weakness to electricity. Using his astral power, Su Ping purifies the two materials and then combines them. Holding the resulting essence in his hands, he tosses it at the wraith's head and initiates the strengthening process. The creature is overtaken by a white light along with the blue and purple essence from the resources Su Ping used. Su Ping remains fluid in his motions and takes control of the process, impressing Yan. Not long after that, the glow settles down and the wraith emerges as a completely new being, the Thunderclaw Soul Reaper Wraith. The bystanders are, as usual, left stunned by the cracked feat Su Ping just performed. The man himself maintains his casual attitude and explains that he incorporated the thunder element into the wraith's evolution, so it now has a resistance to the thunder and holy attributes. The trade-off for that, however, is that the thing is even more violent than before. The wraith angrily beats at its cage and slashes the bars hard enough to bend them. Everyone turns on their heels to get the hell away from it while Yan prepares to suppress the beast somehow. Before he can do anything though, the wraith pulls the bars apart with its fists and brings one down on the old man. As Yan's life flashes before his eyes, Su Ping unleashes a bit of his power and the wraith freezes in place, eye-widening in horror. The creature quickly retreats to its cage and bows down before Su Ping, trembling like a nudist in the snow. Su Ping walks out of the cage to the shocked gazes of everyone and asks if that counts as passing. Blown away by the young man's skill, Yan announces that he's even eligible to challenge the top beast instructors of the 9th tier. Right at that moment, an elderly man with an overwhelmingly pure aura of power descends from the sky above them. Yan bows his head and greets him as Vice President Bai of the Beast Instructor Association. When Bai simply tells Su Ping to follow him and flies away, Yan comes to the conclusion that they're master and student. Afterwards, in a large meeting room, Bai requests that Su Ping remove his mask. In an amused tone, he reveals that he recognizes him easily as the overpowered young shopkeeper Su Ping, instructor of Emperor Skelly, Umbrageddon, and Lunar Dragon. Su Ping removes his mask with narrowed eyes and asks Bai why he called him here. The old man just tilts his head towards him and asks another question. Has he heard of the Four Kings? Vice President Bai goes on to elaborate. The Four Kings are four great beast sovereigns, the most powerful beasts in the history of their planet, Blue Star. They are known as Virtual Malavix, Abyssal Sovereign, Sinistral Hex, and Transcendence Void. Yes, those are some goofy names. According to Bai, these sovereigns are highly intelligent and have destroyed a countless amount of city bases in the past. They're large enough to flatten entire 100-meter tall city walls with just a step. These beings are the ultimate enemy of the people of Blue Star. To summarize, each of the Four Kings holds power that reaches the Sky tier. This shocks Su Ping, as that's the highest tier of the legendary triple tier. Even when he goes all out, he himself is only at the initial stage of the legendary C tier. He asks Bai why he's never heard of these beasts attacking any cities if they're so formidable. Bai explains that the Four Kings were wounded by an ancient human emperor in the past. Sacrificing his own life, this emperor sealed the kings below the abyssal caves. Now, young legendary guards are sent by the four great districts to watch over their seal. Something Bai says confuses Su Ping though, and he asks if the abyssal caves have been breached. Bai assures him that the city bases would be on high alert if that were the case. However, despite the caves appearing normal, the wasteland has seen an abnormal migration of beasts in recent times. Su Ping is reminded of the strange and seemingly random attack on his train when he was traveling to this city. Bai is extremely concerned to learn that civilians are already in danger because of this situation and decides to strengthen security in some sea bases. This abnormality is exactly why he called all the skilled individuals he could in this Beast Instructor conference. Suping is surprised to learn that the Beast Instructor Association has such a wide scope of responsibilities. Bai explains that this is in the nature of Beast Instructors. As opposed to Beast Tamers, instructors place heavy focus and emphasis on the ability to control. They are the ones who maintain order, the ones who bestow power. Suping asks Bai why they haven't sent someone to investigate the wastelands, if this is the case. Bai tells him that he has ordered all the major cities to send exploration teams out, but because of how vast the wastelands are, results will be very slow to come in. He asks Suping if he has any leads on the matter now that he knows the details, but Suping is at a total loss as well. Without any further clues, there's nothing he can do either, so he decides to focus on getting stronger for now. To that end, he asks Bai where he can learn the Beast Instructor's awakening technique. The old man just chuckles at him though and comments that young people nowadays sure are bold. Cool it, Gramps, your boomer is showing. He goes on a mini rant about how only those with 9th tier qualifications may access and learn that secret technique. Suping sarcastically asks him if he isn't at that level. Bai responds that he definitely is in terms of raw power. In fact, he could very well become the second person in history to simultaneously be a beast tamer and instructor of the highest level. With that, he'd be both a legendary and spiritual tier. At Suping's surprise question, Bai reveals that the first person to do that was none other than the ancient human emperor who single-handedly fought and sealed away the 4 kings in the first place. Single-handedly, my booty. Dude wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself if that was true. Excited by the prospect of reaching such a level of power, Suping tells Bai there's no time to waste and to let him learn the awakening technique. Bai remains firm in his refusal though and tells Suping he must follow the rules and write a 50,000-word thesis to get certified as a 7th tier. Then he'll need to write 2 more of those for the 8th tier and then 4 more to reach 9th tier. Holy crap, that's a lot. Maybe even more than a lot. I don't know. I'm not great at math. Growing frustrated, Suping asks the old man to just let him take a shortcut since they're in a time of crisis. However, Bai enforces that times of crisis are exactly when the rules must be followed. If a strong were to be prioritized above the rules, the weak would have no room to grow. I don't really get it, but that sounds wise, so I'm with the geezer on this. With his specialty being in fighting, Suping is horrified by the prospect of writing 7 different thesis papers. Luckily, he remembers that Zhang is supposed to be pretty good at this and decides to pay her a visit to ask for help. Unknown to him, the girl has been in a downward spiral since Ding made her abandon her research and is currently struggling to figure out the death training method. At the same time as all of this, Ding is showcasing just how much of a scumbag he is. From abusing his power to get students to do his bidding to straight up abusing them when he's mad about not getting more info on Suping. The only thing he's able to learn from Xiao Yu is that Suping was taken away by Bai. He mistakes this for a recruitment attempt from the Beast Instructor Association on a hidden golden egg and decides to make a move as well. Ding calls in a brute by the name of Longshan and tells him to persuade this golden egg into joining him by any means necessary. For the 9th tier with the title of Lion King, this is a pleasure. After his discussion with Bai, Suping steps outside and opens up the system's item shop. For now, he plans to stock up on beast taming bracelets. It might be pricey, but having a 10% chance to catch a beast king with no effort is unmatched in value. Dude totally spams Ultra Balls and Pokemon. Once that's done, Suping decides to find Zhang and opens up his holo map. Right as he's looking up her class address, an extremely beefy arm comes to rest on his shoulder from behind. Surprised but unafraid, Suping just curiously waits to learn what the hell this is about. The guy trying to intimidate him asks if he just spoke to Elder Bai. Suping throws a non-answer at him and tells him to step aside. Annoyed, the man looks down at Suping with contempt and proceeds to release his astral power. A golden energy surges around him, catching the attention of everyone in the busy market area. People are just beginning to pity Suping when out of nowhere, the buff dude finds himself being flipped through the air and slammed into the ground back first. Suping has performed a perfect shoulder throw and has the brute at his mercy. You saw it here first, folks. Size doesn't matter. As the crowd comments on what just happened, Longshan the brute gets back up with a smirk on his face and energy flowing out like a broken faucet. He declares that he won't be careless again and summons his battle pets. Not 1, not 2, not even 3 but 4 crimson golden lions. These are 9th tier superior bloodline beasts known as the King of Beasts. What's more, they've got dragon wings because why not, I guess. Longshan reveals his pets are cultivated with a 1,000th concentration of the bloodline of the 100-winged abyssal dragon emperor himself. He puts on a show, claiming that no one can survive being bitten by all four of these creatures. In response, Suping just tells him to brace himself and summons forth his own four-legged companion, Umbrageddon, now known as the Great Yan Celestial Dragon Hound. The golden beast practically smacks the lions down like misbehaving children and completely dominates them before roaring out to the skies. Longshan senses the terrifying aura of Umbrageddon and realizes that he's up against a beast king. Suping mocks him and asks why he isn't laughing anymore, to which Longshan starts claiming that this is all a misunderstanding. Yeah, because that's totally believable now. Not long after that, something sinister is taking place in the 8th class instructor's exclusive experimentation building. A 5th-tier wild pet known as a spiritual dragon whelp is injected with an unknown liquid by Ding himself. Instantly, the little creature starts mutating grotesquely and screaming in pain. As the whelp bangs against its cage, Ding turns to see Longshan has returned. Only, he's not conscious. The man's body collapses to the floor, revealing Suping standing behind him. When Ding tries to play innocent, Suping crushes his card in his fist and reveals he knew about the tracking feature in it. He turns to the dragon whelp and asks Ding how his students will react upon seeing how their instructor enhances assessment pets. Ding simply laughs at the question before attacking his 2 lackey students and dropping them to the ground. Despite this, they continue sucking up to him, brainwashed into believing he knows best. Ding simply tells Suping to look closely. Just then, practically a whole army marches into the building and surrounds Suping. Suping just sighs at the man's corrupt nature and begins to understand why Bai is so adamant about following rules. Ding starts ranting about how no matter what happens here, people will believe him over Suping due to his higher instructor tier. With all his men surrounding Suping, Ding smugly tells him to join them. He goes so far as to claim he can make Suping the strongest beast instructor in history. Alright, is he trying to be Aizen or Orochimaru? Pick a lane already, douchebag. Before he can finish his tirade though, Suping dashes forward, grabs Ding by the mouth and slams his skull into the solid earth without hesitation. Every word out of the man's mouth makes him sick. As Suping stands there with Ding's face held in his palm, pressed down into the ground, the gathered mini army charges towards him, yelling for their master. Suping looks up for a moment, only to tell them to get lost if they value their lives. To accompany this threat, he flares his power for a moment, causing them all to back off out of sheer fear. Seeing everyone stepping back, Ding telepathically sends out the message to everyone that whoever kills Suping will be awarded with a year of training. 3 years if they catch him alive. Of the whole army, 3 particular men get hyped up upon hearing this. These are the 9th tier instructors known as the Flame Sovereign, Night Demon, and Lone Star. Man, their naming sounds like it was done by a teenager trying extra hard to sound edgy. The 3 of them open their dimensional tiers to summon their pets. One of them is calling out to the others to attack together when a thin slash suddenly appears on the side of his neck and arm. Little Skelly has just rushed past them with his blade outstretched. Blood spurts like a fountain from his 3 victims and hits Ding's face as he lays on the ground with his eyes widened. Suping repeats one more time for everyone else to step forward if they wish to die. Sure enough, the instructors all begin making a run for it little by little this time. Between their fear of Little Skelly after recognizing him from TV and their hidden distaste for Ding, it's really a no-brainer. Kinda like Ding himself, the idiotic fella. Ding realizes that the guy he's been gunning for is none other than the real Suping. He bows before him with trembling hands and begs his forgiveness, offering up everything he has in exchange for being spared. Suping crouches down to his level and asks him a question. If he just kills the instructor, won't he get everything in his possession anyways? Asking the real questions for real. Suping lifts Ding up by the scruff of his neck and tosses him further away, in the middle of the gathered crowd. Speaking out to them all, he states that they should know of his pet store if they've heard who he is. He tells them Little Skelly is his personally trained beast to let them know just how effective his methods are, as they all realize that Suping is far better than the foolish instructor on the ground. He opens a scroll with a sly grin. From within, he pulls out a bunch of identical blades and tosses them to the ground. He goes on to say that anyone who wishes to leave now is welcome to do so. The rest who wish to join him must prove it. The gathered men quickly decide that turning on Ding will be more than worth it. Not to mention none of them really like him anyways thanks to his self-righteous and corrupt ways. And it doesn't really help his case when the guy starts hurling insults at them from the floor and demanding that they help him. Really? How dumb can you be? The men slowly advance on Ding with the blades dropped by Suping until he's got nowhere to go. One of them takes the leap and drives his blade through Ding's torso. From there, it's a free for all as everyone lunges at him with blades drawn. Shortly after that little massacre is done, The men present Ding's identity token to Su Ping. In response, he tells them he can't stand the title of master, so they should just call him Boss Ping going forward. Next, he asks if they all know what's happened here. Seeing as they've all got Ding's blood on their hands, all is one. They kneel before Su Ping and declare that they weren't here today and they haven't seen a thing regarding Ding, let alone Su Ping. With that, all that's left is for Su Ping to have Blaziken burn away his body completely and no trace is left of the day's events. Meanwhile, Zhang's anxiety and downward spiral caused by Ding are getting worse and worse by the minute. In a large meeting room at Heavenly Dragon Academy, the old man at the head of the table is expressing his anger at the absence of one person, Class 8's instructor Ding, who he warned not to be late this time. Upon asking his secretary to find him, the man learns that Ding's communicator is giving no response and he's been missing since yesterday. The old man, the principal of the academy, asks his secretary to find his tracker, only for her to tell him that it's missing as well. The principal is confused as to how a 9th tier instructor could just go missing without any signs of what happened. Around the meeting table, some other instructors quietly gossip about the situation. One believes Ding's finally got what he deserved for how he treated his students, while the other can't accept a 9th tier would even be attacked, let alone killed. Yeah, about that, who wants to tell him? Growing weary and concerned, the principal activates a skill of his own and uses astral power to search for Ding Chunfeng. According to the skill, there's no trace of Ding's aura in a 100-mile radius. With his own conclusions drawn, the old principal calls in some hooded dudes and tells them to thoroughly investigate everyone who's had contact with Ding in the past few days. He tells them that any resistance is to be met with execution. Hang on, what now? Is he even allowed to do that? Right as he gives this order, the man receives a call on his communicator. He accepts it and sees that the caller is Elder Bai. The hologram of the older man floats above the meeting table as he tells the principal not to look into Ding's disappearance too closely. Confused, the principal concludes that the person Ding provoked is someone of incredible authority on the same level as Bai. He tells Bai that he'll follow his command and beg forgiveness, since Ding is a terrible person who was bullying students every day. The switch up is crazy, bro. Have some dignity. The principal claims that he should be thanking Bai for dealing with a terrible man, if anything. Bai is wholly unimpressed and asks why he hasn't disciplined Ding if he was so well aware of his abuse of power. Having no answer, the man bows down and blames the slow corruption of the morals of 9th tier instructors. How is that an answer to his question? The hell? As the call ends, Bai tells the principal to remember his words and warns him about a coming storm. Outside, the academy students are gathered around a notice board that informs them of instructor Ding's early retirement. As such, a class assessment will be taking place. Outstanding performers will join the other 7 heavenly classes, while underperformers will be moved down to Earth classes. Everyone there starts worrying about being demoted, as the Earth classes are said to be for losers who are even made to do clean for the school. Zhang in particular is standing there with a hollow look in her eyes. Some of her bullies notice her and start making fun of her for her research paper being rejected by Ding. They even tell her that she's unworthy of the heaven classes, so this is a good thing. Zhang's friend jumps in to defend her and gets the bullies to leave, but they don't stop their barbed jabs at Zhang even then. Zhang thanks her for what she's done, but tells her that they should separate now or she'll be targeted as well. The other girl pleads with Zhang not to listen to the bullies and reminds her that she's the one who taught her beast taming before. If anything, those guys are jealous of her capabilities. Zhang's already had her spirit crushed though, and she insists that she's not like that anymore. Luckily, her friend isn't taking no for an answer and drags her to register for the class assessment anyways. Over at the library, Su Ping is returning his latest batch of borrowed books at the counter when he hears a commotion behind him. As he turns to see what's going on, he locks eyes with Zhang and the two freeze in place. Su Ping notices Zhang's haggard appearance and asks what's wrong. Her friend explains that Ding rejected the thesis she spent months working on and assigned her something stupid called training the dead or something like that instead. As she makes fun of the supposedly stupid idea, Su Ping plays along, not mentioning that it's something he's actually done. Zhang just barely stifles a chuckle at his response, confusing her friend. I'm gonna call her ZF now. Zhang's friend is a mouthful. Su Ping asks them if they know someone who'd be willing to help him write a thesis and doesn't mind a joint signature. Zhang just looks down in sadness and tells him she'd love to, but they've got reassignment classes to worry about. When Su Ping shows interest in that, the girls explain the situation to him. Su Ping is surprised that the sudden disappearance of a 9th tier instructor hasn't caused more of an uproar and wonders if someone took care of things in the background. ZZF tells him that higher-ups from the Beast Instructor Association supposedly took away Professor Ding for investigation, and that's why people are quiet about it. Su Ping realizes that old man Bai must be responsible and figures he can just pretend nothing happened. Putting that aside, he asks the girls about the reassignment assessment and how hard it is. They tell him there's only a 30% success rate, and ZF tries to encourage Zhang. Unfortunately, the girl's eyes remain blank and she says she feels like a total failure. Su Ping remembers the heinous acts he saw from Ding and understands that Zhang is deeply traumatized. Before he can do something about that, he asks ZF what the Earth character classes are like. The girl tells him she was actually in them before and the living conditions are terrible. They're made to do physical labor and the academy only trains them every once in a while. Hell, each professor there is in charge of thousands of students, so nobody gets any real training done. If it wasn't for Zhang's training, she'd still be down there. Zhang, of course, insists it was her own hard work, but the fact remains that she helped the girl train. Ziyuk tells Su Ping that people do whatever they can to get out of the Earth classes, but it's extremely rare to meet someone willing to guide them. His curiosity is stronger than ever. Su Ping asks the girls if they can take him to see the Earth classes after they've signed up for the assessment. Before we get to that, take a look at this map. That's where the Heavenly class students and staff live up there. The greenery-filled skyscraper rich mini-city up there. And down there is the Earth area where everyone else lives. Look at it. It's a dump. Su Ping and the girls are walking through this dump of an area later when a couple of garbage trucks come barreling down the road. They stop a little way up and unload their contents on the street. Heaps upon heaps of dead beasts and their remains. Almost instantly, the students of the Earth area scramble over to the pile of corpses and start looking for stuff they can use. One of them grabs a dog coated in poison and claims he can use it if he just washes the fur. Another claims it's his lucky day when he finds a pig that's still alive. With this, he can practice actual pet taming. Inside the garbage trucks, one student from the Heaven area expresses his pity for these poor sods who have to pick from their scraps. The other guy doesn't bat an eye though and says it's their own fault for not working harder to begin with. Yeah, alright dude, cool it. We get it. You're a butt. Su Ping is lost in thought upon seeing the terrible conditions here, prompting ZF to ask what's wrong. Zhang is the one to notice the look in his eye and says that he cares a lot about this kind of thing. Su Ping responds that Heavenly Dragon Academy touts itself as the best of the best. A place like this shouldn't exist if that's really the case. He asks if things have always been like this. Zhang answers that they have since she's been here. Meanwhile, ZF reminisces about how Zhang would stop and teach her training methods when she used to come to drop off the pets. It's because of that she was able to move up in life. Suddenly, a student goes flying past the two of them looking beaten to hell and back. As soon as he lands, a Heaven class student starts stomping on and kicking him without any remorse. He calls back to his friend, who walks up with a baseball bat and a cruel look in his eyes. As he brings it down with full force to beat the abused student, a sudden rush of air moves past him. As he looks down, he sees the bat is gone from his hands. Behind him, Su Ping stands with the thing firmly in his grasp. The student asks Su Ping who the hell he thinks he is. He replies that he's just a passerby and asks if he finds it fun to bully an unarmed person. This causes the Heaven students to break out in laughter. The bat guy grabs the beaten student by the hair and claims that he's getting beat willingly. It turns out they promised to teach him training methods for the reassignment assessment if he does this. This ain't even just preying on the weak anymore. It's a whole new level of cruelty. Good thing Su Ping's here to hand his butt to him. Between the bully's smug expression and ZF and Zhang's horrified ones, Su Ping can figure that the bullied kid won't actually get squat. He turns to the girls and asks if they're willing to teach him the training methods offered by the bullies. The bullies are, of course, infuriated by this and tell him to watch what they're saying. Well, the bat dude's lackey says that at least. He's just watching like a cuck. Su Ping offers to make a bet. If he wins, they give him the kid they're bullying. And if they win, well, the spoiled little bully is quick to tell them they have to take the kid's place getting beaten. Zhang and ZAF are both immediately apprehensive of Su Ping's decision, both of them claiming that Zhang can't compete in her current condition. The rich bully Xiao instantly recognizes them as Class 8 students and starts bad-mouthing them along with his lackey. Su Ping just tells Zhang to trust him when he says a spoiled kid like him could never beat her. Besides, didn't she say she wants to be able to save people? Seeing the poor kid being abused, Zhang sets aside her own fear and tells Su Ping that she'll do it. The fire finally returns to her eyes, even if only a little. Xiao continues trash-talking and tells them to follow him as he knows a good place to battle. Soon, the group have made their way to a rundown back alley area where everyone looks like a 2-bit thug waiting to sink their jaws into them. Su Ping lets loose some of his aura to drive them away and reassures Zhang that no one will so much as touch her here. Putting her faith in Su Ping, she nods and heads into the ring. The rules of this match will be the same as usual. 1 point to whoever tames their beast first and then another to whoever wins the fight. First to 2 points wins the whole thing. With that, the beasts for their battle are wheeled out, looking far more menacing than anything from the heaven classes. Zhang gulps at their appearance, while Xiao smirks with all the smugness of a cat in a rat colony. With this being an illicit battleground, the beasts here are the most chaotic and dangerous ones that were rejected or thrown out of the heaven classes. On her side of the ring, Zhang lets out shallow, panicked breaths as she's reminded of the injuries she suffered in the past from such pets. All around the ring, the crowd throws jeers at her, calling her a coward. Zia says that Zhang has suffered several traumas before and yells that Suping shouldn't have allowed her to compete. Excuse the crap out me, woman. How is that his fault when you waited till now to say that? Absolutely brain-dead behavior. Suping is unaffected though and tells her that Zhang is trying to overcome those traumas right now. Zidef insists that he has no idea of her situation or condition as a total stranger, to which Suping still gives no reaction. Better man than me. I'd be yelling right back at the idiot by now. Suping asks her if she's heard the story of the fish and the jar. When she expresses her confusion, he tells her about a fish that was trapped in a glass jar. Unable to see the glass, it kept trying to swim out, but after hitting its head so many times, it began to believe the outside world was fake and unreachable. After that, it quietly lived in the jar, not trying to escape anymore. Right now, Zhang is the fish, and the jar has just been removed. All that's left is for her to take the first step and swim out. A sudden overwhelming presence full of strength presses down on the group, shocking Xiao and ZF. Zhang has a resolute expression on her face as the visage of a dragon floats above her. On the other side of the ring, Xiao starts talking trash to suppress his sudden fear and the beast taming stage begins. As he works on his bear hog thing, he thinks about how Zhang will never succeed here since the beasts are so resistant that you have to know the exact technique. To his shock though, Zhang interrupts his internal monologue to announce that she's already done. Xiao is stunned while ZF just smirks and says the old Zhang is back. Both of now you want to act supportive. With both contestants taming complete, the beast training phase begins. Suping notices that the ring's fence is electrified and will likely knock out any pet that touches it. He's considering conveying this to Zhang, but stops when he notices the resources she's going for. It seems he doesn't even need to do that. Once the training phase is complete, Xiao sends his violent brown bear forward to crush Zhang's pet. Said pet, a blue bristle beast, bravely takes on the bear's charge even as the furry beast tackles it all the way to the fence with its lightning rush skill. The bristle beast slams into the fence and electricity arcs all over the place. Xiao is sure he's won now since he transformed parts of his bear to be resistant to lightning attribute attacks. ZF is disgusted by his methods, but Suping just smiles and tells her to watch. Sure enough, Zhang's pet reveals its own method of lightning resistance in the next second. It activates the rock-type armor she's granted, directing all the electricity into the ground. Then, with its advantageous position, the bristle beast hits the bear with a rock-smashing palm attack. In a single moment, the bear's head is slammed into the ground, creating a mini crater and getting Zhang the win. Xiao has lost. With her victory officially announced, Zhang turns to Xiao and demands that he honor their bet by handing over the student he was bullying earlier. Xiao's goon is shocked by how things have gone while the student in question is overjoyed that he doesn't have to be beaten anymore. God, that's sad. For his part though, Xiao decides to do what any typical spoiled rich kid does when they don't get what they want. He throws a tantrum like a baby. He pulls out a baton and rushes at Zhang's back to beat her into the ground while internally screaming that he can't lose to a woman. Yikes, guess we can add misogyny to the list of reasons he sucks. Right as he gets close to Zhang, Suping releases some astral power to deal with him. This turns out to be unnecessary though, as the next second, Xiao has been tackled to the ground by a monkey. The students watch in shock and Suping in interest as a giant of a man walks up to them. He speaks to Xiao of how it's indeed important to take decisive measures in the face of defeat, but to act violently after losing is too much. ZF tells Suping this man is known as Senior. He's the oldest student in the Earth class and the recognized leader of the whole place. Xiao yells to be released from his spot on the ground and threatens to cut his class's pet supply to the Earth area if this continues. Despite his position of total defeat, he starts talking about his family and how rich he is and how he can ruin them all. Yada yada yada. Just a whole bunch of cliche rich kid threats. In response, Senior has his monkey slap Xiao across the face hard enough to cave his cheek in. Alright, I love him. Senior just looks down at him with disdain and tells him that regardless of the Earth class's philosophy of doing whatever they have to, they still have a sense of right and wrong. Besides, a good number of them have suffered at his hands like today's victim already. With that said, the monkey is given the go-ahead to beat the stuffing out of Xiao. Soon after that, Xiao changes his whole tune and begs for Senior's forgiveness. The large man just tells him to get lost and never show his face in the Earth class again. Zief and Zhang thank the man for his help, but he brushes them off and tells them he should be thanking Zhang for all she's done for his people. She expresses her regret for how Xiao will undoubtedly cut their pet supply now, but Senior is quick to reassure her. They've always had little resources to begin with, they can adapt to this too. He even goes on to tell Zhang that if she fails the reassignment assessment, he's reserved a great spot for her to live without any trouble in the Earth class. In the middle of this, Su Ping apologetically cuts in to ask Senior if the Earth class has money. Senior gets the wrong idea and starts squaring up to Su Ping. He tells him that those in the Earth class are the ones who just barely scraped together the money to come to Heavenly Dragon Academy, and they work hard for all they have. If Su Ping wants to touch that money, they'll crush the boy. Zhang quickly intervenes though and tells Senior he's got the wrong idea about Su Ping. They explain to him that he just wants to check if the people here can afford his pet rental services. Senior sighs and tells him it doesn't matter either way because the Academy holds a monopoly over all pet services here. Regardless, Su Ping tells him he can get pets in as long as there's a store he can use. There's no limit on the number or level of said pets either. Senior doubts his words but figures there's nothing to lose, so he takes him to their region's luxury commercial store. Said store turns out to be a little more than a shack. What's worse, the old man refuses to sell or rent it as he claims it's a family heirloom. And so, Su Ping does the one thing that works more often than not. He calls up the Starry Skies Chancellor, asks him to get him a specific building in the downtown area of this city, and then offers it to the old man in exchange for his store. Naturally, the old coot agrees instantly, forgetting all about his family heirloom tripe. That's the power of money for Ya, I guess. Too bad, shows too much of a douche for it to work in his case. Now that he owns the shack of a store, Su Ping walks in and tells the system to include this store in his pet store franchise. With that, it's time to get to work. In the office of Class 4's instructor, Xiao steps up to said instructor with bandages and bruises all over his body. He claims that the Earth class students did this to him for no reason and threatened to do it again if he goes there in the future. The instructor sees right through Xiao's lies, but he's no saint himself. Between the influence Xiao's family has and the low value of Earth class students, he decides to just go ahead and do what Xiao wants anyways. He tells the boy that a lesson will be taught to the Earth class tomorrow and sends him on his way. Once he's gone, the instructor, Shi, calls a holo meeting of all the instructors and informs them that his class will handle the disposal of all waste pets for the second half of the year. Abuse of power incoming, folks. This one's a classic. Sure enough, the garbage trucks holding the Earth class's resources dump them all in a pile the next day, and before anyone can make a move, the heap is set on fire. Even the pig that the student from before managed to recover and nurse back to health is being dragged away to be burned. Okay, what in the hell? That's actual murder. They're not even turning it into cutlets or anything. The Earth class instructor, Elder Lei, gets on his knees before Shi and begs him not to do this. With the Beast Instructor Conference about to begin, this will take away any chance the Earth students have of being recognized by the association. She doesn't care about any of that though and asks them how else they plan to pay for the injuries Xiao suffered. The boy yells at Elder Lei that one of his students is responsible for this and he must come out to apologize. Seeing no other option, Elder Lei calls for this student to show himself, but nobody in the area knows who it was. Enraged, Xiao grabs a random student and threatens to beat him bloody if Senior doesn't come forward. Coincidentally, the man in question shows up at just that moment, carrying a large box on his shoulder. He takes one look at the situation and asks Lei why he's kneeling here like this. Lei angrily tells him what his actions have resulted in while the students yell at him to run away. Xiao, smug as ever now that things seem to be in his favor, sends his goons forward to beat Senior. The big man's sick of him by now though, and as soon as the goons close in, he punches one of them into La La Land. Then, as the others come at him, he opens up the box on his shoulder to reveal 3 whole healthy pets. After they handle the goons, Elder Lei asks where in the world he got those from. Senior gives him a cocky grin and tells him things have changed for them now. They don't need to care what the heavenly classes think of them anymore. They have access to top-tier resources of their own. A few moments later, Senior leads them all to the luxury commercial store that previously belonged to the old man. Here, the Earth class students are freely able to buy top-tier pets at a severely lowered price. Not only that, they even have access to all sorts of high-quality pet food and resources. Enraged by his loss of leverage, Xiao insists that this must have been achieved through some illegal means like smuggling. With that said, he orders his men to smash the store and confiscate every pet in sight. Unfortunately for them, their march towards the storefront wakes up Umbrageddon from his slumber next to it. What they believe to be a statue reveals itself as a terrifying beast when it lets out a roar that all but cripples them. Amidst this sudden chaos, the store's door opens and a figure walks out. Xiao instantly recognizes him with no small amount of shock. For his part, Su Ping simply smiles and asks what they're doing around his watchdog. Despite the clear threat posed by Umbrageddon, Xiao continues to demand that instructor she send out his guards to fight it. Opposite from them, Su Ping stands casually without a worry in the world and waits for them to act. Unlike his student though, instructor she has more than 2 brain cells to rub together and realize he's out of his depth. He instantly changes his tune and addresses Su Ping politely. He tells him that he received a report about his student being beaten maliciously and calmly requests an explanation. From the side, Senior chuckles at the shift in mood and mocks Xiao for it. Serves the little twit right. Despite this, Xiao deludes himself with the belief that his instructor's trying to set a trap of some sort and waits for him to take his side. Only that doesn't happen at all. In fact, she happily declares that Su Ping's side is quite reasonable, and since both parties were beaten, they're pretty much even now. All that's left is for Xiao to apologize for his sneak attack on Zhang. From the other side, Su Ping and Umbrageddon stare at him with an unimpressed gaze as he goes on about fairness. On top of everything else, she declares that the medical expenses of the student beaten by Xiao will be covered by his family as well. Senior takes the chance to mock Xiao again and tells him to hurry up and apologize already. Infuriated and losing faith in his instructor, Xiao uses his communicator to call in someone from his own family. In just a few seconds, 3 large men fly in from above and stand in Xiao's defense. Instructor Lei recognizes these men as titled powerhouses and despairs as do the others. She, however, tells Xiao that he should back down and apologize now while he still can. Instead, Xiao tries to convince him to work together so they can take down Umbrageddon. While everyone else is panicking about the powerhouses, Su Ping sees the true threat. Those 3 are just side characters. The true powerhouse is up in the sky above them. The one in question descends and praises Su Ping for being able to sense him. He is the elder of the Xiao family, Xiao Si. The younger Xiao recognizes his grandfather and panics at the idea of him realizing the truth of the situation. Before that can happen, he feeds his grandfather a bunch of hooey about how the people in front of them have ruthlessly bullied him. As this is happening, Su Ping is distracted by a system pop-up. The system has detected a threat to his branch store here. In order to protect it, he's being issued a side quest to make a name for himself in the city within 1 month. As a reward, he'll be given a 50% off coupon for the Chaos Spirit Pool. Once he's finished reading the pop-up, he notices the ground rumbling around them. Up in the sky, Xiao has summoned an Astral Power Palm. With this, he plans to crush the Earth-class folks in the area for bullying his grandson. Come on, Bramps, you seem like a chill dude. Use your brain here. On the ground, Xiao brags about how his grandpa's a 9th tier in both breeding and beast taming. The strongest man in their family for the past 100 years. Wait, why is he on the ground? Won't he get crushed too? Elder Lei begs Xiao Si to hear them out, but the old man isn't having it. He brings down the palm to crush them all. Before it can get to them though, a golden dragon bursts through and crushes the palm, shocking the Xiaos. Umbrageddon has revealed his true form. At Su Ping's command, the dragon slaps Xiao Si out of the air and into the ground like a fly. Everyone watches in awe as the old man rises from his fall and asks how the hell his grandson got involved with a master like this. Su Ping steps forward and asks if he's willing to talk now that he's calmed down. He spots Xi at his side and recognizes him as the Class 4 instructor. Taking the chance to jump in, she asks them to let him explain the whole matter to Xiao Si. By the time he's done, Xiao Si is enraged with his grandson's dishonorable actions and orders his men to take him away for the appropriate punishment. His legs are to be broken, and he's to be banished for a minimum of 5 years. Yikes, he might deserve it, but that's brutal. Once his grandson has been dragged away, Xiao Si bows his head before Su Ping and asks how he can make up for the misunderstanding that has occurred. All around them, everyone is shocked to see the arrogant Xiao family's strongest member lowering his head. For his part, Su Ping just walks past him while introducing himself as Su Ping in a whisper. As he's moving away, he tells Xiao Si to figure the rest out himself. Unseen by anyone else, the system window appears and shows his new quest's completion progress at 47%. Now that the matter with the Xiao family is resolved and Su Ping's store is on track to raise the Earth class to unforeseen heights, all the students and even instructor Lei thank him wholeheartedly for his actions. Senior and Zhang even express interest in working for him at the store, but Su Ping tells them to focus on their studies. He's used to working alone anyways. Seeing their downtrodden expressions, He throws them a bone and says he might call on them to look after the store if he needs to leave on business. The next morning, Instructor Shi and Xiao Si arrive at Su Ping's store and offer him 4 pure gold bars as an apology for the previous day's events. Su Ping completely ignores the gold, though, and tells them to leave if they're not interested in buying anything. There's shrewd businessmen and then there's downright cold ones. Guess which one he is. Inside the store, Su Ping shows some Earth-class students the latest pet food he brought in last night. As they all study it and try to figure out what it is, Zhang alone is able to recognize it. This is the purple Yu-Wei dragon ginseng. Both Shi and Xiao Si are blown away by this revelation. That's a pet food that's been extinct for thousands of years. Su Ping tells Zhang that it costs 330,000 Astral coins and it's a non-negotiable price. Before she can ask for it, both the big shots behind her pipe up and beg Su Ping to sell it to them instead. Su Ping just brushes them off and tells them to come back tomorrow, since his policy is first come first serve. Unwilling to give up the opportunity of a lifetime, both men get into something of a bidding war for the ginseng anyways. Xiao Si pledges half his family's annual profit while she offers the rights to this research institute for 5 whole years. Despite the crowd's awe at these offers, Su Ping stays aloof and asks them what they even plan to do with the ginseng. She explains that he wishes to turn it into an object of worship as an ancient resource and become a top figure in the beast training world. Xiao Si, on the other hand, will turn it into a multi-billion project by exploiting its commercial value. After hearing them out, Su Ping asks Zhang what she plans to do. Zhang tells him that if she could get the ginseng, she'd use it to revolutionize the field of study that deals with restoring extinct bloodlines like the purple blood heavenly dragon. Unfortunately, as she explains, that kind of thing is incredibly difficult with a very low success rate of only a single unique ingredient. Upon hearing that, Su Ping smirks and asks them when he said he only has one. He tells them to wait a moment and steps into his back room to pick some more. Half an hour later, Su Ping steps out of the room with his coat covered in blood and 2 more ginsengs clasped in his fists. She and Xiao Si practically lose their minds at this shocking development. If not then, they definitely lost their eyes at least. When the 2 older dudes beg him to be gentler with such a precious resource, Su Ping casually tells them he has a ton more in his bag. She and Xiao Si are both more shocked than ever and wonder once more just who the hell Su Ping is. Xiao Si suddenly dives to the ground and starts cleaning some blood off Su Ping's shoes. He smugly scoffs at Shi and claims that he feels no hesitation in degrading himself for the benefits Su Ping can offer. Su Ping just tells him to get the hell up before people get the wrong idea and tells them he'll sell each of them the ginseng. Additionally, he also brings out 3 more extinct pet foods and offers them to Zhang. Illumin Herb Elixir, Jade Dragon, 7-colored orchid, and a Nether Soul Reaper herb. While these would definitely help with her goal, she apologizes to him and tells him she can't afford all that after buying the ginseng. Just then, the system informs Su Ping that multiple financial deposits are being attempted to his store. Rather than accepting them, Su Ping turns to Shi and Xiao Si and tells them to pass on the gifts they brought for him to Zhang. Zhang is as shocked, if not more so, than the others upon hearing this. Su Ping just confirms that he wants the resources Xiao Si promised to be given to her and Shi's research institute to be transferred to her for the period he promised. Both men are confused by this though, claiming that he can guarantee much more profit by himself thanks to his family's status and wealth. Unknown to them, Su Ping is reading a system pop-up that's warning him against trying to trick it to increase his own profits. Yeah, not gonna lie, that has me stumped too. Not sure what it means. Su Ping addresses Shi and Xiao Si, slowly raising his voice as he goes on a scolding rant about how they only value money and power, with no care for those below them in wealth and status. Finally, he bellows at them, asking if their actions live up to their positions. Both men are humbled by his words and vow to be better from now on. In the background, all the Earth-class students are rejoicing at someone finally standing up for them and saying the things they've always wanted to. Little do they know, Su Ping had every intention of taking their money. The only reason he's not doing it is because the money from dividends can't be turned into energy with the system, so it's as worthless as toilet water to him. Turning his attention away from that, Su Ping mentally speaks to the system and explains just how much they'll benefit in the long run by allowing Zhang Lingtong to take charge of the Purple Blood Dragon Reincarnation Project. Not to mention he'll be able to slap his name on the theses she writes and use them to raise his instructor tier. With nothing else to say, the system goes quiet and lets him do as he wishes. The next day, Zhang walks into her class with ZEF to collect her things before heading out. There, her old bully, Feng Yi Liang, or as we know him, Douchey Ponytail, tries to bully her. With her confidence restored thanks to Su Ping though, she ignores him and walks past without batting an eye. Frustrated, He goes to her desk and grabs one of her books before demanding that she apologize if she wants it back. Right as he's beginning to enjoy it, a much larger man appears behind him, snatches the book from Ponytail and tosses him to the ground with a single arm. As he escorts Zhang out, Feng and his friend are confused. That was their old instructor's bodyguard. Why the hell is he protecting Zhang? Instantly, the two scumbags jump to the conclusion that Zhang has an indecent relationship with Ding and is taking advantage of the perks that come with it. Without a second thought, they decide to follow her and get some pictures as blackmail material. Instead of Ding's place, though, they end up following her to Instructor Shi's research institute. Sneaking after her despite their confusion, the two spy on the inside of the building. When they spot a whole crowd of Earth-class students there, they decide that the vermin must be trying to illegally take over the place. Before the Ponytail can snap any pictures, though, the bodyguard from before appears behind him and grabs his arm. Still not realizing they're the ones in danger, Ponytail tries to tell the bodyguard that Zhang is committing illegal activities. She overhears the commotion and comes over to check on it. Ponytail starts mouthing off about how he has proof of her actions and he'll get her kicked out if she doesn't listen. Annoyed and sick of his crap, Zhang just sighs and pulls up the agreement of transfer of the Institute usage rights and resources signed by both Shi and Xiaoxi. With their leverage pulled out from under them like a rug, Ponytail and his friend are left speechless. And if they're speechless now, they're completely rendered mute a moment later when they learn that she's working on the Purple Blood Heavenly Dragon Reactivation Project. If she succeeds on a project like that, she won't need to take any classes to graduate, which is way more than can be said for these two losers. The end, for now. The event everyone's been waiting for at Heavenly Dragon Academy, the Beast Instructors Conference, is finally underway. As instructors from all over the place proudly display their exhibits, it quickly becomes apparent just how harsh the judging of the reviewing officials is. Hell, one guy gets given flat 1s and 2s out of 10 for being unoriginal. Like the announcer lady's saying, there's no room for lazy-ass slackers out here. With the event going at full sail, the announcer woman calls out the beginning of the triennial event all Beast instructors eagerly anticipate. The Beast Instructor Conference officially begins now. Before any further announcements, she declares the people's gratitude to the 5th Rank Academy of Holy Light City, Heavenly Dragon Academy, for hosting the conference on their grounds. The Academy's principal declares that the honor is all theirs, and he hopes everyone can thrive through this event. Seated next to him, Vice Principal Bai comments on the 3-judge system that's been continued from previous conferences, and reminds everyone that exceptional instructors will qualify for membership and association cultivation as well. Just as he intended, this has the crowd more fired up than ever, since all the previous instructors to achieve these qualifications went on to become 9th-tier Beast instructors. In one particular area, a group of men are guided to their heavenly character seats. These are the instructors hoping to recruit any promising individuals who appear at the conference as their own apprentices. As these men speak amongst each other, one of them mentions that Ding not being here this year means less competition for them to grab up the talented instructors. Damn, these dudes have no loyalty. Makes sense though. Ding sucked balls. From off to the side of the line of throne-like seats they're sat in, the recruiters are all surprised and confused to see none other than Su Ping walking up to the final seat and taking it for himself. Dressed the way he is and with his clearly aloof attitude, the others all wonder who the hell this guy is and if he's been invited by the association or something. To the side, Instructor Shi, who has long since learned not to underestimate Su Ping, simply smirks at their reactions. Back to the conference itself, instructor after instructor is given pathetic scores by the reviewing judges for failing to bring any innovation to their work, causing them to even lose their existing investors. It's all that the instructors off to the side can manage to stall their own judgment when the reviewers turn their way, terrified of how they'll be rated. In the midst of this sea of fear, a lone voice suddenly calls out and actually invites the reviewers on their own. This voice belongs to none other than Zhang, who has a resolute expression on her face. Though everyone's surprised by her boldness, they can't help but commend her courage. Zhang leads the judges to her own exhibit on the more rundown side of the hall, leading those in the crowd watching her to think she's some overconfident nobody. Yeah, keep that same energy in a few minutes, fools. Even the judges grow suspicious and ask if she's trying to gain their sympathy. Zhang is quick to assure them she has no such intentions though, and asks them to just watch. With her friend, ZF's assistance, she brings out a single vial of a bright purple liquid. Right before their eyes, she feeds the whole contents of the vial to a 4th-tier young dragon beast, with no prior training. After feeding it the liquid, Zhang and ZF both pull on gloves and activate a technique known as dragon blood forging. causing purple sparks of lightning to arc off of the young dragon. As the judges and crowd alike watch in shock and awe, a massive spectral dragon rises from the body of the young beast and releases a massively oppressive force, causing all in range to feel affected. The spectral dragon is so enormous that even Vice Principal Bai notices it from his throne, and his eyes go wide in shock as he recognizes it. That is the purple blood heavenly dragon which went extinct over 9,000 years ago. Vegeta would have a conniption here. As the massive purple apparition slowly fades away, the judges watch on with widened eyes, unable to comprehend what just happened. The uni announcer is left to ask just what they've seen right now. Meanwhile, Zhang and ZF are completely oblivious to everyone else's reactions as they examine the results of their little demonstration. Between the two of them, the formerly 4th-tier young dragon is now a majestic purple dragon with beautiful feathered wings. The only people more oblivious at that moment than Zhang and her friend are the other academy students in the crowd. The fools are so overtaken with jealousy and insecurity that they convince themselves Zhang's technique was all bark and no bite, having failed to upgrade her beast. They comment on how the judges will be sure to give her a low score and embarrass her in front of this massive crowd, completely ignoring the fact that the judges themselves are clearly amazed, literally plotting on her downfall. Hufia fools. Almost as if to purposely shut those idiots up. All the heavenly characters here to recruit talented instructors rush over in a stampede, yelling to let them see the person who just performed that cultivation technique. As the lot of them argue over who has first dibs on this person, Zhang is put up on the big screen, and the announcer lady explains to the crowd that all the heavenly instructors are showing an interest in this one single person. Before long, the heavenly instructors recognize her as a student of Class 8, and they all start jumping to conclusions, such as that Ding has been keeping her hidden from the public. Man, screw Ding. All my homies hate that moron. The second they've identified Zhang, the instructors scramble to find info on her and start making outrageous perks and boons in exchange for accepting their recruitment offers. Unfortunately for them, two even bigger fish have decided to descend into this hunting ground of a pond. Two trails of light zoom past the crowd, as none other than the principal and VP Bai land on site and start bickering over which of them has first dibs. You'd think they're a tenth of their actual age, from the way they're acting. As the geezers continue to exchange barbed words, the principal suddenly uses the 9th tier power of teleportation to get to Zhang first. Bai isn't one to be left behind though, and he uses the 9th tier technique known as spatial contraction to do the same. Both old men arrive at Zhang's exhibit at the exact same time, scaring off everyone else in the area and leaving each other as their only competitors for her apprenticeship. Upon VP Bai's request to have a closer look at the dragon Zhang just trained, the girl happily invites him closer while her friend trembles in awe of the man. Meanwhile, in the background, a crowd is blown away by just how much special treatment Zhang is getting for her impressive feats. Stepping closer to the specimen, VP Bai comments on how the purple blood heavenly dragon is said to be the ancestor of all other dragons. Based on all the features and attributes of this little beast here, he's confident in saying that this beast has indeed integrated the bloodline of that precise heavenly dragon. VP Bai goes on to mention how this training method of hers can greatly benefit those facing a block, while the principal brags about his academy students. What follows from that point on is a vicious verbal dogfight between the VP and principal over who will be the one to recruit Zhang. While the two old men offer benefit after benefit, the audience is stunned by what they're seeing, and some of Zhang's former bullies regret not forging a better relationship with her. Hindsight's it be, ain't it losers? To the surprise of both men vying for her favor, Zhang addresses them with a resolute expression quite quickly. All over the venue, everyone watching waits with bated breath to see who she's going to choose. Still seated on the throne he sat on a while ago now. Su Ping smiles at the success of the young lady he always knew had this potential within her. With his work done here, he gets up and prepares to head back to his store for the day. That's when Zhang makes a statement that freezes every single person in attendance in their tracks. She's choosing to turn down both the VP and the principal in favor of devoting her life to boss Shu Kuang. Alright, Su Ping's going by that right now. I forgot about that honestly. Su Ping himself is perhaps the most shocked of all, stopping in place with a deadpan expression. All over the place, chaos erupts as people scramble to find info on just who the hell this Shu Kuang person is. Seeing the state of the conference in the wake of Zhang's decision, Su Ping hesitantly decides to reveal himself, maintaining the same deadpan expression. Bro does not want to be here. To his credit, VP Bai humbly backs off the moment he realizes Su Ping is in the picture. At the same time, the principal is stumped as to what would make Zhang choose this man over him. John proudly states that Boss Shu has helped her on multiple difficult occasions, donating research materials and funds for her to reach this point in the first place. All over the place, people are stunned to hear that this Shu Kuang fellow is responsible for procuring extinct items, like the ones used to bring out the purple blood heavenly dragon. Meanwhile, Su Ping pays absolutely zero heed to the masses and tells Zhang he's leaving this place soon, before asking if she's still determined to follow him. Her gaze steeled, Zhang tells him that she's willing to go anywhere, as long as it's at his side. "Dan homegirl, I was not familiar with your game." Right after she says this, the Academy's principal finally bursts with indignation and refuses to let her be taken away by anyone, while touting all the resources he can grant her. Rather than Su Ping, Zhang is the one to address him and remind him of his own phrase about how traveling 1,000 miles is better than reading 1,000 books. "Don't look at me. I don't get these proverbs either." She goes on to remind the principal that their city may be known as the breeding sanctuary, but there are so many training methods and techniques not taught here. Boss Shu's death training method is just one such example. While the crowd tries to work out what the hell a death training method is, someone questions the possibility of Shu being a fraud. Seeing the potential in this argument, the principal latches on and declares that Shu Kuang may only take away Zhang if he can defeat the older man in a battle. To Su Ping's unsurprised annoyance, Instructor Shi and Old Bai both stay back, letting things play out rather than vouching for him. Realizing that this is the only real way out of here, Su Ping tells the principal he has just one more condition for their battle. As he descends to the principal's level via levitation, Su Ping explains that he wants it to be broadcast throughout the city. Oh, he knows he's winning this. A victim of his own hubris even more than Su Ping, the principal smugly declares that he can't wait to show the whole city his defeat. Meanwhile, the public is beginning to recognize Su Ping, as more and more people feel him to be familiar. Once both challengers are in the arena of the principal's choosing, a cage full of beasts is brought out for them to choose their beasts for the battle. With the ferocious beings clawing at their prison, the crowd worries that this whole thing is going a bit too far. As usual, however, Su Ping demonstrates just how differently he's built, as he rejects the principal's offer of mercy, walks up to the cage, and unleashes his aura to such extraordinary effect that the monsters are instantly subdued. Seeing one in particular that catches his eye, Su Ping tells an ironclad Iceland's beast to rise. Not a single person fails to notice how incredible it is that he's tamed a beast without even lifting a finger, gaining VP Bai's praise as well. Back on the field, though, the principal has his own show of power to put on. With a single upraised hand, he tames a blazing fire spirit dragon, shutting everyone up. Meanwhile, VP Bai picks up on something said by the announcer and offers everyone a lesson on magic affinities. He explains that if trained properly, this beast can completely bypass its elemental disadvantage and overpower the Iceland's beast. I guess hitting stuff harder really is the answer to everything. As the beast training stage of the battle ticks onwards, the principal brings out a small bag of some substance and tosses it into the air, causing the appearance of what are known as centennial dragon bones. With these and the principal's refinement technique, a massive blue specter rises into the sky, emanating from none other than the blazing fire spirit dragon, while the principal's side of the arena is engulfed in an oppressive aura, and all are left fearful. Su Ping is just feeding his beast, and not even anything special, just a bunch of Buddha's heart grass. As noted by the announcer, she's just in the middle of proposing theories as to what he's doing when Su Ping decides that the beast is ready for the next step. Without any warning whatsoever, Su Ping rises, brings up his arm, and yells out for the thunder path to engrave. And just like that, the heavens above answer his call, sending down wild and powerful arcs of lightning. While the announcer remains in confused awe, VP Bai recognizes this technique with a horrified expression on his face. Could this be Holy Spirit Capital? As Su Ping finishes his incantation, a bolt of lightning engulfs the Iceland's beast, getting absorbed into it and leaving its eyes shining with power. With his beast training stage complete, Su Ping looks up with a cool grin, waiting for the battle to commence. On the other side of the arena, blazing fire spirit dragon is moments away from going berserk. It's time for the battle to begin. Among the observing audience, many viewers neatly conclude that Su Ping's ironclad Iceland's beast must not have evolved properly, since it lacks any visual changes. VP Bai is one of the few who see through this ruse though, and knows for a fact that Lightning Su Ping called down was special. Only one with the qualifications of a Holy Spirit Beast instructor could possibly access an elemental origin, as he suspects Su Ping has done. With but a few more words from the announcer, Blazing firestorm unleashes a torrent of flames which are dodged by the Iceland's beast like death itself. The dodge seems to have been anticipated though, as the blazing firestorm goes on to create a ring of flames all around the arena, hoping for the Iceland's beast to slowly be cooked alive, which would probably taste awesome, to be fair. The announcer mentions as much as she explains that the temperature on the field is already as high as 600 degrees, and as though being stuck in a live oven wasn't already bad enough, the Iceland's beast then has to deal with the principal's blazing fire spirit, slashing down with several inferno slashes, when the intense waves of burning energy impact the Iceland's beast head-on. The announcer calls out in surprise, wondering if it's already over. The watching audience cries out in shock and awe as well, amazed by the principal's prowess. However, right as the old man in question is basking in the praise and acting smug, Jong nervously tells him the match isn't quite over yet. Sure enough, the Iceland's beast that was caught inside the flames suddenly disperses, revealing itself to have been nothing more than an illusion. The blazing fire spirit shares in its master's confusion as his head swivels around trying to spot its opponent. Despite its efforts, though, the Iceland's beast remains unseen by all, causing immense confusion. Did bro just piece out of the whole place? Amidst the confusion, Suping lets out an amused grin and just says that here it is. A moment after his words, a powerful gust of wind blows across the arena, coming in with such force that it causes all the fires surrounding it to go out at once. At this point, the principal is no longer amused and activates his own Nineth tier visual enhancement in an attempt to spot the hidden Iceland's beast. However, what he sees is far from anything he ever could have expected. Over in the viewing box, VP Bai advises the puzzled announcer to have the broadcast switch to a high-speed camera to understand what's happening. Before long, the order has gone through the appropriate channels, and the broadcast camera has been changed. What is now visible to the public's untrained eyes is something they can hardly fathom. The Iceland's beast isn't gone from the arena at all. In fact, it's moving at such intensely high speeds that it can only ever be traced on a camera, recording 1,000,000 frames per second. Is that even a real thing? How is that even a real thing? Even that isn't quite enough though, and the camera has to be changed again, this time to one that's outputting 10 million frames per second. With this new view, the Iceland's beast's path is finally capable of being seen by the audience to some extent. Despite their difficulty in seeing the beast, none seated around the arena can dispute that the creature is definitely there, as the wind pressure generated by its high-speed movement alone is pushing them out of their seats. In the arena itself, this high-speed movement is utilized to utterly crush the blazing fire spirit as the Iceland's beast catapults itself through the dragon's wings, tearing him to shreds. That's Mortal Kombat tier brutality right there. As the principal feels himself being taken to the edge, Suping snaps his fingers and asks if he would like to keep going. In sync with this snap, the Iceland's beast finally stops long enough to be seen properly, its claws held at the dragon's throat like an executioner's blade. Seeing just how vast the gap is between their beasts, the principal suddenly has the fight sucked right out of him and falls to his knees in despair. He gives up. The entire conference is frozen in silence at the shocking turn of events as the announcer declares the winner of the battle to be Kuang. However, her announcement is interrupted by none other than VP Bai, who decides the charade has gone on long enough, raising his voice so all can hear him. He declares that this man's name is not Kuang. He hails from Longjiang City and his true name is Suping. Yeesh, way to blow the whistle, and Gramps. As expected, everyone soon begins to recognize Suping from the famous legendary tier, who took on the Starry Skies organization all on his own. Between that and the beyond exceptional results his store is well recognized for, the audience is quick to accept and acknowledge that the principal never stood a chance against him. From where they're watching, Zhang, ZEF, and Senior are all in awe of Suping's true identity and what a big shot he is, though they already had their suspicions. Meanwhile, Suping's focus is not on any of the attention being funneled his way, but on the system window showing that he has achieved his latest mandatory task. As he receives the reward provided for doing so, the principal kneels before Suping and starts brown-nosing him before asking if he could know more about the training technique he used. Any more transparent, and he'd be an actual slime ball. Surprisingly enough, it's the announcer who addresses the principal and tells him he's being too forward, since secret techniques are a highly private matter. Only half a moment later, though, that notion goes right out the window, as Suping openly shares the name of the technique, Lightning Path Mark. He tells the principal he hasn't perfected the technique, so he can't teach it to others just yet. When the principal comments on how groundbreaking this technique would be if popularized, Su Ping admits that he has every intention of documenting it for others, once he has a better understanding of it. Instantly, everyone in the area breaks into shocked conversation over the fact that he'd be willing to share something so valuable, and some people already put up offers to buy it. In response to these offers, Su Ping simply states that he has no plans to sell the technique. Rather, he's going to post it online for free, and that's not for them, but for all those of lower social status, so they can have an equal opportunity to better their own lives. Bro's gonna make me cry with how wholesome that is. Back in their area, Senior and his men are weeping with joy at their boss's generosity, while ZF congratulates Zhang on getting such a great master. They're glazing like all hell, but I can't blame him. Before she moves to join Su Ping and leave the place, VP Bai comes up to Zhang with a tray holding a teapot and tells her to perform the traditional master-disciple ritual with Su Ping. Even though the girl is more than happy to do exactly that, Su Ping, who is watching from the side, is of different opinions. He takes the teapot from VP Bai before Zhang can grab it and tells them there's no need for such formalities. As far as he's concerned, Zhang has already proven her determination. Besides, he has hands of his own, so why should he make her serve him? VP Bai insists that this is tradition and rules should not be broken, but Su Ping cheekily holds the teacup in his teeth and says that his rule is to not be stuck in old ways. You tell him, King. Then Su Ping offers his hand to Zhang and tells her that all he demands is that she put her all into becoming the best at what she does. With the two ready to leave, Su Ping raises one final matter to discuss with VP Bai. Without the slightest hint of shame, he tells Bai that the theses he's required to write are pretty much guaranteed with Zhang's help and his inevitable decoding of the lightning path. But of course, the old man realizes instantly what Su Ping is hinting at and frustratedly tells the young man he can't learn the awakening technique until he has the actual theses completed. All of a sudden, while Su Ping is lamenting the old man's stubbornness, a robed individual approaches with a report for VC Bai and tells him his dispatched pioneer investigation team has returned. Thankfully, the team has faced no casualties despite losing contact with the base, which is a massive relief to Bai. Turning to Su Ping, he tells the young man to attend tonight's report meeting to discuss the anomalies in the wastelands and how to deal with them. Night falls before long, and with it, the meeting in the Beast Instructors Association headquarters begins. It's here that the Pioneer Investigation Team's leader, Liu Gongchao, reports his findings. Namely, there has been no sign of the Four Kings whatsoever in relation to the recent anomalies. Without delay, he brings out a glowing blue rock and tells them this is the cause of the anomalies. Seeing their confusion, he chucks the thing over for his beast to consume, resulting in the creature suddenly mutating to a full grade higher in just a few seconds. Everyone present is in utter shock, since that kind of growth normally takes multiple years. The Yu Gongchao addresses the higher-ups and explains that a new starry sky rift has appeared in the wasteland, leading directly to a world rich in these energy crystals. This is what has been attracting so many formidable beasts in seemingly random directions. Just when you think the officials would come together to protect their people, human greed wins out, and the higher-ups declare their priority is establishing a base near the rift so they can loot the crystals. Liu Gongchao does not refute this, but tells them he needs some high-powered elites to help eradicate the beasts in the area. Upon hearing this, one of the men in attendance is quick to point toward what he calls the perfect candidate. None other than the man himself, Su Ping. Taking a good look at Su Ping, Liu Gongchao questions if someone so young can really handle a mission like this. Rather than addressing his concerns, Su Ping takes charge and states that they should have this mineral crystal tested, along with any beasts that have consumed it, to ensure there are no harmful side effects. Upon hearing this, Gongchao grows defensive and harshly tells him that they've already been using these crystals for weeks with no ill effects. Rather than fire back with hostility, Su Ping tries to be understanding and tells Gongchao that he trusts the man, but a few weeks isn't quite enough to rule out toxicity. Over from where he's seated, VP Bai speaks up as well, seconding Su Ping's words. W assists Gramps. Seeing that there's no winning this particular argument, Gongchao hands over all the recovered crystals for testing. And then he turns to Bai and asks, since when they've started letting the youth dictate their actions. With one eye open, Bai looks at Gongchao and spouts off a proverb about rivers and the younger generation needing chances to excel. Unrelated, but am I the only one who thinks that Baird looks fake as hell? A solid 5 hours go by before the results of the testing on the crystals are finally in. After dozens of tests, these energy crystals have been determined to be completely harmless with nearly zero side effects. The hell do you mean merely? Gong Chao exasperatedly turns to the others and asks them if they see how pointless this was. After all, how could one who's been clearing the wilderness for decades like himself be wrong on this? With no response to that, the attendees of the meeting are quick to start brown-nosing Gong Chao and lightheartedly berating Su Ping for questioning a senior expert. Even though he's being talked down to, Su Ping maintains a blank expression and asks Gong Chao what the world beyond the rift looks like. To everyone's surprise, Gong Chao reveals they've been unable to retrieve any data since an electromagnetic field on the other side messes up all their electronics. With his hands clasped before his face, Su Ping states that they basically know nothing then. Internally, however, he's eager to even get a glimpse of this realm, so he can scavenge it with the system's nurturing plane. Without delay, he decides the risk is worth it and volunteers to join the mission to deal with the beasts in the area of the rift, seeing as how he's been away for a while. Gong Chao is unaware of Su Ping's status and starts snickering at the young man's declaration, believing him to be an inexperienced and overconfident child. However, when he asks if VP Bai to assign 15 9th-tier tamers to the mission, he's given a reality check from the old man himself. Bai tells Gong Chao that Su Ping is in fact a newly risen legendary beast tamer. This alone causes Gong Chao to rethink every single opinion he's formulated of Su Ping in this short time, as he realizes why the boy is being shown such respect. He instantly apologizes to Su Ping and states that just 3 more titled beast tamers will be enough if he's on their side. VP Bai, pleased with this resolution, orders for the team to be ready by tonight and for everyone involved to prep their gear so they can leave at dawn. The next morning, Su Ping, Gong Chao, and 2 other beast tamers fly over a forest of crimson trees on the approach to the rift. These 2 are the 9th-tier tamers, Silver Owl and Cold Wolf. New to the situation, they ask Gong Chao why they're taking such a frontal approach, to which he tells them the rift is hidden inside a cave. That being the case, it's best for them to avoid anything that could cause them to lose their way. Although his reasoning seems sound, Su Ping can't help but feel that Gong Chao is hiding something important from them. Right as he has this thought, a laser strikes their chopper, forcing the tamers to abandon it and fly down to find their attacker. To their shock and my horror, the monsters that have attacked them appear to be something straight out of the lowest circle of hell itself. These monsters shoot a massive network of lasers at the group, prompting Cold Wolf to put up a shield, while Silver Owl provides cover fire. The woman flies forward with a quick application of her skill, Eagle Claw 100-fold slash, shredding everything in its path, or at least that was the plan. The monsters show an unprecedented level of intelligence, as they use the strange and hard trees in the area to block her attack, leaving them unscathed. Before the 2 of them even know what's happening, some of these vile creatures suddenly manage to attack from their rear, spelling their doom. Right at that moment, though, Su Ping rushes into the fray and moves to activate his divine demonic fist. Unfortunately, he too is trapped and ensnared in the limbs of these beasts before he can use his power. To his surprise, Silver Owl calls out to Su Ping to prioritize his own safety, even as she struggles to escape her own captured state. Meanwhile, Gong Chao and Cold Wolf are struggling to fight off their own group of monsters. Suddenly, Gong Chao calls out to the others to each deal with their individual monsters and regroup away from here afterward, while Silver Owl and Cold Wolf are ecstatic at the opportunity to cut loose and fight with their pets. Su Ping tries to advise against splitting up since they don't know what they're up against. Unfortunately, his pleas fall on deaf ears as the 2 trainers are determined to prove themselves, egged on by Gong Chao's words. Su Ping simply hopes they're right about their own skills, before calling out the big guns himself. With Skelly at his side, it's time to end this. The wave of malevolent power that comes with Skelly's summoning washes over the area like a blanket of despair, and a single slash of his blade decapitates dozens of the monsters below. In an increasingly horrific twist of events, though, new heads sprout from the necks of these beheaded beasts in mere moments, screaming with pain. Deciding to take a different approach, Su Ping uses his divine demonic fist avatar to crush a bunch of the monsters between its spectral palms, turning them into shattered husks. Then, as they fall to the ground below, he brings the avatar's fists down in a move named Dual Dragons, Demon Quelling. In the aftermath of Su Ping's onslaught, the shattered and vaporized monsters still persist and try to regenerate, leaving him to wonder just what the hell makes them so resilient. That's when one of them finally sizzles away into nothingness right in front of him, leaving only a single horn of some sort where its body was. Stu Ping's confusion only increases as he wonders why they would carry such things inside themselves. Hey man, you don't need a reason to be horny. I'll show myself out. All of a sudden, he hears an anguished scream from off in the distance. Recognizing the voice as Cold Wolf's, Su Ping dashes towards it in a blind panic. The second he arrives at the location where the scream came from, Su Ping's eyes widen with rage at what he sees. More furious than he's been in a long time, he unleashes a blast of power so immense that it wipes out everything in sight for miles. Everything, that is, except one particular monster that manages to block it. As it unleashes a return blast from the jaw on its stomach, Su Ping defends himself with the shields of his own beasts. Right now, his main concern is that the beast before him not only blocked one of his stronger attacks, it also seemed to let out a human-like laugh as it did it. As Skelly and the Great Flame Dragon hold the creature in place, Umbrageddon unleashes a dragon art to finish it. However, instead of being beaten, the monster breaks free and stares Su Ping right in the eye, before saying one word with a smirk. Scared? In that singular moment of shock from Su Ping, the monster takes advantage of the pause and attacks his beasts with renewed viciousness. As his partners hold off the beast, Su Ping brings out a trio of glowing rings and stares at them. It seems he'll have to bring that person back to figure out what's going on here. The items in Su Ping's hand right now are none other than the intermediate and advanced beast capture rings he obtained from the system shop in bulk not long ago. Because you can never have too many master balls. Or would these be ultra balls? As he holds them in his palm, Su Ping looks at the monster and thinks that capturing this red-skinned baboon will cost him some decent energy. Hold on. That had to be racially motivated, what the hell? The energy investment will be well worth it though, as Su Ping is sure he can make it submit, if he can just capture it and get it back to his shop. Right on cue, a veritable army of the lesser monsters springs out from the woodwork to stop Su Ping from moving on their leader. Having run out of patience for these buffoons, Su Ping simply swipes the arm of his avatar like a fly swatter and eviscerates every single one of them. With that taken care of, and the lead monster held in place by his beasts, Su Ping chucks a handful of the capture rings at it with all his strength. Unfortunately for the good guys though, the demon dude manages to break free and swipe a fist at the rings at the last moment, shattering every last one of them. With the final obstacle overcome, the demon smirks towards Su Ping and lets out a grunt of amusement. The man in question, on the other hand, is already activating his backup plan. With a tap of his finger on his wristband, coordinates are fed to the satellite in orbit, which became his not long ago. A mere few seconds later, a ring of fire descends from the heavens above, parting the dark clouds over their battlefield. Even the demon finds its attention drawn toward this light, a too little too late. In the middle of turning his head, the monster is struck with a pillar of exploding light and energy, shot down straight from space. Despite all of this, even now, the demon persists and emerges from the explosion, with nothing more than some fire on his body to show for it. Unfortunately for him, the onslaught is not over just yet. Skelly comes flying in, forcing the demon to block his blade with both palms. While he's distracted, Umbrageddon and Dark Flame Dragon come together to hit him with a pair of vicious kidney crackers. Despite all that it has suffered, the demon still refuses to go down. At this point, I just have to respect it. As it tries to engage the dragons in a melee, however, the orbital blast crashes down on him once more. This time, the demon is prepared and manages to spot the hidden attack within the attack. He sees that more of the capture rings have been thrown and swings out an arm to crush them. This time, however, he misses by just enough for the rings to fly past and impact the beast's open palm. Little by little, they dissolve into the wind itself, leaving the beast confused and in a life-or-death battle with Skelly, except it's less of a battle and more Skelly shooting forth a bar edge of capture rings in place of arrows from his bow. One after another, more and more rings impact and evaporate after being unsuccessful, until finally, it happens. One of the capture rings finally succeeds, and the beast is pulled into a hell all its own, as it's sucked and pulled into a pocket dimension by chains emerging from its own body. With the lead demon beaten, the rest of them flee with their tails between their legs. Meanwhile, Su Ping is left behind to mourn the loss of those he couldn't protect, hanging onto their protective vests like a memento. However, much to Su Ping's surprise, Gong Xiao pulls up with Silver Owl's hurt body slung over his shoulder. And most curious of all, the protective vest that she has on is fully intact, even though Su Ping just saw her vest without her. Something's not right here, and can already sense as much. As Gong Chao asks Su Ping if he drove off all those demonic monsters, Su Ping discreetly gets a good look at the armor worn by Silver Owl. Then, without letting any of the others see, he distracts Gong Chao with words about the monster horde, while simultaneously storing away the destroyed armor vests that belonged to Silver Owl and Cold Wolf. If things weren't already suspicious enough, Gong Chao's attitude is enough to make alarm bells go off in anyone's mind, with how open and animated he's being in his apologies. Really, since when is he such a punk? Even Silver Owl seems off, as she apologizes for holding them back and causing them to be down to 3 people when they aren't even at the Starry Sky Rift yet. With the damaged armor vests finally being fully stored away, Su Ping turns on the two and puts forth his first test. He asks Silver Owl if she remembers what she said to Cold Wolf right before their aircraft was attacked earlier. Though she takes a couple of moments to get it out, she manages to repeat her near-exact words from the moment and the context, causing Gong Chao to ask if Su Ping really cares about that stuff right now. Once again, uncharacteristic of his usual behavior, Gong Chao smiles at him apologetically and tells him they're all quite injured right now. Upon hearing this, Su Ping tells him they'll head back to the base city to plan their next steps, surprising Gong Chao. He turns back with a smile on his face and starts yapping about rallying support when suddenly, his feet are no longer on the ground. Su Ping has called out Blaziken and is having the dragon carry each of the two with a clawed arm. Standing atop his beast head with Skelly at his side, Su Ping cites the presence of dangerous monsters as the reason they're better off traveling like this. Pretty solid excuse. 10 out of 10 would fall for it. As he flies with the two squeezed tight in Blaziken's arms, Su Ping internally ponders the possible threat of more red-skinned demons, like the one he just narrowly defeated earlier. All he's certain of for now is that rushing things won't help him. Upon arriving back at the base city later on, Su Ping deposits his 2 passengers, who are in need of medical treatment. Before they can be taken away, though, Su Ping informs the men on site that these 2 are to be placed in separate wards and kept completely isolated under lock and key. Upon hearing his orders for them to be kept totally quarantined, the UP Bai asks if he's putting them under house arrest. Even the agents on site question his decision, not wanting to treat someone so many years their senior like some dangerous criminal. Yeah, I've got a spoiler for you dudes and you won't like it. Even Gong Chao himself asks Su Ping if this is necessary, though Silver Owl seems much more accepting of the situation. When asked for proof of them being a danger, Su Ping tells them he has no solid evidence right now, but needs them to trust him in light of how formidable their current enemy is. Out of seemingly nowhere, VP Bai tells the others to proceed, as Su Ping is asked if only to see how this plays out. Later on, VP Bai and Su Ping speak in a more private room where the former asks the latter to finally explain just what happened. Though he annoyedly tells the old man he doesn't answer to him, Su Ping does bring out the damaged armor plates from before and shows them to Bai. Sure enough, the old man recognizes those as Silver Owl and Cold Wolf's armor, confirming Su Ping's suspicion. With a grimace on his face, he tells Bai that he witnessed the wearers of this armor sacrifice themselves with his own eyes. The one he's brought back in the physical form of Silver Owl is what he believes to be some kind of imposter. At that exact moment, a robed man suddenly bursts into the room and tells Bai that energy crystals have been discovered all over the lands. Now, all major base cities have sent out their own expedition teams to mine these deposits. Something is definitely not adding up here. Away from the struggles being faced by the young man who is our protagonist, completely oblivious to the events of his expedition, a beast tamer battle is taking place in Yakuza Base City between 2 lions of similar levels. One of these, however, is clearly roided all the way out. The losing beast tamer confusedly asks what the hell is going on when the 2 beasts were formerly on the same level. In response, a young man in strange armor brings out an energy crystal, showing it to the crowd and explaining its potential to boost any who consume it. Pretty much instantly, everyone on the scene clamors to buy the crystal from the man, eager for a shortcut to power. One of the people on the scene who hears about this crystal is a bright-eyed young man with hope for his future, and a young woman at his side. The second he hears someone call for teammates to mine this crystal with, he jumps at the chance to join in. The young lady with him is much more cautious and asks if he's really sure about this. Guess we know who has the brains between the 2. In response, the young man just tells her that this is clearly the only real path for him, since he's been stuck at the same tier for years now. Has he tried push-ups, sit-ups, and plenty of juice though? Paying no heed to the girl's concerns, he moves to join the mining team, determined to make something of himself by any means. Unfortunately for the poor chumps that decided to form this team, they find themselves blocked from moving forward at the registration area for Rift expeditions. The two soldiers standing guard inform these young men and women that the forest they wish to enter is a restricted region that is forbidden until the authorities have properly investigated and deemed it safe for exploration. As you'd expect, this goes over about as well as a gallon of spoiled milk, especially considering they've seen pioneer teams coming back from exploring the forest. The soldiers reiterate that the place is forbidden, and even pioneer teams aren't allowed in anymore. To further drive home their point, the two release a portion of their astral power, all but driving the young ones to their knees as the pressure bears down upon them. With no other option left, the young men in the lead apologize for their offense and promise to leave at once. Yeah, why don't I believe that? A little distance away from the gate they've been forbidden from, the young men are angrily lamenting the loss of such a great opportunity when someone new comes onto the scene. An effeminate young man, at least I think he's a man, addresses them all and declares that the Beast Instructor Association has gone too far. He even claims that they're torturing a friend of his for the energy crystals he dug out from the rift. Massive cap, by the way. With how disgruntled these young ones already are, it doesn't take much for the newcomer to convince them that the association is lying to them all and trying to hoard the rift for their own benefit. Just like that, he has cemented himself in their minds as some sort of messiah and convinces them to join him through a path out of the city and into the blood forest so they can explore to their heart's content. As everyone else chants this supposed messiah's praise, the young man from before approaches him and expresses his gratitude before asking the man's name. Rather than giving them his real name, he simply tells them they can call him Anbai, because that's totally not a red flag, right? Meanwhile, Suping speaks to VP Bai via holocall to discuss the current situation and their decision to restrict access to the Crimson Forest. They're not sure if the news of the crystal is being spread on purpose, but either way, they need to figure out the truth behind what happened in the rift and fast. On Bai's side, he's already having Liu, Gong Chao, and Silver Owl interrogated to that end. As for Suping, well, he has his own prisoner to interrogate. With that cryptic statement, he ends the call with Bai and summons forth none other than the demonic beast he captured back in the forest. All of a sudden, as soon as it's released, the demon attempts to attack Suping, only for the young man to completely hoe him with just one hand. He then proceeds to straight up rip the demon's arms off and demands to know what the energy crystals are and where they, the demons, have come from. Infuriated by this humiliation and Suping's condescending words, the demon regenerates its arms and openly moves to attack his captor once more. Dude's the definition of all brawn and no brains. Before the demon can so much as take one step, Suping leaps towards its head, grabs its skull, and teleports them to his main store back home. Suddenly finding himself standing amidst a massive crowd of humans, the demon smirks and prepares to consume them all. At least that's the plan until a golden spear comes out of nowhere and blows half his body to smithereens. Following the trail of the spear, Anna walks toward the demon and asks Suping if killing customers is really the best marketing strategy. Suping can only nervously smile at her and ask her not to kill the beast, since he sort of needs her to extract some memories from it. Now in a back storage room, Suping negotiates with Anna over the price for her usage of her memory extraction power. To put it simply, he's offering her 2 staff points for the work, but unfortunately for him, Anna's been reading up on the system's rules and knows she's not bound to follow his orders outside of work. With the system on her side, she tells Suping she has all the leverage and demands 20 points for this job. And anytime he comes for her help from now onwards, that number will continue to double. Sis is one mean businesswoman. With no other real option at his disposal, Suping is forced to accept this deal, and Anna gets to work. As the golden light coalesces in her hands, the demon realizes that this isn't good for him and attempts to run away. Unfortunately for him, there's not really anywhere to run, both literally and figuratively in this case. As Anna's power bores into the demon and she activates Mind Read, the effect of her actions is felt dozens of miles away. To be precise, the effect of her mind reading is felt by none other than Ambi, who is currently leading an army of humans to an unknown fate. While continuing to lead them, Ambi holds onto his head and smirks at the revelation that such a strong human exists on this plane. Without another thought, he clenches his fist, and the result is instant. The demon in Suping's shop explodes in a shower of blood and gore, for seemingly no reason at all. Anna answers Suping's questioning words with an explanation as to how an outside force seemed to affect the monster and cause its explosion before she could get to any useful memories within its brain. Suping can only curse in disappointment as he's both lost his only lead as well as been tricked out of almost 24 staff points. Seeing his frustration, Anna throws the old dog a bone and tells him she'll answer any other question within her knowledge. After thinking about her offer a little bit, Su Ping shows her a picture of the energy crystals that are gaining fame and tells her a bit about it. Once she has the gist of the matter, Su Ping asks her just what these minerals are and where they come from. Surprisingly enough, Anna scoffs at Su Ping's words and asks if he's playing dumb. When Su Ping only answers with more frustration and anger, Anna looks at him seriously and asks if he can't recognize the very stuff that he's eaten so much of back in her realm. The only thing that's different here is the raw material for the crystal is his own kind instead of hers. Wait, what? That's so gross. Sure enough, Su Ping quickly comes to the correct conclusion that the energy crystals are created using the lives of humans, and one look at what's happened to the humans following Ambi is more than enough to confirm this theory. Suddenly, Su Ping's wristband starts beeping, and he answers the holocall from VP Bai. To his surprise, the demon in his possession turns out to not be the only one who has been blown up. Both Gong Chao and Silver Owl have been removed from the picture in the exact same way. As they discuss these latest events, Su Ping reveals what he's learned about the energy crystals and their source. Before going any further, he shows VP Bai the strange spiky tissue left in place of the demon's corpse at his request. VP Bai goes on to ask Su Ping about the demons he killed in the Crimson Forest and goes silent upon hearing that they left behind similar tissue. Between all of them, VP Bai now feels confident in identifying the culprit behind their recent misfortune. It is none other than one of the four kings. The one named as the legendary Transcendence Void himself. Well, damn, how about that? Everyone present in the control room VP Bai is calling from who is absolutely still in shock at what they've just heard. One of them insists it can't be one of the four kings, since they're locked away deep within the abyss. A curious Su Ping asks what this abyss is to be able to trap the four kings themselves. In response to his question, one particular soldier speaks up and explains that the abyss is actually a man-made hole in the far north with a depth of 8,000 meters. At the bottom of that abyss is a space rift that leads to a whole other planet, which is what they refer to when they speak of the abyss. Su Ping is surprised by the sheer scope of the Four Kings prison and realizes that they called it man-made. When he asked about this, the soldier explains that the rift is under a sea, known as the Astral Sea, created with the immeasurable amount of power that was once held by the great human emperor. Great does not even begin to cover what I've just heard. Su Ping is startled by the prospect of such a thing, and admits that it would likely fry his mind as well. One thing he knows for sure, though, is that the creature that has emerged from it now is every bit as vicious as it is evil. Bai is of the same opinion, and admits that the Transcendence God alone would be simple enough to take down. The problem, however, lies in the possibility, nay the probability, that the other four kings have freed themselves as well. The men around him are quick to remind Bai that the entrance of the abyss is guarded by a full four legendary beast tamers, who they would have heard from in such a case. However, that's not something that gives the old man any measure of comfort. Su Ping is the first to realize why that is and asks the old man if he's implying that the legendary beast tamers who guard the abyss have already been defeated. While that conversation is underway, in another location, Ambi has finished transforming the entire mini-army of humans that followed him into a bunch of mindless slaves of his own. He speaks of an interesting being who is able to probe his mind and directs this new army toward none other than Longjian base city so that this person may be captured. Back with Su Ping and the others' conversation, VP Bai orders his men to recall all beast tamers in the wilderness at once. These tamers are then to be detained and their identities verified so they can weed out any non-humans masquerading as their kills. Additionally, they are to put more effort into exposing the energy crystal scam, as well as seek assistance from the Pinnacle Tower organization to keep Abyss in check. When Su Ping asks what he can do, Bai tells him he's in charge of investigating the true reasoning behind the Transcendence God's actions. With his task assigned, Su Ping ends the holocall and proceeds to have a short argument with Anna over whether or not he can handle this on his own. After that, he calls Shu Kuang and his sister Su Ling Yue, since he last left them with a pioneering team in the wilderness. Much to Su Ping's shock, the two people he's calling actually show up to meet him in person just moments later. Seeing his surprise, they explain that they were told not to leave the city due to strange events in the wilderness recently. After the two sides are done, filling each other in on everything they've been up to since parting ways, Ling Yue tells her brother that his pet store played a huge role in preventing people from being tricked into going to the wilderness. In light of that, She asks him about expanding their business to neighboring cities, which are already beyond eager to have such a high-quality store available to their people. Seeing just how passionate she is about it and how well she seems to have done her research, Su Ping smiles at his sister and tells her he trusts her and handle the expansion side of their business herself. Afterward, Su Ping receives a call from Zhang, who informs him that she's made a breakthrough and is now capable of mass-producing the transformative serum used in the dragon blood vein forging technique. Not only that, the new serum formula can transform a bloodline by more than 50%, as opposed to the previous 0.1%. As he listens to the benefits of this breakthrough, Su Ping tells Zhang that he has a 9th tier beast in need of boosting, and informs her he'll be right there in a couple of minutes. Behind him, Su Ping is oblivious to the completely lost expressions of his sister and disciple, both of whom have no idea what that call was about. After waving goodbye to them, Su Ping kisses another 10,000 energy points goodbye and teleports to the store of his, where Zhang is working, barely even giving her time to process his arrival. Su Ping asks Zhang what her next project will be, so he can help gather the materials she'll need. As Zhang lays out the several possible options, one in particular stands out to Su Ping: the bond contract, which shares the strength enhancements of a beast with their tamer and vice versa. Su Ping's mind works overtime as he considers the positive feedback loop that would be caused by using this contract, in conjunction with the existing contract and seals placed on Umbrageddon's celestial dragon self. An eager grin finds its way onto Su Ping's face as he turns to Zhang and confidently tells her to focus all her research efforts on this project. Inside a strange, somewhat rundown building, a group of beast tamers can be seen, being tested for any anomalies in their bodies. While 3 of the 4 men pass with flying colors, the same cannot be said for the 4th. The second the testing cuffs are put on his wrists, the man's body melts apart to reveal the demonic beast hiding under his skin. It only takes a few moments for everything to go straight to hell, as this demon kills everyone in its path. Left for last by the demon, one of the officials screams for someone to call headquarters before being strangled half to death. Unfortunately for him, that's not where the torture ends. No, the demon attaches itself to the man, and in mere moments, every last bit of his essence is ripped from his being and siphoned into a glowing blue crystal. Left as little more than a breathing husk on death's door. The man rasps at the others in the building to run. Don't gotta tell me twice, Chief. Get out of here. While most of the beast tamers in the building flee instantly, one in particular stays frozen in his spot, his eyes transfixed on the energy crystal that has fallen to the ground, created using the official's life. The man's friend screams at him to snap out of it and get the hell out of here, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. The fool simply falls to his knees, grabs the crystal, and desperately starts eating it, completely ignoring the horrified look on his friend's face. Even still, the other man tries to get his friend to rise and flee this place. Unfortunately, the man is too far gone, ripping his hand away and yelling that he doesn't care as long as he can get stronger. And just like that, he does get stronger. Blue veins run all across his body as his physique swells up to a much more impressive size. Drunk on his own newfound power, he doesn't realize it when his friend is crushed and left mangled against a wall by the demon. As said demon slowly siphons the injured man's life force into an energy crystal, the power-hungry fool asks if the demon is going to eat him too. This, of all things, draws a chuckle of amusement from the demon as it offers the crystal harvested from his friend to the man. No, if he can play his cards right, it planned to reward him greatly. Meanwhile, 2 men from VP Bai's group arrive at the Pinnacle Tower's base in the middle of a violent blizzard. Together, the 2 make the trek up to the summit, where their goal is, all the while speaking of their objective in coming here. Upon reaching the summit, they find themselves blocked from going further by an invisible barrier. Seeing no other way further, they begin calling out to the legendary drunken immortal sage, who they have come to speak to. They beg for him to let them meet the tower's master, so they can speak of the transcendence void's escape from the abyss. Lying on a giant gourd, some ways away from the 2 men, a shadowed figure sips from his glass, while paying them no mind. Someone get this man into Alcoholics Anonymous. Back in his base, VP Bai is informed that things are looking bleaker by the day. Not only have all 3 of the tasks he set men out for failed, but a new evil organization has emerged as well, hunting humans to boost their own power. VP Bai himself lowers his eyes with anguish at the knowledge of how many base cities have fallen into chaos and disorder as infighting increases. Remembering the one person he believes won't fail him, Bai asks his men if they have any info on the progress of Su Ping's investigation. His men inform him that Suping has been spotted moving between multiple cities at a rapid pace as of late, making Bai believe that he's taking his investigation even more seriously than he thought. Raigati's considering giving Suping even more leeway for his efforts. The man who spoke before pipes up to tell him they might be a tad mistaken. It seems that the movements he's making aren't for his investigation at all. He's just stocking up a whole bunch of new pet stores that he's been opening up in multiple base cities. Bai is all but frozen with incredulity. Upon hearing this, his face stuck in a deadpan expression. He's doing what at a time like this? Hey man, the game's the game. True to the reports that have reached VP Bai's ears, Suping is currently hard at work, teleporting from base city to base city, resupplying his stores in each of them at breakneck pace. While taking a short break in Rodent Lake base city, he receives a call from Ling Yue and learns that they're short-staffed in several major base cities. When she asks if they should start hiring locally, Suping tells her to stick with her own personnel instead. That is to say, since dozens of their branches are run by members of the Qin, Zhou, Tang, Mu, Liu, and Yi families, they already have a crap ton of reliable personnel. In light of that, he's going to transfer command to her, so she can manage the stores and directly order the transfer of employees between bases. In the meantime, their main outlet in Longjiang will act as a training ground for staff. In the midst of explaining this strategy, Suping receives another call and answers it, only to be hit with the frustrated shrieks of VP Bai's men. As they yell at him and ask what the hell he thinks he's doing opening stores at a time like this, Suping just asks what's wrong with that. Okay, there's no way he's that oblivious, right? One of Bai's men sends Suping data on the 4 major continents, where about half of the major base cities have fallen into disorder and chaos already because of the Transcendence Void's influence. Hundreds of tamers are being captured and sucked dry daily, and perhaps worst of all, they're being led to the enemy by their own allies, humans turning on each other to please the demons and gain power through their means. As he ends his tirade, the man asks Suping again if he thinks now is the time to be opening stores and raking in the cash. Unfazed by the man's attitude, Suping just asks him what the churn rate is looking like. In the back of the control room, old man Bai suddenly has an epiphany of sorts upon hearing Suping's choice of words. He tells the man to get the statistics for the number of pioneers in each base city, compared to the missing and were dead at once, and the results are more than a little eye-opening. 13 in the base cities in their records have remarkably low churn rates, 12 of them being right in the subcontinent. What's more notable, however, is that every one of these is a city where one of Suping's pet stores is currently operating. The man is stunned when he realizes that's precisely correct, and the stores are actually acting like havens for the tamers of each city. This only confuses him further, though, as he wonders out loud how Suping is able to keep nearly 100 stores running so efficiently. Enter Su Ling Yue, the prodigal sister with a knack for business. Suping brings her into the call and introduces her as the manager of his stores, shocking all the agents that someone so young is so capable. Putting that aside, Suping lays out the strategy he's been cooking up as of late. Since only about half of the base cities are in chaos, he wants to rescue the ones that are against the Transcendence Void's methods. From there, they'll shelter those people in the safe havens created by his store's influence. From there, their combined forces will be formidable enough that the Transcendence Void's forces will only have 2 options: devour their own weaker members to stand against them, or surrender and be devoured themselves. Either way, their forces will be severely weakened and thinned out this way. From there, it'll be easier than ever to retake their base cities and restore order. Old Man Bai admits the plan is a good one, but he doesn't believe expansion is viable at this point since they don't have the support of the Pinnacle Tower. That being the case, they won't be able to hold all 13 of their havens if the Transcendence Void's forces attack them all at once. Upon hearing this, Gao Peng is interested to hear about this Pinnacle Tower and what exactly it is. Bai explains that it's a group of 12 legendary tier beast tamers who can make or break any global conflict. Unlike the 2 or 3 legendary tier trainers per continent, who are affiliated with specific organizations though, those of the Pinnacle Tower answer to nothing other than their own whims and shirk all responsibility. The siblings and Bai are in the middle of discussing if these legendary tiers would really just let the world burn, when an alarm suddenly goes off. As one, they all turn to see what's wrong when an agent announces the issue. Several Beast Kings have been detected, along with a horde of high-level ferocious beasts gathering in a beast tide. And this beast tide is located outside, none other than Longjiang base city in the subcontinent. That's right, Suping's home city is on the verge of a beast tide, a calamity that a base city all but never survives. Pish, Those places didn't have Go Ping though. As they track the beast tide, Bai's men ask him if they should send reinforcements to the city beforehand. The old man relays this question to the Su siblings, and Ling Yue tells him of all the reasons why their city is perhaps the most well-equipped in its class to fight off something like a beast tide. Bai is quick to point out, however, that there are other factors they need to consider as well, such as the involvement of the Transcendence Void's forces in this matter. Deep in thought, Ling Yue asks how long they have till the beast tide reaches the city. One of the agents reports that they have about 2 days, which is how long it will take reinforcements to get there as well, so they must send them immediately. Before any such action can be taken though, Su Ping cuts in and asks them to hear him out first. While our main man explains his plan to his allies, we see a sinister scene in the HQ of mainland base city, number 43. The officers there have been forced to send out an alert about a beast tide heading for Longjiang, causing all the nearby base cities to deploy their troops towards Longjiang and leave their own cities defenseless. This is exactly what these men, the generals of the Transcendence Void's army, are counting on. One after the other, they tear down each of the base cities in the 40s, while facing minimal resistance thanks to their ruse with the beast tide warning. As the troop leaders of the Transcendence Void's army watch the cities that have fallen victim to them burn to cinders, they're more eager than ever and move to the next stage of their plan. 2 days later, the beast tide reported to be heading to Longjiang base city has finally arrived. And among this tide is none other than the terrible Transcendence Void himself, or herself. I still can't tell, to be honest. As the beast tide is spotted closing in on the city, all forces are deployed to stand at the ready for a battle. The generals report directly to Su Ping and await further orders, while standing obediently. Su Ping's voice doesn't waver for so much as a millisecond, as he glares at the coming enemy and orders his men to proceed as they planned previously. On the other side of the battlefield, Transcendence Void meets Su Ping's eyes and comments on the welcoming ceremony that's been put together for him. In response, Su Ping simply stares back with a steely gaze and tells the enemy that this is no welcoming party. It's his funeral procession. Now that's a threat. The end. For now. A guy dies and gets reincarnated into the body of Su Ping. In this new world he finds himself in, pets are used as battle beasts in all sorts of situations. Think Pokemon, but with R-rated levels of violence. Last time we saw him, Su Ping made tsunami-level waves at the Heavenly Dragon Academy, after obliterating corrupt instructors, proving his superiority in a beast duel against the Academy's principal. The legendary beast tamer sent shockwaves through the beast instructors' conference by announcing his plan to share a groundbreaking training technique for free. His protege, Zhang, didn't fall far behind, dazzling the crowd with her revival of a mythical dragon bloodline and solidifying her unwavering loyalty to Su Ping. But not all attention is welcome. Reports of mysterious energy crystals from a newly discovered starry sky rift created through human lives have brought calamity, along with strange, monstrous creatures and a sinister migration pattern that has already devastated several base cities. Worse still, the beast tide has arrived at Longjiang, Su Ping's home, led by Transcendence Void himself. Now the bastardly villain and our hero face off at last. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the front lines, Kuang and the mayor of Longjiang base city, Shi Jinshui, observe as a beast king charges across the field. Jinshui identifies the beast as a titan elephant from the C-tier lineage, rumored to have the strength to flatten mountains. Almost as if to respond to the mayor's words, the elephant proceeds to ram its way through the anti-monster landmines surrounding the city, completely tanking all the damage. A feat that forces Su Kuang's premature celebration to switch over to frustration. Hopefully, that's the only thing he does prematurely. Jin Shui comments on how this explains why the Transcendence Void would send a single Beast King as his vanguard, knowing the titanic level of defense and size the elephant possesses. However, that's not where their misfortune ends. Rather than just being used to clear the landmine, the elephant is now charging straight toward the city walls, picking up speed as it barrels forward, intent on ramming right through them. Luckily for everyone involved, Su Ping decides it's time to cut in and summons forth one of his own logic-defyingly overpowered beasts. Zooming on the portal created by his master, Blaziken erupts onto the scene and stops the elephant in its tracks with a mighty tackle. Bro sounds like he should be in the NFL. As Blaziken grapples with the elephant's defensive field, it doesn't take long to shatter the whole thing and grab onto the Beast King's tusks directly. Just like that, the dragon lets loose an energy roar of epic proportions point blank into the elephant's skull. Reeling from the attack, the elephant is revealed to have all the flesh on the side of its skull scorched right off, leaving it in a completely beaten state. Observing from their spot on the walls, Su Kuang and Jin Shui are amazed, the former being far more vocal and cockier in his celebration. Yeah, he's definitely going to jinx this at some point. As the two discuss Su Ping's Blaziken, Jin Shui learns of how Su Ping advanced it by merging the beast with a long-extinct dragon bloodline, explaining its otherworldly power. Right as Jin Shui says this, Blaziken lets loose yet another earth-shattering roar, shooting an energy beam at two more Beast Kings called forth by Transcendence Void. Despite his earlier statement, Jin Shui and Kuang are both utterly floored by Blaziken's ability to match two Beast Kings at the same time. Unfortunately for them, that's not even the beginning of what they now face. As they gaze into the distance, they see a terrifying sight. Not 2, not 3, not even 5, but 10 Beast Kings marching their way. More than double the number initially reported to them. Up above, Transcendence Void smirks at the panic he can see rising, all while commenting on how he's eager to see how this human-bred dragon matches up to proper Beast Kings. With that said, Transcendence Void sends forth the first of his Beast Kings, a humongous hulking bipedal beast known as a Crimson Soul Flame Ape. Ranked fourth among all fire-type beasts, the overgrown monkey is a force to be reckoned with as the flames from its body expand outwards, consuming all in their path. From their perch on the city walls, Kuang and Jin Shui watch in awe of the ape's apocalyptic fire. Kuang even comments on how this fire seems to have a 1,000-mile radius instead of its usual 100. Hang on, that has to be a mistranslation, right? Warded out monkey aside, what Jin Shui is perhaps even more stunned by is Blaziken's ability to withstand the apocalyptic true fire. Hearing this, Kuang can only chuckle, revealing to him that Blaziken may seem like an offensive beast from how he took down that elephant. However, in reality, the dragon's true specialty is in fact defense. Right as those words leave Kuang's lips, Blaziken activates the divine skill, Holy Iron Wall, shielding not only itself but also all of Longjiang City from the apocalyptic flame. Even Transcendence Void is unable to keep the surprise completely off his face, shocked to see a skill that even he doesn't recognize. Bro's basically been living under a rock forever. Kinda makes sense. While Jin Shui marvels at Blaziken's power and Su Ping's unbelievable skill, Kuang's cockiness has him stating that Transcendence Void must be really behind the times. The hell, dude just stole my joke. Contrary to the hopeful expressions of those two, Su Ping himself wears a weary countenance, asking the others if they don't find anything strange about this scenario. In response to their puzzled looks, he brings up how the Titan elephant cleared a clear, safe path through their minefield for the invading forces to take. And yet, this whole time Transcendence Void has only been sending forward one beast at a time for solo challenges. Unlike what you'd expect from his usual demeanor, Kuang is quick to pick up what his master is implying. For one, Transcendence Void's main forces seem to have vanished in the chaos, leaving only a dense mass of beasts right below the city. Next to him, Jin Shui starts putting the pieces together as well, coming to a terrifying conclusion. Transcendence Void has tricked them into pulling all the elites from the 11 nearby base cities to protect Longjiang, leaving those others almost entirely defenseless. This whole time, those cities were Transcendence Void's true target. Sure enough, distress calls start coming in within moments of all 11 base cities, reporting massive enemy forces advancing on them. Up above, Transcendence Void's cocky demeanor returns as he condescendingly asks the humans if they only now realize his plan. Just as Jin Shui sinks to his knees in despair, believing all to be lost, two sets of feet walk past him, calm and composed, not an ounce of worry in their gait. Old Man Zhu and Kitten Duwang. The two report directly to Su Ping, stating that the preparations he ordered have all been made. That's right, fools, Su Ping is always 2 steps ahead. Over on the second battlefront around each of the 11 base cities, bombs rain down from the skies above, utterly devastating the recruited forces of Transcendence Void. As the enemy forces hastily attempt to retreat, vessels come crashing down from starry skies near orbit Space City. Within moments, the enemy finds themselves surrounded, outmatched, outgunned, and outplayed as humanity's forces march out of these vessels, ready to lay these fools out. Back at Longjiang's wall, Jin Shui starts glazing the crap out of Su Ping, once he realizes that the legendary beast tamer saw through Transcendence Void from the beginning and was just playing along to buy time. Finally allowing himself to display some confidence, Su Ping grins up at Transcendence Void and asks what his next move is. Unable to handle such a thorough strategic spanking, Transcendence Void sends out an order to all his forces. All beast clans under him are to refocus on one single goal: raise Longjiang to the ground. Man, talk about a sore loser. Moving away from the main battlefields for a moment, we're given a glimpse into what goes on behind the scenes of the massive fights. Deep underground, the support forces for Longjiang City's defenses travel through the logistics transport deep rail train, carrying supplies for the fighters. As they travel, the crew is utterly baffled by how explosive the battle above ground must be for them to be feeling the tremors even down here. Cracks begin appearing in the walls, the earth around them quakes violently, and the crew starts panicking as one man hysterically declares that they're all doomed. Do read the room. Freaking hell. Luckily, the leader of the support forces maintains a level head and quickly belts out a speech chock full of charisma about how their only focus right now is doing their job and supplying their defense forces. Who's winning or losing is something that comes afterward. Emboldened by the man's iron will, the crew regain their footing and march off, placing their faith in Su Ping and his allies to protect them. Up above the surface, the battle seems to be at a stalemate. While Blaziken and the Crimson Soul Flame Ape lock proverbial horns and hold each other off, the human defensive forces blast the tar out of all the enemy mobs with their mini-gun-equipped sentries. Unfortunately for one of the gunners, a weapon that hardcore needs some cooldown time, which is when one of the beasts leaps all the way above the wall and prepares to sink its fangs into his defenseless throat. Luckily for the gunner, he's saved at the last moment by the appearance of Longjiang Elite Guard's Right Commander Qin Duguang. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, ahem. After warning the gunner about staying on guard since these beasts have been enhanced by Transcendence Void, Duguang notices something strange out of the corner of his eye. Well, other than the dude being munched on, what truly catches his attention is a strange flame-hued growth on the chests of the mob beasts. As far as he can tell, that thing is an unstable core. Right as he realizes this, Duguang is forced to grab the nearest soldier and leap away as the beast's core explodes in a violent blaze. Mind racing at a mile a minute, Duguang yells out a warning for Su Ping. Transcendence Void is planning to use these unstable mobs to blow up their walls and cannons. Kamikaze tactics? Dude's really desperate now. Standing right next to Su Ping, Old Man Zhou asks the prodigy if he can take care of this. Upon receiving a nod from his boss, Zhou issues orders to the elite guard to set up the formation. In mere moments, the elite guard has summoned forth a gargantuan spectral jade dragon, a massive blade clutched in its jaws. Without giving the enemy a moment to register this development, the jade dragon swings its weapon across the field, instantly slashing apart a large portion of the mobs. At the same moment, the Crimson Soul Flame Ape's decapitated head crashes to the ground, triggering yet another premature celebration from Kuang and Jin Shui. Why is it premature? Well, the moment the Flame Ape's body goes crashing down, a massive chasm opens in the earth, swallowing up the bodies of all the fallen beasts. Not only that, but immediately after, a kaiju-sized crimson tentacle erupts from the chasm, shortly joined by several more sprouting out of the ground around it. Up on the wall, not a single person is less than baffled by this development. That is, of course, except Su Ping, who simply gazes upon the new creature, intrigued by its appearance. Meanwhile, over on the second battlefront at the other 11 base cities, the tentacle beast has sprouted out of the earth there as well. As the massive appendage rears back and slams down to crush the defense forces into blood spatters, the followers of Transcendence Void take a page out of Su Kuang's book and start prematurely celebrating. Believing their incredible master to have done this to save them, they glaze the crap out of Transcendence Void and plead with him to not only free them from their binds, but even grant them more power. For Christ's sake. Can these guys get any dumber? He's not messing with y'all like that lil pro. Sure enough, the second Transcendence Void's tentacle monster is done sucking all the human forces dry and extracting their life force in crystal form. It turns on the very idiots who were celebrating a moment ago. By the time the morons realize what's about to happen, it's already too late to escape, not that they could have even if they were unshackled. Within seconds, the tentacle beast has given them the same fate as everyone else on this battlefield, and they die screaming bloody murder at their supposed master. Good riddance. This is a textbook example of natural selection. Back on the primary battlefield with the big dogs, Su Ping can sense the immense amount of power flowing into Transcendence Void via the tentacles slithering into his robes. Yo, this dude a freak. Worried for his pet's safety, Su Ping immediately calls for Blaziken to return to him, but the command is already too late. Before Blaziken can get anywhere near Su Ping, the tentacles grab onto him, coiling around the dragon's legs and throat. Down below, Old Man Zhou sends forth Jade Dragon without missing a beat, determined to support Su Ping however he can. Unfortunately for them, even the Jade Dragon is powerless against the souped-up tentacle beast, its blade barely even managing to cut into the thing's flesh. Faster than anyone can realize what's happened, Su Ping in his full fusion form with Skelly has appeared at Blaziken's side, swinging his own blade into the tentacles. Despite the incredible wave of power emitted from the swing, however, even Su Ping's blade only just manages to cut into a little bit of the beast's flesh. Even this little bit is enough to worry Transcendence Void, however, and he sends forth dozens more tentacles to push Su Ping back. From his spot on the wall, Jin Shui worriedly yells out for Su Ping to watch out, unaware that the Giga Chad already has a plan. With one perfect slash let loose at the perfect moment, Su Ping manages to free Blaziken right before the other tentacles reach them, and he's able to flee back toward the walls at full speed. Old Man Zhu tries to assist his retreat with the Jade Dragon, but is only given a mouthful of the blade in return as the tentacles utterly decimate his avatar. Between the instant destruction of their ultimate defense, the devastation of their ground forces, and the flames that threaten to consume them all, Jin Shui begins to feel that all is lost. Unknown to him, Su Ping's gamble has just paid off. Riding atop Blaziken, he's just re-entered the area that's counted as part of his pet store. And in case anyone's forgotten, Su Ping is basically God in that space. With a simple raise of his palm, he flattens the tentacles coming his way and tells a confused Transcendence Void that it's time. Menacing skeletal grin in place, he only speaks 6 more words to the enemy. His harbinger of death has arrived. God, that goes so damn hard. Transcendence Void, on the other hand, does not share my opinion on that line and gets triggered as all hell. With the sudden upheaval of the earth itself, the tentacles sprouting from his robe come together and combine to reveal the true form of the terrible creature that has devastated this secondary battlefront. It's a Titan. Wait, no. Damn it, wrong anime again. As it turns out, those aren't tentacles as much as they are muscle fibers. Each and every one of them is just one tiny strand of what now stands as a gargantuan monster capable of leveling a city simply by stepping on it. Down below, Kuang and Jin Shui's emotions have been on a roller coaster for a while, and they're in one of the lows now, utterly horrified. Watching their reactions to his reveal, Transcendence Void condescendingly asks Su Ping if he still dares to claim his death is near. In response, Su Ping decides to whip his entire meat out and lay it on the table. Okay, that sounded sus. But anyway, not only does he defuse with Skelly, but he tells Transcendence Void to go ahead and take his best shot if he doesn't believe Su Ping. Off to the side, Jin Shui is absolutely flabbergasted by Su Ping's actions, wondering what kind of insane bluff this is. Believing this to be a bluff or empty bravado as well, Transcendence Void doesn't hesitate for a moment and brings his meat mech's foot crashing down on Longjiang City with insane speed. Just like that, all hope is lost in Jin Shui's mind as the foot lands, the earth cracks, and the impact spreads for miles outside Longjiang. Only, the instant death he was convinced of never arrives. Tilting their gazes upwards in confusion, Kuang and Jin Shui bear witness to a sight they never even considered a possibility. Su Ping is floating in the air right above the city, holding back the titanic monster's foot with his bare hands. Confident as ever, the legendary beast tamer asks why they're so surprised when all he's doing is holding back some measly vines. The disrespect is crazy. Beyond frustrated by this point, Transcendence Void has the monster's arms fused with its leg to push down even harder. However, Su Ping doesn't budge even an inch. With a cocky smirk on his face, the man pushes back with a single use of his divine demonic fist, and just like that, the beast's limbs are blown into oblivion. All Transcendence Void can do is gape in disbelief at what has just happened. As his beast collapses, Su Ping lunges towards him, fist glowing with barely contained power. Within another half second, Su Ping is left alone in the air, punch thrown, foe vanquished, and the sky clearing up as the sheer air pressure blows away the darkness. All of Longjiang's defense forces are in awe, from Kuang and Jin Shui to Bai and all the other no-name mooks. Transcendence Void is dead. However, right amid the celebration, as Su Ping fires some banter back and forth with his student, a voice speaks directly into his mind, shooting a spark of terror through his very being. Instantly collecting himself, Su Ping angrily calls out to the voice, asking if it's Transcendence Void. But, in yet another unexpected twist, it seems Su Ping is the only one who can hear the voice, everyone else being fully confused by what he's saying. At that moment, Jonah is the one who steps forward with an answer for her boss. He won't be able to find Transcendence Void because it was never here in the first place. Bro thinks he's Nagato. Get out of here. More than a little puzzled by Anna's words, Su Ping tells her that's impossible since he just heard the being's voice. Besides, the spine-chilling apprehension he felt just now isn't something that could ever lie to him. It felt as if someone was glaring at him like nothing more than prey. Instantly zooming down to the ground, Su Ping asks Anna to explain exactly what she means. To answer his question, she asks him another. What is the difference between him and Transcendence Void? Seeing Su Ping's inability to answer the question sufficiently, she throws him a bone, and specifically asks him the difference between the cultivation of a sky tier and everything that's below it. Thrown for a loop, Su Ping can only come up with an obvious answer, such as the Sky Tier being stronger, faster, older, and tentacle-ear than him. At that point, even Anna can't hold back an amused chortle, telling him it's no wonder that a mere ant's perception of a Titan truly is interesting. If I didn't know better, I'd say she's mocking him. I do not know better. She is. Seeing Su Ping's frustration, Anna reveals the true difference is that all Sky Tiers control a certain law. Trying to make sense of this, Su Ping asks her if she's referring to something like his lightning Dao, but she tells the human his level with the lightning is nowhere near the control that Sky Tiers possess. To put it in perspective, he's just in the qualifiers and Transcendence Void is already a 5-time champion. With full control of the space law, Transcendence Void can't be found by anyone. Suddenly, the feeling of being watched disappears from Su Ping's senses, and he realizes Transcendence Void is backing off since Anna can see through his law. That aside though, Anna's revelation brings Su Ping to a terrible conclusion. The Transcendence Void he fought just now was nothing but a fake, and the real one has been hiding in its space law this whole time. Seeing how deflated Su Ping is with this knowledge, Anna informs him that while the Titanic fake was in fact a fake, a power it absorbed from the battlefields is very much real and stored within its corpse. Without wasting any time, Su Ping puts his beasts to work digging a path into the tentacle giant's body to find the supposed reserves of power. Something which doesn't take long, as the moment he descends into the corpse with Skelly, he comes face to face with a veritable ocean of energy crystals. Utterly shocked by the sheer volume, Su Ping asks Jin Shui over his comms just how many people this damn thing absorbed. When he learns that not only their warriors but even the underground support staff, their equipment, and their crew were all absorbed, Su Ping then asks if the crystals can be reverted to the people they were harvested from. Unfortunately, the grim situation is an inescapable one, as Bai informs him the deceased are already long gone. The most they can do now is ensure the ones who sacrificed themselves didn't do so in vain. Dang. Alright, Commander Irwin, spit yo shi. Kuang is the first to address Su Ping, requesting that he give his orders regarding the crystals, as it's dangerous to stay in the barren region where they are any longer. Old Man Zhou pipes up as well, assuring him that as the one who beat Transcendence Void, nobody will question his decision. For his part, Su Ping lifts one of the crystals at his feet and clutches it tight as he makes his choice. The sacrifices made today will not be in vain. They shall become his strength and fight alongside him to defeat Transcendence Void, once and for all. After the events of the big day, new opportunities arise for many, as people are contracted from far and wide to harvest the remains of the beasts slain in the battle and clear the area. While some are ecstatic over the chance to harvest to their heart's content, some, such as this poor sap, are entrenched in despair over all the lives lost. After all, if a single beast tide did all of this, who's to say they'll even survive what's to come? Luckily, Wang appears right before the despondent man, ready to boost everyone's morale tenfold. Though he admits they've lost much in this battle, he tells them to keep the most important thing in mind. Ultimately, they go on. They did survive the beast tide, and they protected their homes and families. Not only that, Su Ping alone managed to force Transcendence Void into retreat, all on his own, with him as their leader and protector. There's nothing to fear. All they need is to do their best to raise their strength and fortify their walls, so that when the next tide comes, there will be no mercy for the enemy. Bro got kinda lost in the sauce there. Good for them, though. Meanwhile, off in the distance, Old Man Zhao witnesses the crowd chanting with a pensive expression. As all of this is occurring, the man being celebrated himself is busy in his own realm, the Pet Beast Battle Room. While examining all the energy crystals they've retrieved, Su Ping ponders on how Transcendence Void's goal was to occupy all the base cities where his stores are located, all to occupy them and absorb the resources they produce. More importantly, he laments his miscalculation and the lost opportunity to end Transcendence Void, as he wanted to use his invincibility in his own domain as his secret finishing trump card. But now he's revealed his secret, only to defeat a fake of all things. He has to wonder, though, if Transcendence Void's fake was capable of leveling the city all along like it tried at the end. Why didn't he just do that from the start? It's through this line of questioning and thought that Su Ping reaches a conclusion that could spell the difference between humanity's victory and defeat. Based on what Bai has told him, humanity's great emperor in the past sacrificed his life and astral power to seal the Abyss entrance. If that seal is still in place, Transcendence Void must have suffered greatly to force himself through, and his consumption of life forms on Earth was to recover. And if all of that holds true, that means Transcendence Void doesn't need these crystals as food, but as resources to fix itself. With the loss of all these crystals from his fake body, the Sky Tier entity must now be in a weakened state. Without another moment's hesitation, Su Ping gets started absorbing the energy from the crystals, determined to gain the strength to finish his foe for good. It's not long after that Su Ping breaks through to the Sea Realm's limit, granting him a fundamental skill of the space law, Eye of God. With his new breakthrough in skill, not only does Su Ping feel stronger than ever, but he can now perceive things at such high speeds that even higher-tier beings shouldn't be able to ambush him. Considering how this insane skill is only a basic ability of the space law, Su Ping can only marvel at how right Anna was to call him an ant in comparison to the true Sky tier. Just then, Old Man Zhu and Ryu and Tang step through the door to Su Ping's realm. After congratulating him on his breakthrough, they have a conversation about the loss of more than half their forces in this last battle and the need to replenish them. Surprisingly, it's Ryuan who speaks up to tell Su Ping of several old families in the fallen base cities who are still fighting Transcendence Void's rebel army to this day. Upon her suggestion to save and recruit those families, Su Ping admits it's a good idea, but he can't help but wonder why she's so outspoken on the matter. That's when Ryuan admits her true motivation. Her family, the Tang clan, is one of those under siege. Because of their pre-existing rivalry over influence and land, the Saitu and Wang families have banded together under Transcendence Void's banner and are attempting to devour the Tang in their entirety. In a shocking display of desperation and humility, Ryu and Tang falls to her knees and begs Su Ping to let her go home and fight for her family. Man, that got dark pretty fast. Talk about a vibe killer. Too soon? Seeing the proud and arrogant woman he's come to know sacrificing her dignity in such a manner rubs Su Ping the wrong way, and he can't help but be sympathetic to her cause. However, he has to ask her, what exactly does she think she can do against Wang and Situ when she's not even a titled beast tamer? Recognizing the truth in his words, Ryuan tells him that even if she can't save her family, she has to at least get her out of there. Oh great, the pronoun game. Just use a freaking name for Christ's sake. With the realization that Ryuan is looking to save a specific person, he tells her she can just give him their name and location since he had the same idea as her. Why would she risk her own life for this when she doesn't need to? In response, Ryuan just looks to the side with a pout and tells him that'd be like escaping one evil just to fall in the clutches of another, namely his. What is Sis on about? She's already basically his slave. Naturally, Su Ping breaks out in laughter at her admission and tells her they don't have to talk about it, before calling his student Zhang mid-convo and asking her about her progress on the bound contract. Now what the hell is that supposed to be? Though Zhang informs him that it's going well and will be completed in about 5 months with their resources and manpower, Su Ping needs it done faster. Latching onto her statement about their resources and manpower, Su Ping decides to get her a ton more of those and rings good old Elder Bai. As he has a conversation with the geezer who is in the middle of a meeting, all the other officials at the table start praising Su Ping's talent and achievements. That is until they realize that he's just asked Bai to lend him the world's best scientific equipment and personnel for a whole month. After momentarily being petrified by shock, the lot of them break out in angered protest over the ridiculous demand, overloading the call with yelling and chaos, rather than dealing with the consequences of his own unexplained action. Su Ping hangs up on them and tells Zhang to just do her best with the stuff he's about to send her. With the call over, Ryuan speaks up and asks Su Ping what exactly the plan is for her situation. Rather than returning to his previous sympathetic disposition, Su Ping glances at her coldly and tells her she'll be lucky to even get to the battle alive in her current state. No, first they have to get her powered up. And so Master and freshly minted student enter, Su Ping's nurturing plane for an 8-day training session, amounting to a mere hour outside. Here, Su Ping tells Ryuan that they're in an illusionary dimension of his creation and her goal is to survive. As if to spite him, or perhaps to show her the severity of the situation, a hulking beast appears behind Ryuan just then and slices her torso clean off her lower body. Yeah, have a heart in the morning. Taking a seat on a tall rock formation, Su Ping brings up the system window to revive Ryuan. As the girl slowly comes back to consciousness in utter confusion over her death, Su Ping reminds her that this is an illusion. If she wants to save someone for real, she has to be able to survive this level of danger at least. Once she's given that info, Ryuan swiftly evades the beast's next attack and gets into her battle stance. One way or another, she will get through this. As Ryuan Tang's training begins, we're given a sneak peek into the life she led as a child, play fighting pretend enemies even back then, determined to be a warrior. Meanwhile, her little sister, Yor, was more focused on calmer forms of playing, like with dolls or learning first aid. Huh. Well, that's new. Kids these days, man. As Yor treats her big sister's scraped knee, she hugs Ryuan and promises to always take care of everyone in the Tang family. A sentiment that can only make her sister smile and feel the same way. Back to the present, Ryuan Tang stands before multiple beasts, bloodied and exhausted but far from broken. As the wolves come her way, she takes to the air, dodging them perfectly and twisting to land on one's back. After jabbing her weapon into the wolf's flesh, she's assaulted by a projectile hail from the second beast, forcing her to activate her stillness with the Vajra defense technique. Despite some of the shards making it through and injuring her further, Ryuan doesn't falter, tightening her grip on her dagger and driving it deeper in, bringing the first wolf to a sudden collapse. As the enraged princess steps off the now corpse, a simple glare full of malice is enough to raise the hackles of the second wolf, which tries to be a hasty retreat. Ryuan is having none of that though and tosses her makeshift dagger into its hind leg, forcing it to crash. Mere moments later, she's on top of the beast, dagger driven into its throat. Please, nobody let Peta see this. As the view of the battlefield zooms out above, it's revealed these wolves are just the latest in a huge series of beasts Su Ping has thrown at her. The man himself is rather impressed, having expected her to be rusty after spending so long as a store worker. Instead, it would seem she never slacked off on keeping up her fighting ability even a little, and now she's even capable of beating 9th tiers thanks to his death training. Impressed with her progress and tenacity, Su Ping decides to give her the last push she needs and summons a fruit from the astral tree. As he allows it to flow into the girl and act as a catalyst for her breakthrough to 9th tier herself, the unconscious Ryuan whimpers her sister's name, still worried about her. All that matters to her right now is getting home and saving that girl. By the time Ryuan finally comes back to the waking world, Su Ping has brought them out of the training realm and boarded Blaziken. The bewildered Ryuan asks him how long she was out, to which he tells her it hasn't been long at all and to sit still. He stresses that they're not in the illusionary realm anymore, so any damage she takes here can't just be waved away by getting a second life. Not caring for such details at the moment, Ryuan asks Su Ping just where they are, to which he informs her that they just departed Longjiang and are heading to her home. Hesitant at first, Ryuan tells him which city they need to go to, Nightfire Base City. While she gives him directions, Su Ping pulls out a golden scroll and in turn, pulls out a sword possessing an incredible aura from said scroll. Because screw physics. Am I right, folks? Just as fast as he brought it out, Su Ping shoves the sword at Ryuan, telling her that he can't just send her into the crucible empty-handed. To Ryuan Tang's utter amazement, the blade is so insanely sharp that simply touching it bypasses her stillness of the Vajra completely and inflicts a small cut. For it to be able to cut straight through the technique she's honed so much, she can only imagine this thing is the same level of legendary tier treasure as her uncle's famed sea god hunting umbrella. Thrown off by how valuable this single blade is and Su Ping just handing it off to her, she goes to ask him if he's sure about this. The all-around good guy that he is, Su Ping loudly tells her that it's just a loan, and he expects the ancient treasure he got from the great Yan True Dragon King back as soon as she's done saving her family. That's nice, I suppose. Su Ping doesn't stop there though, determined to ensure Ryuan's success today. He summons forth Skelly and has his most powerful companion hide within Ryuan's shadow, allowing him to stay with her at all times as a trump card if she gets overwhelmed. And definitely not just to keep his sword safe. Beyond surprised by how helpful Su Ping is being, Ryuan can't help but ask if he's for real, having thought that he hates her family. To that, Su Ping tells her he just never agreed with their survival of the fittest ideology. But now, with a common enemy, he doesn't think it's time for that kind of infighting. No, they need to unite every capable fighter possible under the banner of humanity right now. Having heard that, Ryuan goes into a contemplative mood, at least for a couple of seconds, and then she gets shoved right off Blaziken by her benefactor, who says to travel the rest of the way on her own while he goes to save another city. Free-falling to her demise, Ryuan screams about not having a flying pet, which prompts Su Ping to give her a hint on how to fly using astral power. Sure enough, when his newest student focuses on his words and applies them, she suddenly finds herself floating midair, a golden aura surrounding her. With this, the aerial mastery, which is a sign of being a 9th tier, Ryan can't help but shed a tear at how far she's come. Turning her gaze towards Blaziken's form, she vows to never forget this favor. Meanwhile, over in Nightfire Base City, crap has hit the fan in all kinds of ways. Beasts from the Wang and Sidhu families are raging through the city, destroying all in their path without exception, while the defensive forces take cover. Not all is lost just yet, however, as a warrior shoots a blast straight through several of the beasts and stands tall to protect his home. This is Tang Linzhen, the head of the Tang family. On his order, the man's forces unleash a large-scale attack, but the enemy is prepared. Standing atop a panther beast, the heads of the Saitu and Wang families mock Linzhen and his exhausted power, all while bragging about their own legendary tier treasure. As he lays eyes on what they're talking about, Linzhen's peepers widen, shocked by what he's seeing. Up in the sky above Nightfire City, Ryuan has finally arrived, only to see a massive explosion right at the city's center. And with the shockwaves reaching all the way to her location, she can only wonder what could cause such a thing. Oh, you'll see, sis. Back down on the battlefield, the treasure brought by the Saitu and Wang heads activates, creating a sickly, death-emitting aura that sucks the very astral power and life essence out of everyone on the field. Linzhen is one of the only ones who managed to stay on their feet, though it's not easy even for him. Despite it being used against him right now, Linzhen can't help but be both amazed and disgusted by this overpowered artifact. After all, that's a legendary evil artifact created through the sacrifice of thousands of lives. The soul-devouring bell. Bit on the nose with that name, but alrighty. As the Seduang droid forces dominate the Tang family, who are now crippled by the bell, the Sedu family head goes on a villainous monologue about how they're basically screwed. Not one to take such treatment lying down, Linzhen rises up once more and slashes through the nearest enemy. Glaring up at the heads, he vows to them, whether now or in the future, the Tang will have their revenge for this day. Rather than scaring the enemy, however, this only emboldens them, and it's revealed in another moment just why. At the Wang head's command, a hostage is brought out and revealed to Linzhen, and sure enough, it's none other than Ryuan's sister, Yor. Infuriated by this development and terrified for Yor's safety, Linzhen can only watch as Wang holds her by the throat and talks about the Tang family's succession. Everyone knows they have two heiresses, one who's trained in the finer aspects of leadership while the other is a seasoned warrior bred for battle. Their goal here is to make sure the day doesn't come when these two can join forces and ruin the rest of them. Not a shred of humanity or compassion in him, Wang slams Yor against a wall and has the soul-devouring bell suck her life out bit by bit. Wang threatens to let it go all the way unless he's told where the other sister is at once. Throughout all of this, Yor can only think about how her sister must be safe right now and hopes she doesn't come back here. Yeah, so about that. At that precise moment, a golden pillar of light shoots down from the sky, blowing away the enemy forces and freeing Yor. As Wang and Siku struggle back to their feet and demand who the hell did that, the legendary sword from Suping embeds itself into the ground. While they rage on, Linzhen sits in awe, amazed at how easily the soul-devouring bell has been destroyed. Before Siku's men can act on his demands, a voice hits their ears, followed by a blade slashing their throats. Ryuan Tang descends to the battlefield, legendary sword in hand. Down below, Yor and Linzhen are equally amazed and overjoyed by her appearance, the latter realizing that she's reached the supreme tier from her flight capability. Despite hearing this, the Saito head writes off Ryuan completely, claiming that supreme tier doesn't mean a thing these days. The word you're looking for is power creep, old-timer. Unfortunately for his subordinates, Sidu orders them to capture Ryuan, intent on executing her. The second they get close, however, Ryuan moves too fast for any of them to even see, decimating the enemy forces and leaving them in pieces. As more of the enemy soldiers pour in, the Wine Head is forced to acknowledge how unexpectedly terrifying Ryuan and her weapon are. Meanwhile, the girl in question stands ready to take down more of them and calls out to her uncle that she's leaving Yor's safety to him now that the bell is gone. Determined not to let her down and protect his family, Linzhen does exactly as she's asked and crushes his way through enemies toward Yor. Both sick of their enemies and ready to end them, the strongest of the Tang family prepared to finish this farce. One after the other, Ryuan Tang effortlessly lays waste to the enemy forces, taking down one particularly mouthy individual with ease. Infuriated by the staggering loss of their numbers, the Wang and Saito heads summon forth their personal battle pets. Because that'll totally work. In response, the remaining forces of the Tang clan rally together and run forward with a war cry, determined to protect their young mistress. With a quick move from the fighter at the lead, the Tang forces seem to be in the clear to attack. Unfortunately, this turns out to be a trick, allowing the Minotaur beast to bring its fist crashing down on the Tang clan. Meanwhile, Linzhen commands the aerial forces in an attempt to take out the enemy leaders. This too, however, is met with strong opposition as Sidu's horse beast breathes out a poisonous mist, forcing the Tang back. With everyone else occupied because of the mist, the beasts leap up toward Ryuan, intent on launching a surprise attack to finish her in one go. Luckily for our heroine, Yor calls out their location through her bond with her sister, allowing Ryuan to dodge just in time. With that, the woman dices both beasts to little more than chunks of flesh, giving her enough room to smile down at her sister in thanks. Ah, I spoke too soon. In a moment of horrific ingenuity, the sight ahead uses corpse manipulation to puppet the remains of the beasts and capture Ryuan in a bunch of tentacles. Oh no. Oh, please don't go where I think this will. With Ryuan trapped and unable to defend herself, the Wine Head prepares to end this battle, leaping towards her with his blade ready to lop her head off. As Ryuan closes her eyes in fear and Yor calls out to her in horror, something amazing happens. Wang's blade is stopped and it's blown apart, shattered into bits mere inches before touching Ryuan. Floating protectively over her form, Skelly has emerged from Ryuan's shadow. Yeah, you're all screwed now. With a single swing of his blade, Skelly wreaks utter havoc upon the battlefield, creating a chasm that goes on for miles in the ground. Sotu can do little more than cower away from this force of nature, splayed out on the ground as Skelly's sheer aura envelops all around him. While the events of Ryuan's first true battle unfold, Suping has been quite busy himself. Flying towards his destination aboard Blaziken, he comes across what he can instantly identify as another of the Transcendence Void's fake bodies, consuming biomatter by the second. Furious at the loss of life, Suping charges up his astral power and attacks, only for the Titan to dodge effortlessly and move behind him. Every subsequent effort is utterly futile, to the point that Suping finds himself transported to his store, standing before Anna as she tells him he's powerless against even a weakened Transcendence Void without a law of his own. Just as she tells him this is a chasm that he will never cross, another voice breaks through Suping's mind, and he finds himself waking up from the nightmare still seated on Blaziken's head. Happens to the best of us, man. Nightmares suck. The voice in question is none other than Old Man Zhao, who's called Suping to discuss some important matters. After expressing concern over Suping's health and mental status from overworking himself, Zhu tells him there's a mountain of complaints and doubts piling up in regard to Zhang's bond contract research. However, when Suping offers to come back at once and help, Zhu just tells him not to worry. Between the goodwill and credibility his stores have built up, they can keep going for a good while yet. Not to mention, with the sheer size of the research team working on the project now compared to a little while back, it shouldn't be long before a breakthrough. And when that does happen, the bond contract's ability to give tamers a portion of their beast's growth and power will revolutionize beast taming as a whole. No matter how many skeptics there may be now, the end product of this research will change everything for the better. I don't know, man. You know what they say about the road to hell. Upon hearing Zhou's report, Suping simply smiles in anticipation. With this, the foundation for his ascent to the sky tier is in place, and he just needs to focus on bolstering their forces as much as possible. Then, all equipped with the bond contract, they'll crush Transcendence Void. For now, though, he asks for more info on the distress signal he's heading towards. Zhao informs him it comes from the Yuan family estate, which is the family that produced one of the subcontinent's 3 legendary battle tamers, Yatakin. Hearing that name brings Suping back, remembering his encounter with the ornery old man in the past. Though his opinion of the man isn't the best, Suping has to at least respect that he hasn't allied with Transcendence Void. Right as he finishes that thought, Suping spots the massive horde of beasts that is no doubt the cause for the distress signal. Down on the ground, the human forces are doing their best to fight the horde and survive, but things aren't looking good. As their young mistress takes a knee to recover her breath, it appears she's done for, a beast having snuck up on her from behind. So naturally, that's the moment our hero chooses to make, well, his hero entrance. To all the combatants' shock and awe, a golden fist comes down to crush the beast, threatening her. And yet, even more fantastical is the fact that it's followed by a veritable rain of similar fists crashing down from the heavens to smite all the beasts on the battlefield. While most of the beasts flee in terror from Suping's golden shower, oh god, that sounds so wrong, one beast in particular stands its ground, ripping the smaller monsters apart with its bare hands, something which even the Yuan clan's young mistress struggled with. The beast undergoes a transformation, sprouting 4 extra arms. Determined to face Suping all on his own, he moves forward to take on one of the golden fists, and he's immediately crushed by it. So long, cannon fodder. With the entire battlefield cleared out in mere moments, the Yuan family fighters breathe a sigh of relief, and the young mistress prepares to thank whichever senior beast tamer has helped them here. That is until she hears the man's voice and realizes she recognizes it. As soon as she lays eyes on Suping, her demeanor does a 180, infuriated at being saved by this man who's given her so much trouble in the past. Pretty much immediately after Suping asks for her grandfather Yatakin's whereabouts, she starts screaming at him and throwing a tantrum about how he stole the Dragon King's inheritance, is insolent, etc., etc. Finally having enough, Suping tells her that her grandpa might be in danger right now, shutting her up. Though she's skeptical about his words since she believes her grandfather to be damn near invincible, Suping's quick to show her display the old man's injuries from their previous face-off. After convincing her that her Gramps isn't a young man anymore, he summons Blaziken to further cement the fact that he can help them. As all of the Yuan clan marvel at the giant dragon, Suping extends a hand to the girl, finally getting her on board. With a final reassurance that he's only here to save people, he gets Yatakin's location from his granddaughter, who is eager to save him. Not long after that, the pair arrive at the base city Yatakin stayed behind to defend, only to find it in complete shambles after only half a day. Then, out of nowhere, a ridiculous amount of beam attacks crash against Blaziken's side. Despite doing little to no damage, they still rock the ship enough that Suping and the Yuan Harris are concerned. Realizing that the attacks from the rebels below aren't about to let up anytime soon, Suping makes a decision. Of the 3 seals that the old Dragon King placed on Umbrejan's godly evolution, he should be strong enough to handle the unsealing in the first one. Not only is that a step closer to reaching the Sky Tier through the bond contract, but it's also the perfect chance to test Umbrejan's power on them. His mind made up, Suping summons forth his Golden Dragon Hound, freezing the rebels in their tracks, and then, as if they weren't already screwed enough, he raises his fist and announces the breaking of the first seal. With the release of the first seal, Umbrejan now stands proudly before their foes, the strongest he's ever been. Suping himself has to admit that the beast looks more like a true godly dragon than anything he's seen and wonders how strong he is now. He got that god in him now. Over with the pathetic rebels trying to fight them, the leader claims that Umbrejan's just a lowly mutt and orders his men to blast away. Yeah, he's cooked for sure. As the blasts make contact with Blaziken and Umbrejan, Suping notes that despite Blaziken being strong enough to be unharmed by them, it'd still be pretty annoying, like kids poking you with something. That's why he automatically brought up his energy shield. However, on the other hand, Umbrejan is so powerful at this point that he even eclipses Umbrejan, the blast feeling like little more than tickles or massage pokes. Dude's living the life. Upon seeing the clear superiority of the beast, the rebels try to beat a hasty retreat, infuriating Yadakin's granddaughter. Before she can go after them though, Suping holds her back and tells her he was just testing out Umbrejan's defenses so far. Now that he's done, no one's getting away. And so Umbrejan brings down one massive paw and slams it into the earth. Just like that, from the force of a simple stomp, the earth trembles beneath them, the terrain changing entirely in an instant. While the rebels tremble in fear, Suping realizes that Umbrejan's Gaia's protection skill has evolved from being purely defensive to usable on any land, acting as a confinement technique. As one would expect from the scumbags that these guys are, the rebels fall to their knees and let their leader beg Suping for their lives. As the man grovels before Suping, the prodigy asks them if they truly believe in their masters, Transcendence Void's law of the jungle regarding the survival of the fittest. If they do, then shouldn't they be prepared to be devoured by someone stronger than them? Surprisingly enough, the leader actually reveals that these idiots aren't even followers of Transcendence Void, but just a bunch of opportunistic scumbags who care about nothing except getting stronger. The waste they've laid to this city was purely to steal all the energy crystals left behind from Transcendence Void's assault. I mean, there's greed, and then there's whatever this is. To the surprise of Yadakin's granddaughter, Suping actually tells the bandits to put down the crystals and stand up, making them think he's accepting their offer to be their master. A mere fraction of a second later, before they can even realize how wrong they are, Umbrejan has fired a godly dragon's roar, flaying the flesh off their bones faster than they can register their own deaths. Okay, that goes ridiculously hard. Clearly angered by the bandits' actions, Suping gathers up the energy crystals they collected and absorbs them himself without a moment's hesitation. While this does bother Yadakin's granddaughter at first, Suping's resolve to eliminate Transcendence Void himself makes her understand his actions. Together, the two head to where her grandfather is supposed to be, hoping they're in time to save him. Unfortunately, when they reach the Yuan family estate, they find it completely destroyed and left in flaming ruins. The girl is devastated and in disbelief, not understanding how her grandfather's defensive formation on the compound could have possibly been overpowered. Suping is on task though, and he tells her there's no point in guessing right now. Instead, they need to head inside and see for themselves what's happened. As they descend towards the estate, Suping calls out for Umbrejan to follow him while Blaziken and the rest of the Yuan clan stay airborne and scout for any other enemies. Once they've touched down, Suping inspects the estate, only to come to a strange realization. Despite the level of destruction present, not only are there 0 corpses, but also not a drop of spilled blood to be seen anywhere. Between that, Yadakin's communicator being off, no traces of any astral power being used, and the general eeriness, Suping wonders out loud if Yadakin and his men turned to Transcendence Void's side after sending off the Harris. Yeah, dude, real smooth. You can tell this guy watches red pill content. Naturally, she freaks out, only to then become strangely contemplative. Despite her faith, even she doesn't know what to think at this point. Deciding to pull out a technique taught to her by Yadakin, she quickly gets to work and carves a formation into the ground, explaining to Suping that it's a soul-searching formation. With this, she can find anyone as long as she has something that belongs to them. Or at least that's the theory. But when she activates the formation, the massive radar-like formation in the form of a spectral beast is unable to find Yadakin despite her best efforts. Upon Su Ping's questioning, she explains that she doesn't have enough astral power to search a radius of more than 1,000 miles around them, and since she didn't find him, he must be even further than that. Despite his initial surprise, Su Ping keeps his composure and asks if she can use his astral power to fuel the formation. Unfortunately, only the user of the formation can supply the power needed, which prompts her to give him a list of ingredients longer than he is tall. Her plan? Create an astral power battery which she'll charge for about 3 days and then use up in her formation. Yeah, totally no flaws in that plan. Not at all. Luckily, Su Ping is quick to point out that between the time to gather all this crap and her charging the battery, they'll be too late to save her grandpa by then. Instead, he calls on Umbregeddon to use his sense of smell, which is enhanced beyond all comprehension thanks to the 100-mile soul search ability and the old Dragon King's inheritance on top of it. After just catching a whiff of Yadakin's hairpin, Umbregeddon is able to trace him all the way to a remote snowy mountain away from all civilization. There, Yadakin is embroiled in a battle against a beast tide alongside the second legendary tier battle tamer of their subcontinent, Goose Siping. That sounds weirdly similar to our guy. As the two battle the beasts and banter back and forth, Yadakin suddenly admits to feeling some sort of intrusion of his defenses, as if something sniffed the back of his neck. Gu is in the middle of laughing at Yadakin's words and claiming that it's impossible for anyone in the world to find this mountain when a pillar of golden light crashes down onto the peak from above. As the light dies down, it reveals none other than Su Ping and Yadakin's daughter, riding atop Umbregeddon in dragon form. So much for impossible, I guess. As soon as the newcomers land on the mountain, Yadakin's granddaughter takes a knee and pays her respects to Gu. Su Ping, on the other hand, instantly goes into planning mode, thinking about how beneficial it would be to recruit Gu as well on top of Yadakin in the effort against Transcendence Void. Brother, lock in. There's monsters to kill. Yadakin, seemingly the only one who's focused on the matter at hand, calls out to the rest of them to help drive back this beast tide and talk later. Linglu, his granddaughter, leaps into the battle without a second thought, drawing her sentient blade. Because that's a thing. I'll be honest, I totally forgot. Meanwhile, Su Ping is still lost in his own thoughts, wondering just how this mountain is completely off the grid and hidden from all the maps and aerial views that he's seen. Between that, the main peak being sliced clean off and 2 legendary tiers protecting it, something's definitely fishy about how important this place is. He's not wrong, but lock in already, man. Just when things seem to be going well for the humans, a giant squid beast, which I can only assume is a kraken, appears, prompting Yadakin to launch one of his strongest attacks, Evil Shattering. Linglu is in the middle of glazing her grandpa when the kraken simply bats his attack aside and proceeds to hit him hard enough to draw blood and knock him to the ground. Seeing his comrade's condition, who takes the reins of the battle, all while making a crack at the expense of Yadakin's age. Facing the kraken, he addresses Su Ping and tells him to go ahead and show his skills against this thing. After all, if he could find this mountain in the first place, then he's far from weak. Taking the compliment in stride, Su Ping leaps at the kraken and instantly pulls out the big guns, grabbing the beast with his Jinwu mystical beast body. Determined to deal a decisive blow right off the bat, Su Ping punches several of the kraken's tentacles straight off his body. Despite it looking like this is the turning point of the battle, Su Ping's divine perception allows him to see the kraken making an instant comeback, spraying poisonous mist from its tentacle suckers. Before it can actually attack with any of that mist, however, Gu leaps into action, attacking the overgrown squid with water bullets in each individual sucker. Addressing Su Ping once more, he thanks the young man for the opportunity and tells him he'll make an opening so the boy can launch a killing blow. Meanwhile, back with the injured Yadakin, Linglu finishes off the last of the beasts near him and rushes to speak to her grandpa. Though the conversation that follows isn't the most pleasant at first, Yadakin being mad at her for listening to Su Ping and disobeying him, her words get through to him eventually. She tells him that nothing matters to her more than his safety and seeing her grandpa rising up. It seems like Yadakin is going to admonish her yet again, but just as his arm comes down, an attack springs forth from it, saving Linglu from some beasts sneaking up behind her. Realizing that he can't be mad at her, Yadakin tells Linglu that they'll discuss this later, but for now, they can just deal with the beasts. Get you, Gramps, I guess. And so, through the joint efforts of Su Ping, Gu, Yadakin, and Linglu, the beast tide is driven back. I guess they beat the kraken off screen. Lame. Okay guys, don't get mad at me for this, I'm just doing my job. You guys might hate me for this, but it's cliffhanger time. We're switching to Ryu and Tang's side of things. Over in Nightfire Base City, both the Saitu and Wang heads are desperately fleeing the battlefield, unable to stand up to the might of Skelly. As they're running, the senile old morons start arguing amongst each other over whose fault this whole thing is and how their forces have been devastated. Just as they land on a building still arguing, a sudden strike slices the whole thing clean in half, forcing them on the defensive. As Ryu and Tang catches up, they demand to know why the hell she can't just leave them alone now that she's basically ruined their clans already. Talk about zero self-awareness. With nothing but anger and vitriol in her eyes, Ryuan asks them if they've really forgotten their promise to wipe out her clan just earlier. Without wasting another second, she tosses Su Ping's legendary blade forward, slicing Wang's right arm clean off. As the vengeful older sister stalks towards him like a predator playing with its prey, Wang desperately tries to flee, begging Sidhu for help. Unfortunately for him, his so-called ally is a two-faced snake and abandons him without a second thought, leaving Ryuan to stomp on his head and crush it like a swollen grape. No, really, look. It's grape juice. Not sure how that works, but the blood from his neck is purple. For some reason. After crushing Wang, Ryuan follows after Sidhu, unaware that the slimy snake is leading her into an ambush with all of his hidden forces. Meanwhile, Ryuan's sister and the others find Wang's body and wonder just how powerful and ruthless Ryuan has grown to become. More importantly, however, they're able to work out that Sidhu is leading her into an ambush and rush to her aid as fast as they can. Over with Ryuan, she listens to Saifu's threats of crushing her quietly, taking it all in without a word. Then, in a surprising move, she turns to Skelly and tells him to hide himself back in her shadow. Seeing his confusion, she explains that this overwhelming situation is a result of her own personal grudge, so she doesn't want him getting hurt because of it. Touched by her concern, unnecessary as it may be, Skelly makes his own choice for the coming battle. Within moments, Ryuan is shocked to find the skeletal mini-beast wrapping itself around her body like some sort of spinal armor. Even stranger to her is that she's suddenly in a blank void, faced with a virtual screen full of techniques. Inside this void, Skelly's avatar frantically points to the square labeled Astral Incarnation Blade, prompting her to click on it. And so out in the physical world, a storm of black and red energy bursts into the sky from where Ryuan was standing a moment ago. As the Sidhu clan finds themselves being pushed back by the sheer wind pressure, the storm suddenly dissipates, revealing the new form of Ryuan Tang. Fused with Skelly for beast possession, her visage is that of a death-bringing Grim Reaper, and a really hot one at that. What, man? You know you were thinking the same thing. In her new form, Ryuan blitzes the Sidhu clan's fighters faster than they can even register her movement, resulting in a scene of absolutely terrifying gore and death. Even the sight ahead finally loses his false bravado and moves to flee, absolutely scared crapless by what he's seeing. Unfortunately for him, Ome will mu shindiru. As his mind catches up to his physical state, his last thoughts are, pathetically enough, I can't die like this. When the rest of the Tang clan finally catch up to Ryuan, all they find is a field full of gore, with a pile of mangled corpses at the center and an imposing figure standing atop it. Unaware of Ryuan's new form and unable to sense any trace of her aura over the terrifying power of Skelly, they prepare for yet another gruesome battle. With each step Ryuan takes their way, they grow more and more weary, summoning every battle pet they're still able to. Right as she gets near their formation, though, the fusion with Skelly collapses and Ryuan's own form is revealed. Instantly, the mood of the whole party shifts, all of them overjoyed not only by Ryuan being safe and well, but also by the incredible level of power she's displayed. Seeing as how she performed a beast fusion technique, they're all convinced that she's broken through to the legendary tier, which is a momentous occasion for the whole clan. As everyone celebrates this, Ryuan finds herself overwhelmed and feeling like a complete fraud. Even more so when she realizes Skelly is sinking into her shadow and hiding so he doesn't ruin the mood. She can't help but feel as if she doesn't deserve any of this praise, having only won today because of Su Ping's weapon, Su Ping's beast, and even Su Ping's training. Right as she finds herself sinking into self-doubt, however, Yor envelops her sister in a rib-crushing hug, holding on to Ryuan for dear life. As the sisters embrace, Yor spills her guts about how worried she's been and begs Ryuan not to leave her again. Upon hearing those words, Ryuan feels almost as if she's been transported to their childhood. Hugging her sister back even tighter, Ryuan promises Yor that she'll stay with her from now on. However, before she can do that, there are a lot of important things she needs to take care of, so she'll have to wait just a little longer. Although she can see Yor is confused, she just tells her sister that it's a long story that can be shared later. For now, they need to hurry and claim the Sidhu treasury before another clan gets wind of this and comes to lay claim. That sounds like a terrible system. They should probably work on that. Upon stepping into the Sidhu's treasury, full of wealth that's been hoarded for centuries, they're all flabbergasted by the sheer volume of gold. Not only riches, but even stolen items like the Tang clan's missing Astral tree are found inside, frustrating Linzhen to no end. However, perhaps the most shocking discovery is what comes next. As a clan member reveals that he's found a door to a hidden chamber, they rush over and open it, only to find two bound men covered in the marks of torture and in complete darkness. Just who the hell are these guys? Upon entering the hidden room and looking further, the situation is revealed to be far more horrific than what they first believed. It's not just those two men, but dozens of men and women, chained up like beasts and maimed in every way known to man. From severed limbs to gouged out eyes, no form of torture has been spared from these poor souls. This is so disturbing, I can't even make a joke about it. Upon hearing them entering the chamber, one of the men crawls forward and starts savagely screaming that he'll haunt Situ even after he dies. However, Linzen recognizes this man. He is none other than the Grand Elder of the Zhuge family, one of the four great families of the continent. From there, as both sides recognize each other, the Zhuge clansmen rejoice over finally being saved after so long in their brutal captivity. While Yor heals the Elder's wounds, he explains why the Saitu went so far as to keep their clan imprisoned here on the verge of death, yet never allowing them to truly pass. Their clan possesses the secrets of the technique known as spirit-bound soul beast creation. Linzen instantly recognizes this as a secret method used to create a beast from a tamer's own flesh and blood. Any such beast is indestructible for as long as the tamer remains alive, no matter how much damage it takes. That's ridiculously broken. What the hell? As Yura continues to heal him, the clan elder finds himself enraged at the memory of how Situ ambushed them and caught them off guard with the soul-devouring bell. Not only that, their family head and his son were so ashamed of being tricked by the Saitu that they claimed their own lives, but not before making the others swear not to follow their path. By the time his Zhuge elder is done recounting their tragic tale, the entire clan is ablaze with the flames of righteous fury, ready to raise the Situ clan to ashes even in their crippled states. When Yura's attempts to calm them down fall flat, Ryuan steps forward and silences them with a sudden slam of Su Ping's legendary blade into the ground before them, her astral power flowing all over them and bringing them to heel. With the Zhuge clansmen calmed down, Ryuan reveals that she has already slain their captors and tells them they're free to go outside and check for themselves. But for now, they must calm themselves and allow the Tang family healers to tend to their injuries. Moved by not only her unknowing vengeance for their clan, but her kindness and generosity now, the Zhuge family swear their allegiance to her and her clan for the rest of their days. Off to the side, both Yor and Linzan are equal parts shocked and amazed by Ryuan's achievement. Later, as both clans make the trek back home, Linzan pulls Ryuan off to the side for a private discussion. After an inconsequential exchange about the purpose of two heiresses being raised for their clan's future, he admits that their ambitions might have been too small. With the power she now possesses, he truly believes Ryuan can lead the Tang family to a level of conquest and greatness they've never seen before. After all, in just one short visit home, she saved their entire clan, crushed two of their greatest rivals, secured the fealty of an even greater clan, and all before even gaining an official title. To this end, he announces that he's passing the mantle of family head to her. Deservingly so, if you ask me. However, Ryuan's next words are ones Linzen never saw coming. As soon as she gets confirmation that she is now family head and has full control of their forces, Ryuan declares that they are to wipe out all remaining rebel factions and bring an end to Transcendence Void's chaos. Confused, Linzen asks why she wants to waste resources on such a campaign when they could use this time as an opportunity to expand their lands. Although she doesn't answer out loud, Ryuan's answer is simple. She wants to do this because it's what he wants. And after all he's given her, as long as this is his wish, she will carry it out unconditionally. Ryuan no longer wishes for anything for herself except one thing: to become Su Ping's sword. Well, did not see that coming. Sis turned into a total glazer. Steam rose from Wu Siping's arm, twisting into the air like a warning of the storm to come. Su Ping glanced at Ling Lu, but her cold expression shut down any thought of gratitude. Her actions word for him. Looks like Su Ping's gratitude just got left unread. Wu Siping's energy surged with ominous power as he taunted Su Ping, daring him to accept the inevitability of the betrayal. Ling Lu, standing nearby, couldn't hide her growing confusion. Moments ago, Wu had been an ally, but now he seemed intent on eliminating Su Ping entirely. Before she could act, Yadakin's steady hand rested on her shoulder, holding her back. His tone was calm yet heavy, as he explained the nature of the mountain they stood upon. This was no ordinary place. Its rules were absolute and trespassers were never spared. Hearing this, Ling Lu's expression darkened, her thoughts a swirl of disbelief and apprehension. Su Ping, meanwhile, took in Yadakin's words with mounting curiosity. The more he learned, the more he suspected that this mountain held ties to an ancient, shadowy organization, one whose secrets might rival the strength of the legendary tiers themselves. Yet, before he could press Yadakin for further clarification, Wu's energy flared, silencing the moment with a deafening display of force. In response, Ombrageddon charged forward, placing his immense form between Su Ping and Gu. The beast's unwavering loyalty was evident in every calculated movement, a protective force shielding Su Ping from Gu's unrelenting attack. But Gu's power proved overwhelming as his strike tore through Umbrageddon's defenses with shocking ease. The impact sent ripples across the battlefield, leaving Su Ping momentarily frozen in disbelief. Ling Lu's reaction was visceral as she grasped the sheer magnitude of Gu's strength. His attack carried Void Realm power, force beyond reason. Su Ping's focus narrowed as he analyzed the situation. Umbrageddon's strength should have been enough to match Gu's, yet his defenses had failed. There was something else at play, something far more dangerous. Su Ping's mind turned to the possibility of the Transcendence Void, a rare and formidable power that could explain Gu's overwhelming ability. With no time to dwell, he braced himself for the next strike. Gu anticipated Su Ping's counterattack, his movements calculated and precise. As Su Ping unleashed his divine demonic fist, its energy roaring forward like an unstoppable tide, Gu countered with his dragon coil kick. The resulting collision shook the battlefield with waves of raw energy, the impact visible in the fractured ground beneath their feet. In the chaos, Su Ping felt a shift deep within. His Jinwu mystical beast body awakened, power surging through his veins. For a moment, he felt invincible, but could he control it? The force of Su Ping's attack sent Gu crashing to the ground, standing over him. Su Ping's gaze was sharp, his frustration palpable as he criticized Gu's reckless ambition. The battle wasn't just about strength, it was about understanding the consequences of power. Ling Lu, watching the clash unfold, turned to Yadakin with urgency. Her concern was clear as she pleaded with him to intervene, to stop the fight before it escalated further. Yadakin's expression darkened with regret as he admitted the situation was beyond his control. There was nothing he could do to stop what had already begun. Pinned to the ground, Hu's defiance burned brighter than ever. Drawing on a reservoir of strength, he shattered the massive golden fist restraining him. Rising to his feet, his declaration was resolute. Su Ping was an anomaly that had to be eliminated. Once again, the battlefield erupted as blue and golden light clashed with explosive intensity. Su Ping and Gu moved in a violent rhythm, their strikes calculated and precise. Amid the relentless combat, Su Ping's mind wandered briefly to the mountain's deeper significance. What force could keep two legendary tiers bound to this place for so long? As their powers collided, Su Ping's frustration grew. To him, this was more than just a battle. It was a challenge to the complacency of the legendary tiers. While the world suffered beyond these walls, they remained here, seemingly unmoved. Gu's indifference was unyielding as he dismissed Su Ping's accusations, refusing to engage in any discussion beyond their clash. Umbrageddon surged forward once more, his massive jaws snapping shut around Gu in a desperate attempt to end the fight quickly. Gu, however, remained unfazed, mocking the beast's raw power as nothing more than brute force. Recognizing the pattern in Gu's movements, Su Ping issued a silent warning through his body language, urging Umbrageddon to retreat and focus on ranged tactics. With precision, Su Ping unleashed a barrage of golden fists, the relentless attack forcing Gu to fall back momentarily. But Gu retaliated with a devastating area of effect strike, the explosion tearing through the battlefield and leaving devastation in its wake. Ling Lu and Yadakin braced themselves as the ground trembled beneath them. Ling Lu's fear deepened as she began to grasp the sheer destructive potential of the clash. Yadakin confirmed her growing dread. Su Ping hadn't yet unleashed his full power. The realization struck Ling Lu like a physical blow. If the two combatants were truly holding back, the full scale of their abilities could destroy an entire base city. Yadakin, steady despite the chaos, explained that Gu's mastery of fusion, a legendary tier beast tamer technique, created an insurmountable gap in their abilities. By fusing with another Aqua Wormling, who wielded water poison abilities and a seamless connection to the Sea King's trident. Ling Lu's thoughts shifted to Su Ping's unexplained restraint. Why hadn't he used fusion himself? Her question was answered when Su Ping revealed the truth. He had only recently reached legendary tier, and his power remained unstable, likely affected by lightning tribulation. Ling Lu turned to her grandfather with a bold request. Despite the tension in the air, her resolve was unshaken as she asked Yadakin to teach Su Ping the fusion technique. Yadakin's horror at the request was immediate. To teach Su Ping such a dangerous ability felt like a betrayal of everything he sought to protect. Teach him fusion? Bro, you're about to create a walking apocalypse. Abilities clashed in the air, the tension growing thicker with every passing moment. The battle raged on as Gu Siping's attack shattered Su Ping's flying fist, a clear display of his dominance. Despite the strength behind Su Ping's techniques, Gu remained confident, mentally dismissing them as inferior to his overwhelming power. To him, These were nothing more than the desperate flailings of a man nearing his end. Ling Lu surprised Yadakin by asking him to teach fusion to Su Ping. Her request left him momentarily stunned. However, her words reached Gu, who immediately accused them of betrayal, his voice laced with fury as he lashed out at the scene before him. Yadakin's attempts to stop Gu were futile as Gu unleashed another powerful attack, breaking through the protective shields surrounding them. Just as the strike closed in on Ling Lu, dragon wings unfurled, shielding her from the incoming blow. The sudden appearance of Blaziken stunned Hu, who paused momentarily as he realized Su Ping was still holding back. Blaziken's presence confirmed the gravity of the situation. Su Ping, however, was already strategizing. While Blaziken had been trained for defense, he considered attempting the fusion technique. Briefly, he hoped Yadakin might cooperate, but the old man's firm stance left no doubt. Yadakin was urging Gu to finish Su Ping. Su Ping's thoughts turned sharp and dry as he acknowledged Yadakin's true intentions. Ling Lu, desperate to shift her grandfather's perspective, tried reasoning with him. Yet Yadakin dismissed her concerns, stating that without Su Ping, his legendary tier strength would return in a few years. Still, even with that assurance, Yadakin admitted he could never surpass Su Ping, and out of gratitude for Ling Lu, refused to finish the job himself. Ling Lu pressed further, raising the question of Transcendent Void. Her expression darkened as she speculated about the possibility of the four kings escaping the abyss and leaving destruction in their wake. Yadakin attempted to reassure her, explaining that the Pinnacle Tower had yet to intervene, which meant the situation was still reversible. When Ling Lu tried to argue further, Yadakin cut her off, firmly commanding her to stay out of the fight. Moments later, an astral communication reached Ling Lu, delivering a grim warning. She was told that Yadakin would likely meet his end at the hands of Transcendent Void before ever regaining his strength. Recognizing Su Ping's voice behind the message, she focused intently as he suggested an alternate approach, directing her to take a different course of action. Gu, meanwhile, continued hurling attacks at Su Ping, mocking his evasiveness with every strike. Su Ping remained calm, his focus unbroken as he activated the band on his wrist and transmitted strike coordinates. The skies brightened as fire rained down toward Gu's position, marking the beginning of an orbital attack. Su Ping dropped a nuke, and Gu really just swiped left on it like it was tinder. Gu's confidence faltered, however, when a massive hand suddenly appeared behind him. The colossal grip belonging to Su Ping's Jinwu mystical beast body tightened around Gu with overwhelming force. Fueled by raw power, Hu broke free of the hold, declaring through his actions that nothing could contain him. Below, Ling Lu charged toward the orbital attack's impact zone, her determination unshaken. Yadakin, alarmed by her actions, attempted to follow, but Blaziken intercepted him, blocking his path and ensuring Ling Lu's safety. Shielded by Blaziken and Umbregeddon, Ling Lu absorbed the firestorm, channeling its energy into a blazing phoenix slash aimed at Gu with relentless force. The power she gathered culminated in a devastating phoenix blazing slash, which surged toward Gu with unrelenting intensity. Gu initially dismissed Ling Lu's attack, catching the strike as if to demonstrate his dominance. However, the overwhelming force became impossible to ignore as the flames pushed forward with unimaginable heat. Ling Lu shouted, pouring every ounce of her strength into her now massive flaming sword. Gu groaned under the pressure as the attack struck true, slashing through his defenses. Watching from a distance, Su Ping smirked, impressed by Ling Lu's success and the strength she had displayed. Yadakin, on the other hand, was left stunned, his disbelief etched across his face. Gu's reaction was pure rage. Roaring with fury, his body began to shift and transform, his power surging with each passing moment. Panicked by the sudden escalation, Yadakin grabbed Ling Lu and made a hasty excuse, insisting she was still a child and needed to be moved to safety. As Gu completed his transformation, his roar reverberated across the battlefield, a stark warning that escape would be futile unless they fled with everything they had. Before they could act, Gu charged through the barrier, catching them completely off guard. His strike on Yadakin's arm sent the device flying and weakened the barrier in one devastating move. As the damage spread, Blaziken's roar echoed across the battlefield, heightening the tension. Yadakin acted quickly, neutralizing the spreading damage and stabilizing himself, but the affected portion of the barrier vanished, leaving a gaping vulnerability. Su Ping realized the corrosive effect of Gu's ability was far more dangerous than anticipated. It spread like wildfire, threatening to consume the learning device. Panic set in as the corrosion crept dangerously close to the device, putting their mission at risk. Ling Lu acted with lightning reflexes, cutting off the spread just in time to save the device. Ling Lu grabbed it, her determination burning brighter than the chaos around her. Linglu just speed ran, saved the day. Someone get her a trophy. Gu loomed over her menacingly, his sheer size casting a massive shadow. Linglu froze as he suddenly appeared closer than expected, his presence overwhelming. A massive explosion erupted, scattering debris and smoke across the battlefield. Yadakin shouted Linglu's name, his voice torn between concern for her safety and his own need to recover. Linglu questioned Gu's terrifying transformation, disbelief in her voice. Yadakin explained, Gu had surrendered control to his battle pet, trading strategy for brute force. Gu just swapped strategy for strength, peak genius. Su Ping urged Yadakin to team up with him, but the old man resisted, accusing Su of corrupting Linglu with his reckless behavior. Blaziken roared, its deep, guttural sound cutting through the tension and leaving both Linglu and Yadakin momentarily stunned. Golden translucent figures began rising from the ground, creating an eerie and otherworldly spectacle. As the air grew heavier, the holy iron wall emerged, forming a massive protective sphere around them. Without hesitation, Su commanded Umbra Geddon to reinforce the barrier. The Dragon Hound roared in compliance, pouring its energy into amplifying the wall's strength. Every second counted. Su's tone was sharp, his focus unshakable as he demanded Yadakin's help. His fist tightened as doubt flickered in his mind, but hesitation wasn't an option. He sighed deeply and summoned the device with a trembling hand. Yadakin introduced the device, explaining it was a learning tool for mastering the fusion technique. Its design was deceptively simple yet remarkably powerful. Su Ping studied it with visible admiration. Who needs tutorials with an ancient cheat code? As the smoke cleared, Gu emerged unscathed, his eyes scanning the area for Linglu. Confusion crossed his face as he realized she was nowhere to be found. His gaze shifted upward, where he spotted Su Ping and Umbra Geddon high above. Su carried Linglu with ease, his movements calm and controlled. Linglu tossed the learning device toward him and he caught it midair without hesitation. Gu roared in frustration, leaping toward them with a force that shook the battlefield. Su placed the device on his forehead, his focus unwavering even as Gu's hand closed in. Just centimeters from his forehead, Su intercepted Gu's attack, gripping his wrist with surprising strength. Gu's advance stopped cold as Su activated fusion, his calm resolve radiating outward like a shield. Linglu felt a wave of relief wash over her, thankful they had made it in time. Yadakin, however, could only watch in disbelief, scolding Su for daring to make direct contact with Gu. Gu laughed maniacally, announcing his name and title while unleashing a powerful ability. A surge of destructive energy erupted from him, blasting towards Su Ping with terrifying force. But Su's calm remained unshakable. His voice was steady, carrying the resolve of someone who refused to lose. Su's main character energy hits like theme music. Gu hesitated, momentarily confused by Su's confidence. As scales shimmered across Su's body and horns crowned his head, he radiated raw, unstoppable power. Suddenly, Su's dragon arm bracer clamping down on Gu's arm, showing Su's overwhelming strength. Gu gathers power in his other hand, his energy surging ominously, and charges at Su Ping head-on. Linglu, caught in the chaos, urges Su to let her go so she can fight freely, but Su refuses and instead tells her to open her eyes. Linglu obeys and sees a barrier blocking Gu's attack. Su's energy radiates with purity and overwhelming strength, halting the assault. Gu ran in, only to get hit with Su's access denied. Recognition dawns on Linglu as she realizes this energy resembles the Dragon King from the Secret Realm. She recalls the power of dragon blood against demonic forces. Su Ping tightens his grip on Gu's wrist with his dragon arm and effortlessly raises him into the air, calling him weak. Su just benched a legendary tier like it's armed day. With a massive swing, Su slams Gu into the ground, creating a deafening blast that sends shockwaves through the mountain. The area is left in ruins, with Gu lying unconscious amidst the rubble. Linglu, relieved, tells Su to stop. He agrees. They can't afford to lose a legendary tier like Gu. As he suggests taking Yadakin back for healing, Linglu cuts in. Stu, she's not luggage. Put her down first. Suddenly, Gu begins to float, surrounded by rubble and crackling black energy. The ominous energy spreads, alarming Yadakin, who warns Su to stop Gu. Su senses a drastic change in Gu's power and lets Linglu go, instructing her to evacuate the others. Blaziken catches Linglu mid-air as Su reveals his intent to test his true combat potential. Gu gathers a massive ball of energy, preparing to strike, while Su powers up, unleashing the full might of his true dragon bloodline. The colossal Jinwu mystical beast body towers over Gu, wings unfurling and a dragon coiled around its arm. Su roars and attacks with unparalleled force, Met by Gu's thunderous retaliation, the clash creates a violent explosion, shaking the battlefield. Gusts of wind ripple from the collision as Su shouts his technique, his golden energy expanding in a blinding display. Gu struggles, his black electric energy intensifying as he attempts to gain the upper hand. Su observes that Gu's astral power seems limitless and deduces it stems from the formation at the headless snow mountain. Suddenly, a booming voice condemns Gu for abusing the formation, and red energy crackles through the air. Su is surprised by the appearance of a new presence, and Yadakin warns him to retreat, explaining that the Pinnacle Tower's last blockade mechanism has activated, endangering everyone nearby. Red lightning courses through Gu, who screams in pain but claims he's removing the threat. Su comments on the Pinnacle Tower's ruthless methods and how loyalty is repaid. Flying away from the mountain, Su reunites with Linglu and Yadakin. Deactivating fusion, he lands on Blazikon's foot and questions Yadakin about the formation. Yadakin denies knowing much, saying his role was only maintenance. Skeptical, Su presses further, but Yadakin suggests consulting the Pinnacle Tower. Su sent a message to Ryu Wantang, ordering her to return to the city immediately. Blazikon descends gracefully at the base city's entrance. Su Ping and his group return to the Astral Pet Store, greeted by cheering civilians who celebrate their arrival. Su, unfazed by the attention, leaves Yadakin and Linglu inside, immediately calling for Georgiana. Linglu marvels at the support Su has earned, but Yadakin reminds her she once opposed him. She awkwardly admits she's only here to restore her grandfather's honor. Inside, Qin Du-Wang greets the group with his calm, commanding presence. Yadakin, surprised to see the famed raging god associated with a small store, listens as Du-Wang humbly explains his role in assisting Su Ping. With quiet pride, Du-Wang defends Su's honor, highlighting his role in repelling the Transcendence Void and aiding survivors beyond the base city. Linglu feels reassured, realizing her trust in Su is well placed. Georgiana drags Yadakin to the back room for healing, causing an embarrassed commotion. Linglu protests, demanding the door be closed, while Su casually assures her that her grandfather is in good hands. Su Ping, mastering chaos and capitalism like a pro. Du-Wang steps forward to assist with training, noting Rylan Tang's absence. Su frowns concerned and reflects on the global formation's potential against the Four Kings, doubting the Pinnacle Tower's motives. He resolves to seek answers, suspecting he'll need Skelly's help. Du-Wang reassures Su, pointing out how smoothly the store ran during his absence, crediting Raylan for her preparation. He reminds Su that he isn't fighting alone, urging him to rest. The system interface pops up, notifying Su that upgrading the store will unlock nurturing spaces and ease his workload with shadow clones. Su checks his balance and discovers the cost to upgrade is a staggering 1 billion points. After confirming he has enough, Su decides to proceed, marveling at how quickly his store has grown in reputation and profitability since the Transcendence Void incident. As the upgrade begins, Su explores the newly activated nurturing space, a tranquil, water-filled expanse with restorative properties. Blazikon and Umbrageddon just found the dragon spa of their dreams. Su feels the tension leave his body and rests in the serene environment, only to wake a week later to Du-Wang's calm greeting. Su's new record, napping so hard that even the system let him take PTO. Su is surprised to learn Raylan is just outside the city. Flying into the air, he spots her walking steadily with Skelly by her side, followed by a group of survivors she rescued. The sight fills Su with renewed purpose, setting the stage for the challenges ahead. Su Ping is on another leave, with Raylan concerned with his recent change in behavior because bro doesn't give her anything usually. This upcoming journey is going to be dangerous. Su Ping's destination is the Pinnacle Tower. He trudges forward in the blizzard to find out all the answers to his questions, as well as knock down some imbeciles. He appoints Raylan the responsibility to handle the store in his absence, and stands before the magnificent Nightfall Mountain of the tower's headquarters. Suddenly, he interacts with a ceiling barrier that his old man warned him about, but just as he powers up a demonic fist, a voice calls out to him to state his business. Startled, Su Ping introduces himself and explains his interest in discussing matters with the Tower Master. The old man makes himself be known as the legendary Drunken Sage, and being the boomer he is, the old fart tells him to back off as the Tower Master is currently unavailable. Su Ping just stares at his yapping, while the old man belittles him for being a nobody who has come to interrupt their business. To teach this idiot a lesson, our boy blitzes his way into the ice barrier, grabbing the sage's head in the process, aura farming his way to the max. Su Ping assures the guy that he's not here for dinner but for special business. He then smashes his head into the ground, knocking him out cold and taking the life from his eyes. Fascinatingly, the mountain itself crumbles to dust, revealing that it was an illusion all along. Su Ping wants to ask the old man a few questions, wondering if the Pinnacle Tower is on the other side of the portal, but the geezer is out cold, so he jumps into the portal himself, crossing over to the other side after realizing that the tower is protected by a space-time rift. This also explains why Old Man Beheaver couldn't easily get access to these guys. The whole operation is suspicious to Su Ping, as he finally emerges in a Su Ping field from the other side. Planting his feet, Su Ping surprises himself with the appearance of a utopia. The energy density here is several times higher too, finally explaining what they were doing with all that taxpayer money. We get it, bro. We feel the same about our taxes. The energy density is so pure and vast that even breathing feels revitalizing in this area. Su Ping locates several structures floating in the clouds, not making any sense at all. The Slaughter Palace among the other palaces are all located up top. Each of them is sending out spirals of astral vortexes too. Su Ping can sense this from each palace, and understands that this must be the energy of its members. He hops all the way over to one of the palaces, before gazing at the Slaughter Palace name. The first thing our boy notices is the interesting energy of carnage, a thickening aura coated with every step, as if he's getting closer to the literal gates of hell. The only explanation is that hundreds of thousands of people must have died here. Su Ping is looking forward to his encounter with the people. Standing before the portal gate, he can sense that the members inside are going to be in a whole different league compared to the drunk idiot he fought. Just to be sure, Su Ping tries to summon his pets, but before he can, he senses an ominous energy coming from inside. A butcher is slaughtering something. Su Ping enters inside and finds himself baffled to discover that this is just a damn kitchen with dozens of chefs working around. Beast tamers are rare people among the population born with exceptional talent. They're strong and swift, being capable of forging contracts with monsters and mythical creatures, using them like Pokemon in battles. The difference between a regular person and a beast tamer is incomparably night and day. One can say that it's like an adult and a toddler. Among beast tamers, there is a class hierarchy of its own. For example, the weakest ones are the lowest grades, and the higher ones are the strongest grades. Most of the tamers are incapable of reaching beyond grade 1 through 6 in their student years. This happens around the age of 20, and by 30, grade 7 is possible. It's actually common for tamers to never even touch the boundaries of grade 8, and only the most gifted of them, those backed by financial and other resources, can even hope to reach grade 9. This makes them become a supreme level tamer, revered by thousands. But for someone who has just entered the bounds of a grade 9 tamer, the journey is only at the tip of the iceberg, because the supreme tier realm is itself a vast experience. The level of difference between the weakest and the strongest in this realm is no different than grade 1 through 9. Any person who aspires to ascend this level has to exhaust every ounce of their resources and willpower, leading everything else to ashes, risking death itself. Only then does a person ever even have the chance to glance at the pinnacle, to become the guardian of a city who can hold back waves of monsters all by himself. This title is one of the supreme apexes. Now all of this mythological knowledge was a thing that people knew before stepping into the tower. But right now, standing as he is in front of these people, Su Ping is literally questioning his eyeballs. The so-called heroes of humanity and the strongest beings in existence are currently walking around trying to become Gordon Ramsay. The dinner's prepared and served to the palace owner. His chief servant reads the description of the dishes to appeal to his master's tastes. Musclehead Mustache gets a whiff of the scent and signals his servant to stop. So the chief servant turns to the chefs and coldly tells them to throw all of these dishes out. The men are at a loss for words, while the palace master, the legendary glutton, shares that he's bored of the meals because he had them once last year. The chefs beg him to try at least a single bite as they'd spent so much effort to perfecting it. But the main servant gives them a look of death and intends to replace the crowd. They have a list of people practically waiting to serve the palace master, and the chefs working in duty are thrown out because of their incompetence. They plead and beg for another chance, refusing to be thrown out of the tower, but the chief servant coldly tells them that they have expired their usage. Being merciful, the servant punishes them by restarting their positions as entry-level servants, because if they can work hard for 5 years, they may have another shot of serving the Lord again. As for the next meal, it needs to be ready in 30 minutes, so he wants the new batch to prepare it using only the best ingredients to serve their Lord. Watching all of this as our boy, the chief servant, notices the newcomer and explains that each newbie is supposed to take a test. But before this lousy loudmouth could yap, Su Ping knocks the blood out of him with a golden fist. Shocked to his senses, the chief servant pants, questioning if that was just a hallucination. The same newbie is nowhere to be seen at the doorstep, while the servant is questioning how someone could express such killing intent inside the pinnacle tower. It doesn't matter to Su Ping, who launches himself to the next tower, the Pleasure Palace and even the Delusion Palace. Even at the Peace Palace, things are the same. The results are several disappointing. Arriving at one of the palaces, he is told to stop. The voice is familiar and recognizable from the time Su Ping activated his lightning formation. This man is the one who sacrificed his very own subordinate without giving two craps about it. The Vice Tower Master of the Void Realm, the ultimate geezer of all. He talks down on our badass protagonist. Su Ping gets straight to the point and calls the entirety of the Pinnacle Tower a damn joke. This gets on the nerves of the old fart who can't fathom how a kid has such audacity. Crackling lightning is witnessed by each respective owner of the palaces. They observe in shock and immediately fly upwards to get to the source of the battle. The 4 palace heads arrive, each representing a specific group. It's here they all lay their eyes on the fight above. The Vice Tower Master summons several monsters of high caliber and activates a fusion spell to merge them and create the ultimate Blue Eyes White Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm joking, but he does look like a monster card because look at that thing. The combination of his monsters alongside him gives him the confidence to squash the brat that has dared to insult the Pinnacle Tower's image. Su Ping genuinely doesn't give a damn and recommends that they have a little chat about the formation process. At that point, the Vice Master gets further provoked, so he crops up a dimensional portal and summons his Sword of Death. The weapon literally seeps out the souls of the damned, ushering an aura of a literal god of destruction behind this man. The Vice Master roars that it's actually Su Ping who walked into his trap, while the Slaughter Palace Master can't believe that the geezer is actually using the Voidbane Godsword for this battle. It's only an indication that he's going all out. Even the Palace Master of the Delusion Palace is alarmed, being unable to tell a word of what's happening because of the insane pressure. All he could do is pity the boy for messing up badly. The Slaughter Palace Master thinks that the boy must have been forced into this fight, as the Vice Master is literally the second strongest being in the whole world. The fact that some kid is out here trying to challenge this man, even forcing the Vice Master to draw his most powerful weapon, is insane. While these men are theorizing, the baddie in the head of the Pleasure Palace shares that the drunken immortal isn't here. It's her way of suggesting that someone must have defeated the one guarding the Nightfall Mountain. Finally, the Master of the Peace Palace declares their assumption, pointing to Su Ping as the person responsible for it all. Su Ping is currently aura farming with that majestic coat, and decides to show his cards by summoning his greatest monsters too. With the assistance of the godly evolution Dragonhound, Su Ping activates the fusion process, merging with his creations to attain a godlike form of his own. The Master of the Delusion Palace is impressed with the boy's ability to fuse like that, while the Slaughter Master is hating on the kid for no reason. They all think that he's just an amateur in the legendary tier, but the Vice Master has already ascended to the Void Realm, a man who can perform double fusions at will. But that's not all. The scariest powers of the Vice Master come alongside his weapon, a blade that can literally cut through the concept of space, which means Gojo is going to get instant Kit Kat from it. Su Ping knows that he can't get hit by something like that, so he tries to dash away to maintain his own distance. They all think he's running away, berating him for messing with the wrong opponent. The Vice Master's blade continues to sever space, but strangely enough, Su Ping doesn't get why this man has stopped chasing after him. While our boy is too busy looking back, he doesn't even notice a goddamn sphere of void before him. This divine ability is called the Voidbane Slash, and look at the sheer size of that thing. Knowing that he can't dodge an attack of this scale, the Pokemon Master tells Blaziken and Skelly to tap into their full might. With everything they've got, Su Ping retaliates with a divine demonic fist of his own, clashing against the Voidbane Slash. The impact of clash is immense pressure leaking out, even blinding some of the ordinary warriors. The Palace Master of the Slaughterhouse reveals that the Vice Master's blade actually exceeds his own level, reaching literal sky tier, and its main ability is that it never misses upon its strike. The Delusion Master argues that the Vice Master doesn't even need a weapon like that, because for a newbie who can only perform one fusion, challenging a veteran of double fusion is naive. That's exactly the case because our boy is struggling really hard. His body is crippling away from the impact, so he shares a secret of his own. This man is daring to perform a double fusion too, because although Skelly's beast possession looks similar to fusion techniques, the two systems are entirely different. In other words, even if our boy can perform several fusions, Skelly will always latch onto him for an added boast. It's basically like Goku's Kaioken ability, which can be stacked on top of any transformation. Anyway, this new move stuns them all, but Su Ping has another advantage. Fusing with Skelly and selecting the beast possession skill unlocks a whole new level. The spell's impact literally casts a storm over the boundless dimension, stunning the Vice Master with the boy's new evolution. Su Ping blocks the avoidance slash before shattering it to literal pieces. His new look is literally an armored transformation, one that allows him to tap into triple fusion and touch the sky tier itself. With the sphere withering away, fragments of its energy come crashing down to annihilate some of the palaces. Each palace master is stunned with this kid's triple fusion ability, one that could annihilate the Voidbane Sword's attack with a wave of his hand. Now that Su Ping has ascended to the sky tier itself, even the Vice Master is forced to respect him and ask for his name, questioning why a man like him has come for his pinnacle tower. Our boy steps right in his face, refusing to entertain a conversation and stall for time. In that moment, Su Ping creates a void sword of his own and swings his mighty weapon against the old man's body, forcing him to block. The Vice Master succeeds in blocking, refusing to go down so easily. They still have a difference in skill when it comes to sword mastery. which is why the Vice Master easily thwarts our boy back, only for Su Ping to bounce up again for a second strike. He flies full speed, aiming to have round 2 with their clash. Both legendary swords connect with the other, overwhelming the Vice Master. One of Lord Glutton's chefs complains that Su Ping dared to destroy the Slaughter Palace, so he has crossed a severe line. Even the Slaughter Master is convinced that this kid is the real deal now, because he managed to block an attack of the Sky Tier level. Su Ping made it look far too easy with his triple fusion, and their current battle is on a scale so far ahead that not even legendary masters like them can compete with it. The selfish Glutton basically goes 8, Emma head out and dips on his 3 comrades, who are left despaired by the mere understanding of how helpless they are. Back to our main event. Su Ping is going back to back with the old man, taunting him for being a coward who didn't even lift a finger when the Holy Light City begged them for help. The old man enjoyed an easy life in the Pinnacle Tower, but the old man fires back, stating that Su Ping is just a talented kid for possessing Sky Tier potential. The Vice Master couldn't have confronted the Transcendence Void at the time. Calling out the old geezer's bullshit, Su Ping hammers him with a kick to the face, slamming his body into the nearest palace. His main issue is why the Vice Master refused to use double fusion against the Transcendence Void when he clearly had the chance. Laid down in heaps of rubble, the Vice Master confesses that his formation cannot be used, which is strange enough, so Su Ping asks why. He concentrates a new attack, manifesting an avatar of his punch, so huge that it eclipses the size of the building several-fold. In one last attempt, the Vice Master shares that the rules of the Pinnacle Tower forbid him from using such a formation, and his stubborn ass also doesn't want to spill the beans about the formation either. Absolutely fed up with this man's scumbag behavior, Su Ping declares that he will break all of those rules today. He hammers down his Fist of God, obliterating the tower and taking charge of it by becoming the new ruler. But before his attack could connect, something happened. As powerful as our boy has become, he is confused because something has actually managed to stop his divine demonic fist. There's a person standing in front of the structure, one casually floating in the air, complaining that so much mess has been made in the time he was gone. The Vice Master is shocked to see the strongest being finally come out of his seclusion phase. The poor guy weeps because his precious home has been destroyed. While they're having their polite conversation, our boy's enormous fist hasn't moved an inch. That's how powerful this guy truly is. Despite his triple fusion, Su Ping can't manage to do anything, not even sense any kind of astral power from this new guy. He begs to know about the identity of this old man. So Ji Yuanfeng introduces himself with great esteem, revealing that he's the Tower Master of the Pinnacle Tower. In the next scene, we actually find the legendary Drunken Immortal waking up from his nap after our boy took his ass down in a single hit. The boomer can't even fathom what the hell happened, so a portal opens up just behind him. The Wine Palace Master realizes that not only did the boy break into the Pinnacle Tower, but he also annihilated the Nightfall Mountain, the very symbol of the tower's strength. Refusing to let go of the boy's name, the Wine Master is now in full determination to take down the kid. Speaking of the devil, Su Ping emerges from the portal, briefly glancing at the boomer underneath. Hilariously, all that shit talk went nowhere because the same old fart decided to play dead when the real threat actually showed up again. He watches Su Ping dash away, so it convinces him that the kid must have lost terribly, so now he's running for his own safety. But focusing on our boy himself, he seems to be thinking about what happened a few moments ago. The Vice Master voiced great complaints against the boy who swarmed the tower and attacked everyone, destroying not only the Slaughter Palace but also ruining the others. He even pinned the blame of the Drunken Immortal's death on Su Ping, and finally, accuses the kid for trying to possess the formation himself. The boy's cultivation is chaos incarnate, which means he's a threat that must be eliminated in the eyes of the Vice Master. But in Yuan Feng's eyes, he simply doesn't give a damn and eliminates the demonic fist with the mere swipe of his hand. A literal wave managed to obliterate part of Su Ping's armor too. That's the kind of pressure that this man has. Even with our boy's divine eyes, he couldn't calculate Ji Yuan Feng's moves, which means a godlike being like him can't be beaten so easily. Also, Ji Yuan Feng is so powerful that he knows about the Drunken Immortal lying unconscious outside. He also corrects the Vice Master by revealing that it's actually his own sword that caused most of the damage. While the two of these are having a quarrel, our boy is just sitting there questioning his life. The Tower Master is only interested in hearing Su Ping's side of the story, so the kid shares his side, revealing that one of the 4 kings, that being the Transcendence Void, is currently wreaking destruction upon their world. The other 3 kings could possibly descend on Earth at any given rate, and the people of the Pinnacle Tower simply do nothing about them while the humans fight them to the death. Even though they managed to deal a critical blow to the Transcendence Void, it came at a cost of their own. It's only recently that Su Ping learned about a formation in the far north, brimming with absolute power. Having accepted the reality that the Pinnacle Tower won't do anything, he wants to seize the formation for himself, deciding to handle things his own way. Ji Yuan Feng doesn't feel offended at all. and realizes the boy is interested in the 10 Directions Heaven Sealing formation. The Vice Master is shell-shocked that his teacher is just casually sharing the name. This is a big hint to Su Ping, so he takes his chances and asks for information from the Tower Master. In response, Yuan Feng swipes his fan, forming a gigantic hologram of 2 Earths. One of them is the old one, and the tiny one is their present reality. Su Ping doesn't trust where this conversation is headed, but he's ready to entertain it, inquiring how the Earth got small in the first place. The Pinnacle Master reveals that it happened inside the formation, which means the formation is so strong that it literally caused the Earth itself to implode by taking its energy. It's an act so inhumane that Su Ping can't fathom why anyone would do such a thing, but Yuan Feng argues that it's just for survival. Our boy calls out the Tower Master's bullshit for saying something like that, especially when people out there are dying and feeling cramped up in cities for survival, only for the kings to stomp them down. His heinous tone still doesn't offend the Pinnacle Master, who agrees that the planet has seen better days. At the same time, it's nothing compared to constant volcanic eruptions, tsunamis that could wipe the planet, and constant risks of earthquakes even. Those all things are far worse than the present reality, and it's actually this point that stuns Su Ping into a deadlock. The Vice Master shares that the Intergalactic Federation has already abandoned their world because it's a dying planet, so it's a huge reward that they still have a planet to live on. Su Ping doesn't understand all of this philosophical crap, and asks about the Tower Master's refusal to use the formation against any of the kings. Yuan Feng shares that his technique actually requires time to pass over into the creation of a fruit, and that fruit is bound to ripen soon. Any Sky-tier warrior who can manage to eat such a fruit immediately ascends to the highest possible realm called the Celestial Tier. Yuan Feng doesn't want to use the fruit right away, while Su Ping is left questioning how easy it is to just surpass every single warrior on the planet by just eating the fruit. Reclaiming his transformation, he questions why the Tower Master would share such an important piece of information with an enemy. But Yuan Feng honestly doesn't care, arguing that many people actually avoid the fruit in fear. Most of them don't even know if it exists, but for him, he's just a guy who is bored of his life and wants a conversational partner. The Tower Master is so willing that he even shares the location to find the formational fruit, revealing that it's at the center point of the 5 tallest mountains. That's all the information that Su Ping needed, so he bailed out of the dimension and is currently now headed for the center point. Our boy finally arrives at the location thanks to the guidance of Chancellor Zhu, and though he has a piece of the fragment from the Tower Master, he still has doubts that all of this could be a huge trap. Then again, why would the Tower Master go through all this trouble when he could have defeated Su Ping in an instant in that dimension? The formation is supposed to be the most dangerous location on Earth, but if our boy can secure that fruit, he can defeat anything that comes his way, even if it's all 4 kings. Arriving inside the portal, Su Ping notices the exit at the end of the tunnel, wondering if the fruit is somehow located there. He flies past the debris, but out of nowhere gets his arm shackled by chains. These chains erupt from the ground. Whatever monster this is, it's trying to play hide and seek with our boy. Finding it an inhospitable way to treat someone, Su Ping snaps the chains, freeing himself from the monster's grasp. The chains are one thing, but the monster is the size of the average Godzilla opponent. This thing is called a Nether Chain Fiend. Even though our boy has only just stepped into the formation, he's already being confronted with a monster comparable to the Void Realm levels. At that moment, Skelly emerges from the ground, charging in with a savage slash from his weapon. The slash tries to deal damage to the Chain Fiend, but each hit is actually blocked with the creature's chains. The clash is actually favorable on the side of Lil Skelly, who literally breaks past the chains, snapping away at the creature's defenses and cutting up the Chain Fiend's flesh. The titanic monster roars in agony, but it's got quite some fight left. The Chain Fiend decides to use this Netherlock Vortex attack, sucking in everything and everyone around the vicinity. This is the signature move of the Nether Beast. Su Ping understands how dangerous it is, because it swallows everything in the surrounding regions. Skelly is standing on business, so he goes on for another hit, while his Pokemon Master instructs him to target the Vortex Core as the main target. It's a fight between a coughing baby and a nuclear warhead, just based on the size difference. Lil Skelly is trying to attack, but he's confronted by several loops of chains, binding him in one place and defusing the attack. To make matters worse, even Su Ping is chained up by the fiend, and in the end, both of them get swallowed into the vortex of chains. It seems as though the monster has won this battle, engulfing their bodies into an endless loop of chains, creating an unbreakable sphere. But then crimson light seeps out of the openings, and before long, the sphere collapses and a Death Knight emerges from it. Our boy has merged with Skelly, and with his deadly sword, he utilizes the all-powerful Astral Incarnation Slash. This attack actually reminds me of Virgil's Judgment Cut-End ability from Devil May Cry. Anyway, the beast is felled with an epic end. Our boy tells Skelly to keep hiding in the shadows so that he can assist whenever support is needed. The entire domain is filled with dangerous monsters, so Su Ping can't afford to let his guard down even for a moment. Exploring the deeper regions, he goes deep into the exit, only to come out to an open area outside. The Tower Master pretty much called the formation a fruit, which means it has to be growing in a place where the astral power is at its most concentrated. Summoning Dragonhound from his inventory, Su Ping understands that the creature's senses are the sharpest, so he instructs it to locate the astral power's most concentrated region. Using one of its draconic arts, the Eastern Dragon takes flight with its master, reaching a location where a bunch of monsters seem to be gathered. This is actually a beast tide created by dozens of Beast Kings operating at once. In the real world, just the appearance of 4 Beast Kings at the same time is enough to make anyone wet their pants, so this sight is just shocking. He watches with close interest as a bunch of warriors are fighting against the beast tide, concentrating their might to push the horde back. Su Ping is pretty stunned by the existence of humans in this area, and he's astonished that other people know about the fruit as well. Several Beast Kings all use their own beams to cull the human forces. These guys are barely clinging on thanks to their defensive barriers, but at this rate, even they know the situation they're in is critical, and they'll soon be annihilated. Then comes an attack from the side, one that actually flanks their defenses and destroys the barrier shield, knocking one of the guys down. Another one tries to protect his friend, aiming to cover his rear. He unleashes his sword, clashing it against this entity only to get a knockback so powerful from it that his very own sword is destroyed in the process. The guy is knocked away, questioning how in the world a C-tier weapon could get annihilated like that. This spinning top is pretty damn strong, and by its own power, it goes around knocking down most of the human forces, each with no more than a single hit. Our boy observes calmly, stunned with these sneaky beast powers. He knows that the human forces are getting demolished, so he willingly steps in by descending from Godhound in order to save them. Right away, Su Ping activates the Divine Demonic Fist to try and cage the beast from both sides. It's only when he squeezes it from both ends does it end up stopping its lightning-fast rotations to reveal its true form. It's a Void Realm Gold Cicada, but luckily the threat is now neutralized. Su Ping descends and gets a useful tip from one of the warriors, sharing that the cicada's weakness is supposed to be the wings. But our boy already knew that. In fact, he's aching to squash the cicada's wings. Gesturing his hands, he manipulates the cicada from each end, trying to rip its body. But in a twist, the golden cicada actually uses this moment to activate its shed, popping from the abdomen and blitzing all the way up for an escape. Su Ping didn't anticipate that move. Neither did the warrior next to him. Letting this thing escape could be terrible for them in the long run. Our boy intends to catch it and instructs Skelly to quickly slice it up. The little dude goes ballistic and severs the cicada in half, ending the creature's life. But right as that happens, the remaining Beast Kings actually focus their attention on the latest human eyesore. They try to concentrate their beams against Su Ping, who unleashes Dragonhound's murderous Thunder Domain to block them. Each strike is capably blocked, and not just blocked. The battle pet even takes down some of them with its shield. The rest of the warriors are baffled with how powerful Su Ping's summon is. Just its energy barrier is enough to intimidate the remaining Beast Kings, forcing them to wither away and flee in fear. The horde is sent off in chaotic fury, with Su Ping commending both his summons for their amazing work. Impressed with the young man's skills, the warriors praise him for possessing amazing battle pets. He's become a celebrity to the point they want to know his name, thinking he's their backup. But hold on. Su Ping connects the dots and wonders if these guys were actually sent in by the Tower Master first, but strangely they seem chill. Su Ping introduces himself and asks if they're trapped, but in reality they're actually legendary class warriors who are supposed to play defense here. One warrior realizes that they're misunderstanding the situation. Su Ping isn't the newest reinforcement sent by the Pinnacle Tower, but someone with his own goals. Even our boy roars that the tower doesn't have the balls to order him around, but he did receive a suggestion by the Tower Master to look for something. Seeing the token of the Master, the warriors realize that he's not joking around. The leader of this garrison is Yeval Wuxiu, who is meant to keep guard at the Frosel frontier. Yeval Wuxiu poses his own curiosity and inquires Su Ping on what he's looking for, prompting our boy to vaguely respond that he's searching for a fruit. Strangely, not a single one of them seems to know about this fruit. But that's unbelievable to the point even Su Ping wonders if they're all lying to him. The most senior-looking man addresses Su Ping, sharing that he might have some information on what he's looking for. The old man shares that there's some kind of hidden secret lurking behind the reason for the beast tides. He stares at the empty land, sharing that he's tried to get to the bottom of the secret, only to run into another beast tide a few days back. The old man investigated, learning about the existence of a gorgeous jade tree standing all by itself. It was there even before the surge of the beasts, and from a very long distance he could see a gorgeous, entirely translucent fruit shining within, as if it was a star. At the same time, right when he was about to get his hands on the fruit, the jade tree itself vanished without a trace, like it was never even there. It literally vanished into nothingness before the old man's eyes, which gives Su Ping the impression that the tree has a capability to teleport by itself. Wuxu connects the dots and realizes that the beast tides are actually being called here all because of the jade tree. And that's partly correct, though it's just a hunch on Old Man Li's part without any proper proof. At the same time, he wants to tell Su Ping that he's never seen a more extraordinary phenomenon before his eyes, so it's possible that the monsters are actually trying to hunt the fruit. Our boy confirms that he too is just as lost, and will have to follow the clues that Old Man Li shared to make any progress. The leader of the garrison inquires the reason behind the Tower Master's interest in the fruit, to which Su Ping reveals that the Transcendent Void, one of the four kings, has already begun tearing apart the mortal realm. There are 3 more Sky-tier kings about to resurface on the planet's location, so the fruit is the only way to defeat them as it allows a person to ascend to the celestial tier. Ye Wuxio's face drops in horror, realizing that the threats on the mortal realm are at an all-time high, but Su Ping is just surprised that the garrison stationed here doesn't have any clue about them at all. Apparently, because of the conditions of the heaven ceiling formation being so harsh, not even an informant from the Pinnacle Tower can reach them for an update. The guy's severed arm is also direct evidence that he faced a monster so strong that not even a healing spell could help him. Su Ping begs the real question, asking how long these guys have been stationed here in the first place. Apparently, the garrison has been fighting in the Frosthell frontier for a whopping 800 years in total. Su Ping doesn't even understand why these guys are restlessly fighting to serve for centuries. Apparently, the Pinnacle Tower only stations a warrior for 50 years, but the conditions of the Frosthell frontier are brutal, so they're refusing to leave for humanity's safety. There's also the fact that the legendary warriors being produced by the Pinnacle Realm are dropping each year, so if these guys also bail out of the equation, no one's going to be left to stop the monster hordes here. The consequence of being unable to defend the line means that the beast could break the formation and escape into the real world, plunging the entire continent into destruction since they're all void-level monsters. The same families that they care about would meet utter destruction, but Su Ping argues that these guys should at least have common knowledge about the Pinnacle Tower brimming with legendaries. It's just that they're refusing to send anyone else. His suggestion discourages the battalion, but its leader argues that they've already received the help of many legendaries, so they're aware of the kind of warriors that exist in the outside world. However, relying on them isn't their concern. Wuxu has sworn a responsibility to stay here on his own, alongside his crew to hold the line. The title of a legendary isn't enough, it's about the duty of such a warrior, and his squad is brimming with that duty and responsibility to save humanity. Watching them say such honorable things, Su Ping praises their resolve for being the ultimate legendaries and saviors of humanity. Old Man Li wishes the kid the very best to find the fruit and stop the kings from destroying the world. Yet at the same time he scoffs, wondering if their families are even alive at this point because they've been here for many centuries. Su Ping promises to look for their families after he's retrieved the fruit back to the surface dimension, while Wuxu, the main leader, appoints Old Man Li to go on and lead Su Ping to the location of the tree. The old man urges the boy to hurry on as they've got no time to lose by sitting around. Boarding each dragon, they soar the skies. At this point, they've already been searching for 2 days straight, only to finally discover a beast tide. From their faces alone, the old man can tell that the monsters have found a new source of food, meaning there's something going on around here. Enthusiastic about the search, Su Ping and his comrade descend full speed to find out for themselves. Finally, our boy catches a glimpse of the gorgeous jade tree, discovering it at last. The monsters are all eyeing down the majestic jade tree, closing in alongside the rest of the tide. Old Man later warns Su Ping against their advances, believing that they should act now or else they'll lose the chance of interacting with the tree again. Our boy immediately pops out Blazicon for this mission, and uses its help to create a gigantic flame wall to draw the line. This defensive line traps the horde, allowing our boy to destroy the monsters using multiple instances of the divine demonic fist clobbering them down. Each of the Beast Kings are getting demolished inside the horde, while Old Man later narrows down to assist our boy using a fusion transformation of his own. He becomes the devil himself with this badass transformation, capable of slicing off monster heads with ease. One creature ends up flanking him from behind. The guy doesn't even look behind and literally stabs his pointy tail inside the creature's skull, killing it instantly. With the flanker dead, Lil Skelly charges on ahead, rendering his special move to cut them all down. There's one problematic monster. A dragon of frost unsheathes its might, sending down a rain of icicle spikes. The spike shards end up freezing Skelly, only for the monster to then roar and further annihilate Skelly to pieces. Even Old Man Li is stunned that Su Ping's pet just got killed like that, because recovering in such a state seems impossible for a pet, except Skelly's got his special bloodline skill, allowing parts of his body to connect back to one whole, reviving him instantaneously. This kind of regeneration ability is off the charts, and in order to take his revenge, the tiny knight lunges ahead, severing the dragon from limb to limb, knocking the beast down into the battlefield. With this advantage seized, Su Ping orders Dragon Hound to press on. The monster unleashes a barrage of strikes, alleviating the old man's concerns. Even though Su Ping has demolished dozens of void-level monsters, it's all nothing more than a warm-up to our boy, and Old Man Lee knows that. After the beast tide is annihilated, the next question arises. Just how are they going to acquire the fruit if it vanishes every time someone gets close to it? For that purpose, Su Ping goes deep into contemplation, and eventually summons all three of his strongest pets, ordering them to fuse. With the triple fusion completed, this man dons his armored form of the Sky tier level, stunning the likes of Old Man Lee, who is only now beginning to realize just how powerful this guy is. In an effort to challenge the vanishing speed of the Jade Tree, our boy sets foot and then teleports with super speed, leaving a crater just from his launch. Lee couldn't even see what happened, while Su Ping was seconds away from seizing the fruit in his hand. Just as he's about to grab the fruit, a gate opens up with a huge monster and takes him by surprise. Old Man Lee never anticipated the creature's arrival. The impact launched our boy straight into the ground, causing Old Man Lee to come up and check on his condition. Su Ping seems to be doing okay, but apparently this beast is really angry. It's an amalgamation of several monsters. Su Ping is stunned to see that the creature can speak, and asks if its master planted the fruit. The creature shares its own definition of ownership, confessing that his master took an interest in the fruit, which means it automatically belongs to him. Our boy asks about the identity of this so-called master, but the monster is done having conversations. It uses its enormous mace to smash both humans. Su Ping and Lee manage to evade the lethal blow, forcing the monster to use its mace again, smashing repeatedly. The creature's anger is clearly an issue because even Old Man Lee can see that it's going crazy with every swing. Su Ping tries to think of something, but the monster literally disappears on him, having not even a single trace of astral power. It actually pops up from above, flanking Su Ping's rear. Our boy barely manages to react in time and takes the heavy impact from the creature. This forces Old Man Lee to quickly dive in battle, hoping to help his comrade. But let's be honest, the dude gets one-shotted in an instant. He's barely a bug to this level 1000 boss monster. Su Ping sees Elder Lee in a near-death state, but the old man refuses to go down, so he activates a secret move called the Piercing Storm, forcing the monster to be sticking alongside him. The spikes are keeping him busy, allowing Su Ping to flank the monster's rear with a definitive strike. He covers his blade with the undead dragon flame, and then swiftly chops off the monster's head in a single swing. The fight's over. Dismantling the creature's corpse, Lee is already celebrating the defeat of the behemoth. But here's the plot twist. This thing curses them upon its death, and from his corpse emerges a new and even more powerful being. This humanoid devil is the Vanguard's master, offended that someone would dare to slay what's his. The old man instantly recognizes this figure as the thousand-eyed demonic beast, the guardian of the abyss. The demon hilariously insults the human for even referring to him as a beast, even though he just glazed him to the front and back. Su Ping points out if the guardian of the abyss is here for the fruit, as it's obvious that he wants to elevate himself to the celestial tier. However, the guardian mocks them for knowing nothing. He wants the fruit for his own goals, and since it's about to ripen, the two of them will be the first ones to go. The monster extends its giant wingspan, revealing dozens of eyes, while our boy tries to spam the same attack that he did last time, knowing that this guardian is also after the fruit. Refusing to let him get his hands on it first, Su Ping rushes to slice the guardian down. His first swing is a giant slash, the same one that ended the behemoth's life in an instant, but the guardian simply laughs at it and with the snap of his fingers creates an energy barrier around him. The clash between offense and defense proves unfavorable for Su Ping, who despite his triple fusion form, ends up getting his blade knocked out. In response, he's flanked by his very own attack from behind, dealing insane damage to himself. Elder Lee recognizes this power. It's only possessed by those belonging to the Sky tier, the ones capable of bending the laws of the world. This ability is called spatial folding, and the Guardian of the Abyss is confident in his ability to demolish both humans because of it. Repeating the same dimensional attack, he overwhelms our boy with another strike, but despite having dodged the attack, Su Ping can't even fathom what the hell happened. His body just can't seem to move, and in that moment he gets obliterated a second time, knocked right into an ice crater. Elder Lee can see that our boy is literally being finessed right now, so he locks the fudge in and tries to buy time for Su Ping to run away. He confronts the Guardian of the Abyss, but none of his attacks can even reach this man because of his spatial manipulation. He mocks the old man for dreaming of even denting him. The same tail spike is redirected and is moments away from killing the old man. Su Ping knows it's game over if he doesn't do anything, so even in his defeated state, he begs Blaziken to buff the old man's defenses. The Crimson Dragon does exactly that, protecting the old man from his instant death. The Guardian of the Abyss merely views this as a delay, and further uses a spell to attack Elder Lee's abdomen. This powerful wave of an attack smashes Lee back to the same crater where Su Ping is. Both of them are heavily injured right now. Lee comments that the Sky Tier's ability to manipulate the laws of space is out of their league right now. Even if there's no escape, our boy refuses to give up and decides to use a self-destructive move to take out his opponent. Elder Lee advises against such a plan, reminding the boy that he's got his entire life ahead of them for him to be taking such a risk. Su Ping internalizes. He knows that his opponent's control over space isn't completely perfect. Range is a big factor, so he wants to settle this in one move. The Guardian calls him a brainless monkey who couldn't even touch his body, but our boy gambles everything on the usage of a divine demonic fist anyway. This time his target isn't the Guardian, but rather the precious fruit of the Jade Tree. The Guardian scoffs, annoyed that Su Ping doesn't seem to get the big picture here. He calls him foolish for even believing that he could touch his body, so he teleports the same divine fist back to our duo. Now, it may seem like this plan failed miserably, but our boy actually intended for this attack to deflect back at him. Next, he orders both Dragonhound and Blaziken to use their defensive buffs and cover them with it. The demonic fist flies towards them as they're engulfed in a powerful defense barrier. With both buffs applied, Su Ping next calls for the 3 of his summons to return back to his dimension. With the 3 summons evaporated, the demonic fist is second away from making impact with the 2 of them. The attack actually connects and smashes Su Ping and Elder Lee literally miles away from the Jade Tree. The Guardian is thoroughly impressed that these guys used their own attack to engineer a proper escape. Su Ping's plan worked to perfection, but he actually overestimated Lee's condition because the old man is coughing blood and still in bad shape. The force of the impact from the demonic fist was too strong of him to handle. At the same time, Elder Lee confesses that he has a secret method to escape this place. Whipping out a blue talisman, Elder Lee shares that the Tower Master gave him this object, allowing anyone to teleport out of the formation area in an instant. This way, it would have guaranteed their survival. But my question is, why the hell wasn't this used sooner? Su Ping loves the idea, except Elder Lee comes along with the main drawback of this talisman. The user must give up half their lifespan, and suddenly the price for teleportation seems way too high. Even Su Ping thinks it is unjustified. But before he can stop the Elder from doing anything, Lee shatters the talisman, siphoning half of his remaining lifespan in the process. The talisman converts into an astral barrier, engulfing both. Elder Lee didn't want the young boy to give up his life force because he has a life ahead of him. While these two are partying for their way back, the Guardian of the Abyss suddenly pops up from behind, taunting them for being confident in their escape. Even Su Ping knows they're cooked as the Guardian shows off his voluptuous bicep before attempting to slaughter both humans with his attack. It may seem like it's game over, but that's when trusty Skelly pops right out of the portal for the ultimate clutch. Elder Lee is baffled that a creature managed to come out of its own will just to protect its master without being summoned. Unfortunately, the result is brutal, as poor Skelly is annihilated with a single hit. However, its ability to regenerate brings its body back to one piece. To retaliate, Skelly goes on the offensive, but his own sword swing ends up slashing himself because of the Guardian's portal ability. Su Ping and Elder Lee are about to vanish, so he's begging the creature to return before the portal closes. But Skelly is actually defying the recall command to protect its master, even at the expense of enduring extreme mental pain. The pet is literally risking its very own life just to hold back the thousand-eyed demonic beast, while Su Ping is frustrated that he can't do a thing about this situation. The last thing he sees is poor Skelly fighting for his life against the demon. The portal closes with Su Ping's ultimate vow to return for his pet as soon as he can. The astral portal closes shut, vomiting them out of the formation area and back to the surface. Elder Lee is devastated that Su Ping had to leave his dear pet all alone like that. But instead of wallowing in despair, our boy thinks that Skelly made the logical choice to hold off a threat like that. Elder Lee's injuries are pretty bad, his life force is mostly gone, and he's going to take some time to recover back. Knowing that the Elder has given up his life to fight in this hellish field for 800 years, Su Ping assures him that he's done enough. He just wants to take him back to his clan's territory, while Elder Lee wishes to return to rescue Skelly when they've both healed. In the next scene, we arrive at the Dark Claw-based city on top of Dragonhound. Elder Lee shares that he wants to return home on his own because he doesn't know how he'll be received. Su Ping is okay with that approach and wishes the old man to heal his wounds soon, while he himself will focus on becoming so strong that they'll have a chance against the thousand-eyed demonic beast. With the two parting ways, Su Ping sees him off, and then tells his pet to return to Longjiang City at maximum capacity. The dragon cuts through the skies and eventually arrives back to the city, its dragonic form disintegrated as Su Ping aura farms amongst his allies, all of whom are happy to receive him. They all have something to say about his growth or even the things he's done for the city, but to their shock, Su Ping isn't answering any of them. His face shows determination and anger. Just watching him pop up with an expression like that immediately makes the maid realize he's in a pinch. She offers him help because Georgiana could be a great ally in the fight, but Su Ping is stubborn in his approach and intends to handle this opponent on his own. He asks her if he really needs to master some kind of spatial power to beat a Sky Tier opponent. The maid explains that he'd only need to go that far if he's facing the transcendent void, but for other creatures it won't take much. Su Ping presses for information, so she asks him for 30 points in exchange for the intel. Lost in his thoughts, our boy understands that the Thousand Eye Demon's abilities only have a range below 100 meters, and he's unable to manipulate more than one space at a time. This means that if he can take his triple fusion Golden Crow body to its next level, he might have a chance of smashing through the demon's spatial abilities. At the same time, Su Ping is running low on the materials he needs for his growth on this planet. But then it clicks for him. He doesn't even need to look for materials on this planet. After all, there's a place where could immediately farm the materials he needs in an instant. Our boy calls forth the system's nurturing plane menu, popping up a dozen windows for him to navigate. He instructs the system to focus on any locations related to the Golden Crow Godfiend clan, and his luck runs into the chaotic Empyrean Star Primeval Plane, requiring 1,000,000 energy points for a day. The price is super expensive. Su Ping couldn't have even thought of affording such a service before, but now his energy income is off the charts, and he can afford to spoil himself. He asks the system to confirm the purchase, taking him to the exact location of the chaotic Empyrean Star. It's a star filled with volcanic destruction. There's nothing in sight, and just upon landing, our boy is greeted with sizzling flames that burn his body. It's actually so hot that he has to use a celestial shield just to guard himself from the engulfing heat. The most hilarious part of all, bro actually ends up freaking dying, so the system offers him a resurrection choice. Su Ping's preparations were pretty lackluster for the kind of challenge he was taking on. He died before even seeing an enemy. The resurrection option comes in handy, so our boy is back in the field again, this time engulfing his body with the energy of the Godfiend. Luckily, this approach works in his favor, but this state can't be held on forever. Su Ping only has 10 minutes to move freely, so he calls forth his pet for travel, causing the beast to tap into its diamond shell state just to survive the heat. The poor thing is practically dying right now, but Su Ping wants to use its sharp nose to locate the golden crowgrass. He offers the creature a sample and sends it flying to look for any traces. Su Ping is left all alone with his pet scanning the environment for the materials. He actually ends up arriving at one of the spots where the golden grass is growing in abundance. On Earth, Su Ping took forever to find even the smallest sample for these things. He descends from his dragon, knowing that he made the logical choice by coming here. Funnily enough, right as he's about to get a hold of them, a voice calls him out for being an insolent ant who is trying to steal the precious herbs. Su Ping looks up to see what's going on, only to discover the majestic incarnation of a golden crow glaring down at him. Our boy apologizes for not being aware that the golden crow in the garden, justifying that he actually has a godfiend body of his own, so they're similar to each other. By the way, bro is only communicating thanks to the system installing a language pack. The same golden crow manifests into its humanoid form, calling him out for trying to steal her goods. She even calls his crime one worthy of death. Su Ping actually uses this as an opportunity to strike a deal. He asks her if dying once is enough, to which she actually agrees, questioning how many times he intended on dying in the first place. Accepting his fate, bro literally opens his arms out wide to receive the full blow. The golden crow unleashes her furious flames, engulfing his body in flames and swallowing it whole. Bro is actively burning alive while she talks down on him for being a weakling who got burned in an instant. But that's the neat part. Bro uses his resurrection from the system and instantly aura farms before her again, questioning if she's satisfied with his death. The golden crow is incapable of understanding how anyone could have survived that attack, even taunting him for trying to mock her. Su Ping explains that he has no intention of mocking. He just struck a deal with her and now wants her to honor her side of the promise. But here's the thing. The smart woman actually persuades by saying that she wants him dead, and since he's standing here, it means he's still alive. This time, the golden crow literally creates a mini-sun and strikes down the column of flames upon her opponent. Not even an adult golden crow could survive this attack, and the same goes for our boy. The Imperial Pyre obliterates everything in its path, burning even the molten skin of the land. To the golden crow, she thinks it's quite an honor for a mortal to try and force her to use such a powerful move. But instead of staying down, this man revives once again, almost annoyed that she's wasting time. This time, Su Ping straight up tells her that he can't be killed. Even his opponent is starstruck how anyone could come out of that attack alive. With the knowledge of being unable to kill him, she creates this cube in her hand, intending on using her elders to deal with him instead. This cubicle portal cages our boy in place, and any attempts to break out of it are met with no result. Su Ping demands to know where he's being taken. The golden crow flies with the cube in her claw, taking him to the ancestral island. The place does sound interesting. Su Ping wonders if there are some even more valuable materials there. We finally arrive at the gorgeous ancestral land of the crows, and then into the vicinity of the Council of Elders. The golden crow stoops before her leaders, revealing her name as DQ Young, and paying her utmost respect. The first elder questions what she's brought them, to which DQ Young shares that this man is an outsider and a thief who tried to steal their materials and techniques. Since she is unable to kill him, she wants them to deal with the man. The second elder is pretty damn stunned that not even the Imperial Pyre could deal any damage on the guy, while the third elder shares that it's impossible to withstand their clan's most powerful attack. The fact that this man came out without any scratches is mind-boggling to the elders, but that's when the main head notices the boy's appearance, remarking that he's a descendant of the human celestial sovereign. That's the only reason why not even an attack like the Imperial Pyre could harm him, and because of this newfound discovery, the elders demand Kuang to free the man as he's their guest. Their words stun her for a moment. Clearly she didn't expect things to unravel in such a manner. She ends up freeing our boy, who introduces himself with the goal of seeking materials to reach the third level of the God-Fiend body. The first elder doesn't have any major issues with the boy's request, as they were on good terms with the celestial sovereign himself. The clan's awakening trial will begin tomorrow with the younglings participating, and since Su Ping meets the requirements, he can also join. Passing the test would allow him to receive the materials to reach the adulthood level. Curious about the details of the trial, Su Ping asks for information, so the first elder explains that it's actually divided into 4 stages. The first 3 focus on testing one's strength, spirit, and understanding, but the final stage is a complicated challenge, assessing one's combat ability. Our boy is pretty chill with those conditions, because all he's got to do is pass the test to get what he wants. The following day, Su Ping meets all of the people that are here to spectate the scene of the trial. Some of the people among them are the ones he's going to be facing against, which is a shock to Su Ping, who thought that it was an individual test for materials. Kuang shares that the candidates are rewarded differently based on their performance. Only the first place winner receives a proper reward from the elders, while the others get a standard prize. She points to some of the people in front. They're Jin Ranyu and Yanke, belonging to the royal clans. Their own strength is beyond that of an ordinary golden crow, and if Su Ping is looking to obtain the best possible materials, he's going to have to face them handily. Our boy asks about the surname of the third family since she only mentioned 2 of them, so she rizzes him up by revealing that it's actually the D family. She herself belongs to the clan. Regardless of her flexing, Su Ping understands that she's truly powerful, because if the other clans are also on par with her level, that makes them formidable too. One of the elders announces that the awakening trial will commence soon. Each participant is expected to queue up to go inside the portal. Su Ping tells Kuang that he's going to be ahead first, while she playfully teases him not to lose in the first round. Each contestant flies up towards the portal to meet the examination grounds. On the other side, the trial grounds lead them to a starting point. Here, the first elder is standing guard, expressing that the first test will be one of strength. The candidates are expected to choose one of the divine stones to grade them from 1 to 10. The goal is to carry these stones back to the finish line, and only by completing this task will they pass. The best evaluation means taking the highest and most heaviest divine stone a candidate can bear. With the information briefly explained, the elder waves his hand and commences the start of the trial, releasing those gigantic boulders. They're crashing down as the candidates scatter in every direction. A boulder of 1 mote drops just before our boy, who still doesn't understand what kind of measurement this is. To test the strength of 1 mote stone, he grabs it and gathers his strength to lift it up swiftly. Su Ping capably lifts the rock, assessing that it weighs roughly 10 tons, but he can casually lift it without feeling much of a difference. At the same time, the astral power in the trial ground is scarce, which means carrying such a heavy stone all the way to the finish line won't be an easy task. It will consume a ton of astral power, so this is more of a test of endurance than one of strength. One of the golden crows quickly grabs a 3-mote stone just before his eyes, while Su Ping is left to wonder what kind of boulders his competition is choosing. He decides to wait and observe. The spectators on the other side watch with great intrigue as the member of the Yan clan lifts a giant boulder. The stone is 8-mote heavy, and Yanke managed to lift it in one go. But shockingly, Jin Ranyu of the Jin royal clan is even more impressive with his feat of carrying a 9-mote stone, truly a prodigious show of strength. After watching these guys, our boy is starting to realize that he's dealing with some heavy hitters over here. If he's gonna win, he'll need the best of the best, that being the titanic 10-mote stone before his eyes. The spectators watching this already begin to ridicule the human for even thinking about carrying such a heavy stone, as not even the royal clan members attempted to carry it. They call him delusional, so our boy calls forth his trusty dragonhound for this task. The elders watch with intrigue, observing the art of summoning, a system devised by the celestial sovereign. It may seem like it's against the rules, until our boy decides to merge with Dragonhound to achieve his single fusion evolution. Bro doesn't have any intentions of summoning anything else, and merely grabs the Tenmu stone with all his strength, mustering it to the point he can lift the boulder from the ground. The elders are intrigued with the summoning system, because it allows even weak mortals to unleash something powerful. Unfortunately, our boy doesn't have Skelly by his side, so he can only utilize single fusion at the C-tier level. Even with this fusion, he's having a really tough time trying to move the boulder. In fact, the pain is so intense that our boy's muscles are ripping apart from where he stands. It seems pretty difficult to manage until Sa Ping remembers just how hard Skelly must be fighting the thousand-eyed demon right now. The poor pet must be suffering endlessly. His fate is far worse than whatever Sa Ping is dealing with right now. Even though his legs are ripping apart from the weight of every step, Sa Ping vows to become stronger both their sakes, while Yankei urges the human to put the stone down or else he will literally die from carrying it. Even though death is certainly in view, Sa Ping's soul is fuming with fury, no longer feeling any fear of death. Bro said all that and pretty much ends up squashed by the boulder, by the way, killing him instantly. The ordinary members are just happy that they didn't get ambitious like this guy because his death seems brutal. Di Qunzhang watches with great intrigue while her friend mocks the human for being painfully ordinary. But she knows the real deal, and this man's not down either, as the boulder sizzles from the force. Everyone watches with shock and awe, as the same man who had just been killed just now reappeared without any bruises on his body. This is thanks to our boy's revival pass. The Golden Crows accuse him of using some kind of secret artifact to cheat death. But even a death-defying artifact must have a price. They all think that this man is probably exhausting his life and won't get very far even with his secret weapon. Our boy approaches a towering mountain, but that's not the only thing he has to overcome. Su Ping needs to deal with raging streams too. There's far too many obstacles in his path even if he resurrects himself one time. It won't be enough because the distance is far off. Yankei scoffs that this very trial was supposed to be designed to favor the Golden Crow clan. A human outsider without any wings to help himself will always face difficulty and never be able to carry such a stone. Interestingly, our boy does exactly as they said and sets the stone down. This invites the spectators to start thinking that maybe this man is finally facing reality and giving up. They also wonder why a man with a god-fiend body from their clan is unable to utilize his wings. Right now, he only has the physique of a golden crow, and in order to utilize the clan's full power, he has to level up to 5. Anyway, Su Ping decides to adopt a new strategy to move the boulder, thanks to his powerful divine demonic fist. He throws a supremely powerful fist, unleashing his full strength into the destructive output of an attack. This attack connects with the mountain in his path, but despite the success, our boy literally faces so much backlash from it that he is killed immediately. Again, the Golden Crow younglings make fun of the outsider for helplessly using a useless strategy. But Su Ping bounces back into reality thanks to his instant resurrection skill, only to reuse the same demonic punch again where he stakes all of his energy into it. The spectators are starting to think that this guy has lost his marbles, but our boy is actually hammering down on those same fists back to back, intriguing the first elder of the Golden Crow clan in the process. The mountain is chipped apart until light seeps out of it, and finally one of the demonic fists demolishes past it, leaving a molten crater from the top. The spectators are stunned with this man's determination, who is willing to destroy the whole place just to get past. By the way, the other crows don't have any trouble with the mountains, because they can fly over any land obstacles. By the way, Su Ping isn't just using force to cut his way past the mountain, but also he's reusing the debris as a way to block the stream and create a path for him to walk over. This dual-intended strategy is brilliant, because now both of his problems have been solved. So Su Ping grabs the same boulder again, lifting all its weight to simply walk past. With each few steps, this man loses his life, only to get revived again. A cycle of life and death continues, as not even death can stop him from moving the boulder. Bro is the definition of the myth of Sisyphus right now. Knowing that their own path has been cleared, the rest of the Golden Crows zoom in on the opportunity to follow and get past the human. Our boy continues to die. His body withers dozens of times, only to be revived again. But Su Ping's determination doesn't shatter even a bit. He chooses to move forward, and at last slams the boulder down to its rightful position. While he's taking a moment to recover his breath, the system confirms his placement as first for bringing the heaviest divine stone. All the spectators that were hating on my boy have turned around to become his fans, questioning how the hell an outsider managed to steal the first position. Meanwhile, Su Ping is in shock that he finally made it. No one has made this score for hundreds of years. Di Kuang is thoroughly impressed that he managed to defeat contestants from the royal bloodlines. With this, the trial of strength is concluded, and the second test of the spiritual trial will now begin. The first elder summons a terrifying black dragon, one that berates the Golden Crow clan. The spectators shiver in fear of the Dark Star Demon Dragon because both clans have been at odds with each since the dawn of time. The youngsters of each species would often have the fear of the other, no differently from a lion fearing a human or a human fearing a lion. The first elder shares that for this particular trial, the contestants are required to enter inside the mouth of a demon dragon. And by the way, in case you haven't noticed, that thing back there is freaking massive. The first elder explains that their goal is to slay a dark blood soul worm that rests inside the dragon's body before the incense burns out. The more worms that are slayed, the better a candidate's score. Already, Su Ping watches the reaction of some of the candidates simply giving up from the mere thought of going inside the dragon's mouth. The fear is ingrained into their psyche, but our boy is curious if the dark blood soul worms are really that difficult to deal with. Yanqi comes around to explain that such worms are actually parasites within the demon dragons. Each of them have the capability to attack one's soul, weakening it. A person's mind could completely be overrun by such an attack, driving them insane in the worst cases. While all that yapping sounds scary, our boy only cares about winning and achieving first place. It's his determination and desire to save Skelly. Having no fear or hesitation, this man dives right inside the dragon's mouth, horrifying some of the spectators. Dikyom observes with interest, pointing out how strong Su Ping's will is for doing something like this. She wonders how he's going to manage surviving this test though. Watching him race ahead invites the others to shoot upwards as well, mobilizing to earn first place. The Dark Dragon watches Su Ping with intrigue and releases meteors of astral attacks to knock them all down. A ton of candidates are actually defeated from the hits, while some others manage to block the attacks by casting a defensive barrier. This glasses dude is annoyed that these attacks are constant, and to his frustration, he releases a shockwave so powerful that they're all deflected in the process. A girl watches Jin Ranyu's aura domain activation. This man is actually holding his own against the attacks thanks to a highly advanced technique of their clan. It's the ability to manifest one's willpower into a physical avatar, a way to utilize one's aura to crush the opponent. Only prodigies can hope to achieve something like that and master the skill. By the way, Su Ping understands just how brutal these demonic attacks are, but he isn't afraid of dying a few more times. For example, bro is instantly killed after saying that. But not just that, he receives a heavy after effect of his body prickling alive. Despite the pain, Su Ping only remembers the difficult memories he made with little Skelly. Both of them have seen such suffering that this means nothing to our boy. He actually does the impossible by withstanding the demonic attacks without even casting an aura domain. Annoyed with the human's defense, the Dark Dragon releases even more attacks to try and bring him down. Su Ping doesn't understand the concept of an aura domain, but he does have his own abilities that come in handy. For example, the ultimate divine demonic fist, which functions similarly to an aura domain, ends up obliterating a portion of the demonic attacks. Just his sheer aura is denoted by the Dark Dragon. Bro feels like a twink in front of this man's Chad aura. Even the dragon can recognize that this kid is some kind of descendant of the celestial sovereign. The elders take interest in the human's aura domain, pointing out how it's disgustingly larger than Jin Ranyu's tiny aura. But even more so, it's incredibly powerful too, impressing the first elder because Su Ping possesses unique abilities. The dark demonic dragon can understand that he's outclassed, so he whips out his special move to counter it. And that special move is called eye-fudging surrender, because this man literally starts begging our boy. In fact, the demonic dragon even willingly opens its mouth to invite the human and allow him to take the test, stunning the likes of Jin Ranyu and Yun Ke. Our boy charges inside, because even though he doesn't understand what this dragon is scheming, his main goal is to kill the soul worms regardless. Super Saiyan Su Ping arrives inside the disgusting mouth of the dragon, only to be confronted by a worm right off the bat. The demonic form is seconds from attacking him, but our boy is sharp on his reflexes and launches a demonic strike firsthand. Interestingly enough, the worm went down in moments. Su Ping is confused how he managed to knock down the creature without even exerting much of his effort. But the only reason this is actually happening is because the Dark Dragon is intentionally causing the soul worms to self-destruct. His real goal is to avoid getting on the bad side of the Celestial Sovereign's descendant. And just like that, more and more soul worms sprout out of its mouth to take Su Ping down, only for him to reuse and spam the hell out of a divine demonic fist, punching each and every single one of them to death. Again, bro is pretty confused why these things are so damn easy to beat, but he's not complaining, and intends to take advantage of the situation fully. Jin Ranyu is watching this in shock and horror, questioning how the hell this man is capable of defeating the soul worms like it's the average weekday for him. Meanwhile, the soul worm on his side is actually so terrifying that it's chewing down on Jin Ranyu's arm. The heavenly rancor of the royal clan refuses to lose to someone who is an outsider to his clan, so he plays it cool and copies our boy's technique by using the demonic fist. Hilariously, his punch doesn't even dent the soul worms, confirming that these things have a crazy defense stat. Speaking of which, the guy is humbled pretty fast when the worm chomps down on his arm. Both the defensive and offensive capabilities of these creatures is no laughing matter. Forced to use his ultimate move, Jin Ranyu activates the Imperial Pyre technique. He uses his aura domain to cast the spell and annihilates the soul worm with his mightiest move. But that's also the subject of Jin Ranyu's confusion, because as he's wiping off his sweat, bro is genuinely furious that Su Ping is casually slaughtering dozens of worms without any difficulty at all. A while passes until the incense eventually runs out, So the first elder commences the end of the second trial and calls the trainees back from the creature's mouth. The Dark Star Dragon expunges them straight out as the tiny fireflies escape their trial. Su Ping is the most notable member. He appeared unscathed while the rest of the candidates look straight up traumatized here. The first elder officially concludes the end of the Divine Soul trial and formally announces the results next. The giant scroll shares that Su Ping is once again at the top of the leaderboard with 128 eliminations. Coming in second is Jin Ranyu with a mere 27 eliminations, creating an insane gap between the two. The other candidates are genuinely baffled how this outsider is consistently demolishing them with such record-breaking numbers. The head of the clan appears indifferent and calls forth the Golden Cage, one he uses to enslave the Dark Dragon instantly after its use has expired. The dragon even calls him a bald-ass bird for getting rid of him like that, even vowing to crush each of their nests the next time he's released. The elder teasingly tells the dragon to preserve his aura for next time. That aside, storms take over the horizon with roaring thunder. An obelisk erects in the middle of the arena, commencing the initiation of the third trial. The giant obelisk has several patterns that are supposed to be stimulated through the candidates, with the minimum requirement of forming at least 3 patterns. Naturally, the more patterns one evokes, the higher their evaluation scores will be. Su Ping stares at his next towering task. The stone tablet is supposed to light up with the intent of the Tao inscriptions. The higher the inscriptions, the better the score. So 10 people are formed in each group to initiate the first batch's test. One candidate steps up in front of the empty pattern and invokes some of his flames to try and activate it. Because he managed to light up 3 of them, the candidate is ruled with a passing grade. 3 more are called up for the line, and each of them equally exert their magic. One of them fails while the other 2 end up passing. The loser wallows in misery while his friends enjoy the comfort of succeeding. Though these guys are having it easy with this test, Su Ping watches from afar, reflecting on how the Tao of Flame is supposed to be an innate talent of the Golden Crows. Each inscription is the definition of power, but at the moment it seems that the average inscription for each member amounts to 4. Up next comes one of the more remarkable groups, including both Jin Ranyu as well as Yang Ke as the heroes. Jin Ranyu gets into position and exerts much of his might to manipulate the inscriptions to his favor. He releases this fiery storm that engulfs the whole tablet in one hole. With this attack, he lights up 10 Tao inscriptions and succeeds in his test. Some of the other candidates revere him like a literal god for having so much talent, while the others wait for Yang Ke's turn. This man pulls a lighting technique to show the world that he's even better than his adversary. The spell connects with the tablet, shooting up several inscriptions, climbing up to 12. He has exceeded the likes of even his friend, stunning the rest of the teams. While these guys are fangirling over 12 inscriptions, our boy is finding himself in a pinch. You see, he only managed to comprehend lightning from Georgiana, so this test is the hardest one of all for him. Interestingly, the system shares that the test should actually be the easiest for him, much to his own shock. This is because each skill he's mastered is supposed to represent his mastery over the Tao, meaning he could form an inscription for as many skills he's got. Armed with this knowledge, Super Saiyan Su Ping steps up with the final group to shake the world. Taking a deep breath, he places his hand on the stone, before exerting a portion of his might to invoke lightning. One Tao inscription lights up from his initial charge, but that's not enough. Su Ping knows he has to utilize the rest of the skills he's mastered, so he activates the speed and strength buffs and channels their might into the tablet. Both of them manage to surge up a total of 3 inscriptions, gaining him the minimum requirement to pass. However, one of the elders takes immediate issue with the humans' inscriptions, stating that they're the weakest inscriptions their clan has ever seen. If they consider someone like him to pass, it will affect the morale of the ones who lost. The second elder argues that it doesn't matter since the rule directly states 3 inscriptions are all that a candidate needs to pass, even if they're weak. The first elder concludes that Taoas indeed differ in their fundamental paths, which means minoring each path is an achievement by its own accord. The man is curious and asks if the human has used up all his skills already, but Su Ping's actually not finished yet. He refuses to get any other position other than first place. Bro's got that Max Verstappen mentality, but it's all because he needs the best materials in order to save Skelly right now. Fusing with Dragonhound implies that the pet's skills have also become a part of his own, and with that knowledge, Su Ping decides to course through any and all skills he's got in his arsenal, even the ones that his pets possess. Right now, he doesn't know if there'll be enough to form Tao inscriptions, but utilizing several of those skills at once, he sends out their astral energy into the tablet. Fortunately for our boy, the stone indeed shoots up with light, connecting several inscriptions at the same time. This shoots up our boy's inscriptions to a total of 8, which is a tremendous achievement already. Not every skill he used managed to light up an inscription, but most did. Next, Su Ping directly diffuses with his pet, and strategically calls forth the Purgatory Crimson Dragon next. He fuses with the monster and gains its abilities on top, donning the appearance of a Shadow Monarch. Only solo leveling fans will get this reference. From it, he utilizes all the possible skills that the Purgatory Dragon possesses, shooting out the gayest-looking beam I've ever seen. Regardless, the beam ends up connecting 4 Dao inscriptions on top, igniting a total of 12 now. Yankee can't fathom how this outsider managed to outclass them for the 3rd time, typing for first place. There's a big problem though. Su Ping has used up every single skill in his arsenal, so he defuses and doesn't know what he could do for the tipping point. The rest of the candidates are baffled why this man is refusing to just give up. Taking a deep breath, our determined protagonist gestures into an elegant stance, leaving the spectators questioning what he's up to. Su Ping summons the Dao of the Sword for his final skill assessment. Su Ping understands that each individual fusion skill can awaken Dao patterns, which means the skill that he picked up from Lil Skelly is also usable under the same equation. The Bonehead's powers aid his path to success, and with it, this man renders the Astral Incarnation Blade, the same attack that is Skelly's signature move. At last, the final pattern emerges, amassing a total of 13 inscriptions, much to the joy of Su Ping. Yankee is flabbergasted. He genuinely thought that his record wouldn't be broken. But even now, the royal clan members are behind the outsider's rank. Even Kuang underestimated Su Ping, believing the other Daos are all pointless, but she had no idea it was amazing like that. The first elder is pretty impressed. It's just something expected of the descendant. The 3rd trial's results are announced with our boy stealing first position once more. The 13 patterns are a record in front of the spectators, who have their egos hurt that their own clan members can't run the fade check against Su Ping. The elder disintegrates the obelisk, concluding the 3rd test, but that brings us to the 4th and final test. The comprehensive grade combat test, one that will be taking place in another dimension. The elder greets each of them and invites them to enter, as the younglings of the clan sprout their wings and shoot inwards. Su Ping seems pretty confident from his results. All he's got to take care of is the final fight. Before he leaves, the first elder actually stops him for a conversation, explaining that there's actually no need for Su Ping to participate in this test. Our boy begs to participate, but the clan head explains that he will be clearly targeted by the other clan members so that he can be taken down. But there's also the truth that with Su Ping's revival ability, no one can hold a candle to him. So there's just no point. The proposal is indeed understandable, as the clan is born with immense power and their members train for their entire lives for this moment. The heavenly rankers could be hiding secret moves that are beyond Su Ping's understanding. So he actually agrees with this proposal and instead asks about the body refining materials he'll receive for his contributions. The first elder gestures and explains that the first place candidate is to receive a drop of heaven's blood itself. He summons a spirit of heaven, which brings our boy to a shock, knowing that someone could slaughter heaven itself. This blood is invaluable, and Su Ping understands that he's being handed a tremendous gift. He thanks the elder with supreme gratitude, while the clan head shares that the blood of heaven can actually awaken latent abilities in his body. Since he possesses qualifications for a divine body already, it can further be awakened and refined. Our protagonist doesn't exactly read the terms and agreements section and receive an agonizing shock coursing over him. While he's undergoing the effects right now, the first elder's jaw is left wide open. He only expected the blood to awaken the latent body of the blazing sun for Su Ping, but the fact that it actually evolved his body to one of the sorcerer clan is even more insane. While battling his body's growth, Su Ping questions the origins of this clan, questioning if they're really that powerful to begin with. The clan head enlightens him by sharing how even before the birth of the gods, the first ever beings that were made were called the sorcerers. Just from this revelation alone, the hero now understands that his evolution is even beyond the Golden Crow clan. The first elder declares the end of the awakening process. Up next, he manifests a bunch of body refining materials for Su Ping to use and reach the 3rd level of the Golden Crow Godfiend state. Based on his performance of the final test, he'll be granted them accordingly. But before that, the first elder intends for Su Ping to join the combat field, so he could refine his body. And thanks to this change, our boy feels more confident than ever to save Skelly. Our boy returns back home at last, greeting Georgiana and urging her to take care of the store as he's headed out again. He disappears almost instantly, leaving the maid with an understanding that he's gotten much stronger just based on his appearance aura alone. She can tell that this man has evolved immensely from the level he was before. At the Dark Claw-based city's Han Group building, Su Ping arrives, knowing that this is the address that Yuan Feng told him to find. But the big question is why this building is called Han and not Li. Anyway, this man goes inside, introducing himself as a guest of Li Yuanfeng. The name of Li Yuanfeng is actually unrecognizable to the staff lady, baffling Su Ping. But apparently, a servant wiping a man's shoes does know about the name. In his shock, he accidentally spills some of the water on top of the man's shoe, earning his anger. The man roars at Jinsong for failing in his duties, and using that same foot, he stomps the poor guy's hand, agonizing him. He towers over Jinsong for having a useless hand, even threatening to get rid of it. Su Ping watches the scene calmly, questioning who this tyrannical bastard is. Apparently, he's supposed to be the young master of the Han family, so our boy steps up and politely confronts the man by sharing that he's got an appointment with the Han family. The young master, arrogant, shares that legendary rankers have appeared all over the city. One of them happened to share the leading name. However, that man fell hundreds of years ago. Not just that, the ranker's family ended up in dust too. However, Jinsong fires back, roaring that the ranker is only missing. His body hasn't been found, so there's no certainty of death. Young Master Han calls it a childish fantasy, arguing that the organization even offered Li Di's obituary after believing that he died. Then comes Su Ping, who reveals to both of them that he actually brought the legendary ranker in this city, so he's clearly alive. Jinsong is pretty stumped to hear this news, while the brute young master dares to step on his face for even thinking about another family. Just as he's about to be struck, Su Ping uses his defensive shield to block the hit. The celestial shield stuns the young master, while our boy questions why the family actually bears the Han surname to begin with. More importantly, he's aching to know where they've kept the old man hidden. The young master takes him for some kind of lunatic and explains that he's just discipling his servant. He doesn't even care about Li Yuanfeng or where the guy went. Su Ping can see that this guy clearly likes the hard approach, so he politely summons his dragonhound pet to intimidate the shit out of him. After all, he doesn't mind ripping this organization to pieces if it means finding the legendary ranker again. Next, Su Ping grabs the young master like a ragdoll, refusing to hear any of his yapping about the place belonging to the Han family. Su Ping formed a bond with Elder Li during their battles, and thanks to his dragonhound, he'll know right away if the old man is here or not based on a familiar scent. The creature gets to work and activates one of its many abilities called the 100-mile soul search. This technique creates traces of energy in the air, allowing Dragonhound to dash after with ferocious speeds to track the person down. Dragonhound bursts open one of the rooms, locating the traces coming from a tightly secured safe. Su Ping is confident that Li is being kept hostage here, but at that point the young master uses his trump card by calling forth the 8 guardians to his help. The 8 guardians emerge from every direction, acting like they're wannabe cool ninjas. They're the elite secret protectors of the Han family, with an individual combat power rivaling the supreme tier. The first assailant tries to punch Su Ping directly, a foolish approach because the moment this man goes Super Saiyan and releases his aura, the attacker's own arm is ripped from the inside out, causing him seething levels of pain. Su Ping doesn't want to delay this battle by taking them out one by one, so with a single demonic fist he runs the fade check against all of them, defeating them instantly. The young master watches in complete terror, questioning the kind of monster they're dealing with for defeating 8 supreme-level opponents. Channeling some of the energy in his hand, he releases a divine demonic fist aimed directly at the safe, smashing it with a heavy hit and knocking the door down in an instant. Su Ping watches in horror from afar as Elder Li is cobbed up in a giant web structure, left to rot and die. The first thing he does is free Elder Li from his shackles, while the old man is confused how Su Ping even managed to get here. While he's doing so, our boy forgets to keep his guard up and gets caught up in one of the webs. He turns around, gazing at the gigantic spider, questioning the man's identity standing atop. This man is Han Yingzhuo, the real master of the Han family, one who desires to know why Su Ping dared to break into their family's zone. Our boy's not going to be stopped by some pathetic web, and he refuses to give any answers. This man literally says, "Take this punch," and goes up to confront the spider with a divine fist. Yingzhuo is pretty impressed with our boy's fire-style techniques, while Su Ping doesn't want to entertain his conversation. He actually ends up connecting the blow with the creature's mouth, questioning why Yingzhuo refused to dodge, even with the knowledge that it's a flame-type technique. Next, he unleashes an aura of flames to its max, engulfing the spider whole. But right then, the pet responds with some kind of flame-venting mechanism. Yingzhuo reveals that this demonic spider is actually thriving on fire-type energy, so that attack just now made this thing even stronger. The young master is rooting for his pops right now, relishing how his father's strength has reached the likes of the C tier a while back, making him a legendary beast tamer second to only a few. This situation seems like the ultimate victory for this lunatic and useless son, but Su Ping's only getting started and decides to release even more chaotic bursts of energy. In fact, he releases so much of it that the spider's absorption threatens its own body. Even Yingzhuo fails to understand how the flames are causing his pet to swell up like that, and eventually the pet explodes to a billion pieces, launching this dude to the sky as well. The young master watches his pops get his ass kicked just like that. Blood spills all the way down, with Yingzhuo coughing it from the injuries he sustained as well. He fails to understand the kind of flames his opponent used, such that not even flame-devouring spiders could handle them. Su Ping towers over the arrogant scumbag, questioning if mortals like him can ever hope to withstand the flames of the Golden Crow clan. After humbling his ass, he turns back to Elder Li, freeing him from the cage. He then asks how the legendary ranker ended up here and what became of his injuries too. Senior Lee shares that he'd never expected to be ambushed by the Han family. Apparently, they wanted to lure him here so they could quietly do away with him. But luckily, he had made precautions to further his own survival, forcing them to imprison him for the meantime. Anyway, Lee has been meditating in this location for days in order to recover his wounds and has already regained 8% of his strength. Right when he intended to launch his own attack, Su Ping arrived. Their words are incomprehensible to Ying Zhuo, who can't fathom how the senior managed to heal him in such a shitty location. But the place that Ying Zhuo calls a barren land is actually a nursing home, a comfortable home compared to the Frosthel frontier where he was stationed. In the next scene, we're still at the Han family headquarters. The entire group has been seized, encompassing over 1,000 people, including both the master and his son. And of the Li family, there are only 12, all of whom are servants. This disparity is shocking in front of the legendary ranker, who freshly learns that these guys are the only people left from his clan. The same Li family that once prospered with greatness has been reduced to rubble. Their condition is so pathetic that even his descendants feel pity, revealing that their family lost all its support after Old Man Li's announced death. That's why they've been treating them like servants, or even slaughtering them quietly, leaving only few traces of the original family left. Jin Song falls before his feet, feeling humiliated for having failed their legacy. But the old man comforts him, assuring them all that he fought the beast waves because he knew that the organization had promised to protect his own clan members. The fact that they went against that promise and announced his death, and then go as far as to treat his family with disdain, it's unacceptable in his eyes. All of Senior Li's grand efforts for 800 years of survival ended up being wasted in the end. Even Su Ping is pissed off on his behalf because the Pinnacle Tower organization failed everyone immensely. In fact, our boy intends to punish them properly once he's done with his main task. At the same time, Senior Li demands an explanation or justification from the Han family's head. Ying Zhuo panics, sharing that the Han family isn't responsible for wiping out the Li family. In his desperation, he even clings to the legendary ranker's feet, assuring him that any other clan would have done it. In fact, if any other clan tried to replace the Li family, it's possible that no member would have been left. Although this seems like some kind of psychotic justification, Li is infuriated and literally takes things to violence by settling the score properly. With just a single fist, he slams every single one of them down, getting rid of their astral might in the process. The Han family head begs for his mercy, begging for him not to destroy their cultivation. The fact that Senior Li managed to subdue the entire clan with a single palm strike is an insane flex. Jin Song is awarded for his sufferings and refusal to let the family line be cut off. He's the new hope of the Li family. The senior orders them to pay heed to his command, and from today, they'll reclaim their family name. Even though the Li family submitted to the Han family in the past, that will no longer be the case. It will be the Han family to serve them instead, ruining their lives forever. Jin Song excitedly shares that he even kept his ancestors' room preserved from before, but right now they have important matters to take control of. However, Su Ping has heard enough and understands that Senior Li's presence here matters a lot to the Li family. He urges him not to come, but the legendary ranker wants to see things through one last time. To offer his gratitude, our boy shares that he'll have his own group open a branch of the store to help increase the strength of the Li family, allowing them to purchase pets without any payment. Also, he fully intends to track each and every move of the Han family, killing them for the act of another betrayal. Jin Song actually seems to know about the store and shares that his store is actually famous for its uniqueness now. Senior Li thanks the young man for always helping, even though Su Ping is the one in gratitude. The old man is proud that his judgment was correct. He knew that the world would be saved at the hands of people like our boy. The new Li family is tasked with the mission of restoring their legacy, and with that, it's finally time to confront the real mission and save Skelly's life. Back inside the formation zone, Elder Li is ready to rumble in the Ice Hell realm once more. Su Ping calls forth his pet to try and search for Skelly's aura, and the creature reuses its navigation ability to detect any traces. The beast activates dragon form arts to create a navigation route, allowing Su Ping and his friend to follow in hot pursuit. Since it's the Ice Realm, several beasts await them up ahead, but Su Ping casually uses his abilities to disintegrate creatures with ease. This accomplishment stuns the likes of Warrior Li, who can't believe how much this man has evolved over the span of a few days. The dragon form is cancelled as the pet takes it to the ground to search properly. Here among the rubble we find Skelly's palm, and using his star-powered telekinesis, Su Ping capably retrieves all the way back. He inspects the object up close. It's completely shattered, but they're definitely Skelly's part, meaning the thousand-eyed beast must have tortured the little one a lot. Infuriated, Su Ping stores the part and orders the Godhound to keep heavy on the search. As for the rest of the beasts, Su Ping vents his frustrations by diving deep into the battlefield and activating his astral power to the point he slaughters entire waves with ease. From each and every elimination, they discover more and more of Skelly's remains scattered around the area. Our boy has mostly assembled its parts, only the skull is missing. Suddenly, the portal cuts open as the Guardian of the Abyss makes its appearance once more, greeting the humans with Skelly's skull in hand. Both warriors are high on alert facing him, but the Guardian continues to provoke them by saying just how much he had to torture and kill the little bonehead. To really piss them off, the demon obliterates Skelly's head to pieces, destroying Su Ping's composure. It's clear that the demon is inviting our boy to make an impulsive mistake to gain an edge in the fight. He even sadistically enjoys Su Ping's demise. From the distance, Su Ping activates his telekinesis ability once more, sucking the fragments of his pet's head. But because he did that, he also ends up in the range of his opponent's ability, the Ghostly Eye Annihilation Palm. The first attack is critical and descends with a furious destruction. Elder Li can't bear the sight of Su Ping fainting last time, because the chances of his survival are going to be really slim now that he doesn't even have access to triple fusion. But lo and behold, the smoke clears and this man is posing like a supermodel. The Guardian is shocked that his attack couldn't even leave a dent on this guy, while Su Ping races into action to retaliate properly. The demon tries to gain the upper hand again by sending several palm strikes in a row, all of which are deflected and countered by Su Ping's divine fists. And by the way, he's doing all of this stuff in his base form too. The Guardian can't fathom where he managed to gain such strength and continues to berate him as nothing more than an insect. Su Ping pops up right in front of him, stating that the Guardian's spatial ability no longer means a thing to him. And get this, with a single freaking hit, Bro literally turns the demon into red paste, shooting its blood everywhere. Warrior Li is appalled, questioning how Su Ping remained unaffected by the demon's spatial ability. To which our boy shares that he simply engaged the demon with his reaction speed. Spatial abilities require the caster pouring magic into a target point. All Su Ping needed to do was be faster than his opponent's ability to cast a target. He doesn't even care about defeating the fiend, as his goal is to restore Skelly's parts. By the way, Warrior Li internalizes just how commendable our boy's accomplishment just now was. It only seems simple in theory to outpace a spatial user. Anyway, the shattered parts are merged into one, forming the whole of Skelly. Su Ping orders his pet to wake up fast. Despite his insistence, the little one is non-responsive. There's no fluctuations in astral power either. Concerned, Su Ping contemplates and wonders if the damage his pet took reached a maximum limit, or if there's some kind of cursed seal placed on it. Our boy is losing his rationale, questioning if he's missing a fragment. Oh, and by the way, the same demonic fiend that he just defeated actually regenerates all of its parts into a new and more powerful form. This time it looks like a proper demon, much to the shock of Elder Li, while Su Ping realizes that this is the real form of the monster. The Kuju-sized beast mocks them for willingly returning to Frosthell just to meet their doom, but our boy is still having a touchy moment with his pet, urging Skelly to wake up as they're both partners in life and death. Their shared memories come crashing down inside Su Ping's conscience, and he bolsters a powerful resolve never to abandon his friend. But none of this Naruto friendship jutsu will work on the enormous demon who casts its massive wingspan and vows death upon the humans. Both warriors prepare to fight him, but the ground is literally rumbling from the force. However, this force isn't coming from their opponent. It's Skelly, whose heart is slowly thumping louder and louder. The thousand-eyed demon watches in astonishment. Skelly awakens with a roaring ferocity to protect his master. Once again, the little one is back on his feet with his armor, much to the joy of Su Ping. Warrior Li is in awe of such a bond between a master and a pet, while the thousand-eyed demon assures them that celebrating too early may come at a cost. It won't change their fate, but Su Ping is pretty damn confident because now he can use all three of his favorite pets to attack. Our boy returns to his triple fusion state, readying his sword to dance with the demon. The demon is arrogant, as he already squashed Su Ping despite his triple fusion state last time. It goes on and on about its evil monologue, but our boy's already launched a space-defying strike. The attack literally dices off the demon's right arm, shooting out a stream of blood. But that's not all. This man goes for a counter-slash and cuts the creature down even more, forcing blood out of the demon's mouth. The difference in Su Ping's strength from before is compared to night and day, because now he's literally dancing all over the sky field, eclipsing the demon and slashing every single part of its body. Ripped apart, the demon decides to use a different approach for its spatial ability, engulfing the whole battlefield. Su Ping is confused on what's about to happen, but the ground literally shatters apart. The entirety of the formation is at stake here, with Warrior Li begging our boy to hurry up and kill the demon. Su Ping ends up severing the monster's head, but even in death, the devil proclaims their demise, as it has already initiated the collapse of the entire formation. If he can't get the celestial fruit, then his final wish is that no one else should either. Somewhere in another location, Leader Wuxu orders his team to inform the tower about the collapse immediately. On planet Blue Star, literal shockwaves are tearing apart the Earth, engulfing cities in magma. The Holy Light City's leader receives critical information about the planet experiencing a size change. Finally, the news reaches all the way to the Pinnacle Tower leaders. The Vice Master blames the collapse on Su Ping's failure. Even the Tower Master understands that this situation is terribly bad, because at this rate, humanity is about to face the worst possible monster wave it has ever seen. The surface of the planet is ripping apart. The same volcanic eruptions that were supposed to be safeguarded against are now exploding to Kingdom Come. Su Ping and Elder Li arrive at the scene, receiving a message from the Holy City's leader about the enlargement of the Blue Star planet. He also learns that many beast waves are headed their way at this moment. Su Ping refuses to explain everything for now because even Li understands that they have to face enormous monster tides first. With all three monsters summoned, the two warriors decide to return to their respective hometowns to fight each side of the battle. In the Longjiang-based city, monsters are wreaking total havoc, destroying everything. Qin Duhuang is trying to hold the line alongside his allies Tang Ruoyan and Zhou Tianlin. Their defenses are strong, but among the small monsters there are even larger threats devouring the city whole. A giant tentacle monster has brought down a wall. This creature is a sea spiral beast, dozens of times larger than the ones they're used to. Duhuang tries to stop the beast from setting foot in the city, so he releases the roar of the Wrath God. The badass ability manages to push the creature back by several feet, but despite the pushback, the tentacled monster uses one of its whips to slap both warriors down in a single hit. Duhuang is down, barely alive. Not even he can fight against a creature that outclasses the likes of a Sea Realm King Beast. By the way, the monster is capable of even speech and even trash talks them for being hot garbage. The monster is about to squash them once and for all, until our boy saves the day by ripping its tentacle with a single slash. Duhuang didn't expect him to return, but now that he's here in his strongest form, Su Ping intends to deal with the biggest threat himself while urging his friends to deal with the others. Duhuang leads his soldiers away from the battlefield and into the main line, while our boy shoots upwards to confront this mountain-sized monstrosity. The creature uses its tentacles to shoot out aquatic missiles, all of which are blocked by Su Ping's capable defense magic. Despite his successful defense, the monster roars to strike him, only to get outclassed with Su Ping's incredible reflexes. He has just delivered yet another brutal gash, slaying the monster for good. With this, the remaining monster tides scatter and retreat in fear of being exterminated, uplifting Duhuang's confidence. At last, the fight is favorably won for Longjiang City. They're all thankful of their boss Su Ping, who single-handedly changed the odds. Despite this, our boy is curious if the Pinnacle Tower ended up sending any form of reinforcements, but to his shock, apparently none of the legendary warriors were sent to their city. Frustrated, he asks if there was any kind of support at all from the Tower organization. Apparently, they received potions and munitions alongside treasury, but all of these things went to the other cities aside from Longjiang. In fact, every city in which our boy opened his branch ended up getting ignored too. Everything points in one direction. This is the work of the snobbish Vice Master targeting them. Anyway, Dazhu shares another order from the Tower Master, who wants the residents of smaller cities to relocate to larger cities for protection. Su Ping asks about the exact coordinates, and learns that Dragon Whale-based city seems to be the concentration point for all. At the same time, the tower refuses to assist Longjiang City to help with the moving process, claiming that they're understaffed. Also, the entire city is only given 3 days to make this change, or else they will be left behind. This situation is despairing, because not only do they have a small time period, they don't even have a proper escort team. The people will also have to face beast hordes, while at the same time civilian protection must be prioritized. Everything is looking like a loss in front of Su Ping, who is lost in contemplation, until he decides to say fuck you to the ordres of the Pinnacle Tower. He refuses to move an inch from this location, believing that this is where they'll survive. At the Longjiang base, armed forces are doing their best to mow the enemy lines of approaching monsters. They're cutting them down, but the recon unit has detected an even more powerful beast tide headed this way. With the conditions so unstable, the mayor of the city comes along and argues that the beast tides are attacking this place in response to the other cities being evacuated. With the current situation at hand, Longjiang won't be able to withstand the slaughter. In other words, he's questioning Su Ping's strategy, but the wise deputy master listens calmly. The city boasts tremendously powerful warriors, so there's a chance that it'll survive. Daozun is actively cutting down monsters in his path, roaring at his men to hold the line and deny the entry of each and every monster. The deputy master expresses that there shouldn't be any worries about an enormous beast tide. He's planning on personally taking care of such a threat if it occurs. The mayor is in eternal gratitude. However, the same deputy master reminds them that his treasures will be depleted in the process, so the city must compensate him dearly for his efforts. The assistant of the deputy master comes along and asks if he's really willing to put his life on the line for such lowly people. The vice master assures him that he's gathered a ton of powerhouses here for a reason, so they're going to be the ones fighting the forefront. It's the obligation of such warriors to protect their home. and he himself personally doesn't need to get involved. Even the donations are something the city is doing out of its own gratitude. Regardless, there are only a few legendary rankers available. Pulling away from the cities might just lead to their destruction, pinning the blame on the Vice Master. But this geezer thinks otherwise, knowing that the situation is so chaotic that a few cities being sacrificed is just the given. Back to the base of the city, we have residents of Longjiang waiting in line hoping to leave the city. Some of these fanatics genuinely want to venture out on their own, believing that they'll have a better chance of surviving. One rational guy reminds them that the government isn't to be trusted over someone worthy as Su Ping, as he's the one killing the most powerful beasts around. These people are moping around watching the deaths of the ones closest to them. They've lost all hope and want to leave the city, not even caring about Su Ping's intervention. To these men, gambling on the lives of their families is not a wise decision. Well, to each their own, because Su Ping watches the scene from above and understands the motives of the Pinnacle Tower. The tower isn't sending them any help, which confirms that they want this city to be killed, and even corners Su Ping's own management as a reason for why it failed. Our boy refuses to let anything like that happen, which is why he's going to use all of his resources for a final stand. As for the civilians, their safety is a big concern since the city is falling apart. To address them properly, Su Ping leaps off and descends down to the base area, taking their attention. First, he sympathizes and understands their pain, but then also highlights that going outside is a death sentence. For the battle ahead, our boy pulls out a scroll and grants access to every single household a divine weapon to use. These divine weapons are top-tier equipment, all of them belonging to a 9th rank supreme artifact level. He's offering the equipment for free for the ones who want to fight for the cause, even offering coins and bounty for every monster slain from each person. This creates incentive for these people to try and fight, but Su Ping goes on with an even further list of benefits, sharing that all the major families will provide these special warriors techniques and training services. This allows them to nourish themselves to greater positions in society. Despite Su Ping's offer, one man pitches in by objecting that there's only a few people with pet warrior bloodlines. There'll be issues for the ones who aren't pet warriors, but Su Ping has already reflected on that situation too, with a collective reward of moving them to an upper city area from the current slums they reside in. Each great family will assist with their quality of life and provide necessities on top of services. Every single one of their lives matters in front of Su Ping, so he urges them to believe and stay. This man's talk no jutsu actually ends up working because all these people suddenly want to embrace martyrdom for this man. Even our boy's friends are impressed with his persuasive ability. Except the only problem is when everything is settled, bro's gonna deliver on a ton of promises. Even then, it's just the last-minute plan for the people to actually have an incentive to fight. There's just no other strategy that will convince the despairing masses in such a situation. Su Ping returns, sharing that all they need is morale, and now they can fight as hard as possible when the beast tide arrives. The good thing is that he can hop around different shops and assist by killing any large beasts, leaving the rest of the smaller ones for the people to handle. It's an excellent strategy that considers things from all perspectives, until suddenly our boy receives a sudden notification from his band. His frightened expression worries the others, because apparently the Longjiang base has already been breached, begging for an immediate rescue. The Vice Master and the others leave the city, while the people being cut down are begging each of them to save their lives. The Pinnacle Tower representatives merely zoom ahead, refusing to assist the lives of the people in the fear of their treasures being lost. They refuse to target an even more powerful monster up ahead, a demonic Cerberus. Down in Longjiang City, Dao Zun is informed about the Pinnacle rankers just exiting the city. These bastards never assisted them in the first place. Dao Zun is standing on his last leg, hoping for his savior to arrive soon. Right then, his friend is ambushed by the Cerberus, causing Dao Zun to rush in and block the attack. The same creature is moments away from cutting him down, only for a powerful warrior to descend and utterly annihilate the battlefield with an astral sword strike. Dao Zun's face expresses joy, because the warrior he'd been waiting for has arrived. It's Lil Skelly looking all fancy alongside the man himself, Su Ping. Our boy asks Dao Zun for an update on the Pinnacle Tower representatives' locations, only to learn that those bastards fled alongside the Vice Master for their own safety. Su Ping doesn't really care and instead chooses to focus on the safety of the civilians, fully intent on defeating the monsters first. He takes himself into the battlefield, plunging a powerful wave of astral energy and knocking down a horde of monsters. Even Dao Zun's allies are at a loss for words in awe of this man's strength. The Beast Tamer is the sole reason this city shows signs of survival, as he knocks down more monsters. Suddenly, one noodle monster erupts in anger by obliterating a building. This noodle monster is actually a really giant bush, the kind of thing you see after not shaving for years. This gigantic Beast King is a problem, and with its roaring ability, it defiends and paralyzes every single member on the battlefield. Su Ping refuses to let the people get affected, so he sends Lil Skelly to use one of its word strikes. The astral wave actually collapses against the durability of the Beast King, and instead it's actually Lil Skelly who ends up shackled. One of Su Ping's dragons moves into the fight by releasing a draconic flame strike, but that same blast is also easily blocked against the creature's vines, followed by a noodle slap on the dragon's face. Our boy understands that neither of his pets can handle an enemy of such scale, so he personally goes into battle to free them and then fuse with them. A double fusion results in that majestic armored state again, where Su Ping unleashes astral missiles to swarm the monster with heavy hits. The same flames actually engulf the creature's whole body, charring it until it is burnt out and injured. Somehow, this thing managed to look uglier than before, but the green ball of hair refuses to go down and actually starts attacking other monsters, absorbing all of their life force. This allows the Beast King to heal itself by devouring star power. Not even the Emperor's flames are enough to eliminate the threat, so Su Ping propels with a physical stroke, unleashing a demon-suppressing fist on top of it. This attack is far superior than the previous one, engulfing the Beast King's body and incinerating its very flesh. Green blood spools out of it, causing the creature to reveal its captives. By the way, this is the Vice Tower Master alongside members of the Pinnacle Tower, begging for mercy. Everyone is confused how these guys ended in such a position, while Su Ping taunts the old fart for always trying to run away, only to deserve karma at the end. Su Ping's allies suspect that this same creature must have ambushed the Vice Master and his men outside the city. The good thing is that they're still alive. The Vice Master is currently pleading to our boy to help save them, expressing how he's reached the Void Cave realm, and that if he saves them, they'll absolutely help him fight the Beast Horde. Detransforming, our boy directly asks Daozun what these guys did during the invasion, and obviously Daozun rats them out for running away. The initial plan was to eliminate any monsters, and the Vice Master actually agreed to this plan, but the Deputy Master wanted a high payoff for his efforts. In the end, the bastard didn't even help and left the job up to Beast Tamers, running off when he felt intimidated. Furthermore, the monster's absorption ability is insane, and it destroys Beast Tamers left and right. That's the main reason the Vice Master tried to run away. Hearing those words, these guys play defensive, acting like they're the ones who are wrong, that Daojun is lying. Su Ping's anger is at an all-time high because these bastards tried to steal wealth and even run off when they were needed most. Su Ping wants to treat them as a bunch of deserters, but this geezer is suddenly pandering and begging for his case, assuring that he made a mistake for which he'd offer heavy rewards for. Daojun expressed that any deserters are usually executed on the spot, but killing 4 legendary rankers might actually impede their own strength. Su Ping doesn't really care, revealing that the dead are actually more useful than the living sometimes. He uses Skelly to deliver the final blow, but before either of them could make a move, the creature erupts with terror, blowing them all away. It begins to unleash these spiraling shockwaves, erecting literal stone walls as a defense. With this maneuver, it turns away to run for its life, with Su Ping chasing swiftly after the beast to make sure it doesn't survive. Lil Skelly is heavy on the attack and moments away from striking the Beast King down, while the trapped Vice Master is shouting insults and acting like he's playing a huge part in his contribution. Oh, and by the way, the Vice Master is intentionally letting his energy be devoured so the Beast King becomes powerful enough to kill everyone, causing Daozun to treat him as a disgrace to the legendary warriors. The monster ends up earning valuable astral energy, evolving its form into an even more sinister and powerful one. This time it sends several vines with spikes layered on top, but our boy's aura is so terrifying that he casts a shadow over them all. Daozun are the others who can't fathom what this ability is called. From the horizon, only a pair of powerful eyes stare down at them. The Vice Master questions if this is some kind of barrier, and yes, that has to be a domain expansion reference from Jujutsu Kaisen. Regardless, Lil Skelly chops down the creature's vines and even its legs, forcing it on its knees in complete immobilization. The Vice Master is stunned why the Beast King is reacting in this manner, refusing to retaliate. Before this scumbag could even theorize what happened, their lives are taken, and they're all cut down. With it, the darkness is also expunged away, slaying the monster and ending the fight. Su Ping retrieves his ability, while the others are curious how this man capably slayed a void-level threat like that. The Beast Tamer shares that it's part of an ability he obtained from the Sorcerer tribe, the Wu clan. Wannabe Dante and the others glaze him to the front and back, but their fight's not over, as more monsters emerge to steal the spotlight. Daojun readies himself to meet the remaining beast type, while Su Ping praises Lil Skelly and instructs it to use soul possession. During the fusion process, Su Ping can actually use this ability to amplify twice the original power of one of Skelly's skills. At first, the little one could enslave only one corpse, but later on it could manage 2 at the same time. If Su Ping can use soul possession to boost this ability, then he can control 4 corpses, including the Vice Master. First, he summons the spirit to possess the corpses, bewildering the rest of the warriors. This badass Grim Reaper then uses puppetry technique to forcibly suck the soul of the Vice Master, who is triggered that our boy can't even let him rest in peace. All of the souls are drawn to the Grim Reaper, who taunts the souls for even dreaming about becoming a ghost. The 4 legends who were felled are now in total control in service of humanity and Su Ping's cause, continuing their service until their bodies are annihilated. The monster tides are ready to devour the city, while Dao Jun and the rest of the legendary rankers prepare to meet them in kind. Su Ping is fully confident in his plan, as the Vice Master's undead body shoots up and creates his Voidbane sword. This man uses that same weapon to annihilate a horde of monsters with a single hit, stunning the average warrior with his secret art. Keep in mind, this old geezer wasn't even using this sword before against ordinary monsters. The 3 other legendary rankers also join the fray. One of them is out here acting like Green Lantern with those punches, while the other 2 are fighting in typical mage style. The warriors are baffled with this strategy as the monster tide is actually being pushed by the puppets. Dao Jun can't believe these guys hid so many techniques in their arsenal just to prioritize their own survival. They're disgraceful for legends, but Su Ping is only sad that their bond with their pets were severed in the process, or else he could have used the beasts to annihilate every swarm. By the way, to the ordinary folk of Longjiang City, they genuinely think that the Vice Master is willingly fighting for their sake. Some of them recognize Su Ping's silhouette from afar. They suddenly attribute the Vice Master's contribution to our boy, thinking that he must have persuaded them. Anyway, the beasts are totally annihilated. Longjiang City seizes its hard-earned victory, with Dao Jun expressing gratitude to the main man for everything. Su Ping credits his fellow comrades for holding the tides down and creating the opportunity for them to act. Now he has to return to the other city to save lives. Before he leaves, the mayor comes around to ask for his aid. He has seen everything that happened, but now that the base city lacks a commander, they suffer from a leadership issue. Su Ping easily appoints Dao Jun for the leadership role, even though this man doesn't want any part of it as he's not even a powerful ranker. To take care of that, our boy sucks in the astral force of all the legendary rankers, retrieving their storage rings. Within them contain endless treasures which will supremely help these guys in their cause. Also, he even leaves these 4 puppets with Dao Jun to take care of any incoming hordes. The new commander takes the rings and the role to protect the city, while the mayor questions why Su Ping is choosing to give everything away without getting anything in return. Our boy reminds him that it's a basic requirement for them to survive. Dao Jun begs him to open a branch in this part of the city as well. They even offer to cover the price of the land because of his contributions. Su Ping agrees to such a deal, vowing to teleport when needed and intends for his sister to handle the business. Saying so, he dips from the city and heads towards his next destination. In the next scene, we find the Nightfall Mountain fully repaired from last time. A starship of the Federation is flying about, and within the Peak Tower's headquarters, a man from the Interstellar Federation has come to offer his complaints. Instructor Fang explained the situation of the Blue Planet, which is suffering from monster tides. The Tower Master is stationed in the subcontinental region, with the Tower Master currently busy with his own work. The drunken geezer keeps Instructor Fang busy, offering his 300-year-old wine. The man gulps it down, expressing how rare this kind of wine is for this planet. At that moment, the candidates are brought forth for the session, with Instructor Fang hovering around and checking each of them. He finds Yuan Linglu with an interesting fire-type physique, but she's not much aside from that. His next inspection is a guy with latent potential and an ice physique, yet again not meeting his requirements. By the way, the Pinnacle Tower members are expected to see the Vice Master, but according to a new report, it turns out that the Vice Master's group has been assassinated by a powerful monster. This is great news to this man, who couldn't predict such a plot twist. His immediate thoughts go to Su Ping's involvement. After all, the Vice Tower Master is so strong that it's impossible for a Void Cave creature to just kill him. Instructor Fang comes along, eavesdropping on their conversation and asks about the boy's age. He learns that Su Ping is only 18 and still managed to defeat a Void-level monstrosity. Definitely the kind of talent this man is looking for. He immediately desires a meeting with the kid for an interview analysis. Speaking of which, when Su Ping returns to his main base, Uncle Chin meets him with a bunch of good and bad news. After Su Ping left, other city branches were all attacked by monsters, but luckily beast tamers appeared to save the day. There are also a bunch of legendary rankers currently waiting for him at the shop. Su Ping is pretty interested in what kind of good news he's about to receive. Uncle Chin shares that a prestigious academy from the Interstellar Federation is interested in scouting students, and they're impressed with Su Ping's performance. Our boy doesn't really get what's the purpose of the academy in all of this, and inquires if there are any Fate Realm powerhouses. The Shumia Academy is supposed to be the best of the best, which means their teachers alone are at the Fate level. Instructor Fang boasts cultivation strength even superior to the Tower Master, reaching the heights of the Starry Sky Realm. This information excites Su Ping, because he can resolve a lot of his problems with the Federation's involvement. He quickly desires to meet the instructor, so a hologram pops up for their brief conversation. Instructor Fang first confirms the boy's identity. Then he praises Su Ping and offers the kid to join the academy and earn resources, promising a path to the Starry Sky realm. The offer is kind, but Su Ping shares his own issue of the blue planet currently losing human lives. He wants the Federation's help to save the planet. However, Instructor Fang follows a strict code of their Federation, which means he cannot personally interfere with the affairs of the planet. Su Ping refuses to acknowledge such rules, and begs them to just save the planet for him. Again, this man repeats the same rule, expressing annoyance even. Su Ping takes issue with these guys just watching while humanity suffers before their eyes, because even a single strike from Instructor Fang could easily defeat the Beast Tide. For the third time, the instructor repeats his words, refusing to join. This time, Su Ping is fed up and curses the shit out of him, refusing to join such a shitty academy like that. Su Ping expresses deep hatred and anger against arguably the strongest man in the Federation, stunning his sister and friends. Fang is so powerful even a single wipe from him could destroy entire cities. The call is forcibly cut off by Su Ping, leaving the others confused. Even the members of the Pinnacle Tower can't believe that this kid has the balls to hang up on this instructor. They do their best to control the situation by soothing the instructor, urging him to forgive the child. Fang is disappointed and calls it a backwater planet, settling with the candidates he chose earlier instead. The ship launches itself away from the planet with Ling Lu hopeful for her future, vowing to surpass Su Ping in due time. Back to our trusty planet, Uncle Chin is the one who actually destroyed the device, ending the call so that Su Ping doesn't say anything further. Suddenly, they receive the immediate news of the North Europe region's annihilation, coming as a shock to Su Ping's system. 1 billion people have been slaughtered, their lives devoured by the beasts, even though the same region was personally fortified by the Tower Master. The cities are going to meet the same fate if they don't act fast. But the bigger issue is the constant appearance of the king beasts in these tides. Right now, the gap in strength is far too much, so he reaches out to his maid for a way to help any titled rankers to evolve. She explains that the legend rank isn't an impossible real, it's actually just the beginner-level cultivation rank for higher beings. She believes that if they can gather a bunch of divine fruits, most of the rankers can experience a jump straight to the legend tier. This fills him up with hope, so he asks for detail, but she thinks it's all a waste of time to explain. The problem is their current planet doesn't have the capacity to create such fruits, but she actually has one of the fruits in her own possession, allowing someone to ascend to legend rank with a huge cost. By ascending to this tier, it basically seals the person's potential forever to be stuck in that realm. In the end, this person won't ever be able to escape the legendary realm. But even with the maid's warnings, Su Ping takes it as a blessing and even asks her for more of them. The goddess is offended by his words, but the reality is the legend rank is something people can't reach anyway, so it's good if the fruit can help them ascend. Plus, he also has ocean-level king beasts in his own shop. The goal is to sell them off so that he can purchase as many fruits. But she doesn't like that deal and proposes that he offer 1 employee point for 1 Void Cave level beast. It's a pretty insane deal for Su Ping. The system screen pops up with a deal for 40 points. Su Ping is fed up and orders the system to designate the Fallen Land as their location. Both of them step into the Fallen Land through the portal, where the goddess is greeted by her loyal servant. She wants to see the Divine Abyss to select 40 Void Cave level beasts, so he guides them to their location. This place is actually the largest prison within the Fallen Land, holding immensely powerful beasts at the peak of their ranks. Just by walking around, Su Ping can sense their superior combat power compared to all the monsters he's faced. The points he spent are worth this kind of investment, with the goddess ordering her servant to bring out all of them. A culmination of energy concentrates in one location as all the requested behemoths are summoned. Su Ping is forever impressed with the god race's ability to casually suppress such an insane number of Void Cave monsters. He's satisfied with their strength for his goals. Su Ping watches the 40 monsters from the god realm arrange themselves in the prison. He actually didn't expect them to stop resisting because they're extremely obedient in their current state. The goddess earns her points for the mission, and with the pets ready, it's time for Su Ping to bring in some customers. He tells Elder Li that they've got news with this influx of void beasts. They're on a call right now with Elder Li confirming more and more monster tides arriving. New king beasts happen to be a part of each of them. The old man desires a few void-level beasts to help their cause too, as is the case with the rest of the cities. Elder Li arrives in the city, surprising the civilians. He's impressed with the number of customers Su Ping has. One of the men he's speaking to is Captain Wuxiu. Both have come here because after the collapse of the formation, the group separated and couldn't face the monster hordes on their own. That's why they're taking refuge here and coincidentally happen to meet them all. With the people gathered, Su Ping steals the limelight on the stage, sharing that the sale for the void beasts is about to begin. He has prepared 40 rings for each beast containment. Just touching them once can allow the customers to sense the aura and infer information about the beast. One person tests this, and the moment he interacts with the ring, the creature's hologram pops up with tremendous aura. Su Ping is interested in confirming the purchase with anyone who is satisfied with the monsters. Some of these freeloaders are scared of the monsters and choose to leave out on the sale. Leader Wuxiu comes along, sharing how even the Pinnacle Tower has 2 king beasts at this level. But the fact that this man brought 40 of them is insane. One of the creatures even belongs to the God Realm bloodline, stunning one of the customers. Wuxiu notices that one of them is at the peak of Void Cave Realm too. Both of these guys are fanatics ready to pitch any amount for the beast. Su Ping shares the price listed in the information section. It's a whopping 300 million for each one. It's running incredibly cheap right now because these types of monsters are worth way more. Su Ping confirms that he is only adopting this price because of the situation of the blue planet at the moment. His customers are ready to hand him quite the hefty amount if necessary, thanks to their paychecks from the Pinnacle Tower. Wuxiu also emphasizes that king beasts are known for being sovereign. He thinks the price is far too generous and free for a man like Su Ping. Our boy reveals his real purpose, which is to use these monsters to defeat the monster hordes. Wuxiu takes this responsibility and intends to protect humanity to his dying breath. Excitedly, they resume their pet selection process, and after a while, 32 of the creatures are sold. With 8 of those left, Elder Li explains that one person can't form a contract beyond 4 or 5 beasts, so they can't force either. That's when Tianlin, Ruyan Chairman Zhu, and Uncle Qin all come along to purchase the beasts for their own purposes. Su Ping is fine with that, but first he offers them a bunch of divine fruits, so that they can immediately evolve to legendary rank. There are only 2 fruits, so naturally not all 4 of them can have them. Su Ping does highlight the drawback of using the fruit, emphasizing that they'll be stuck at sea level forever. It's still an opportunity to ascend, and for people like Uncle Qin and Ruyan, they're out here sentimental at their inability to reach greater heights. This pisses Su Ping off a lot, because Ruyan and Qin are being dramatic for no reason, so he force-feeds the old geezers instead. The geezers gobble them down, becoming so powerful their shirt rips off like a Dragon Ball Z character. Their ripped physiques put the youngsters in awe of their powers, while Wuxiu and Elder Li praise Su Ping's endless techniques and treasures. With these guys' ascension, they're happy with what they've got, since they're already old. Su Ping wants the remaining 8 king beasts to go to these clowns, and with that, all of the void beasts are sold out. In the West Sea region, monsters are unleashing havoc. Not even the battleships can subdue them. Sea leviathans are obliterating anyone in the waters, and it's not just one, there's a crab and even a kraken here. People are losing hope, and they all eventually meet their end. Back at the Pinnacle Tower HQ, they learn about the annihilation of Northern Europe alongside the West, taking a heavy hit. All the house members of the Tower members are concerned with the sea beast dominating the water. The same water emperor that had made a pact with their master chose to betray them too. The Tower master shares a call with his subordinates, ordering them to command hold of every single legend they've got. Su Ping and the others are summoned accordingly. Wuxiu questions why they've been dragged from their positions. Senior Li thinks diligence is pointless right now, because the collapse of the formation is the reason this beast tide is even happening. In other words, they all pin the blame on Wuxiu as well as Su Ping for causing the demise of the world. Our boy is about to offer a rebuttal when one of the warriors roars his complaints, calling the Tower Master a damn fool for saying that because these are the same people who protected the land for centuries. The Pinnacle Tower didn't even help them on this mission even when they begged for supplies. Their words run deaf on the drunken immortal, who still blames everything on Wuxiu's battalion. The leader pitches in, stating that if it weren't for their contribution, the same drunken bastard wouldn't even have gotten this far. Su Ping is thrilled to take down the entirety of the Pinnacle Tower if necessary, while the Tower Master tries to maintain order, begging them to stop. Our boy accuses the Tower Master for having terrible management problems, but instead of arguing, Yuan Feng explains 2 big problems ahead. The first is the need for a spatial tunnel to evacuate refugees to land. A proper team of legendary rankers will be needed for this purpose. Wuxiu and his team are handed this responsibility. Su Ping wants to know who Zuo Shan is, and learns that it's the Tower Master's beast with the powers and understanding of the laws of space. The creature's main ability is to move literal mountains and fill entire seas. The second problem is the need of a legendary ranked team to prevent the spatial tunnel from Zuo Shan from being attacked or destroyed. Both teams are created for this purpose, while Su Ping suddenly receives a message informing him about the successful reconstruction of the bond contract. He's glad because this will help them a lot in this upcoming fight, but before his ally could transmit further information, the signals are cut off. Su Ping desires an immediate leave to head to the Holy Light City. Speaking of that city, the Academy is currently going up in flames. A monster invasion has struck the building, one of the creatures being the iron-spined earth dragon beast itself. The creature has already claimed lives, but right now the copy progress of the contract is only 90% complete. The monsters approach her, threatening her life as well as the completion rate. She makes a run for it but ends up kissing the floor. This leads to one of the dragons chomping down on her leg. Completely immobilized, she's moments away from being called, but as a last resort activates one of her beast-taming skills to force the monster to sleep. But that's only one monster down, 2 more towers over her, looming with the threat of death. Refusing to be useless like Sakura from Naruto, she uses the body of the other dragon and sets a trap. This ends up killing the other 2 dragons as a consequence, guaranteeing her survival. At long last, the technique copy has been completed, but she's gravely injured and doesn't have anywhere to run. More iron dragons are rampaging the academy, so she has hardly anywhere to run. The good thing is that they're younglings, so she thinks there's a chance of survival. She quickly dashes for her mask before releasing some of her vials upon the beasts. Both vials of opposite nature pop, creating a smokescreen full of acid that heavily damages the dragons. With both monsters down, she has won another battle. The agents she used created an acidic effect, and that's exactly what these dragons fear the most. Right as she's about to escape, the injured dragons screech out a deafening roar, making her wonder what they're about to do next. This girl can't catch a break because now there's a titanic eye of a beast staring her down from the broken wall. I think we'll know she's cooked. The scene takes us to the Western Sea region's evacuation point where monster hordes are lunging like a tsunami. Leader Wuxu and his men are trying to create a pathway for Zuo Shan to activate the spatial tunnel. His pet releases scorching heaven flames to incinerate any monsters in their way. Another warrior activates the Ice Soul Mist to aid the battle. The last guy is using his giant turtle pet to smash through the frozen monsters. Senior Lee also chimes in with his summons. Both creatures release an attack of thunder and wind, creating this epic hurricane with razor-sharp waves and thunderous attacks. The battleship soldiers are thrilled to find support from the subcontinental region, thinking that their lives have been saved. However, it's that moment when a giant earthquake shakes them. A titanic monster erupts from the ground. This creature looks pretty cute, but its sheer size eclipses the city whole. Leader Wuxu reveals that it's actually one of their own allies, so they're gonna get the best help they can. Hilariously, the same monster ends up on its ass on the ground right after awakening, so maybe it's not the best support they could have asked for. Leader Wuxu slices down a monster with his rend, and upon killing this worm, he then grabs its fangs, roaring at the fat Snorlax to wake up as he's about to send his favorite meal. The giant worm is chucked straight up to Zuo Shan's mouth. The lazy cutie wakes up and catches it like a puppy. Considering its enormous size, the soldiers are haunted by the image of a mountain-sized creature jumping like that. They all think that the city is going to get annihilated from the impact, but Zuo Shan casually descends, completely weightless in its approach, so the point they couldn't feel the impact. After filling its belly, Zuo Shan gets to work and starts creating a powerful spatial tunnel. This vortex of energy is their main focus. Leader Wushu gathers the men around, explaining that this portal will act as a teleportation to the other region. That aside, we arrive at the eastern part of the defense line. Here in one of the watchtowers, the drunken immortal is busy with his booze, while his fellow passengers question how much he knows about the Sea Emperor. The geezer recalls this catastrophe as a man who actually lost to the first Tower Lord 1,000 years back. Their whole fight resulted in the evaporation of the sea. After the Emperor's defeat, the Sea Clan members swore loyalty to the Tower Lord, forever serving him. But that 1,000-year-old promise seems to have been broken. It seems that the creatures no longer fear the Tower Lord. The same man has been mysteriously absent for many years. People suspect that he's already dead. From the current situation, the current Tower Master requires their help, especially when the 4 kings are already moving behind the scenes. Out of the sea emerges a gargantuan tail, one that destroys the tower and whips the duo down. The sea monsters have arrived to confront the humans, while each and every single of humanity's armed forces are trying to fight them off. Such weapons are barely having any effect, prompting the 2 warriors to activate fusion with their beasts. Leader Wuxu insists his men keep heavy on the defense. They need to make sure the beast tide is taken care of, as another wave could erupt at any moment. Wuxu commands his men to take care of any lingering threats, while one of his men shares that the refugee groups have all been evacuated. While that's settled, a massive explosion occurs in the direction of the drunken immortal's group. He receives a sudden notification on his watch while his men inquire about the current situation. The drunken immortal is looking pretty damn beat up and begs them to save his life. But Senior Lee calls him a lofty fellow for being sarcastic all the time. The drunken immortal's rudeness shatters and he apologizes for his mistakes. Right now, this man just wants to be saved as their lives are threatened. Leader Wuxu addresses this man calmly, expressing that this land isn't some place for him to get drunk. The place is a wasteland and there's so much chaos and danger that they could easily ignore his request as they're busy in battle. After all, the Tower Master is only going to commend them for completing their mission instead of saving this idiot's life. But above all of the reasons to leave him to be killed, Wuxu expresses that he will personally come to save him. He cuts the call while his men question why their leader would save someone like that. This GigaChat explains that he's not helping out of pity, but to make sure the title of a legendary warrior is not disgraced. He gains the respect of his comrades even more, and roars that they must take out the monsters so that they don't target this land. The scene switches back to the academy, where this girl is bleeding out, shivering from the pain. She manages her best to navigate her lab and discovers the cultivation bond contract is completed. She reaches for it with every step, but that's when the titanic monster sees her and slams its claw inside, whirling her away. This monster is revealed to us as an enormous evil version of Godzilla. It spans several buildings wide. The face of the creature is intimidating enough to appear in a horror movie, and it is just about to devour her when she screams, "Teacher!" Her miracle cry is heard because a powerful blast descends down and obliterates the creature's flesh. When she opens her eyes, the beast has been slaughtered and turned into sushi. Su Ping arrived, apologizing for arriving so late, as he didn't expect the base to get attacked like this. He sees her injured leg, but right now the USB drive for the bond contract is more important. She wants him to take the drive, so Su Ping plucks it from the PC and then grabs her, praising his student for doing the greatest work. Mounting the dragon, they set their next destination to the Rascal branch, where she can be safe. But suddenly a dark portal appears, one that resembles the traces of spatial powers. Emerging from that portal, we meet the thousand-eyed beast again. The first thing this demon does is start plucking the minor monsters and devouring them to gain its energy. What's confusing to our boy is how this thing managed to survive even after its head was cut off. They need to stop this calamity, or else the pets will be slaughtered under its wrath. By the way, the Guardian of the Abyss hadn't noticed him until now. He shares terrible memories with Su Ping and shares that he actually didn't reveal his real technique last time. But before it could show off that ability, our boy plunges the world into darkness once more. Only a pair of paralyzing eyes remain. Even the creature of the abyss is afraid of this kind of darkness, not being able to understand why the lights have gone out. Little Skelly imposingly stands in front of his next victim before annihilating the creature's body. The creature tries to regenerate its body, but instead, none of its limbs are responding to its command. He has been decapitated into a nugget. Su Ping has reached a level of power that he can manipulate a fate-level monster with ease. Then he orders Little Skelly to kill the creature using its special blade and absorb its core. Of course, Skelly does exactly as he's told, taking inspiration from Virgil's Judgment Cut End. Su Ping wants the demon's demise badly for causing the destruction of the world after all. After slaughtering the high-level beast, its crystal core is obtained by Lil Skelly, and before long, Skelly crushes the core in his hands. This creates a surge of power coursing through his body, shooting up a column of energy and spiking him into a new level in one go. His skills evolve too. The Undead Flash was originally a skill used to close distance, but now it makes him wonder if Skelly can also activate spatial abilities. Su Ping also receives a significant increase in his growth as evidenced by his aura, and so he returns to the Little Rascal branch for his student's sake. The first thing he does is heal her wound, expressing that he's using star power to heal it as best he can. After healing her, he asks if the Shengguang-based city belongs to Old Bai, so he calls the same guy. Old Bai learns that he's the one responsible for destroying the Thousand-Eyed Demon, and that he's got an injured person sitting next to him who needs assistance. Old Bai can't even fathom what he'd just heard. Su Ping had just annihilated one of the strongest demons. The old man forwardly orders his forces to seal off the streets and eliminate any prominent beasts left in the city. He also lays down a bunch of different commands, which annoys Su Ping because the old man is clearly not worried about the injured girl. Old Bai tells him that medical people will catch up soon, but he wants to focus on some other areas in the city first. With the call hung up, Su Ping shares that help will arrive soon, and that he must master the bond contract so that he can upgrade his powers. Leaving her here, he takes the drive and inserts it into his watch, loading the data. When the data is loaded, binary numbers pop into his head, stunning him with the intricacies of the bond contract. Apparently, it allows any pet master to share the combat powers possessed by his pets. For example, Dragonhound's level skyrocketed during his evolution, and because he didn't want our boy to be ripped apart, 3 seals were placed on top. Unlocking the first allows him to evolve the dragon into the Void Cave realm. The second seal further evolves it into the Fate realm, and if the third seal could potentially touch the Celestial realm itself. With this, Su Ping is confident and intends to remove all seals, so he pops open the Cultivation training grounds using his system. Here, he selects one of the locations. It's an outer meteorite location, with a small fee of energy. The portal takes Su Ping into the scenic view, but this is the same place that swam with danger the first time he came. Even a single mistake cost him his life, but he's no longer the weak person he used to be, and refuses to die like that. Here, he interacts with his pet and activates the bond contract. Thanks to that, the powers of his pet are shared alongside Su Ping's very own body, forming a mark on his head. The signing of the contract is confirmed with this incredible thunderstorm, and much to Su Ping's satisfaction, it's a level far beyond the previous awakening. Powered even further beyond, now he wants to remove the second and third seals of his godly pet. Several sealing circles form around the creature's body, and instead of binding it, the magic circles are shattered, completing the pet's evolution. Su Ping celebrates after sensing this insane star power. Just a descent from its wrath literally freaking kills this guy. By the way, he thought he could handle the merged strength, but it was so harsh that Su Ping is panting in fear right now. He's never experienced this kind of power before, so he tries again. The man revives and the man dies. His limbs are ripped apart, his body is turned into a paste of blood, but he tries again and again, consuming all his points. Su Ping has gotten completely exhausted from his attempts. He can't even hold a candle to withstand his pet's power. The only good thing he did is choose a cheap location to revive upon, otherwise he would have been cooked. Getting up, he decides to craft a plan, because clearly not even he expected such a harsh difference in power. So the next time he revives, Su Ping immediately roars the summoning of his divine demonic body, casting a powerful avatar of his aura, blocking the hits. Su Ping is happy that he didn't die, except bro literally evaporates the very next second because it's still too strong. At this point, he's getting tired because not even the Golden Crow body can help him overcome such a gap. Out of sheer stubbornness, Su Ping tries one more time, begging Dragonhound to hold back some of its power. The creature tries its best to only let out droplets of star power. Su Ping finally thinks that he might have a chance to live. Hilariously, this time he doesn't get anything and shouts at his pet for holding back way too much. The creature chooses to follow his advice and relax, only to let out so much strength that it literally fucks this man again. Su Ping is dead, but revives himself immediately, instructing the beast to follow his commands and stop on time. This time, first he tells it to release, and after preparing an attack, he tells it to stop. Dragonhound holds back everything, while Su Ping chucks a gigantic fist at the astral energy, scattering it into tiny droplets of energy. Finally, he can enjoy some of the power. Even receiving droplets of it is causing his body to brim with star power. Since this approach works, Su Ping is going to spam it. A while passes, more like 5 whole days pass with our boy coughing out blood, completely going insane despite absorbing the powers. Su Ping refuses to stay down. He's already absorbed a lot of energy, except for one small problem. It seems like the third seal hasn't even loosened fully just yet. This makes our boy realize that he can't continue absorption, as it would be too much, but he's glad that Dragonhound is looking majestic. After his final death, Su Ping spawns in his room, instantly checking on his pet's stats. He discovers that the beast has already crossed into the mid-fate realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't break the third seal because of his human limitations, but right now Su Ping is brimming with power. His level got boosted just into the Fate realm itself, an overpowered ability thanks to the bond contract. Now that both of them are in the Fate realm, he wonders if either of them have formed an understanding of the power laws. Suddenly, he receives a message from leader Wuxu demanding that he come as soon as possible. Sensing trouble, Su Ping shoots out into the skies, hoping to test his newfound powers into battle. The Western Sea District is currently in chaos. Monsters are destroying the human forces, terrorizing the numbers. Leader Wuxu finds himself in the heart of the battle, roaring at his men to hold the line because the moment this line is breached, the rest of the subcontinent will be affected with both sides. Senior Lee is fighting as hard as possible, but the reality is everyone's star power is slowly being depleted. Fusion won't be possible for him. Su Ping is their only hope for now. Baldhead kills another monster, sharing that these creatures are more powerful than the average wave they were facing. But more than that, their numbers just don't end. The fight's in a real pickle. One of the soldiers notices that a vortex up ahead is spawning all of these endless waves of monsters. Destroying it could resolve things, but then comes the boss monster's involvement, who is guarding the portal. This new Sea Emperor is aggressively sending his forces to kill them all. The drunken immortal is impaled while Senior Lee is injured. Leader Wuxu's men are all surrounded, and with only a few people left, they're about to be devoured from every direction. If that wasn't enough, frickin' Megalodon came along and opened its jaw to kill them all. Wuxu thinks this is the end, when Su Ping uses telepathy to order everyone to disperse. Following his command, the group runs off in several directions. As for our boy, he shoots down dozens of divine demonic fists, the ones that hammer the sea monsters from above. The Emperor calls it feudal resistance, spawning an even more endless army of monsters. The drunken immortal despairs because the enemy numbers aren't going down at all. But at this moment, the Sky Hunter particle cannon sets its target from outer space, before releasing a goddamn nuke of a laser down, vaporizing the monsters with its descent. The mere destruction causes the Earth itself to rip apart, shooting out lava and swallowing monsters in it. The Sea Emperor questions the man responsible, and above, Su Ping is aura farming as humanity's genius, glazing himself to the max. The laser cannon fires a second shot, this time targeting the portal, but the Sea Emperor refuses to sit down and waves his hand to call forth its most powerful trident. The blast connects, hopefully vaporizing the threat as Su Ping calmly awaits for the conclusion. Instead, the Sea Emperor successfully creates a towering tsunami to block the cannon fire. However, by increasing the cannon's output up to 200%, it's still not able to penetrate the water. The tsunami's eruption canceled out the cannon. but the fight is still going on. Su Ping decides to personally involve himself in the fight and launches some of his demonic fists against the Sea Emperor. The aquatic tyrant raises its trident, creating an ice shield to block the hits. Each attack actually ends up wasted. Wuxu is baffled that not even Su Ping's offense is able to penetrate through. The Sea Emperor retaliates with fury, charging an influx of his powers into his trident, angered that the humans would call his weapon as nothing more than a fork. He aims this attack towards Wuxu, who is unable to defend with his depleted astral power. The attack connects with a massive explosion, but it's not the end of Wuxu because the purple flame dragon came to his rescue. The Emperor is impressed with the dragon's defenses, while Lil Skelly goes around slicing down several dozen monsters mounted on Dragonhound. Elder Li is happy to see Su Ping's pets contributing in the fight, while the main man descends to challenge the Sea Emperor personally. The tyrant mocks him for falling directly into his trap, as he creates this crescent sphere of water around our boy, blocking him inside. Su Ping mocks the creature for thinking that he can't swim, but even as he tries his best to interact with the water, nothing seems to work. It's an impenetrable wall, immovable even after his force. The sea tyrant shares that he deliberately allowed his entry possible, but under his command, water molecules tighten and merge into a force so powerful that one would need to move the ocean to move it. The sea tyrant taunts the human ant for feeling the very weight of water as 3 vortexes begin to crush Su Ping from each side, boxing him in. At this rate, even our boy knows he's going to be crushed. While Wuxu shouts in worry, Su Ping is doing his best to hold on, while the Sea Emperor praises him for having such endurance as any ordinary warrior would have been killed. Even then, the water is beginning to suffocate our boy, but it's exactly then that he remembers Georgiana's advice to climb over the gap and into the Fate Realm. Though the Sea Emperor is mocking him for being unable to do anything, Su Ping shocks the world by annihilating the cage and breaking free from it. This is the power of the laws that he now possesses, an ability that Wuxu recognizes instantly. Even the sea tyrant can't believe that a human like that could enter into the Fate Realm. He refuses to be fooled by parlor tricks, so he sends a mountain-tall tsunami to crush our boy for good this time. However, Su Ping merely swipes his hand, cutting the horizon itself and opening the abyss. This void attack sucks everything inside, including all the monsters in the tsunami. The Sea Emperor is completely overwhelmed and also sucked into the pull. The void closes because at his current level, Su Ping can't tear apart this space realm for more than a few seconds. However, his power is on a completely different level, because the same Sea Emperor that slaughtered many legends in the past is easily overwhelmed by this guy. At that moment, another portal opens, this time giving wake to the emergence of an even more powerful monster. A twin-headed dragon capable of speech dons the battlefield with a dire need to kill Su Ping, believing that he's too much of a threat to be left alone. Our boy asks about the creature's name, but the twin-headed dragons taunt him for even daring to ask their names. Leader Wuxu recognizes the appearance and shivers in horror as their names are called Good and Evil, one of the legendary 4 kings. With the arrival of such a monster, Su Ping orders everyone to attack. All the human forces alongside void-level beasts collectively attack the legendary king. But this monster is so freakishly strong that with just a single glare, Su Ping is wiped of his strength and collapses down. This is one of the law powers of the monster. Su Ping mocks the beast for not fighting fairly, and to humor him, the legendary king nerfs himself a bit. Even then, the control ability forces leader Wuxu and senior Li to attack our boy. Right now, their bodies are being controlled by others. The only reason Su Ping even managed to survive this sneak attack is because of his newly evolved state, blocking most of the damage from his Susanoo. Knowing that it's going to take more to kill him, the monster then takes control of Lil Skelly, and despite great sadness, forces its body to attack. Even the purple flame dragon, Su Ping's own pet, shoots down a column of flames to burn the golden crow state. Su Ping realizes that these bastards are fighting far too dirty, but the creature mocks him, sharing how the strongest pet he hasn't even made a move yet. And yes, even someone as strong as Dragonhound is influenced by this legendary king. All of the pets are rushing to attack their own master again. Wuxu and the others are worried what will happen next. But right when they're about to attack, Dragonhound shockingly takes control and deflects both of them. This makes Su Ping realize that only one of his pets can resist the effects. Instead of questioning what happened, the legendary Beast King combines both the powers of light and darkness, creating this gorgeous energy sphere that looks like a black hole. The same attack is then aimed towards Dragonhound and Su Ping, who orders his pet to quickly move aside. After the beast disperses, Su Ping launches an incredibly powerful demonic fist, an attack that destroys the energy ball that is meant to annihilate everything. The legendary king is shocked at his ability, except Bro is trapped a second time, still immobilized. Su Ping wonders if the only reason he could move the other time is because the Dragonhound covered him from the monster's sight. This means sight is an important condition for the activation of the ability, so Su Ping activates one more ability up his sleeve, creating a void that blocks their sight. Intrigued, the light dragon responds with an ability of its own, restricting Su Ping's movement much to his shock. Not even by stripping his 5 senses was he able to resist their law power. Both dragons create a second annihilation sphere. Only this time, Dragonhound charges up to them, distracting the Beast King with an attack. This intervention is yet another proof that the heavenly Dragonhound can resist the power of fate.